curious and closed in to ask. Tang Lang's expression changed slightly, and he said unhappily, "Go away. Children shouldn't be so bothered about adult matters." Then he ran off. Ning Xi looked towards the direction that Tang Lang left, and worry floated onto her face. It was probably related to Tang Lang betraying the faction and the reason he left the organization. Previously, she had wanted to ask Tingxiao about it, but with Tang Lang's secretive attitude that clearly did not want anyone to know, she felt it would not be good to randomly ask such a question. She walked to the ward and saw that Xiongji was guarding the door diligently like a statue. "Miss Xiaoxi, did anyone come while I was away?" Ning Xi asked. "No." Ning Xi nodded. At least, that guy was tactful. Ning Xi pushed open the door and saw that Annie was talking to Ning Tianxin, who was lying on the sick bed. "Sis Tianxin, you're awake." Ning Xi quickly walked over. "Bro Xi, you're back." "Sis Tianxin just woke up," Annie said. Ning Tianxin's gaze skimmed the drip on the back of her hand. Then, she looked around the white ward, her face at a loss. "Xiaoxi, how did I get here?" "There was a problem when you did the abortion at the clinic. You were bleeding nonstop. We transferred you here at dawn." When Ning Tianxin heard this, she subconsciously ran her hands over her flat stomach, and there was a distance in her eyes. Last night's memories were slowly coming back to her. When Ning Xi saw Ning Tianxin's subconscious action and the hollow expression on her face, her heart tightened. "Sis Tianxin, how do you feel now? Are you unwell anywhere?" Ning Tianxin was slow to shake her head. She looked to Ning Xi. "I'm sorry for worrying you, Xiaoxi." Ning Xi sighed. "I was frightened to death by you. Does the family know?" Ning Tianxin asked first. "Don't worry. I didn't tell them. I'm helping you keep this a secret. But the Mo family already knows." In the morning, Mo Lingtian's parents and Ani were here to see you. I was worried that you would be agitated, so I had them leave, and Mo Lingtian. That guy said something about wanting to take a look at you. I chased him away too. You still need a few days of observation before you can check out of the hospital. After that, you can go to my place for a while. I really am not okay with leaving you alone. Oh, and this is my friend, Annie. Her medical expertise is especially awesome. With her helping you heal, your body can definitely recover. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Ning Xi noticed that Ning Tianxin's expression had been unenthusiastic since she woke up. There was neither sadness nor happiness, much less any vigorous reaction. This made Ning Xi even more worried instead. However, she knew that worrying would not help such situations. She could only rely on herself and on time to help her out of this rut. Chapter 1398. I don't believe that I can't. These few days, everyone in the Lu Corporation was pretty tense. The annual general meeting would be held soon. Every manager and supervisor from each business under the Lu Corporation would gather in Imperial, and the meeting would last for a week. In this period of time, everything could not go wrong. The directors' meeting had just adjourned, and people started to leave. Finally, only Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were left in the room. Lu Jingli leaned back into the chair, seeming exhausted. The scariest time of the year is coming again. Every time the annual meeting arrived, apart from talking business, it was a regular phenomenon for people to start introducing girls to his brother. Of course, he would get a lot of introductions as well. He could not stand it even with him liking girls so much. However, his brother had it worse. Although his brother was no longer single, his relationship with Ning Xi could not be announced yet. Even if everyone knew, people would still introduce him girls anyway because of Ning Xi's less than desirable societal standing. It was an important position, after all. Huge amounts of benefit were involved, and everyone wanted to have someone they knew to be in the coveted position. What happened to Ning Xi in the past was worrying Lu Tingxiao as well. Lu Tingxiao looked out of the window at the sunset. How's the investigation going? Lu Jingli scratched his head. It's pretty tricky to find out. It's such a big hotel with so many rooms, so it was really difficult to check. Moreover, it's Qin Yuan Hotel after all. They are renowned for having great privacy. There aren't any security cameras anywhere within 10 miles in the radius of the hotel. But it's all right. I'll make sure to vet through everyone who stayed in the hotel that night. I don't believe that I can't get him. I'll give you 7 days of leave. No problem. I'll get it done as soon as possible. After Ning Tianxin was discharged, she stayed at Peachwood. Aside from Annie, Ning Xi had Qin Mufeng go over as well. The breeze blew through the night. Ning Tianxin was sitting on a rattan chair, and drinking a special herbal tea made by Annie. It had a slightly bitter but refreshing fragrance. She looked at the man beside her and said, "Dr. Qin, Xiaoxi is too nervous. I'm really all right. When I decided to do the operation, I've already anticipated the worst, and I was already sure that I could take it. From the beginning till now, I've never regretted any of my decisions. Sometimes, clinging to hope is more painful than losing all hope." Qin Mufeng looked a little defeated because he realized he had nothing to do there. "I knew Mo Lingtian as well. To be honest, I can't believe that you fell for him. One was an infamous rich kid in Imperial, while the other one was a kind and strong girl. Their personalities were totally different." Ning Tianxin raised her head and looked up at the moon in a melancholic way. "It was easy to fall in love back then. I didn't need any particularly strong reason. Maybe that someone just happened to wear that particular white shirt that I liked, or maybe just one look." Chapter 1399, Not Knowing Where Love Comes From. I remember that the first time I met him was on a bus. I was on my period and had bad stomach cramps. He was sitting next to where I was standing with dyed hair and odd clothes. Yet he stood up and offered me the seat. Qin Mufeng looked at the girl as she was reminiscing about the past. He suddenly thought of a saying, "Love, not knowing where it comes from, deep into it we fall." Damn it, was Mo Lingtian blind? After Qin Mufeng was done chatting with Ning Tianxin, Ning Xi dragged him into the kitchen. "Qin Mufeng, be honest with me. How's Sis Tianxin's condition?" Qin Mufeng looked helplessly at her. "Boss, I've told you a lot of times. Don't fret thing. Tianxin has a frail outer appearance, but she's strong inside. She's really calm. She won't fall into depression or seek death." "Are you sure? Trust in my professionalism, all right." Ning Xi's expression indicated she had serious doubts. Qin Mufeng glanced at the girl in the garden. She looked so thin and pale, but there were no signs of resentment in her expression. Instead, she was relaxed. Ning Xi waved her hands in front of Qin Mufeng's eyes. "What are you staring at?" "With my past experience, I thought her psychological state would be unstable, but in the past few days, she's really surprised me. In a nutshell, Tianxin is really all right. Maybe she was revived after experiencing death once." Ning Xi was relieved. "So, my job as a psychiatrist is done here. The therapy is finished," Qin Mufeng said. Ning Xi was surprised. "Huh? This soon? It's only been a few days." "Nonsense. If I continue to be her psychiatrist, how do I get closer to her?" Ning Xi's eyes flew wide. "What did you say?" Nope. Nothing." Ning Xi squinted her eyes and looked at him. "You said it. You want to get closer to her." Qin Mufeng was dripping with sweat. He could only admit, "Fine, well, Tianxin, she's totally my type. I want to get closer to her." In his profession, he could not have any other special relationships with his patients. "You bastard. She just went through such a traumatic experience." Ning Xi looked like she was about to kill him. Qin Mufeng waved his hand and shrugged. "It's exactly because of this that she needs a new relationship to forget about her past painful experience." Ning Xi stared at him. "And you don't mind Sis Tianxin's condition?" Qin Mufeng replied, "Of course not. It's not her fault that she fell in love with the wrong person. As for having a child, I don't mind at all. I have 7 siblings at home. I'm not tasked to have children. My parents are both overseas, and they're pretty open about stuff like these." "Are you serious?" Ning Xi frowned. Qin Mufeng sighed. "Bro, Tianxin is your cousin. Would I tell you all this without being serious? If I'm just fooling around, don't you think that I'll be afraid you'll break my 3rd leg?" "Great that you're aware about that. But well, don't tell her that I like her. It'll scare her off if you tell her now while her current condition is stable. She'll have severe trauma." Chapter 1400, Take a Look at Her. "What trauma?" Ning Xi stiffened. "It'll be very difficult for her to accept another person. Didn't you realize that she doesn't care about whether she can have a child in the future again? She planned to be alone until her death. If you let her know what I think now, then it'll be the end for me." Qin Mufeng analyzed. "I'm quite worried about that too," Ning Xi sighed. "Now, you don't have to worry. Of course, it'll be the end for others, but I'm a professional." Qin Mufeng gave her a triumphant look. Ning Xi looked at him squarely. "Qin Mufeng, I realized your profession is pretty handy when it comes to wooing girls. Of course, let me tell you, there isn't any girl I can't get except those that I don't want to." Ning Xi stared at him. "Just how many girls have you wooed before?" "Well, I'm just saying, Up until now, Tianxin is the only girl that can make my heart race. Seeing how Ning Xi was looking at him like he was a pervert, Qin Mufeng started sweating again. Don't be so riled up. It's not like I'm going to abduct her right away. I just like her for now. Even if we don't get to become lovers in the end, we can still be friends. I won't force her. Ning Xi relaxed a little after hearing what Qin Mufeng said. If he said he could not have anyone else besides her just after 3 days, she would never believe him. At the same time, somewhere near Peachwood, a car was parked quietly by the roadside. A man leaned on the car, still wearing the same pajamas he had worn to the hospital the other day. He had a cigarette lit and was staring at a garden nearby. His phone on the driving seat had a notification, and he picked it up. After seeing the incoming call, he answered it after a while. Hello? Ling Tian, what happened? Why didn't you pick up your phone? The girl's worried voice came through the phone. Nothing. What's the matter? I'm sorry, Ling Tian. I was too harsh the other night. It's all right. Ling Tian, you don't sound right. Are you sick? No. Are you still troubled over that woman? She probably just wants money anyway. If she doesn't want to take it, she probably just wants more. Mo Ling Tian was not paying any attention to Guan Ziao. Halfway through their conversation, he mumbled something and quickly ended the call. He gazed at the direction of the garden nervously. The door suddenly opened. A familiar figure came out of the house and was walking nearer towards his direction. Mo Ling Tian quickly put out his cigarette, then hid behind a tree. The thin figure walked towards a trash can near him, and she threw a black plastic bag inside. Under the dim light of the night, he could see the girl was getting gaunt. She looked really pale as well, and would probably be blown away by a slightly stronger gust of wind. Sis Tianxin, why are you outside? Just let me handle the trash. Ning Xi had followed her out, and she carefully held Ning Tianxin. I'm not that weak. It's just a few steps anyway. Ning Tianxin sounded helpless. No. Annie said that you need bed rest these few days. Only when the girl had entered the house did Mo Ling Tian slowly come out from behind the tree. He had already lingered there quietly for 3 days. Finally, he saw her. However, his first reaction was to hide himself. Ning Xi was right. So what if he met her? He knew that he had no right to see her, but he could not control himself. He was anxious and frustrated at whatever he did for the past few days. Despite his exhaustion, he could not sleep. He could only feel better when he was somewhere near her. Chapter 14:01 7 to Summon the Dragon. At Movie City, the crew of 9 Realms was working. Amidst the wide emerald green sea of bamboo, 2 green and red figures were aggressively exchanging blows. The two were compatible and well coordinated, their moves as natural as billowing clouds and flowing water, dazzling spectators. However, if one went up close, one would notice that the girl's expression was a little fleeting. A few minutes later, cut. Ning Xi, that was pretty good, but based on your standards, you can do better. Let's rest for 10 minutes, then we'll go. Again one more time. Guo Qixing said. Okay. Ning Xi nodded, wiped her sweat, and returned to the resting area. Jiang Mai passed the sword prop in his hand to his assistant and sat beside Ning Xi on the long sofa. He shot her a look unhappily. Ning Xiaoxi, what do you mean, Are you looking down on me or something? Can you be more attentive? Your mind is wandering all the way out of 6th Ring Road. What are you thinking about? Ning Xi accepted the mineral water that Xiao Tao passed to her and tilted her head back to drink. I'm just thinking about whether there's still time for me to quit acting. Jiang Mai's expression turned dark instantly. What crazy meds are you on? Ning Xi flipped open the script and went through the scene arrangements. Her eyes fell on the last scene. Scene: Great Poison Hall. Characters: Yun Huang, Yun Haoyan. I keep feeling like I'll die in this show, Ning Xi sighed. You will die in this show in the end. Jiang Mai was confused. Don't talk to me, please and thank you. I need some quiet time. Jiang Mai followed her gaze and looked at the script in her hands. Is your last scene for today with that investor who wants to come for the cameo? When he asked that question, she was not sure what Jiang Mai was thinking about, but he suddenly stared at her speechlessly and said, Wait, this investor wouldn't have some kind of relationship with you, would he? Ning Xi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Young man, didn't I tell you not to talk to me anymore? Jiang Mai responded. What the hell? There's really some kind of relationship. Bloody hell. Jiang Mai was shocked for practically half a day before he could finally react. The veins on his forehead were popping, and he was having a breakdown. Ning Xiaoxi, I really give it to you. I let you go wild. Great. Now, you've finally played yourself dead. Jiang Mai held out his fingers to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa. One full table of mahjong players. Another 3 more, and you can summon dragons. Ning Xi's expression darkened as she held her chin in thought. Summon your butt. I didn't want this either, okay? Who would have thought that one day, all these people would actually be gathered together in one show? She was about to have a heart attack. The worst thing was, bloody hell, her wife was also going to come for a cameo. There were still a lot of scenes later that saw everyone coming together. She had always wanted to shoot an especially exciting show. Well, fantastic, it really is exciting now. Jiang Mai glared at her in speechlessness. What's the situation with this one? Was he also tortured by you and then dumped? Don't blame me for not reminding you that this Yun Shun's background ain't simple. You're practically courting death. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I have the guts? His situation is different from yours and Mo Yushio's. When he heard this, Jiang Mai's expression suddenly changed. He looked meaningfully at her. His situation is different from ours? Did you actually turn out to be sincere? Ning Xi fidgeted as she pulled at her hair. It's hard to explain with a few words. The point is that this is the thorniest one. Everyone, get ready. We'll go one more time. Guo Qixing shouted for them to begin, so Jiang Mai could only restrain his questions with a heart full of doubts. Chapter 1402. How bored was he? The scene had finally smoothly finished after reshooting several times. Ning Xi sat on the chair and started waiting for the last scene of death to arrive. After her scene with Jiang Mai, it was Ming Xi and Jiang Mai's scene, which was also a fighting scene. Ming Xi was clearly experienced. She shot 3 scenes in a single take, earning everyone's cheers. Sis Xi is really amazing, proving herself to be the capability camp. All scenes were done in one take. I heard that when Ning Xi shot The World, she was also famous for getting scenes done in a take. It was probably fake rumors. Even though her acting isn't bad, it's obviously not on the same level as our Sis Xi's. When she was done shooting, Ming Xi carried an air of smugness as she looked mockingly towards Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi was troubled, so obviously, she had no mood to care about Ming Xi's pomp. Finally, it was time for the last scene, yet a certain big shot cameo had not arrived. Guo Qixing looked at the watch on his wrist. Everyone, let's break for a while. He was the one with the money, and they only needed to wait for a while. Thus, naturally, the crowd did not have any opinions. Instead, because they knew that this scene would involve the cameo of the legendary rich boss Yun, everyone was incredibly excited. Ming Xi's scenes were over, but she did not have any intentions of leaving. She remained seated and touched up her makeup while she looked the entrance from time to time. Ning Xi had long changed into the makeup and costume for that particular scene. One hand propped up her tilted head, while the other tapped on the chair's armrest. Her eyes were spinning round and round. Maybe that guy had just simply mentioned doing the cameo, but was not planning to come from the start. She heard Annie say that he had been very busy since he returned to China, always moving in and out elusively. He probably would not come over to do such a boring thing just to mess with her, would he? The more Ning Xi thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. CEO Yun, you're finally here. She was just thinking about this when she heard Guo Qixing's excited voice. Then, she saw the director, executive producer, filmmaker, and the whole huge lot of main creatives walk towards the entrance. As she watched that head of familiar, unbridled white hair, Ning Xi was done. He had really come. How bored could he be? When he saw this dude appear at such a place like the drama set, it gave her some sort of unrealistic feeling. He was very handsome. Not only did the light scar on above his brows not affect his looks, instead it added a dangerous and flirtatious air to him. That extremely unique charisma was completely unlike those teen idols that the entertainment industry kept churning out. He was akin to a species that only lived in the dark of the night, accidentally trespassing in the broad daylight that he did not belong to. Bro Yun. When she saw who was there, Ming Xi immediately gathered her skirts and ran over in small steps. She had still been a composed and steady movie queen a second ago, yet now she embodied the spirit of a little girl. When they heard Ming Xi's intimate call, all the actors and crew members present started to whisper and reveal the shocked expression. Dang, Ming Xi and CEO Yun know each other. Ming Xi has a pretty strong background. It's not too weird if she knows someone like him. I've heard previously that the two seemed to be longtime family friends. The female artistes, who had been eyeing Yun Xin covetously, all suddenly looked disappointed. A piece of fat meat had finally come, yet it had already been eyed by the eagle. Ning Xi was not one to be messed with. Would that not mean all of them had no hope at all now? Chapter 1403. Good daughter, wait for me. Ning Xi ran over to the man, but before she could get closer to him, two stern bodyguards in black tightly separated them. Bro Yun. Ning Xi tiptoed and looked pitifully at him. Yun Xin's light gray eyes skimmed Ning Xi's face like a wind across dust. Then he turned to Guo Qixing and asked slowly, Director Guo, am I acting as a brother? Guo Qixing was first stunned, then he instantly seemed awkward. No, CEO Yun, your role hasn't been changed. It's still the one you chose yourself before as Yun Huang's father, not the brother. When these words came out, the spectators suddenly burst out into laughter. It turns out that he did not even know her. Ning Xi's eyes instantly widened in horror. She did not expect Yun Xin not to give her any face amidst their watchful eyes. Damn it. He knew who she was, yet he dared to act like this towards her. Can we start? Of course, CEO Yun. Please follow me. The makeup artist and stylists have been arranged. He did not think that this big boss would be so proactive. Guo Qixing eagerly led the way up front. The white-haired man followed after Guo Qixing unhurriedly with his long legs, and when he passed by Ning Xi, he seemed to have glanced at her indistinctly from the corner of his eyes. His thin lips parted slightly and said soundlessly, Good daughter, wait for me. Ning Xi was speechless. Wait, your head. I am your father. Very soon, the man had changed and exited the changing room. The instant Yun Xin changed into his attire for the drama, the entire set heated up. Yun Xin's character in the show also had a head of silver hair. The man donned a mysterious, ancient, black robe with a dragon-patterned belt on his waist. The silver complemented with the makeup made him look even more attractive and flirtatious, while his light gray eyes really made one's heart palpitate. Because Yun Haoyan practiced demonic powers, he did not age. Thus Yun Xin did not need to deliberately dress up as an old man. Oh my god. Are you guys sure CEO Yun is acting as the female lead's father? I'm hyperventilating. I actually fell in love with the female lead's father. This is definitely the most handsome father in history. He's practically stealing away the male lead's limelight too. If I had such a charming evil father, why would I need the male lead? Guo Qixing was also watching with pleasant surprise and satisfaction from the side. Although he was just an investor that was slotted in, he might become one of the show's highlights. Of course, he was happy. He just could not guess how his acting skills were. With Ning Xi to guide him, it definitely would not be a problem. Ning Xi, get ready. Let's start. Guo Qixing was not assured, so he especially went over to remind Ning Xi again, telling her to take care of the rookie. Ning Xi braced herself. All departments were ready, and the shoot began. This scene was very easy. It was about how the female lead had been in close contact with the male lead until her father found out and became furious. 3, 2, 1, action. Inside the gloomy hall, the enchantingly handsome man leaned lazily on the chair. The armrests were carved into two pythons that coiled grandiosely around the chair. The man's long and fair fingers carelessly wrapped around the python's body, and there was a kind of astonishing and strange sense of aristocracy. He had just heard his subordinates report the recent movements of his daughter, Yun Huang. The man should have burst into anger, yet Yun Xin had handled it with an expression of ease as if nothing had happened. Guo Qixing frowned slightly, but he did not yell cut, continuing to watch instead. At that moment, the sound of footsteps was heard from outside the hall from a distance until it got closer. Ning Xi appeared in a robe that was as red as a raging inferno. Chapter 1404. I really want to kill my father. When he saw who had arrived, in the middle of the hall, the man half squinted akin to a resting beast that was awoken mid-slumber. He lazily said, finally willing to come back? Ning Xi brushed her robe and bowed with half a kneel. Then she lowered her head to respectfully call out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ning Xi's head stayed there unwavering. That word, father, was stuck in her throat, but it went nowhere. She just could not say it. Cut. Finally, Guo Qixing called out to stop when she noticed something was not right. Sorry, I was distracted. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows. It's okay. It's okay. Try it one more time. Guo Qixing was slightly shocked. He did not think that the first person to get a bad take would be Ning Xi. Could Ning Xi have intentionally done a bad take to relieve the pressure for this honorable cameo? In the hall, the white-haired man's gaze fell on the girl, who was taking deep breaths to calm down in a corner, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Very quickly, the shoot began again. Yun Haotian said, finally willing to come back. This time, Ning Xi just lowered her head and walked over. Then she lowered her head to bow with a kneel. She did not even raise her eyes to look at a certain bastard in this hall, so as to avoid herself from calling him out. This move was sure useful. Ning Xi kept her head down and was about to call out, but the person on the seat suddenly interrupted her. Lift your head up and look at your father. Ning Xi was speechless. Hey, this guy had actually changed the dialogue by himself. Still, Guo Qixing did not interrupt them, so she would still need to continue. Because television dramas were not very strict, it was normal to have improvisation midway. Ning Xi was forced to lift her head up. Looking at that face, she had an impulse to rush up and perform patricide. She was pathetically stuck again. Uffed. From the side, Meng Xi's sneers were heard. Director Guo, this is your so-called professionalism and respect for work? A potential actor that won't disappoint me even if she acted with me? In any case, she's still an A-lister. It was just a slight change in dialogue, yet she didn't even have the ability to respond impromptu. Can you really call such a person an actor, Director Guo? Guo Qixing felt uncomfortable. He was confused too. This was a situation that he never experienced in the last show. What was up with Ning Xi? It was just an incredibly simple one-word dialogue, yet she had done a bad take twice in a row. This was just too weird. All the crew members surrounding them were whispering to one another too. Indeed, idol camps can't compare to capability camp. Aren't all those vases that rely on their looks to climb up all like this? Nothing odd about that. It was pretty okay when I was watching her in the movie, but who would have thought that her standards would be this bad when shooting in real life? She must have privately done a lot of bad takes. Not too far away, Jiang Mai was no less shocked than Guo Qixing. He only knew one person who could affect Ning Xi to such an extent. That was Tingxiao. The last time Ning Xi had taken a bad take, it was when she had a kissing scene with him in The World. Because Tingxiao had been present, she had done quite a few bad takes. But for this ex-boyfriend of Ning Xi's to actually affect her this much? At the same time, Mo Yuxiu, who had been secretly observing, was puzzled. Based on Ning Xi's odd performance, this newly appeared Yin Shun was quite suspicious too. Bloody hell. Who was this woman's boyfriend? It was practically impossible to unravel. CEO Yun, my apologies. I'm really sorry. Ning Xi must have been too excited to see you. Guo Qixing quickly walked over to apologize to Yun Shen. However, the man did not seem angry at all. Instead, he was amicable and seemed like he was in a rather good mood. He smiled as he looked at Ning Xi to say, "No worries, Director Guo. Let's take a 10-minute break. I want to practice the scene in private with Xiao Shi. Let her practice a few more times." Chapter 1405. I'll add an arsenic for you. When Ning Xi heard that, she felt so outraged by that sanctimonious dude till she almost puked blood. To her disgust, that guy walked over to her with a script in deadly earnest. Ning Xi lowered her voice with a murderous spirit in her eyes. "You, with the surname Yun, what are you trying to do?" The man held his chin and looked at her ponderingly. "Where are my biscuits?" Ning Xi shot him a look. "What must I do for you to leave the set?" The man revealed a contemplative expression when he heard her as Ning Xi waited nervously for his reply. The man muttered to himself for a long time before he finally said, I like to eat sweet stuff. Add more sugar." Ning Xi was speechless. She had used up all her rationality to restrain her impulse of wanting to grab him by the collar and strangle him. "I will add arsenic for you." When she saw Yun Shun and Ning Xi chatting nearby, Meng Xi suddenly realized something. This witch, she's intentionally doing bad takes just to worm her way into being friends with Bro Yun, isn't she? Her assistant closed in from the side to echo. Probably so, but she doesn't even need to fake her acting skills. Look at the way she's been acting for the past few days. She practically can't even compare to a finger of yours, sis Xi. I really don't know why directors who have collaborated with her would praise her to the highest heavens. There's most likely something fishy. I think even CEO Yun seems to be seduced by that woman. When she heard this, Meng Xi could no longer be patient. She took large strides towards the direction of the two of them. At last, just like earlier, before she could get close to them, she was separated from him by two cold-faced bodyguards. Presumptuous. Do you know who I am? Ning Xi glared at the two men even though she was but a sheep in wolf's clothing. The two bodyguards were like emotionless humanoid weapons. They did not respond at all and continued to effortlessly block Ning Xi from going over. You too. Good. Very good. Ferocity flashed across Ning Xi's face. Then she turned around and stormed off in huge strides. 10 minutes later, the shoot continued again. This time, Ning Xi even whipped out the psychological hypnotizing move that Dr. Smith had taught her before, and she could finally continue her performance. It was just a short scene, yet it was even more tiring than acting in a strenuous fighting scene. Unfortunately, the tragedy had only just begun. Very soon, her dearest would enter the team too. Haha. Ning Xi was about to drag her ruined and destroyed body home like a dead dog when her phone rang. The caller ID showed Zhuang Rongwang's name. This guy had forcefully saved his own number the last time. When she saw it was Zhuang Rongwang, Ning Xi was a little surprised, as if she never thought that he would call her. Hello. Hello, sis Xi. Are you done with work? Come over and play. From the other end of the phone was Zhuang Rongwang's animated voice. Play what? Shooting, of course. Still at the old spot. Come quickly. Challenge me. I've been getting quite good recently. I think I'm going to surpass you already, huh? The youth's excited and passionate voice from the other end of the phone infected Ning Xi's somber mood a little. She thought about how she had really been tormented recently. It was a good idea to relax a little, so she agreed. Young man, since you're begging to be educated, I will satisfy you. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. At the same time, at Platinum Palace, in Lu Jingli's villa study room, Lu Jingli was dizzily analyzing and arranging all sorts of information from 5 years ago. He was running through a checklist of all the suspects from that night. Chapter 1406. It's that beast. That night, Ning Xi had gone to look for Su Yin in room number 713, but later on, some mishaps seemed to have happened. She had entered another room and met not with the two male prostitutes that Ning Xi had arranged, but another beast that was more brutal than them. If it were male prostitutes, those who were in their profession would definitely not get someone else pregnant. Not only did that man not take any precautions, he had even run off when he had done the deed. There were no traces of him at all. Finally, he found out that night, Ning Xi had actually entered the room opposite 713, room number 718. Qin Yuan was membership-based. All the rooms needed to be booked in advance, and they had detailed records of the bookings, so he just needed to check who had booked room number 718 that night. Then, he could basically find out who the culprit was. However, things could not be that easy. Indeed, after investigations, the booking records of that room from 5 years ago had been erased. He could not find any clues at all. In the next few days, Lu Jingli began to hungrily investigate who the person that booked the room that night was. In the end, he had endured quite a few days of interrogations and even found a computer expert to try recovering the erased records, yet he came up empty-handed. When he saw that the 1 week's time limit was up, Lu Jingli could only go with his panda eyes to report his investigation progress to Lu Tingxiao. Lu Jingli had not even changed. He was still in the pajamas and slippers that he had worn for a few days. As he carried the resources, he whimpered and ran over next door to look for his brother. Bro, I've let you down. Whoa. I said that I would definitely drag that beast out for you within 7 days. But that guy was really too cunning. He didn't leave any clues at all. No wonder she couldn't find out who it was for 5 years. I think that guy's modus operandi was not impromptu malice, but he's a habitual criminal, a perverted demon. Lu Jingli carried the stack of information and cried as he complained. That handsome face he was proud of was now as wan and sallow as a pitiful scholar that had been extracted by a female ghost. One could see that investigating this matter these past few days had really tormented him. When he saw Lu Jingli in such a terrible shape, Lu Tingxiao was slightly dismayed. Investigating was Lu Jingli's best domain. He had even given him the highest degree of convenience. But in such a situation, he still could not find out who the man from that night was within 7 days. Progress. Lu Tingxiao spoke with a cold expression before his desk that reflected his ice-cold luster. Lu Jingli immediately laid the stack of information before Lu Tingxiao. I've already locked down the target. I just can't seem to investigate who the dude is. Qin Yuan has the latest defense system from America. Even if it was a top hacker, there's no way he could quietly erase traces of himself and even make it irretrievable. Lu Tingxiao's eyes quickly skimmed the date and the room number on the computer screen. The instant he had a clear look at the date and room number, Lu Tingxiao's usually stony face, which would not change even if Taishan toppled, suddenly shifted in expression. Lu Jingli had not immediately noticed because he was too emotional as he continued. Now I can confirm that the room Xiao Shishi had entered that night was 718. This 718 is definitely the beast we're trying to find, but I just don't know who booked 718. Bro, are you listening to me? Chapter 1407. Do you think I get it wrong? Lu Tingxiao glanced up, his view shifting from his laptop to Lu Jingli's face. That gaze was extremely suspicious. Lu Jingli felt a little confused and scared. Bro, what's wrong? Lu Tingxiao ran his fingers across the date and the room number. Then he said in a terrifying voice, "It was me." Lu Jingli scratched his head. Huh? What? You? Lu Tingxiao repeated the date and the room number. That night, the person who booked the room was me. Lu Jingli was totally thunderstruck as if he could not understand what Lu Tingxiao had just said. Bro, what are you saying? This room, you booked it. I deleted the record that night personally as well, Lu Tingxiao continued. There was a dead silence in the room. After a while, Lu Jingli quickly went up to Lu Tingxiao's table and took a look at the dates and room number again, especially the date. His eyes widened and shock was etched all over his face. Damn it. He remembered. Wasn't this the day I drugged you 5 years ago? He had totally overlooked it. He had not thought about it at all. However, it was not his fault. It was such a long time ago, and he had been really focused on investigating Xiao Shishi's matter, so he did not think about this. He did not really notice the date. As for the room number, their family had been regular customers at Qin Yuan Hotel, so he would not remember something as specific as the room number. Now that his brother mentioned it, he finally remembered. No wonder no matter how hard he tried, he just could not find the person. He could never find something that his brother had personally deleted. No one could ever know. Lu Jingli looked at the pages again and again, going out of his mind. 5 years ago, you and Xiao Shishi appeared at the same hotel. At the same time. What a crazy coincidence. Bro, did you remember wrongly? Lu Tingxiao looked at him with his ice-cold gaze. Do you think I get it wrong? Lu Jingli was slightly intimidated and shook his head wildly. No, never. Lu Jingli held onto his head like it was going to explode. Then what happened? I'm going crazy. It's impossible that Xiao Shishi went into your room. That bastard. Lu Jingli suddenly stopped short when he mentioned the word bastard. Nope. I must have mistaken something. Oh God. Someone please tell him that this was all a dream. What a terrifying turn of events. And something even worse was coming. Lu Tingxiao turned the page and asked, the day that Ning Xi met with an accident and had a premature delivery. Was it the 18th of August? Lu Jingli nodded, uncertain why his brother suddenly mentioned this. Yes, I'm sure. Lu Tingxiao pinched the glabella between his eyebrows, his expression like a stage 12 typhoon. What day did little treasure come to us? Chapter 1408. Oh God. He was so dead. Lu Jingli's face cracked the moment he heard the question. He was dumbfounded. Then after a while, he answered, 18th of August. It was 18th of August as well. Lu Jingli felt like he was going to pass out processing so much information at once. 5 years ago, the place where he had drugged his brother, and where Ning Xi had drugged Ning Xi was coincidentally the same place, and the same time. The most terrifying part was that the day Ning Xi met an accident and gave birth to a dead child was the same day little treasure had arrived at the Lu families. What did all this mean? He had called the person a bastard for so many days. Could it be? Lu Jingli did not dare to think about it anymore. Continue with the investigation. Lu Tingxiao's expression hardened. Even Lu Jingli did not have the guts to look at his face. Yes, I'll go and look it up again. I'm probably wrong. Xiao Shishi wouldn't have gone into your room. Lu Jingli looked extremely troubled. Before he left, Lu Jingli mustered up some courage. He stopped and turned around on shaky legs. Bro, no matter how much I investigate, there'll surely be some mistakes here and there. Although you booked the room, Other people might have gone inside. Actually, there's a method to clear things up. Shut up. Oh. Lu Jingli was so startled that he ran away. He had never seen Lu Tingxiao any scarier than this. If even he could think of this, of course, his brother thought of the same thing as well. The easiest way was to let Ning Xi and Little Treasure to do a DNA test. Then everything would be as clear as day. But how could he say it? He was so terrified. That night that he had drugged Lu Tingxiao, he had given him 3 times the normal dosage. Lu Tingxiao's room, number 713, was opposite of the room 718. Moreover, 713 and 718 looked so similar. What if Xiao Shishi went to the wrong room and met his brother who had been drugged so heavily? If everything went by his guess, then Xiao Shishi's child would be his brother's child. However, Xiao Shishi had given birth to a dead child. So how could the child have been sent to the Lu's without her knowledge? Lu Jingli felt his brain was about to be short-wired. From his conversation with Lu Tingxiao, he knew how much hatred Ning Xi had towards the man and how much pain the man had caused Xiao Shishi. If the man who raped Xiao Shishi was his brother, then, oh God, he was so dead. Wait, no? It was not all negative anyway. If Xiao Shishi was Little Treasure's mother, then he would be really happy. Could he use this to beg for forgiveness? In the study room, Lu Jingli should be grateful that he ran away because the moment he left the room, the temperature dropped to near freezing point. The man emitted a terrifying aura around him. Lu Tingxiao could never have guessed that the investigation of the man who had humiliated Ning Xi might have led to him. The man that he wanted dead might be himself. All of this sounded like a ridiculous nightmare. Chapter 1409 looked exactly like Ning Xi. Some time passed by as Lu Tingxiao remained stationary in the study room. Out of the blue, he stood up and put on his coat. He took his car keys and headed out. Master, are you going out? Prepare the car. I'm getting Little Treasure. Okay. At the school entrance, school had just ended and many people gathered around the entrance. A lot of lively children walked out and left with their parents. Lu Tingxiao's usually tidy collar was now ruffled as he quietly leaned against his car with a lit cigarette in his hand. Finally, a familiar tiny figure appeared at the school entrance. The little bun was carrying his little bag, putting up his usual stern face while waiting for the chauffeur to fetch him. Just then, he saw a familiar car and the familiar person right beside it. His eyes brightened up and he sprinted over. Mommy! Lu Tingxiao extinguished the cigarette. Your mother didn't come. The little bun was disappointed, turning from a steamy hot bun into an ice-cold bun in an instant. The black car rumbled along the road as the scenery outside the window passed by quickly. Inside the car, the adult and child were both silent. Little Treasure sat expressionlessly in the passenger seat, while Lu Tingxiao grasped the steering wheel and plodded along, but he was glancing at his son through the rearview mirror at the same time. Little Treasure's expressionless face looked exactly like his. A perfect copy. No one would ever doubt that this little guy was not his son. Even after so many years, every time someone doubted Little Treasure's identity, they would just give up the moment they saw Lu Tingxiao. Is Mommy coming over tonight? Little Treasure asked. I'll give her a call. Lu Tingxiao stared at the contact labeled My Love in his phone list for quite some time before he finally made the call. Hello, my sweetheart. The girl's voice floated through the phone like a warm river flow that calmed his exhausting heart. Where are you? I was just done with work. Zhuang Rongwang called me and invited me to go to the shooting range, so I'm going there to blow off some steam. Can I bring Little Treasure over? He misses you. Of course, bring me my cute little son. Ning Xi chirped happily. Lu Tingxiao had a lot of thoughts running through his mind when he heard her say, my cute little son. Okay, we'll be there soon. Are we going to where Mommy is? Little Treasure's face lit up. Lu Tingxiao nodded. The little guy then put up a smile. Lu Tingxiao glanced at him. The moment Little Treasure smiled, his expression looked exactly like Ning Xi's. Lu Tingxiao was taken aback. Ever since Ning Xi had appeared, Little Treasure started to smile a lot more. He then realized that when Little Treasure smiled, it was a different expression from his own. Some people had mentioned that Little Treasure was becoming more and more like Ning Xi after spending so much time together, especially their smiles. He used to think it was just coincidence and never gave much thought to it. Now, he remembered how Little Treasure acted intimately with Ning Xi when they had first met, how Ning Xi's oddly loving attitude was towards Little Treasure. All of that What a terrifying coincidence. Chapter 14:10. Such a beauty can shoot? At the shooting range, despite just being a few months, Ning Xi almost could not recognize Zhuang Rongguang when they met. It was not just his outlook that had changed. The vibe he exuded was brand new. He was chatting with his friends, a sign of determination in his expression. It seemed like he had really changed for good and not made some half-assed change. Ning Xi was wearing a custom-made spirit red dress with a pair of silver diamante high heels. She took off her sunglasses and revealed her beautiful face. Today was not a holiday, so not many people would go to the shooting range. Even as a celebrity, she did not have to hide having some fun at the shooting range, so she did not bother with a disguise. Anyhow, she still attracted quite some attention, purely by merit of her outward appearance and not her identity as a celebrity. Xi's male outfit appearance was much more popular than her female outfit, especially among the girls. Most of the people in the shooting range were guys, so not everyone could recognize her in a female outfit except for several fans. Wow, there's a beauty. A hot one too. Where? Where is she? Isn't that the celebrity Ning Xi? Which Ning Xi? The female lead of Dream Chaser. She looks just like that in her female outfit. Why would a celebrity come here? Could she like shooting? Zhuang Rongguang heard the gossip around him, and he turned around towards the entrance. The young man took some time to recognize who the beautiful lady with strong aura was. He waved his hand excitedly. Sis Xi here. Come over. Zhuang Rongguang had made quite some friends recently, and all of them went up to him. Hey, when did you know such a beauty? And a celebrity on top of that. Introduced to us. Is she your new girlfriend? Zhuang Rongguang blushed a little as he elbowed the young man behind him. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me calling her sis? She's my sister's good friend. She's got top-tier shooting skills. She's the expert that I mentioned before. Wah, Zhuang Rongguang, are you kidding me? The godly expert that you mentioned is her. You're joking, right? It's impossible. Such a beauty can actually shoot. I thought it would be a really manly woman. Xi heard their conversation from far away and felt tickled. Sis Xi, you're finally here. Let these idiots see what real gunmanship is. Zhuang Rongguang went up to her excitedly. Xi picked a gun and attempted a few trial shots, which were already enough to impress the young men. Soon, they all started calling her sis too. When Zhuang Rongguang saw the shocked expressions of his friends, he felt prouder than when he was praised himself. More and more people went over, so Zhuang Rongguang brought Xi to another quieter range. Chapter 14:11. My dear son. Zhuang Liaoyuan was about to accompany Elder Zhuang to fish, but when they heard Zhuang Rongguang had invited Xi over to the shooting range, they were both interested and went over instead. When they arrived, Zhuang Rongguang was bragging happily to Xi. Sis Xi, I've finally mastered that blindfold shot of yours. He then took out a black cloth and covered his eyes. Confidently, he picked up his gun and aimed at the target. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the scores were displayed. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Xi raised her eyebrows in surprise. Not bad, isn't it? Zhuang Rongguang was so ecstatic that he could almost fly when he heard Xi praise him. I told you that I'm talented. I just didn't want to learn before. Even I scare myself when I get serious. Idiot, getting all worked up because of some small accomplishment. Zhuang Liaoyuan chided with a stern face, but there was a hint of pride and comfort hiding in his harsh words. He looked at Xi with a grateful gaze. It was all thanks to her that his son was like this today. Xi quickly greeted Zhuang Zongren and Zhuang Liaoyuan when she saw them. She beamed. Rongguang is doing well to be able to reach this level in such a short time. Zhuang Rongguang cheekily said. See, even Sis Xi said so. Sis Xi, ignore them. Let's continue. They continued for a while. Then there was a childish voice calling, Mommy. Xi immediately put down the gun when she heard her baby's voice. She turned around joyously and held the little guy up. My dear son. The little guy smelled really good and felt really fluffy. Xi did not want to let go of him at all. Elder Zhuang was surprised when he saw the little guy running towards Xi and calling her Mommy. He looked at Zhuang Liaoyuan in confusion. This child is. As they were talking, solid footsteps came in. A man in a suit, who looked similar to the child Xi was holding, came inside. Zhuang Liaoyuan did not have to say anything, and Zhuang Zongren immediately understood. This is the grandchild of the Lu family? Yes. Zhuang Liaoyuan put up yet another stern face when he saw Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi was not married yet. They were just in a relationship, so how could his son call her his mother already? Mr. Elder Zhuang, Chief Zhuang, Lu Tingxiao greeted the both of them. He then called Little Treasure over. Greet them. Little Treasure looked at Zhuang Liaoyuan, then at Zhuang Zongren. After a thoughtful pause, he greeted obediently. Hi, Uncle Zhuang. Hi, Grandpa Zhuang. The little guy looked really cute like a round bun. When he tilted his head and greeted them obediently, Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression softened, and he nodded. He felt that something was different compared to when he last saw him at Elder Lu's dinner. The little guy now seemed much more active. Zhuang Zongren was looking at him lovingly. He extended his rough palm and patted his head. Good boy. Probably because he was already old and really liked children, he really took a liking to Little Treasure the moment they met. Chapter 14:12. I'll call you father. Somewhere nearby, Zhuang Rongwang was looking at Lu Tingxiao and Lu Tingxiao's mini-me. He mumbled unhappily. Sis Shi, there are so many men in this world. Why Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Because he's cool. Zhuang Rongwang almost choked, but when he looked at Lu Tingxiao's God-given flawless face, he had no comeback. Instead, he said, how shallow. His kid is already so old. Sorry, I like the kid the most. Zhuang Rongwang was speechless. A soft little bun. That was not cool at all. What was there to like about him? Sis Shi, I think you're more suitable to be with a mighty army man. I'll look out for you when I get into the army. I'll make sure to find someone 100 times cooler than Lu Tingxiao. Then you'll have a kid with superb genes, and your child will be as cool as you. Ning Xi's domineering, omnipotent image was deeply crafted inside Zhuang Rongwang's mind like the god of eagles, content, gathering courage, wisdom, patience, justice, and strength all into one. She was his goddess. How could she be chained down like some canary by a rich man and just stay at home as a housewife? What a terrible waste. Ning Xi was all over her dear son right then as she ignored the mumbling Zhuang Rongwang. She went up to the little bun with a gentle look. The little bun was looking at the gun in Zhuang Rongwang's hand. She bent over and asked, Baby, do you want to play? The little bun's eyes widened. Mommy, can I? Ning Xi smiled. Of course. When Ning Xi agreed to let Little Treasure to use the gun, Lu Tingxiao, Zhuang Liaoyuan, and Zhuang Zongren did not have any issues with it, especially the latter pair. They felt like it was normal instead. The Zhuangs were born out of warfare. Zhuang Zongren's generation was brought up among the war. When Zhuang Rongwang started to walk, Zhuang Liaoyuan had given him guns as toys. At about 5 years old, Zhuang Liaoyuan started bringing him to the shooting range. Zhuang Rongwang had inherited his family talent and liked guns as well. Unfortunately, things were tough. During that period of time as conflict was rife, and they missed out the most important phase of growth in his life. Sadly, when they wanted to make amends, they almost destroyed this talented young seed with their extreme measures. Zhuang Rongwang pouted when he saw Ning Xi's doting expression. Sis Shi, be careful. He might sprain his arm. Not everyone's like me who touched guns at 3 and get 10 points at 5. What if I can get a 10-pointer? A childish yet cold voice came from below. Zhuang Rongwang looked at the little thing and chortled. Brat. Have you ever touched a gun before? Nope. Zhuang Rongwang replied instantly. And you dare to challenge me. If you can get a 10-pointer, I'll call you father. Zhuang Liaoyuan glared at him. Zhuang Rongwang felt awkward. Well, or something like that anyway. If you can get a 10-pointer, I'll do anything you want. Little Treasure looked at him coldly with an expressionless face. If I get a 10-pointer, promise never to drive a wedge between my parents in front of my mother again. Chapter 14:13. Inherited Shooting Talent. Damn it. This child's hearing was so excellent that he heard it even when he tried to whisper. Zhuang Rongwang was slightly embarrassed. Then he defended himself stubbornly. I didn't. I'm just telling the truth. And is she even your real mother? Stop calling her your mother so casually. She's my mother. The little bun clenched his fists tightly, and his face was frigid. Apparently, he was truly offended. He then said to the young man, If I were to get a 10-pointer, you'll say that she's my mother 100 times. Zhuang Rongwang peered down at him. Sure, I'm not afraid of you. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression darkened when he saw his 18-year-old son bullying a 5-year-old kid. Rongguang, stop messing around. Zhuang Zhongren felt embarrassed as well. You brat, how old are you? Aren't you embarrassed bullying a child? It's all right. Tingxiao did not seem to mind. What's wrong? He's the one who suggested it. Zhuang Rongguang mumbled, dissatisfied. I started it. If I can't do it, I'll apologize to you and will call you brother 100 times. Sure, I'll be waiting for you. Ning Xi understood that the little bun was not a capricious child. He was serious and was probably really mad. Baby, are you really up for this? The little bun looked at Ning Xi as if he was looking at the most important treasure in the world. Mommy, you're my mother. Ning Xi witnessed the little bun's determination, then she picked out a gun for him. It was just two kids sorting out their own conflict, so Tingxiao did not mind at all. On the other hand, Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zhongren did not intervene anymore. Ning Xi chose a light handgun for the little bun. Although the recoil was not very strong, it would be pretty tough for a 5-year-old as holding the gun properly was already a big challenge itself. Nevertheless, everyone present was professional, which was why Little Treasure was allowed to handle it. Baby, we're just here for fun. I'm always your mother. You don't have to prove it to anyone, all right? Ning Xi comforted him. The little bun nodded obediently, his eyes shining. Come, let mommy teach you how to hold a gun. Ning Xi patiently taught the little bun how to hold the gun and aim. Zhuang Rongguang started interrupting. That's wrong. How can you put your fingers there? How can you even make such a simple mistake? When I was 3, Ning Xi threw him a glare. Do you want me to have a spar with you using real knives and guns? Zhuang Rongguang gulped, shaking his head wildly. He felt sour deep inside. Why was she acting like a hen protecting her chick? Just which part of this little bun was great? He was just slightly cuter, slighter fairer, and slightly more adorable. Tingxiao was carefully watching Ning Xi patiently teach Little Treasure. As he was observing his son who was absorbing the information seriously, a dim light passed in his eyes. A 5-year-old 10-pointer. If it was not for people like Ning Xi and Zhuang Rongguang with inherited genes from their family, it would definitely be impossible. The Liu family ran businesses for generations, and all of them received royalty-like education, so they lacked talent in the field of gunmanship. Chapter 14:14. My father would have killed me. Ning Xi was teaching the little bun patiently, and they were really enjoying themselves while emitting a cozy aura. Intermittently, Zhuang Rongguang, who was just standing aside, intervened here and there. Baby, are you ready? Mommy, I can do it now. Little Treasure nodded. All right, let's try. Control your breathing. Aim the 3 points in a line. Ning Xi guided beside him. Little Treasure held the gun in his hand, standing up straight. Due to his height, he had to adjust his angle upwards as he aimed at the target. Zhuang Liaoyuan, Zhuang Zhongren, and Tingxiao, who had been chatting, now all turned their attention to the little guy. Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zhongren's eyes brightened when they saw Little Treasure's posture and his grip on the gun. Zhuang Zhongren looked surprised. This little boy? I didn't expect his wrist strength to be this good. Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. His stance is solid as well. He then glanced at Tingxiao. This child seemed to have been trained regularly. Fortunately, he was not just another bookworm from the Liu family. Little Treasure's health was improving rapidly. He was already much stronger than others his age, so firing a gun was not really that difficult a task for him. While Zhuang Rongguang was a little surprised to see the little guy's posture and his aim, he mumbled, just having the form is useless. Bang! Little Treasure released his first shot. Everyone looked at the direction of the target. The scoreboard then revealed the score, 0 points. There was an awkward silence. Zhuang Rongguang then laughed hysterically. Ha! 0 points. He totally missed the target. It's impossible to miss the target completely even with your eyes closed. Ha! And you're telling me you're going to get a 10-pointer? What a joke. Ning Xi glared at Zhuang Rongguang with a sinister expression. It's Little Treasure's first time using a gun, all right? How is it possible to get a 10-pointer right from the start? It's already amazing that he could successfully make a shot. Actually, Ning Xi was right. It was a real gun, which normal kids would not even dare to touch. Even if they dared to, they would not be able to use it, and it was impossible for them to make a shot at their first attempt. At such a young age, he's already pretty good. Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zhongren complimented. He was the one who talked big anyway, Zhuang Rongguang mumbled. Although his first shot had missed, and he was mocked by Zhuang Rongguang, Little Treasure had no change in his expression at all. In fact, the fiery determination in his eyes grew even stronger. Ning Xi had never seen the little guy so excited before. She could feel his enthusiasm as she squatted down and asked gently, "Baby, are you having fun?" The little bun's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "Then, let's continue. Ignore the childish guy." Ning Xi glared at Zhuang Rongwang. The little bun raised up his gun again. Bang. 3 points. Not bad. You hit the target. Continue. Ning Xi encouraged him. Bang. 4 points. Amazing. You improved again. Ning Xi looked especially proud. Zhuang Rongwang's mouth was twitching. Can you stop exaggerating? It was so bad. If I were to get those scores, my father would have killed me. Ning Xi ignored him and continued with the little bun. The little bun was really enjoying himself. Bang. 5 points. Bang. 6 points. Bang. 7 points. Chapter 14:15. Dear wife, it's your genes. When the scoreboard displayed 9.2 points, Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zongren's expressions changed slightly, but Zhuang Rongwang was still unimpressed. Lucky brat. You actually got a 9.2, but you can't get 10 points based on just luck. As he finished his sentence, bang, 10 point, bang, another 10 points. Zhuang Rongwang almost bit his own tongue after he saw the consecutive full-score shots. He stuttered, "Why, you're pretty lucky, aren't you?" Bang. Little Treasure then proceeded to hit his third 10-point shot. Zhuang Rongwang was speechless. 3 consecutive 10-pointers? Was this lucky streak going rather overboard? Bang. Another 10 points, the 4th precise shot. Afterward, he fired several more shots, every one of them a 10-pointer, the perfect score. Not only was Zhuang Rongwang shocked, Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zongren looked stunned, and even Ning Xi was taken aback. She had still been praising him just a while ago, but she was now so astounded that she did not know what to say. Besides managing to hit a 10-pointer so soon, after some practice, Little Treasure was able to hit the target consistently like an expert marksman. After a while, Ning Xi stuttered, "Gee gosh, Tingxiao, your son. He's amazing. The genes inherited are way too strong." Tingxiao did not say anything. "Dear wife, the genes don't seem to come from me." At this point in time, he was looking at his trigger-happy son with mixed feelings. He was sure that no one from the Liu family, including him, possessed talent in this field, and it was Little Treasure's first time using a gun. Zhuang Rongwang's talent was inherited from his parents, and Ning Xi's talent could probably be traced back to the blood of the Zhuang family. Then, what about Little Treasure? Where did his talent come from? He was reminded of the investigation result Lu Jingli had come up with. That seed of doubt had now sprouted into a large tree. Ning Xi was afraid that the little guy might hurt himself due to his young age and undeveloped wrist strength, thus they stopped after a while. The little bun was still touching the gun as if it was not enough for him. Little Treasure usually had very little interest for almost anything, so Ning Xi was pretty happy to see him respond this way. She felt an intimate moment with him. At first, Zhuang Liaoyuan had a little prejudice towards Little Treasure because he was Lu Tingxiao's son, but now all that was gone. The way he looked at Little Treasure was much more excited than when he first saw Ning Xi. This boy, he's so talented, even more talented than Rongwang. He might even have surpassed Ning Xi. Zhuang Rongwang was almost crying. He was embarrassed enough already. Stop adding salt to my wound, all right? I have to call him father. The little bun then remembered his priorities, and he turned towards Zhuang Rongwang coldly. Don't forget about your promise. Zhuang Rongwang would not stoop so low so as to break a promise with a child, so he said bitterly, I promise I won't drive a wedge between your parents ever again. And Ning Xi is your mother, your mother, your mother. The little bun's tense shoulders now relaxed. He pasted a cute and satisfied smirk on his face. When Zhuang Rongwang saw the little bun's smile, he was a little taken aback. Damn, why did he feel that this annoying little guy actually looked cute for a moment? Chapter 14:16. Do you like Little Treasure? When Ning Xi realized the little bun was rather talented at shooting, while feeling quite surprised and particularly proud, she could not help but be a little jealous. The little bun's genes were so amazing that they were practically illogically perfect. His biological mother must have been an especially excellent and astonishing person. It was just a short encounter, yet Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zongren had both already taken a liking towards the cute little bun. On account of the little bun, they had eagerly invited the father and son to have dinner with them at their residence. They were extraordinarily eager towards the little bun over dinner. The elder even wanted to get the little bun to stay and play for a few more days. Tingxiao obviously turned it down gracefully. He left with his wife and the little one as soon as they were done with dinner. These zhuangs. Was it not enough that they wanted to steal his wife? Now they were even thinking about his son too? Late at night, at Platinum Palace, Ning Xi closed the door and walked out after coaxing the little bun to go to sleep. She still had to return to the villa. Just as she was about to wave goodbye to Tingxiao, she could not find him. At last, she saw him under the hidden vines of the Japanese rose bush in the little garden behind. The man was wearing a casual cotton outfit, and he sat on the rattan chair under the flowers. One hand was draped across the back of the chair, while the other held a lit cigarette. The red light on the cigarette but glowed indistinctly in the dim light of the night. Ning Xi frowned as she stepped onto the soft lawn and walked over. "Why are you here alone?" When he heard the girl's voice, the layer of ice that surrounded him and seemed to separate him from the world broke down and split open. He put out the cigarette in his hand and looked up at the girl. "Come here." Ning Xi obeyed and walked over. Just as she stood before him, he pulled at her hand and guided her to sit on his knees. The man's embrace was warm and bore a mild tobacco smell together with a bit of air that made Ning Xi slightly uneasy. "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Ning Xi looked up to ask, "Do you like Little Treasure?" Amidst the tranquil night breeze, Tingxiao asked. "Of course I do," Ning Xi answered perplexedly. She did not know why Tingxiao had suddenly asked her this. Did this question even need to be asked? To prove that it was true, Ning Xi continued. "Actually, before I met Little Treasure, I didn't quite like children. It's not that I didn't like them. It was just that I wasn't willing to get close to children. Until I met Little Treasure." As he listened to Ning Xi's hesitant words, Tingxiao felt his heart weigh heavier. That day, in the paddy fields of the village, Ning Xi's every word seemed to still ring in his ear. The child was dead. When it was born. This is probably the only kindness the heavens showed me. If not, I really wouldn't know how to face this child. Tingxiao subconsciously tightened his hug around the girl in his embrace. He leaned over slightly as though he wanted to kiss her, yet he suddenly pulled back just as he was about to get close. The girl's words flashed across his mind again. That strange man was very scary. I felt pain. It was agonizing. I felt like I was going to die. I had a high fever for a whole week. I stayed in bed and only recovered after about a month. When I went to the doctor, I can never forget the embarrassment. Afterwards, my fear towards men followed me everywhere. I hated men. That was my only experience with sex. Each word and sentence was still ringing in his ears like a blaze burning up his heart, making him feel like half of him was in heaven, while the other half was stuck in hell. It was only at this moment that he finally knew how Ning Xi felt carrying an unspeakable secret. Chapter 14:17. Ning Xi's Blood Sample. An indefinite time passed before the billowing undercurrents in Tingxiao's jet-black eyes suddenly came to a deathly stillness. In the next second, the man's long fingers covered the girl's fair and long neck. With an intense sentiment that could not be resolved, his cool kiss fell onto the corner of her lips. Ning Xi did not know the source of Tingxiao's unease. She could only meet with his kiss to set his mind at rest. Ah! Suddenly Ning Xi gripped her neck and cried out in pain. "What's wrong?" Tingxiao asked urgently. Something seems to have poked me." Ning Xi rubbed her shoulder. Tingxiao raised his hand and looked at his cuff. "I'm sorry. My button's broken and must have scratched you." Then, he quickly took out a handkerchief to cover Ning Xi's bleeding cut as he held her, and said, "I'll bring you up to clean it." Tingxiao's face was covered with dark clouds, and he looked incredibly miserable. Ning Xi watched his exaggerated expression. It was as if she had just bled a tub of blood, and she laughed helplessly. "It's just a small wound. It's fine." When Tingxiao saw that the girl did not have a single inkling and was not at all wary towards him, he felt an ache as if a knife was twisted in his heart. In the bedroom upstairs, Tingxiao carefully disinfected the girl's wound and put a plaster on it. If one looked closely, they would not notice it as it was positioned near her shoulder and could coincidentally be covered up by the collar of a shirt. It would not affect her daily life or her acting. "Tingxiao, what's up with you today? Your thoughts are wandering." Ning Xi commented a little worriedly. Tingxiao kept the first aid kit and looked at her. I'm afraid you'll ditch me because I have a child with me. When she heard this, Ning Xi finally realized the issue and was shaking with laughter and tears as she hung on to the man's neck. She kissed the cheeks on his serious face. Did you really take to heart the things that Child Rongwang said? I already said I like Little Treasure the most. Why would I be ditching you because of him? Little Treasure is clearly your plug-in, your godly assist, all right. The man kissed her forehead, but he did not seem consoled by her words. From the start till the end, she did not suspect Tingxiao's peculiarities at all. Because Tianxin and Annie were still over at Peachwood, she was worried. So she rushed back even though it was late at night. After the girl left, Tingxiao looked at the blood-stained handkerchief and his line of sight did not move for a long time until his phone rang. It was Lu Jingli. Bro, you asleep yet? Come over. Oh. I'll be there right away. It was not even a few minutes before Lu Jingli had rushed over from next door. When he saw his brother's entire frosty demeanor dripping with icicles, Lu Jingli did not dare to get too close. He weakly reported from afar. Bro, I've checked once more. Xiao Shishi really did enter your room that night. But as to when she entered, and whether she could have entered after you left, and if someone else had gone in after you left, that I can't be sure. Before Lu Jingli finished, Tingxiao suddenly opened up his palms and offered him something. Lu Jingli walked up in confusion. He subconsciously took the handkerchief his brother gave him. What's this? Could it be for me to wipe my sweat? Lu Jingli was curious when he suddenly stared at it and realized there was a blood stain on the handkerchief. Thus his eyes flew wide open. He stammered, This blood is. Could it be? Lu Tingxiao replied, Xiaoxi's. One, godly assist. An internet/gaming term to describe a team member within a game that helps to achieve a very difficult/unachievable task. Chapter 14:18. Little hard about to jump out. Indeed, his brother still decided to test the DNA. He should have done this much earlier. He had to investigate until he was about to puke 3 liters of blood. Bro, how did you get the blood? Will you raise Xiao Shishi suspicious? Now the situation is quite complicated. What if Lu Tingxiao just cut off Lu Jingli's mumbling? Sexual entrapment. Okay. Since he had used this move, she definitely would not suspect anything. What about Little Treasure's blood sample? Lu Jingli asked again. Tomorrow, Little Treasure's school will be organizing a collective health checkup. Oh. Then, it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Jingli nodded as he trembled carefully with the blood-stained handkerchief in his hands. It was not convenient to collect other samples. It was fine to use hair, but it had to come with hair follicles. Furthermore, because a child's hair follicles might not be fully developed, there could be a deviation when tested. The most accurate sample would still be blood. If they got blood to test, then it would definitely absolutely safe, and there would not be any mistakes. Oh, bloody hell. He was really nervous. His little heart was about to jump out. The worst thing was that this was such a huge and shocking secret. He still had to firmly stifle it and not breath a single word, but he was not sure whether the stifling would kill him. It turns out knowing too much of a huge drama is also a kind of distress. The day that Ning Xi was most worried about had finally come. Her dearest darling was going to enter the set. In fact, today's scene arrangements were really rather exciting. There were scenes with the male lead, the second male lead, the female lead's father, and the female lead's secret guard. Jiang Mai, Mo Yuxiu, Yun Shun, and her dearest darling had a high likelihood of bumping into one another. What did this mean? This meant that a table of mahjong was about to be gathered fully. However, when she got down the car and saw the devil disguised as Kamingyu from far away, she was still quite gleeful and temporarily pushed her worries to the back of her mind. There was no one else in the parking lot. Thus Ning Xi hopped happily over to the man. Cuckoo. The man was neither recognizable, nor was there any expression on his face. Yet the instant he saw the girl, there was a gentleness in his eyes. He opened up his arms ever so slightly and hugged the girl who hopped over. Had your breakfast? I did. Are you busy? Is it all right for you to come over to the set? Ning Xi actually really wanted to say, if you were too busy, how about you just quit acting? Still, she also could not bear to miss this rare opportunity of being able to be with the devil. Sigh. If only those other mahjong players were not here. I would be so happy to use this show to secretly date the devil. It's fine. I've already sorted it out. Tingxiao lightly caressed the girl's hair. Okay, get on the set. I don't. I want to hug a little longer. Ning Xi hugged him tightly and did not want to let go. She was just feeling too dejected, so she needed to hug her dearest darling to recharge for a while. The man's lips curved upwards. There was an indulgent sort of helplessness between his brows. Careful, we might get photographed. I've already observed around. There's no one. Ning Xi still did not let go. Ning Xi was right. There was no one around except Xiao had accompanied her that day. At that moment, he was standing not too far away behind her, and he was petrified into a statue. What the heck? What did he see? The lady boss. The lady boss is actually hugging a male artiste and does not want to let go. Now, he was considered the lady boss's loyal fan. If he recognized correctly, that man was the second male lead from the lady boss's previous movie, Tingxiao. Chapter 1419, Battle between the exes and the current boyfriend. Why was the lady boss together with this extremely plain-looking artiste? And she was even acting so seductively. Was she not someone who judged by aesthetics? If she wanted to find someone else, it would not be him, would it? Wait, that was not the point. The point was that she was cheating. What had he found out? Xiao was going crazy. Something even crazier was coming. Tingxiao would never be able to resist his woman, so he kissed her back. Be good. I'll accompany you tonight. Xiao was crushed when he saw the man kiss her. He was so shocked that he forgot to follow them and just watched them walk away. Damn it. What should he do now? Should he report it to the boss now? Could he still live after knowing the fact that his boss was being cheated on? Should he beat up that artiste? What if another one came again after he beat up the first one? Ning Xi was worried about her exes, so she did not notice Xiao at all. Moreover, her impression was that Tingxiao was the devil himself, so she did not avoid Xiao at all. She forgot that Xiao did not know about the disguise. As for Tingxiao, he only had his wife in his eyes. On the way back to the set, Ning Xi decided she should let Tingxiao know. Dear, the people in this crew might be a little complicated. Among them, she did not have to worry about Jiangmai. Su Yin would not be visiting too frequently, and she was confident that she could settle Mo Yuxiu on her own. It was easy if she were to face them by themselves, but it might be a little tough to take them on altogether. Oh, and there was also that annoying person. She was afraid that he would cause some ruckus. Fortunately, no one knew Tingxiao was Tingxiao yet. That boss of Elon Innovative Investment Group. He's the largest investor in this series. And he's going to act as my father. Ning Xi struggled to tell Tingxiao. As for who the boss of Elon Innovative Investment Group was, Tingxiao would surely know. A dim light glowed in Tingxiao's eyes. I get it. Didn't you say there's something between you guys? But he doesn't know you're Tingxiao, so there shouldn't be any problem, she guessed. It's all right, carry on with work. After she told Tingxiao, she felt relieved when she saw his reassuring expression. They were both walking towards the crew when they suddenly bumped into a person. Ning Xi's heart almost stopped. The man had his usual arrogant stance and white hair with his two bodyguards behind him. The man took off his sunglasses when he saw Ning Xi and smirked. It was as if he could see through her soul. He scanned Ning Xi and Tingxiao. Tingxiao had no change in expression. No one could tell what he was thinking about. Ning Xi felt incredibly nervous when the guy kept on looking at Tingxiao. She quickly tried to break the ice. CEO Yun, isn't your part in the afternoon? Why are you here so early? The man stopped assessing Tingxiao. Then he smiled and looked at Ning Xi. My dear, because I miss you. Ning Xi was speechless. Damn you, Yin Shun. Chapter 1420. That person was wooing her. Oh, right. The man suddenly closed in. My dear, don't forget about our promise. I want them tonight. Ning Xi was startled. Damn you. It was just some cookies, yet he just had to phrase it so ambiguously. The man left, but before he departed, he glanced over at Tingxiao. After Yunshin left, Ning Xi quickly turned around and explained to the devil. Dear, don't listen to his nonsense. I went to ask for help from Annie and was forced to make a deal with him. This sick bastard wanted me to make him 9,999 handmade cookies for him. I promised him at that time because I was too worried about Sis Tianxin. She was troubled about this guy the most, but she did not expect the problem to arise so soon. They had just met, and she was almost shocked to death. Ning Xi was having a headache. That bastard loves to make fun of others. Don't believe anything he says. Just believe me, okay? Ning Xi was a little confused. Did that guy act that way just now to just tease her? Or did he realize Kamingyu's real identity and intentionally said those words in front of him? It seemed impossible. Even she could not recognize Lu Tingxiao. She had to be overthinking. The darkness within Lu Tingxiao's eyes vanished when he saw the girl awkwardly trying to explain herself. Of course, I believe you. Of course, he would not fall for such cheap tricks, but that person had been appearing in Ning Xi's life more and more frequently. He could not just ignore it. He had given her the crown at the charity dinner. Then there was the incident at the party, and now he even invaded her workplace. This girl in front of him did not notice at all. She did not know that man was actually wooing her. There was a dark mist in Lu Tingxiao's mind. If that man was really here for her and would do anything to get her back, would Ning Xi return to him? Dear, what are you thinking about? Ning Xi waved his hands in front of him when she saw he was daydreaming. Lu Tingxiao compartmentalized his thoughts. Nothing. What about the cookies? Need any help? Ning Xi was relieved when she thought Lu Tingxiao did not mind about what had happened. She said confidently, Nope, it's easy. I can settle it on my own. After Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao left, a person came out of behind a pillar. Meng Xi stood there, looking surprised and angry. She was angry because Yun Shun had really been seduced by this vixen, even speaking to her in such an ambiguous tone. She was surprised because she did not expect Ning Xi would be with such a low-level artiste, and she really seemed to care a lot about him. She tried so hard to deny her relationship with Yun Shun, and it did not seem fake. Meng Xi had a suspicion on her mind. Was Ning Xi that stupid? She ignored Yun Shun and went for a male artiste who was a nobody. Well, all of that was not important. The main point was that Yun Shun really liked that vixen. Chapter 1421. The creatures called ex-boyfriends. The resting lounge and the dressing room for the main cast were different from that for the others. Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao went separate ways to put on their makeup. As she stepped into the resting lounge, there was no sign of the makeup artist and assistants. She only saw Jiang Mai humming a song in front of the dressing table. The moment he saw Ning Xi, he quickly removed his earphones and went up to her. Ning Xiaoxi, how was it? Is my uncle here today? Jiang Mai looked outside. When he questioned her, as if he was longing to see chaos. Huh, what a wild fight. I wonder if there'll really be a fight later. Ning Xi sat down on a chair and pinched between her eyebrows. I don't want to see any creature called ex-boyfriends right now, not even a strand of hair of them. If you keep appearing in front of me, I might just do something. Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, Jiang Mai swiftly ran away. Smart move. He had witnessed many times how violent Ning Xi could become when she was in a bad mood. Xiao Tao and the makeup artist arrived a while later, so Ning Xi pumped her spirits up and started her preparations. After she was done, the first thing she did after going out was to look for her sweetheart and to watch out for her enemies. She saw Lu Tingxiao in a full black outfit in a dark corner. He was holding a script in his hand. His presence was so subtle that he did not attract any attention at all. And then there was the other guy. Yun Shun was relaxing on a luxurious-looking sofa with a large umbrella over his head. Almost everyone was surrounding him and was trying to talk to him. After her warning, Jiang Mai sat in the resting area, pretending to read his script obediently. Mo Yushio's scene was much later, so he was not there yet. Ning Xi tried her best to make her presence unknown, hoping to pass this day in peace. But of course, it was impossible. As she was walking towards her own seat, she heard a lazy voice calling out for her, phone. Ning Xi was pretending to not hear it, but that annoying guy called her again. Come here, phone. Yun Shun was the largest investor in this series, so the director had hinted to them to try their best to get along with him, which meant that she had to do it too. Ning Xi toughened up and went over. CEO Yun, are you looking for me? The man tilted his head and smiled at the girl's tormented expression. He signaled her to sit down beside him. Phone, let's have some practice so you won't have any bad takes later. Your father'll feel sad if you did. You bastard, are addicted to role-playing as the character now? However, the man had already changed into his acting outfit and put on his makeup for the role. As he said those lines with his seductive appearance, the female artistes and staff got very excited. Oh, I'm so jealous. I want to have a father like CEO Yun as well. If my father were this handsome, I would never marry anyone. CEO Yun is the national father. Ning Xi was annoyed. What the heck was the National Father? Chapter 1422. Pickup Skills Awakened. Having been on the set for a whole day and keeping her guard up, Ning Xi was really mentally and physically exhausted. She kept making mistakes throughout the shoot and even accidentally whipped Jiang Mai's hand in the middle of a fight scene. Jiang Mai preciously held his hand and pulled back carefully, looking miserable. I've already been so good. Why? Do you have to hurt my hand? When did I ever provoke you? Ning Xi speechlessly gaped at him as his hand looked like it was about to break. Why are you howling for? It's just an accident. Humph, just one red impression is enough to make you howl like this? Are you a man? I'll let you whip me back, okay? Then, she stretched out her hand. At last. You harmed me. Yet, you want to harm me again. My uncle is here. Wouldn't I be seeking death if I dare to hit you? Jiang Mai exclaimed in exasperated, indicating that he had long seen through her trick. He avoided her far away. Ning Xi had no words, so she helplessly buried her head in her hands. It really was getting more and more chaotic. Not too far away, Ming Xi had been blocked by Yun Shun's 2 bodyguards numerous times. Whether she used the hard way or the soft way, it was useless. While Yun Shin spoke to Ning Xi, he kept calling her Huang Er or Little Huang Er and kept going to her to rehearse scenes. The others in the crew, including the director, neither dared to get too close to him, nor were they willing to even do so, because as long as they were within 3 steps of him, his 2 bodyguards would stare at them with a terrifying gaze that could murder someone. The weird thing was, for some reason, it seemed that only Ning Xi was an exception. Guo Qixing had especially observed this for a few days and noticed that the 2 bodyguards were incredibly wary towards anyone, but they were obviously very relaxed whenever Ning Xi was near. What's wrong, Little Huang Er? In a bad mood. Yun Shun strolled carefreely to Ning Xi, his long and fair fingers wrapped around a box of delicate and pretty gelato. I heard they say that eating sweet things can lift one's mood. Ning Xi rubbed the goosebumps on her arms as she looked suspiciously at this guy and lowered her voice to say, What crazy meds are you on? This fellow had been behaving very oddly the entire day. He was being so gentle that it horrified her. The man laughed lightly as if he had not heard her. His tone became even tenderer. Do you need me to feed you? Ning Xi subconsciously looked towards Lu Tingxiao's direction. She ground her teeth and revealed an invulnerable and tactful smile. Thank you, CEO Yun, for your good intentions, but I'm very sorry. I'm on a diet to lose weight. Isn't it better to be slightly chubby? The man looked at her with a smile rippling in his eyes. If you're chubbier, the parts of you that I like would just be rounder. Ning Xi was so done. Crap. How had such an intelligent pickup line actually come out of this guy's mouth? What had this dude been triggered by? Even though everyone around was far away and did not know the content of their conversation, based on Yun Shin's extra concern and intimate attitude towards Ning Xi, all of them looked envious. Although the both of them had the most scenes together in the drama, and they were acting as father and son, was CEO. You're not a little too kind to Ning Xi? Meng Xi had used up all her efforts to get close to him, yet she had not been successful. It looked like the rumors about this boss being Ning Xi's fan was actually true. Was this not such great luck to have such a cool fan? No wonder someone like CEO Yun would especially make the time to come over and cameo. He had spent $300 million to invest and buy this cameo role. Chapter 1423. Wipeout using acting skills. Sis Shi, are you okay? Meng Xi's assistant asked timidly. Meng Xi's expression was honestly frightful. That damn witch. How dare she even snatch my man? She really thought that with the Lu Corporation's support, I wouldn't dare touch her. Meng Xi hissed with a terrifying fury. The assistant echoed on the side. Yeah. Sis Shi, you don't need to give face to anyone in this entertainment industry. This woman is shameless. We should show her a little something. If Chairman Meng knows this, she'd definitely be in for it. Meng Xi scoffed. Do I need to rely on my daddy to deal with someone like her? The assistant responded without any objections. Of course not. Sis Shi, you can wipe her out with just your acting skills. Next set. Ning Xi, the both of you, please get ready. Guo Qixing shouted from the side. Very soon, the shoot began. A red and a white figure stood opposite each other, with the 2 entirely different styles of beauty appearing in the same scene. It was pleasing to everyone's eyes without a doubt. Meng Xi looked at Ning Xi opposite her as a sly light flashed across her eyes. She had already observed her for quite a few days. She thought that for someone who could earn praises from Guo Qixing and Qin Mian for her acting, Ning Xi would have some skills up her sleeves, but who would have thought that she was just mediocre? At most, she was only slightly better than the usual artistes. Today, she would humiliate her in front of everyone. With Ning Xi's meager abilities, to intentionally overshadow her in the scene was easy. Meng Xi was full of confidence. The actual situation had been easier than she imagined. She had only flaunted her acting skills slightly, yet Ning Xi had done a bad take 3 times in a row. At last, they had even done a total of 12 takes before this scene could be wrapped up. Even though Ning Xi was not in very good condition recently, she had never surpassed 5 bad takes. This was a first for her to do so many bad takes in a row. To Meng Xi, she thought it was because she was overpowering Ning Xi's acting. In reality, Ning Xi was only disturbed by a certain evildoer's odd behavior earlier. In a corner, Tingxiao saw that Ning Xi had been underperforming abnormally like never before, and his unfathomable eyes darkened a little more. By comparison, a certain originator of evil was sitting there in a jovial mood and admiring Ning Xi's 12 bad takes. For the entire day, her gaze had been on Ku Mingyu, but now she was finally inadvertently distracted. Director Guo, our sis Xi's time is very valuable. In fact, she's always acted as the female lead. This time, she even tolerated your choice to have double female leads. You should at least find someone up to par. This is practically pulling down our Xi's ranks. When the assistant saw that Meng Xi was returning to triumph, she immediately started aggravating Ning Xi's situation by exaggerating to curry favor with Meng Xi. Guo Qixing actually had a headache too. It was not just Ning Xi who had been underperforming these past few days. All the other actors were not doing well either. Even though there were no huge slip-ups in their acting, it was still very far from the quality he had expected. Even one take, Ning Xi from the last movie had turned out like this, troubling him to a great extent. Ahem, Ning Xi is still considered half a rookie. Her acting is not very stable. She'll still need to trouble you to pardon her mistakes. Now, Guo Qixing dared not to praise Ning Xi anymore, so he could only try to resolve the situation. Meng Xi simply sneered. If she knows she's a rookie, then she shouldn't make such big talk. Who's she bragging to? Exactly. Our Xi, who is the double award-winning movie queen of the Golden Film and the Golden Phoenix Awards, didn't even say anything. As a crappy artiste, she really is too bold. Chapter 1424. How dare you? Touch my man. In reality, Ning Xi never said how great her acting was. Her acting abilities had traveled through word of mouth via all the crew members she had worked with before, yet it now sounded as if she had been tooting her own horn. Consequently, the other people in the crew also pointed their fingers at her with unpleasant words. I heard from friends who've praised Ning Xi's acting. I thought she was a capability camp. Who would have thought that she was just another one relying on her looks? How disappointing. Actually, if you compare Ning Xi's acting to those good-looking actresses, she's actually considered pretty good. Just that this time, she's met a real capability camp. Indeed, it's all about relativity. When compared to Meng Xi, you can see who's the better one right away. When she heard those words around her, Xiao Tao was infuriated. What? Her bro Xi's acting is amazing. She could wipe out Meng Xi by miles. Despite being the party implicated, Ning Xi did not care at all. Her entire body and mind were vigilant about what a certain evildoer would do next. She really did not have the unnecessary mood to deal with Meng Xi, and this time she was aware that her performance was disappointing, but there was nothing she could say. Bro Xi, what's up with you recently? Are you ill? How about I tell Sis Gigi? We can apply for a few days of leave for you from the drama. Xiao Tao asked worriedly. No need. Ning Xi waved weakly. Why? Would she apply for leave? It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. After the short dispute, the shoot finally continued. Ning Xi briefly skimmed the script and her spirits lifted a little. Finally, it was time for her dearest darling's scene. Even though most of Tingxiao's scenes were with her, today's scene was a little special. It was with Meng Xi. From the corner of Ning Xi's eye, she met Meng Xi's gaze by coincidence. She could not help but frown. There was an uneasiness in her heart. Why did she feel like there was something fishy about the way Meng Xi looked at her earlier? Ning Xi shook her head. She thought that she was really being paranoid now. Ku Mingyu and Meng Xi had nothing to do with each other. Meng Xi retrieved her gaze. Then she skimmed Mingyu opposite her with disdain. This was the man Ning Xi liked? Huh. She would really like to see what was so different about this man. 3, 2, 1. Go. This scene depicted Lung Aoshue, who had been severely injured during a certain sunsetting experience practice, and by chance, Yun Huang saw her. Yun Huang often acted fiercely and inhumanely, but the male lead, Ling Xiao, was her only weakness. She knew that Lung Aoshue was Ling Zhao's sweetheart that he was madly in love with. At last, she secretly sent her shadow guardian, Lu Yin, to rescue her. In the jungle, Lung Aoshue's white robe was soaked with blood, while her shoulder and torso had horrifying wounds as a result of being attacked by wild beasts. She lay barely alive in her own pool of blood. The beauty's pale face was still incredibly breathtaking, although she was on the verge of death. The cameraman quickly zoomed in for a few shots. At that moment, a masked man in black appeared quietly like a ghost before Lung Aoshue. After checking Lung Aoshue's injuries, he then helped her up. Lung Aoshue's captivating eyes looked in bewilderment at the person before her. You? Who are you? There were no issues as the plot progressed to this part, but something suddenly flashed across Ning Xi's eyes. Her gaze was shooting straight towards Ning Xi like a sharp blade. Just then, the character Lung Aoshue, portrayed by Ning Xi, had her clothes slightly rumpled due to her encounter with the beasts. She vaguely revealed twin cunning curves and a deep ravine, so pure yet inviting. If Ning Xi's sight did not fail her, when Ning Xi was acting with Mingyu, she seemed to be indistinctly rubbing her chest against Mingyu's arm. Shhhh. A spine-chilling sound was heard. Jiang Mai watched in sheer terror as Ning Xi actually crushed the teacup in her hand into pieces. Pieces. It looked like someone was running out of luck. Chapter 1425. Someone is about to run out of luck. The instant the teacup shattered, the tea flowed down along Ning Xi's fair fingers. Jiang Mai stared at Ning Xi's face, then at the teacup in her hand. He gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Oh my. The Ning Xi I'm looking at now is terrifying. What was up with Ning Xi? She was a movie queen herself. Why would she be secretly seducing a lesser-known male artiste like Mingyu? Ning Xi was obviously well experienced and was rather sensitive to the cameras and their positions. She had intentionally avoided them so that no one would notice her hidden dirty trick. However, only Ning Xi and the others who sat there could see very clearly from their angle. There was no way Ning Xi could hide her little stroke, as unintentional it may seem to others, from an experienced person in the romance field such as Jiang Mai, much less Ning Xi. What is happening, Ning Xiaoxi? Hasn't Ning Xi been sucking up to Yinshin? Why did she suddenly go over to provoke Mingyu? Jiang Mai said as he quickly looked at Ning Xi's hand. He was only relieved when he saw that she had not been hurt. When he said that, Jiang Mai seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened. Wait, Ning Xi wouldn't have realized that you and Mingyu have an extraordinary relationship, would she? She saw that Yinshin was treating you very specially, so she intentionally seduced your man to take revenge. He was really in awe of Ning Xi's courage. Jiang Mai had been excitedly analyzing, while Ning Xi silently cleaned up the shattered pieces PF glass. She slowly wiped her hands clean of the tea with a tissue, devoid of any expression on her face. However, Ning Xi seemed horrifying to Jiang Mai, and he felt a chill creep across his back. Cut. Very good. It's a pass, Gua Qixing yelled. When it ended, Ning Xi gave Mingyu an ambiguous look. So long as he was a normal man, he would understand that this was an intimate hint from a woman to a man. After she finished her deed, Ning Xi finally felt better, and she sat down with refreshed spirits on the couch. Based on her status in the entertainment industry, she could toss Ning Xi many streets away. This kind of man, who relied on women to climb up the ladder, would naturally know how to choose. What's the next scene? Ning Xi asked casually. It's a scene with Ning Xi, the assistant said with a sardonic tone. Ning Xi smiled. She could teach that vixen another lesson, so naturally, she would not complain about having too much work to do. Today she had to make her leave this set crying. Okay, the next scene is about to begin. Ning Xi, please get ready. The director's voice was heard. Before they began, Gua Qixing had particularly gone through the scenes with Ning Xi for half a day, helping to relieve her mood. Ning Xi looked at Gua Qixing apologetically. I'm sorry, Director Gua. Because of some personal reasons, I've been troubling you for this period of time. Sai, it's fine. It's normal to be in a bad state sometimes. Don't be pressured because of this. Take it easy, Gua Qixing comforted. Ning Xi nodded. Director Gua, don't worry. For our show, I'll definitely make it even more popular than you can imagine. Ning Xi then turned around and left towards the scene location. Gua Qixing watched the girl's departing figure blankly, feeling like Ning Xi seemed to be a little different earlier. Earlier, she did not say, our show would become popular. Instead, she had said, I will make it popular. This little girl. It was clearly such arrogant words, yet for some reason, Gua Qixing really believed her. Chapter 1426, Who Overshadows Who? When he saw that the next scene was about to begin shooting, Jiang Mai rushed to make himself a pot of tea and took out a bag of melon seeds, getting into the mood of watching a show. His favorite thing to watch was Tingxiao, she activating her massacre mode towards anyone else apart from him. Hey, want some melon seeds? Jiang Mai was in a great mood. Thus he enthusiastically offered his snack to Mo Yuxiu opposite him. Mo Yuxiu looked towards Jiang Mai with an indistinct gaze. Because there had been no progress in his observation for the past few days, he finally could not help but ask, You and Tang. Ning Xi, are you guys dating? When he heard this, Jiang Mai coughed and almost choked on his tea. No way. If it's not you, who is it then? Mo Yuxiu was so preoccupied with his speculation. If anyone was in a bad state, Mo Yuxiu would top the ranking. Jiang Mai crossed his legs and cracked the seeds between his teeth as he shot him a side look. Forget it. That dude is indeed taken. In fact, he isn't someone that you can beat with your abilities. You like her, Mo Yuxiu said in a certain tone. Jiang Mai once again choked. He was flushed and rolled his eyes at him. That's none of your business. Mo Yuxiu could not help but fall into deep thought. A man that could let even Jiang Mai restrain his fear and not dare to make a move on Ning Xi. Who could it be? Jiang Mai seemed to have seen through Mo Yuxiu's thoughts, and he pouted with a gloomy face. Bloody hell, could he not be afraid? Just by seniority in the family, the other person could pressure him to death. Everyone, please take your places. Get ready, go. Gua Qixing shouted to start. Meng Xi's assistant yawned as she was stood there with her arms crossed, boredom apparent on her face. She looked at the time on her phone as she said impatiently, Sis Xi has rejected invitations from so many big directors to shoot for this show. She even rejected Hollywood roles. Who would have thought that she would be conned into joining a crap team like this? In reality, the television series market was currently flourishing. As high-profile as Meng Xi's movies were, without the foundation of the masses, it would be very hard for her to make money. If she wanted to continue taking the high-profile road and not care about money, that was fine, since she had rejected so many movies and taken up this television series. She clearly still wanted to fish for a quick buck. As the country's most invested super fantasy series, plus having a team of top-notch director, producer, and cast, many top actors and actresses wanted to join the Nine Realms production. Even if they wanted to hire an international top actress, they would have enough to spare, much less Meng Xi, who had only received 2 national awards. Meng Xi had required many connections to get the role of the female lead. However, as she spoke with such a tone of disdain and behaved so ostentatiously to such an extent now, as good-tempered as Gua Qixing was, he could not help but be irritated at that moment. However, Gua Qixing would not be calculative with a petty assistant, so he suppressed his anger and focused his attention on Ning Xi and Meng Xi's shoot. Twilight hung low, and the light in the jungle was a little dusky. A red and a white figure hung mid-air from a wire. The white one was chasing after the red one, and the 2 figures were moving quickly. Swoosh! Yun Huang's skirt fluttered high up in the sky like a raging flame, her arms extended like an eagle. The tip of her toes brushed the ground, and she suddenly stopped ahead. Long Aoshue, who pursued closely, had followed and fallen to the ground. A sharp silver arrow was aimed fiercely at the girl up front. Witch, stand right there. I must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. Meng Xi's eyes were full of ferocity and anger with a perfect expression that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, brilliantly conveying Long Aoshue's character that was incredibly indifferent, yet also amazingly merciful. Chapter 1427, Great Flash of Anger for Great Beauty. This plot for this scene revolved around Yun Huang's personal shadow guardian, Lu Yin, being hurt by the upright faction. Yun Huang had gone on a killing spree for revenge, and the blood of the upright faction flowed like a river. Lung Aoshue wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. This entire scene had Lung Aoshue occupying the dominant protagonist role, so it was especially befitting that she overshadowed her co-actress. As long as she pushed it a little more, Ning Xi would definitely be even more humiliated this time. Under Ning Xi's gaze with concealed overtones, the girl in the red robe opposite her seemed not to notice Lung Aoshue's overflowing fury and murderous intentions at all. She stood there, contented and unhurried, as she drawled with an indistinct smile. "I wonder what path you're practicing, Fairy Aoshue?" Lung Aoshue's cold, beautiful gaze became even more zealous. "Which? How dare you quibble? You slaughtered all 107 of 7-star faction's people in one evening. Such a wild massacre you committed. It will be hard to eliminate your sins. Heaven's law cannot tolerate such evil." "Huh?" Yun Huang looked down and scoffed. In a flash, her black feather-like eyelashes slowly blossomed in her gloomy gaze fixed on Lung Aoshue. Her fingers lightly brushed away the blood stains on her cheeks as her hair whipped in the strong wind that blew in her face. Her entire being was akin to a demon. "I've said that if anyone dares to touch a single strand of hair of his, I will have his head. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will kill his entire faction." When he saw this, Guo Qixing's eyes suddenly lit up. His emotional heart was fluttering. This girl was back to her amazing self. Her acting was just too awesome. Guo Qixing had already put all his woe from before to the back of his mind as he looked excitedly towards Ning Xi. Wit dash. Unexpectedly, in such an emotionally stirring moment, Ning Xi had actually forgotten her script, which Ning Xi tried to speak again, but she was still stuck. She could not utter a single word of the generous speech that came after. She had already prepared her emotions well, preparing to topple Ning Xi until she could not recover from the minor setback. However, who would have thought that when she met Ning Xi's eyes, her brain suddenly lost all control. The script that she wanted to blurt out was stuck in her throat, and she only said a word before she could not make any more sound. "Cut. One more time." Guo Qixing wrung his hands and sighed. Ning Xi had yet to react to what had happened. The sound of Guo Qixing yelling "cut" rang beside her ear. Damn it! What was happening? Had she suffered a lapse in concentration earlier? As for the mistake this time, Ning Xi only thought that she had been momentarily absent-minded. Her assistant and the other crew members did not pay much mind to it. Very soon, the second part of the shoot continued. Ning Xi took a deep breath. This time, her state of mind had to be even more fervent than her attitude the last time. She felt a huge pressure that weighed like the earth on her entire body as she walked over to Ning Xi. "Which? How dare you quibble? If it were just a minor actor lacking basic training, they definitely would have performed awkwardly and would even find it hard to recite the script. Still, I've said that if anyone dares to touch a single strand of hair of his, I will have his head. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will kill his entire faction." Faced with the situation of Ning Xi whipping out almost her entire closet of skills to intentionally pressure her, Ning Xi felt even more at ease instead. The words from her mouth seemed to be the rightful principle and heaven's law that she wanted to convey to Ning Xi about her disgraceful behavior. At that moment, the girl in red was arrogant and unparalleled as she stepped over heaven's law. This was Yun Huang. Chapter 1428. It's just getting started. Ning Xi had brought her acting to another level again, and Guo Qixing was really excited. "You witch. You." Unfortunately, Ning Xi faced another bad take again. Ning Xi's attitude and her lines seemed to lack strength on the surface, but for some reason, Ning Xi felt like there was an uncrossable realm in front of her. She just could not move at all. Damn it, what had happened to her? Why could she not say her lines? If the first time was just a coincidence, then this time, she felt that things were not as simple as it seemed. Ning Xi looked a little pale. She frowned and looked at Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi drank some water offered by her assistant and gave Ning Xi a chilling smile. "Sis Xi, what happened? Are you tired? It's all her fault for having so many bad takes just now. She wasted your effort." The assistant quickly consoled Ning Xi. Ning Xi's expression softened with her assistant's comforting words. Somewhere nearby, Jiang Mai was munching on some melon seeds like a chipmunk. He looked at Ning Xi with a cold smile. Heh, can't take it anymore. It's just about to start. The third take started soon. Ning Xi flipped through her well-memorized script again. She made sure that she would not make any mistakes again this time. Shortly, the shooting resumed. Ning Xi did not want to be careless again, so she prepared herself and brought everything she had for the first time ever since she had joined this crew. As she finished her lines, her charismatic aura was so impressive that everyone focused on her. Even the cameraman quickly did a close-up shot of her. The wind blew stronger. Yun Feng was like a scorching phoenix. Her eyes were full of disdain towards humans subsiding to the rules of morality. She overstepped the rules and stared at Ning Xi as if she was watching some lowly ants. She proceeded with her frivolous line. This time, Ning Xi just stood there stunned. She could not even say the word which. As for everyone else, including the working staff and artistes, they were mesmerized by Ning Xi's expression. Those were such rude and frivolous words, yet everyone was taken in by that maniac attitude and fell for it. After some time, everyone returned to their senses. Their first reaction was that it felt surreal. Had Ning Xi just transported everyone into the scene? Suddenly, everyone then also realized that Ning Xi had made a mistake again. Although she complained about Ning Xi just now, she had made 3 mistakes in a row as well. From everyone's perspective, Ning Xi was famous because of just her looks, and it was normal for her to have bad takes. But when it happened to the actress that everyone looked up to, the person that was supposed to crush Ning Xi, it was really surprising. Ning Xi looked extremely unwell. Sis Xi, she must have really exhausted you. Come and take a break, the assistant mumbled, still blaming it on Ning Xi. However, after seeing what had just happened, everyone could not agree to the excuse the assistant used. That was not being tired at all. It was more like she had been too shocked by Ning Xi's performance. Chapter 1429, How? Violent. After a short break, the 4th take started. Bad take after bad take. The streaks of bad takes continued. Then, it was the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. More and more people gathered around in surprise. Until the 12th time. Ning Xi seemed to have retaken the same scene 12 times as well, just now. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Ning Xi did another bad take. 13 times. She made even more mistakes than Ning Xi. After the 13th time, Ning Xi almost broke down. She tossed the sword in her hand away. Then, she went into the resting lounge and swept all the cups and pots on the table to the floor. With all the clanging and the scattering shards all over the floor, her pale assistant covered her ears. Sis Xi, get lost. Everyone looked at each other when they saw Ning Xi go crazy. No matter how hard they wanted to find an excuse for her, it was the 13th time, and she had made the simplest mistake of forgetting her lines. That really did not add up to her famed title as the Actress of the Year. It was such a rookie mistake. So, that's all an Actress of the Year has got, someone said. Among the crowd, there was an excited voice. The main attraction is Ning Xi. Her acting just now was so cool. Right, despite being the main antagonist, she was really cool. I want to marry Ning Xi. Why does it feel like Yun Huang is cheating with Lu Yin instead? I feel so angry right now. Director Guo was not exaggerating after. Oh, Ning Xi's acting is really superb. She probably wasn't feeling well before. Then, there's Ning Xi. Both her acting and personality are overrated. Ning Xi was furious as she heard everyone discussing her, and she glared at Ning Xi's direction. Damned witch, what did you do? Why could I not say the lines? Just exactly why? Could it be that I'm being suppressed? No, impossible. That decorative ornament without any real acting skills would never know how to do it. In the whole industry, there were not many people who could do such a thing, and at most, it could only be used against newbies. Ning Xi would never be able to pull it off. Ning Xi did not want to believe it since just a while ago. She made Ning Xi retake the same scene 12 times. Wow, how violent. Jiang Mai was enjoying what was happening. Sigh, why do some people hate living so much? Why do they have to seek death instead? Jiang Mai thought about it. Ning Xi had not really been herself recently. He did not expect her to be this furious just because Ning Xi had touched his uncle slightly, and it was not even direct skin contact. Jiang Mai's expression darkened, and he looked slightly bitter. He knew it. The moment his uncle joined the production, he was going to see these situations happening. He just did not expect so much to happen on the first day. At the same time, Yunshin never said anything after the shooting for this scene started. He just sat there, quietly under the shade, his evil-looking face concealed in the shadows. Although no one was able to see his face, his two bodyguards were stiff as if they were facing a powerful enemy. They had followed their boss for many years, so they knew his mood exactly. His mood right now was extremely terrible. Chapter 1430. Which hand did she touch? Sis she, do you still want to continue? Should I tell the director that we'll continue tomorrow? The assistant suggested after seeing Ning Xi make so many mistakes. Not only was it not effective, it made Ning Xi fly into a rage. What are you talking about? Continue. If she left right now, she would become a joke to everyone. Because Ning Xi insisted, the 14th take started. All the staff stayed focused and continued. Under everyone's gaze and face-to-face with Ning Xi, a fear welled up inside Ning Xi. This woman, she was the devil. Soon, it would reach the part she had failed 13 times. Ning Xi's palms were sweating while she grasped the sword. I will kill his entire faction, Yun Huang stated. Ning Xi's performance was still as impressive as ever. After repeating it so many times, she could still make everyone immerse themselves in it. It was so powerful every time. Anyone who knew anything about acting would definitely be impressed. The only difference was that Ning Xi noticed the force that was holding back her throat was now gone. She caught the opportunity and finally finished the line. She had not been able to let out for so long. Cut. Good take. Guo Qixing yelled with great excitement. Although it had taken 14 times, it was definitely worth it. Both the main leads had given it their all, and the outcome was amazing. Like I said, people will have times when they aren't in the right state. It's just several bad takes, so don't mind it so much. It was really great just now. Guo Qixing tried to smooth things over. Although Ning Xi did not look very happy about it, she was exhausted and was too tired to say anything. Damn it. She underestimated that witch. There were still several scenes afterward, mostly related to Ning Xi. One of it was a fighting scene with the secondary male lead Mo Yuxiao, while the other one was a romantic scene with the main male lead Jiang Mai. After the 14 retakes just now, not only did Ning Xi not look tired, she was all fired up. She helped Mo Yuxiao and Jiang Mai immerse into their scenes. Both scenes passed on their first take, and the effects were outstanding. It was on par with the quality of a movie. Guo Qixing could not stop smiling when he was looking at the footages. Mo Yuxiao was really going at her with the intention to kill, and the scene with Jiang Mai was really tear-jerking. The day came to an end. Finally, Ning Xi got the chance to look for her sweetheart. They went to a corner without anyone around. Ning Xi pushed Tingxiao against a wall and bit the man's lips. The man grunted. His big palms supported the girl's hips, aiding her to commit her crimes. Which hand did she touch? This one, or this one? The girl fumed. Seeing the girl's jealous face and thinking about her being in her rage mode just now, the man looked really amused. He gently kissed her red lips and laughed. Stop laughing. Ning Xi glared at him. Chapter 1431. Providing for a pretty boy. Don't worry, she didn't touch me. Tingxiao comforted. But I saw it. I saw her rub her chest against you. When she said this, Ning Xi got even angrier. Do you think that I would have let her touch me? The man's wide palm rubbed the hair of the girl who was about to explode. The haze that lingered in between his brows the entire day today had also quietly dispersed. I moved back and evaded it. Just that from your angle, it looked like we touched. It turned out she had viewed it wrongly from a misalignment of position. She knew that the devil would not have just let anyone take advantage of him. Only when she heard this, did the fire of fury in Ning Xi's heart somewhat extinguish a little. Freaking hell. She had been on edge for so long and had been worried that Tingxiao would fall into the vinegar jar, but who would have thought that in the end, it was she who almost died from drowning in vinegar. Geez. After she cooled down, Ning Xi's recent uneasy frame of mind had already calmed down quite a lot. Her relationship with Tingxiao would not reach to the extent of being affected by this little matter. Since Tingxiao was fine, she had nothing to be worried about then. Ning Xi and Tingxiao walked towards the car park. They noticed two people strolling from the other side directly opposite them. Coincidentally, it was Ning Xi and her assistant. This was truly a case of enemies on a narrow road. Why is it that no matter where we walk, we bump into this crappy vase? How unlucky. Ning Xi's assistant was muttering despicably. Meng Xi immediately revealed an expression that was delighted about getting on Ning Xi's nerves when she saw her. Then she looked mockingly towards Mingyu beside her and smirked maliciously. Huh, Ning Xi, I wonder if your manager and your fans know that you're providing for a pretty boy, sleeping with a junior from the same company. How would their reactions be like? When she heard this, Ning Xi instantly raised her brows. Huh, sleeping with him? She liked this term. She liked the party she was sleeping with even more. Meng Xi watched as Ning Xi did not seem in the least concerned. Her expression then turned gloomy, and she spoke sternly. Ning Xi, do you think that I can't do anything to you because I don't have evidence? Huh, I'm telling you, when I, Meng Xi, speak in the entertainment circle, I don't need evidence. Indeed, with Meng Xi's status, if she were to expose Ning Xi and Mingyu's scandal, even if everyone did not completely believe her, word would get around and most of them would talk. When she heard this, Ning Xi laughed, then she slowly took out her phone and played a video. She mocked, Top actress Ming, obviously you don't need evidence when you speak, but mere characters like us. Well, we obviously need to have some evidence when we speak. Ning Xi played the video showing Meng Xi doing many bad takes in a row and losing her self-control. On the screen, she was fuming mad after the bad takes, and there was even a scene of her flying into a terrible rage. After she guessed that Meng Xi might have found out about her relationship with Mingyu, Ning Xi had long asked Xiao Tao to quietly help her record the scenes. As the saying went, a beggar can never be bankrupt. It was fine if she did bad takes, but it mattered very much to Meng Xi. Besides, Meng Xi had even done those bad takes in front of someone like her, a junior she felt was beneath her, a rookie, a vase, an idol camp. Meng Xi did not think that Ning Xi would have had something up her sleeves. Her expression instantly changed. She was so angry that her face turned a livid purple. If this video was shared with the public, the consequences would be more severe than Ning Xi and Mingyu's scandal. Within the entertainment industry, scandals were commonplace. Even though there would be outcomes, it would be limited. Besides, Meng Xi would be speaking like an empty vessel since she did not have enough evidence that could shock and attract eyeballs. However, to Meng Xi, the video in Ning Xi's hands could ruin her image that she had worked so hard to build. Thus, Ning Xi had correctly predicted that Meng Xi would definitely not dare to act rashly. When she saw that she had achieved the results she wanted, Ning Xi had no patience to be long-winded with her. So she just held Mingyu's hand right in front of her and left swiftly. Behind them, Meng Xi almost passed out from anger. Besides the fact that she could not do anything to her, she had even been thoroughly made a fool of. Chapter 1432. Feeling of being protected by the wife. My dear, I'm here, don't worry. Ning Xi looked like an overbearing guardian protecting her lover. She was quite dedicated to adhering to their illegal relationship. Tingxiao coughed lightly and held back his laughter. As he observed the girl's protective look, Tingxiao could not help but recall the girl's words from the series. If anyone dares to touch a single strand of hair of his, I will have his head. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will kill his entire faction. Tingxiao's heart instantly turned to a pile of mush. He instinctively leaned towards her lips. However, before Tingxiao could get closer, accompanied by a gust of wind, a palm swept directly towards his face. Ning Xi instantly reacted and immediately pushed Tingxiao behind her to protect him. Then she raised a palm against the person who had ambushed him. To her surprise, Ning Xi's palm meant nothing. When the other person saw that it was her they were striking, they immediately retrieved the attack. Who is it? When Ning Xi looked up and clearly saw who the attacker was, she was dumbfounded. Xiao. At that moment, Xiao was staring straight at Tingxiao with a murderous expression at whom she protected behind her. This was a rather familiar situation. This was the exact same reaction Lu Jingli had when he first saw Mingyu. Ning Xi put her hand to her forehead helplessly. Now, she finally remembered Xiao, and at the same time, she remembered that it was probably in the morning when Xiao had first seen her intimate contact with Mingyu. With Xiao's restless and impulsive personality, he had probably held back and only made a move now. She could imagine the kind of brutal struggle his heart must have experienced the entire day. Xiao's gaze looked like he wanted to pummel someone as he walked past Ning Xi without a word and moved to attack Mingyu behind her again. However, with Ning Xi there, Shi Xiao was destined to not be able to touch a single hair of Kamingya's. Shi Zhao's continuous attacks were all stopped by Ning Xi's tight defense. Do not even mention beating up that pretty boy. He could not even touch him. His frustration almost drove him to his own death. Bloody hell. He knew that running here to become the lady boss's bodyguard was just bringing contempt upon himself. Now he could not even handle one little pretty boy. What was the point of the boss wanting him to do this job? How could he still face the boss? Whilst facing his subordinate that was on the verge of breaking down, a certain devil had no reaction at all. Being protected by the wife was not a bad feeling at all. After the last failed attempt, Shi Xiao felt really defeated. He looked with bloodshot eyes towards Ning Xi and the pretty boy beside her and complained, "Miss Xiaoxi, how can you do such things behind the boss's back? Even though the boss is serious, stubborn, unromantic, and doesn't know how to make girls happy, when he's angry, he's no different from the king of hell." When she heard this, Ning Xi could not hold it in anymore and buried her face into Tingxiao's chest to explode in laughter. "Huh, my dear, now that you've heard your subordinate's honest evaluation of you, how do you feel?" Shi Xiao was ranting halfway when he suddenly looked up in disbelief at Kamingyu again. The lady boss's words. What did she mean? Tingxiao looked helplessly towards the girl who was laughing in his embrace. Then he looked up towards Shi Xiao and said expressionlessly, "It's me." This time, Tingxiao used his real voice. When that familiar voice rang in his ears, Shi Zhao's entire face looked like it had been rocked by a major disaster. Boss. Chapter 1433, No Problem. Moments later, in the car, Shi Xiao drove as he kept looking through the rearview mirror at the person in the back seat. Ning Xi was listlessly leaning against Tingxiao. As she kept yawning, her pair of starry eyes watered. She had done so many scenes in a row today and had used up too much energy. Once she got the chance to relax, it was immediately hard to stay awake any longer. Tingxiao helped to adjust the girl into a comfortable position. "If you're tired, then sleep for a while." Ning Xi nodded with sleepy eyes. She lay on Tingxiao's lap and shut her eyes. Very soon came the sound of drawn-out, exhausted breathing. Tingxiao took out a blanket from the storage compartment and gently covered the girl with it. Then he ordered the person driving up front without even looking up, increase the temperature a little. Before Shi Zhao's brain could process the order, his body had already swiftly increased the temperature of the air conditioner by a little. This automatic conditioned reflex terrified him. Was this person truly his boss? Even though he had completely changed his face, in a situation where the man was not intentionally keeping a low profile at that moment, his presence and his every move were incredibly natural, especially that loving gaze when he looked at Ning Xi. That was his boss, no doubt. He knew that things like a human skin mask existed, but he would never have thought that his boss would use such a method to accompany Ning Xi on drama sets and actually act. This was pampering to the point of defying the natural order. Kamingyu. The boss had, in fact, already joined the crew during Dream Chaser, entering the team to protect Miss Xiaoxi himself. When he thought about this, Shi Zhao's expression could not help but darken. If it was not for him losing his boss's trust, the boss would not have needed to go to this extent. At night, at Peachwood, after Ning Xi woke up from her sleep, she immediately got busy in the kitchen. Annie ran over worriedly. "Broshi, let me help you. How many days are you going to spend making so many biscuits?" "Never mind, it's done." Ning Xi waved her hand. Ding. She opened the oven door, and a strong waft of sweetness filled the air. Ning Xi put on a pair of thick mittens and took out the biscuits. Annie was just about to comment on how it was not enough, but when she took a closer look at the biscuits, she was instantly speechless. Success. Ning Xi swiftly packed the biscuits up in a box and then clapped her hands. Ning Xi had made 8 biscuits. Every one of the biscuits had a word scrawled on with jam. Putting them together would make 9,999 biscuits. 9,999 biscuits. No problem. To deal with illogical maniacs, you would need to use unusual logic. Obviously wanting to get this over with as soon as possible, Ning Xi immediately rushed to the suburbs to deliver the biscuits when she had just finished. After she passed it to 16, she did not stay longer. She left the biscuits in the woman's hands and immediately ran off. Little did she know that not too long after she left, outside the haunted old residence in the suburbs, a black, low-profile car had stopped mystically at the entrance. The person in the driver's seat quickly got down and walked to the back before carefully opening the back door. Moments later, a 50-odd-year-old man in a traditional Chinese outfit and white hair stepped down from the car. Feng Jin and 4 other bodyguards followed behind him with solemn and respectful expressions. The man in the Chinese outfit had just walked to the door when Tang Yi personally went up to greet him. He lowered his gaze and spoke with utmost respect. "Master." The man in the Chinese outfit responded expressionlessly, "Where's Ah Shun?" Inside the house. Chapter 1434. Obviously the woman. The man clad in the traditional Chinese outfit walked inside the house. Along the way, everyone was filled with nerves and no one dared to say anything. In the master bedroom upstairs, Yun Shun was lying on the recliner on the balcony. On the short table beside his hand was a script and a box of biscuits. When he heard movement, the man leaned over to see who it was. In a lazy drawl, he said, "Uncle Xiao, what wind has blown you here?" Xiao Yu looked upset. He first raised his hand to dismiss everyone else. Then he spoke with a frigid expression. "Ah Shun, don't forget the purpose of your return to the country. Is it for the Lu family or a woman?" Under the moonlight, Yun Shun's expression was cool and frivolous. "Obviously, the woman." Xiao Yu choked. "Yun Shun. Huh, what? I'm just kidding. Don't be so tense." The man laughed lightly. Xiao Yi's face was covered with gloom. He had raised this person before him, and the person who understood Yun Shun the most in the world was him. Sadly, he was not sure when it began, but he actually felt that he could no longer read him anymore. "As long as you know it well in your heart." Xiao Yi huffed before he walked out with a stiff expression. In the corridor, Tang Yi stood as straight as a ramrod and waited. "Ah Yi, follow me." Tang Yi seemed to expect that Xiao Yi would look for him. The fists by his side tightened slightly before he followed Xiao Yi into a study room. Under the dim lights, Xiao Yi's expression was a little bleak. "Ah Yi, the 3-month period is up. Don't tell me that despite so many of you catching Tang Lang, none of you could lay a hand on him." Tang Lang's eyes were instantly filled with darkness, and he knelt down at once. "Master Tang Lang." Xiao Yi raised his hand and cut him off. "Ah Yi, I know you and him grew up together. You love each other like brothers. How could my heart not ache? Usually, when he causes trouble, have I ever said a word? But this time, it is a capital offense to betray the faction. For the sake of our master-disciple relationship, I've let you make the move. I've already offered extreme benevolence towards him." When he said this, there was clear stress and warning in Xiao Yi's eyes. "I will give you 7 more days, Ah Yi. Don't disappoint me." At this same time, at the Ning family's official residence, the house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was a lavish party of glitz and glam in the living room. Today, it was the auspicious day of the engagement between the Su and the Ning families. Because it was just an engagement party, everyone present were the relatives from the 2 families. Even so, the occasion was still rather grand. Those who came and went were figures of prestige. "Congratulations. The 2 children are really perfect with each other. They are a match made in heaven." All of the guests courteously offered congratulatory and celebratory wishes as if the incident of Ning Xiaotong publicly exposing Ning Xiueluo's life history at the cocktail event the other day had never happened. Now that even Ning Yaohua's shares had been passed to Ning Xiueluo, the Sus would carry out the wedding as planned next month to take Ning Xiueluo into their family. Those with eyes would know which of the 2 Ning daughters were more important. No one would mention that incident on such an occasion. Ning Xiueluo clung on to Su Yin and was busily receiving all the guests, accepting everyone's well wishes and envious gazes. There was a contentment that she had never felt before in her heart. This was just the beginning. In the future, what she would be getting would be so much more. Much more. Sadly, that which Ning Xi was not there that day. She could not see all of this for herself. However, that was fine. It was her wedding next month. When that happened, the entire city would bear witness to all of this. Even if she wanted to avoid it, she would not be able to. Chapter 1435. Ideas about the Zhuang family. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted her gloating to herself. Ning Xiueluo took out her phone to take a look. It was an unknown number. "Hello? Who's this?" Ning Xi asked with a sweet and courteous voice, thinking that it was a guest who was calling. Xi, it's me. It's Mother. Ning Xi's expression instantly changed. She covered the mouthpiece on her phone and smiled at Su Yan beside her. Bro Yan, I'm going to take a call. Go ahead. Ning Xi rushed to the courtyard with her phone. The sweet smile on her face instantly vanished, and she spoke sternly now. Didn't I tell you not to call me? There was a pause from the other end. Then came the sound of a slightly embarrassed voice. Xu, I heard that it's your engagement today. As your mother, I just... Shut up. The sound of mother seemed to have touched Ning Xi's raw nerve. She immediately cut her off sternly. Sun Lan probably realized her daughter's fear of the taboo, so she immediately changed her words. I just wanted to congratulate you. There's no need. As long as you pretend that I don't exist, I'd be really grateful to you. Oh, earlier, Xiao Nuo went looking for you. How dare you mention Xiao Nuo? How many times have I told you guys to never come to the Ning residence? Did you even hear what I said? Must you ruin me before you're happy? Once that incident was brought up, Ning Xi's fury was ignited again. She did not even bother asking about the reason Tang Nuo had come to the Ning residence. Shuo, it really hurts me to hear you to speak like this. I know that you don't have it easy in the Ning family either. So as not to cause you trouble, we've never once gone looking for you all these years. This time, it was because we had no other option. That was why we let Xiao Nuo make a trip to Imperial. Enough. I'm very busy right now. I've no time to talk about all this with you. Just say it. How much money do you want? But just this once. Please get it straight. You guys have never raised me a single day. I don't have any obligations to you lot, and I'm not your ATM. Ning Xiluo immediately guessed that based on the tone of her voice, Xiao Nuo had probably come looking for money. She instantly looked disgusted. No, Xiluo, you've misunderstood. I'm not calling because of money. Sun Lan never would have thought that her daughter would misunderstand her like that. If it was not for those rogues who had forced them into a tight spot, they would not have troubled her. Still, she had not even asked why Xiao Nuo went looking for her at all, or what might have happened at home before she uttered such words. Shuo, why are you here alone? Behind her, Su Yan's mother called out. Ning Shuo did not wait for Sun Lan to explain and quickly hung up. Auntie Su. Ning Shuo rushed to flash her signature sweet-tempered and lovable smile. Good child. It won't be long before you have to correct yourself and call me mother-in-law. I've waited this day for 5 years. Su Yan's mother playfully tugged Ning Shuo's hand affectionately. Ever since Ning Shuo's identity had been exposed, Su Yan's mother's attitude towards her had become quite indifferent. Even after Ning Yaohua had transferred all his shares to her, it was still hard to return to how it was. Ning Shuo never would have thought that Su Yan's mother would suddenly become so friendly towards her. She could not help but feel a little taken aback by the affection. Then she quickly revealed a shy and touched expression. It's my good fortune to have a mother-in-law like you. Su Yan's mother's smile spread wide as she tugged at Ning Shuo's hand to say a few more intimate words. Then she changed the topic. Shuo, on your wedding day, is your family inviting anyone from the Zhuang family? Chapter 1436, Free of Worries. When she heard this, Ning Shuo was instantly stunned. She was just wondering why Su Yan's mother was suddenly so friendly and eager to her tonight. She did not think that. It would have been because of the Zhuangs. Ning Shuo immediately revealed an embarrassed and awkward expression. Well, I've never heard my parents mention it. On the guest list, there doesn't seem to be any sign of people from the Zhuang family. Su Yan's mother instantly frowned. Then she held Ning Shuo's hand again as she spoke earnestly. Shuo, in any case, we're already a family now, so there are some things I still need to say. Which parents aren't at fault in this world? As parents, don't we all just want the best for the future generation? Your mother has been estranged from the Zhuang family for so many years already. It's time to let go. What do you think? Ning Shuo chose her words carefully. Obviously, I hope that mother can bury the hatchet with grandfather too. I hope for the entire family to be harmonious and happy, but you know mother's personality as well. Something flashed in Su Yan's mother's eyes. Silly child, there are some things that your mother obviously can't do in fear of hurting someone else's feelings. The Zhuang family needs a way out too. Now, we'll obviously need to rely on you young ones. Next month, your wedding will be a good and rare opportunity. If, at this moment, You make the initiative to invite the Zhuangs and give them a way out. As long as they have the intention to reconcile, they'll definitely come. Then, once the Zhuangs arrive, on such an occasion like your wedding, even if your mother is unhappy, she definitely won't make it obvious. Taking advantage of the joyous atmosphere, everyone can talk about some things in common. Wouldn't the awkwardness be resolved then? After all, the Zhuangs disagreed with the marriage between your mother and your father back then because they felt they were not an appropriate match. Now that the Ning family is expanding, while you're so well-educated, bright, and competent, added with the fact that you are now in-laws with us Sus too, no matter what, the Zhuang family should have a change in their attitudes. Su Yan's mother did not even think about the issue of whether Ning Xi was the biological daughter of the Ning family or not. Even Zhuang Lingyu had acknowledged Ning Xi as her daughter, so the Zhuang family would obviously do the same. Otherwise, would they still get close to Ning Xi, who had been scorned by the Ning family? Su Yan's mother had spoken so much, and to such a logical extent, yet there was an unpleasant look on Ning Xi's face. If Su Yan's mother could think of it, how could she have not? Right from the start, she had already secretly sent an invitation to the Zhuang family, but it had been many days, and there was not a single response from their end. Clearly, they did not have any intentions of acknowledging the Nings. Now, there was Su Sun glaring like a tiger watching his prey on the Su family's side. Su Sun's wife was not one to be messed with. If that was just the case, based on her connections in the entertainment circle, her own company, and the Ning family's shares in her hands, it would be more than enough for her to gain a foothold after marrying into the Su family. However, now that the scandal of her not being the biological daughter of the Ning family had caused such a ruckus, it was like a time bomb hanging over her head. If she could have the Zhuang family's backing, she could then be free of worries. Ning Xi obviously could not just tell Su Yan's mother about how dismissive the Zhuangs were towards the Nings, so she said, "Auntie Su, I understand what you mean. I'll try my best to invite the Zhuangs." When she saw that Ning Xi was intelligent enough to understand her intentions, Su Yan's mother nodded, pleased. A darkness flashed across Ning Xi's eyes. It looked like she needed to think of another way to handle the Zhuang family. Chapter 1437. Everyone's trying to get you girls. The next morning, at the Lu Corporation office, the directors' meeting had just ended. As everyone had departed, only Lu Chongshan and Lu Tingxiao were left in the meeting room. Because of Little Treasure's speedy recovery to the point that he was just like any other normal child, in addition to his intelligence and outstanding performance, the atmosphere in the Lu family was pretty harmonious. However, the family gathering was soon approaching and Lu Chongshan was reminded of his worries again. Tingxiao, the family gathering is near. As the eldest son of the family, how are you going to explain the situation? Are you going to tell them that their future lady of the house is a little actress? Lu Tingxiao looked out of the window without any expression. I don't have to explain to anyone. Lu Chongshan was enraged. You're in an important position. How could you say something so blasé? It's exactly because I'm in this position that I can. If he could not even protect the one he loved in his position, there was no point doing anything anymore. Lu Chongshan looked helpless and exhausted. He softened his tone. Tingxiao, it's normal that you have someone you love. I'm not against you being in a relationship with this woman. You can dote on her however you want. But the position as lady of the house is not a joke. With Lu Tingxiao's position, there would never be a problem as to whomever and however many women he wanted. It could be easily solved with money, but the one he was going to marry would be a family matter. Besides, Lu Chongshan's biggest worry was Little Treasure. After a short silence, Lu Chongshan said with a serious expression, Tingxiao, it doesn't matter how much you dislike Xiao. You have to admit that with her family background, at least Little Treasure's kidnapping 3 years ago would never have happened. As for Ning Xi, can you be absolutely sure that an actress at the very bottom of the food pyramid wouldn't have any impure thoughts when she sees everything the Lu family has? What if she uses Little Treasure against us, especially now that Little Treasure trusts her so much? Lu Chongshan halted a little and looked regretful. If I knew you were going to pick a woman like her, I would rather find out who Little Treasure's real mother is and get her in. Although Lu Chongshan had rattled on so much, Lu Tingxiao did not look like he heard a word he said. He just sat in the main chair and rested his head on his arm, appearing distracted. Lu Chongshan left with a stormy expression as he knew whatever he did was not working. Their conversation once again ended unhappily. After a short while, Lu Jingli cautiously went into the meeting room. Father's doing the talk again? Well, it's still all right now. Wait until the family gathering. It's terrifying when everyone's trying to get you girls. Lu Jingli shuddered when he was reminded of what had happened in the past. When's the report coming out? Lu Jingli's eyes brightened. Today? This afternoon. I'll go to the hospital for the report later. I went to the main branch of the military hospital in Imperial. It's definitely accurate. Lu Tingxiao glared at him coldly, and Lu Jingli instantly understood what he wanted to say. I swear I never told anyone about it, and will never breathe a word. Rest assured. Lu Jingli then coughed lightly and asked, Bro, the results for the DNA test. Do you hope that it'll be positive or not? Chapter 1438, Urging for a Blind Date. What was his expectation? Of the results? Lu Tingxiao was a little taken aback, but he did not say anything. If he knew the answer to this question, he would not be this worried. Lu Jingli scratched his head, realizing that it was indeed an odd question. I'll just go to the hospital and wait now. We'll wait until the results are out. Any talk now is meaningless. In Peachwood, Ning Xi did not have work today, so she stayed at home. Flowers were all around the garden, and the air was also filled with the fragrance of herbs. Annie was happily arranging her herbs on the floor to dry them, while Ning Xi and Ning Tianxin were sitting on wrought tin chairs, enjoying some tea and desserts. It's been such a long time since I have been this relaxed. What a great day indeed. In comparison to Lu Tingxiao, who was currently facing one of the biggest challenges in his life, Ning Xi got her hard-earned rest. Without her bunch of exes back at the production, she looked at the cute Annie, then at the relaxed Ning Tianxin. She was definitely in a good mood with the company of the beauties beside her. Ning Tianxin caught on to Ning Xi's happiness when she saw how she was enjoying herself. Actually, ever since she had moved there after she was discharged from the hospital, her mood had been uplifted. She felt a peace that she never experienced before. She did not have to care about anyone anymore. Her happiness was no longer controlled by that single person now. A phone rang. It was Ning Tianxin's cell phone. Hello. Ning Tianxin tensed up a little, and her tone sounded cold. Tianxin, are you home? Can I go over? I have something important to talk to you about. Nope, I'm at Xiaoxi's place. What's the matter? Ning Yaobang sounded excited. A huge matter. Do you know Hong Xiongjie? The big boss that has a net worth of over $10 billion? He's even more powerful than the Su family. CEO who saw you once at the dinner last time and took a fancy to you. He actually contacted me to suggest dinner sometime. I don't have time. I've got to go. Ning Tianxin ended the call after just a few terse words. Did second uncle call? Ning Xi asked. From Ning Tianxin's expression, it must have been something unpleasant. Ning Tianxin nodded. He's urging me to go on a blind date. Ning Xi's expression darkened slightly. He's so persistent. Who is it this time? Birds of a feather flocked together. The people in Ning Yaobang's circle could not be of any good, and he could not have found anyone decent. Ning Tianxin replied, Hong Xiongjie. Ning Xi was triggered when she heard the name. Damn, he's even introducing you to a 50-year-old man? Is he really your biological father? She knew Ning Yaobang was not reliable, but she did not expect him to be this shameless. Hong Xiongjie was the gambling lord of Macau and the pioneer of the number betting industry. He was definitely powerful and rich, but he was way past his 50s and was an infamous pervert who had already changed several wives and probably had a lot of mistresses as well. Sending Ning Tianxin to a person like this? What was the difference compared to sending her on the path to hell? It seemed like Ning Yaobang was anxious about Ning Yaohua already being on good terms with the Sus to the point that he had to make contact with people like this. Ning Tianxin did not react much. From her lack of anger, it seemed like she was already used to this. Ning Xi frowned and mumbled worriedly. Second uncle probably won't give up. Chapter 1439, Overseas. I was already expecting this. It just came sooner than I expect, Ning Tianxin sighed. I'm graduating next month. I'm planning to go overseas. Ah. Ning Xi looked bitterly at her. Sis Tianxin, are you going to work overseas? Ning Tianxin nodded. I've already applied to several companies in Los Angeles. Ning Xi was missing her already, but she knew that it was the best for Ning Tianxin. Okay, as long as you're happy. Going overseas is a pretty exciting adventure too. I'm quite familiar with Los Angeles, and I have a few friends there as well. If you need any help, remember to let me know. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Ning Tianxin was really grateful. If it wasn't for you. Ning Xi quickly interrupted her as Ning Tianxin was about to start thanking her again. We're family. It's all right. Sis Tianxin is going overseas. Annie felt a little down just thinking about it. Yes, Annie, thank you for your care. During this period of time, after spending these few days with her, Ning Tianxin really liked this friend of Ning Xi's as well. You're welcome. Bro Xi's sister is my sister as well. Let me know when you're leaving. I'll prepare some medicine for your treatment, as well as a prescription for your health care. Thank you. In a Western restaurant in Imperial, Lingtian, Guan Ziao waved her hand in front of the man. What? The daydreaming Imo Lingtian came back to his senses. Lingtian, what's up with you? You don't seem to be yourself lately. Isn't the issue with that woman resolved? Guan Ziao asked worriedly. Imo Lingtian's eyes darkened. He rubbed his forehead and forced a smile. It's all right. I probably just didn't rest well. Guan Ziao frowned. Stop staying up so late already. Go easier on the alcohol as well. Your body won't be able to last long if you don't take care of yourself. Got it. Imo Lingtian managed a feeble smile again. Haven't you been busy lately? What's with the sudden invitation? Guan Ziao took out a file and handed it over to him. Lingtian, I look for you today because I need some help. This person, can you help me look for him? Imo Lingtian scanned through the documents. Who's this? I'm sorry. It's a private matter of mine. Guan Ziao did not seem willing to say more, and she knew that Imo Lingtian would not push her. Imo Lingtian closed the file. He took a deep breath and tried to remove that image of his worthlessness inside of him. He also tried to forget the entire incident. Despite his best efforts, he was not able to focus in front of Guan Ziao. I'll try my best. Guan Ziao gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Lingtian, for always helping me. Oh, I promised you to ask Tingxiao out, but he's been so busy lately and probably won't be available anytime soon. Guan Ziao did not seem to mind. It's okay. The Lus have been pretty busy lately after all. About Tingxiao, it's fine. Let it be. Imo Lingtian was a little surprised by Guan Ziao's reaction. Had Ziao moved on? He did not know how long he had been waiting for this day. He had imagined this countless times. If his obstacle in the form of Lu Tingxiao did not exist, he would have done everything he could to be with her. Yet at this moment, probably because of his guilt towards Tianxin, he felt no joy or victory. The passion and excitement he imagined were nowhere to be felt. Chapter 1440, Freaked Out Little Goldfish. At Platinum Palace, Lu Jingli held his suitcase in front of his chest as he walked swiftly and stealthily like a thief into his brother's place. The moment he reached the entrance, he bumped into another person and freaked out. What the dash? Xiaoxi. What's wrong with you? Am I really that scary to you? Ning Xi looked at Lu Jingli with a suspicious expression. Lu Jingli gripped onto his suitcase tightly, his handsome little face going pale. At that moment, she was way scarier than a ghost. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Don't you have work today? Lu Jingli forced his anxious heart to calm down as he tried to ask with a calmer tone. Observing Lu Jingli's timid eyes, his sweating forehead, and the stuttering speech, Ning Xi narrowed her eyes. Did you do something bad? No. Who told you that I did something bad? I'm so cute and nice. You're the one who did something bad. Your whole family did something bad. Lu Jingli quickly denied. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. What a big reaction. That was definitely suspicious. What are you holding? Ning Xi looked at the black suitcase Lu Jingli was protecting. Lu Jingli's little heart skipped a beat. A suitcase. Can't you see? Ning Xi did not let him off, and she persisted. What's inside? Why are you so nervous? Of course, there are documents inside. Secret documents. That's why I'm nervous. The thing is, why are you so nervous to see me? Lu Jingli was on the verge of crying. I'm busy. I have to go and give something to my brother. Ning Xi grinned and blocked the way right in front of Lu Jingli. She closed in slowly and spoke in the low tone of a gangster. Hey, don't go. I think you're really suspicious. Is there something related to me inside this suitcase? Oh, bro. Save me. Lu Jingli yelled from deep down inside his soul. His brother had asked him to make sure no one knew about it. Most importantly, he could not let Xiaoxi know. How unfortunate. The moment he came back, She was here, and he could never prevail against her. As Ning Xi's hand was about to reach out for Lu Jingli's suitcase, suddenly someone hugged her from behind, gently yet firmly. "What are you doing?" It was Lu Tingxiao's voice. Ning Xi was distracted by the person behind her. She turned around and hugged the devil, laughing cheekily. "I'm just teasing your brother. He was so freaked out just now, haha." Lu Jingli was exhausted. How could she do this? He was almost scared to death. Every year during our family gathering, people will always send some information about girls. Lu Jingli looked at Ning Xi as he explained helplessly with a nervous face. "Oh, I was wondering what it was about. You think I'd get jealous over this?" Ning Xi pouted. She remembered that she once waited for Lu Tingxiao in his office and happened to see an album of his potential blind date candidates on his table. Lu Tingxiao's reaction was even bigger than Lu Jingli's then when he returned from the factory as soon as possible, all just to avoid her misunderstanding the situation. Ning Xi would never doubt Lu Tingxiao about this. Chapter 1441, Madly in Love. One simple sentence solved the immediate crisis. Lu Jingli was impressed at his brother's acting and his seduction skills. Then he followed up, "All right. I know you probably won't look at them. I'll take them all on my own, I guess." He then slipped away. Anything to avoid Xiao Shishi now. "Why are you here?" Lu Tingxiao held the girl's hand and asked as they walked into the house. "I have a day off today. I was resting at home this morning and accompanying Sis Tianxin. So I'm here to accompany my son this afternoon. Is little treasure back yet?" "He's back. He was just asking me earlier if he could visit you. Of course, you don't have to be wary of Sis Tianxin actually. I've already told her about us, so you can bring little treasure over any time." "Okay." Lu Tingxiao glanced behind him secretly. Lu Jingli had already vanished. Just by hearing her footsteps, the little bun quickly sprinted down from the second floor. He jumped right into her arms. "Mommy." The little guy still acted pretty cool as usual. Although he could talk now, there was not much difference from before. When Ning Xi was not around, he still might not say anything throughout the day, but the moment Ning Xi appeared, he would surely greet her with a sweet-sounding mommy, and every time he spoke to her he would definitely add the word mommy in his sentence. What a sweet little guy. Anyone who did not know them would never doubt their relationship as parent and child, and a lovely relationship at that. "Little bun, look what mommy brought you." Hee. Ning Xi opened the bag she had brought over. There was all sort of guns inside. Of course, all of them were toy guns. "You're too young and shouldn't play with real guns yet. I'll play water guns with you, all right?" "Yes, mommy little treasure likes water guns. Go and invite your father to play with us. It'll be fun with more people." Ning Xi told little treasure. The little bun hesitated for a while. Then he went towards Lu Tingxiao. He looked up and said, "Together." Ning Xi felt amused looking at how the little bun switched into his cool mode in an instant. The little bun already had called his grandfather, his grandmother, and even his second uncle. He would also address strangers politely. But why was he unwilling to call Lu Tingxiao father? Ning Xi played with little treasure the whole afternoon. After dinner, the both of them fell asleep, exhausted. Lu Tingxiao looked at both of them with a gentle gaze. Lu Tingxiao kissed the forehead of little treasure and Ning Xi. Then he placed his palm on Ning Xi's eyes, her nose, her lips, all the way until her stomach. He was touching her ever so gently. Before he met Ning Xi, he was not really expecting much out of his life, but ever since he met her, marriage, family, children, these things that he did not have high expectations of suddenly became so important all because of her. As he thought about how she might be little treasure's biological mother, about how the girl he had fallen so madly in love with might have borne a child for him before, his heart was filled with an indescribable warmth of bliss and happiness. A child. His and her child. Chapter 1442. No matter the results. At the same time, the little goldfish at the villa opposite was almost going crazy. Although only a few hours had passed, it was a cruel punishment to make him wait with such a significant secret near him and not being able to see it. As Lu Jingli was about to open the DNA test results, his brother finally called him. "Come over." Lu Jingli sprinted like an athlete when his brother summoned him, and he reached there swiftly. Although his brother had called him, he was a little traumatized by Ning Xi this afternoon. Lu Jingli looked around carefully before entering the premises. "Bro, is Xiao Shishi asleep?" Lu Jingli asked in a low voice, still panting from the sprint just now. Oh, Lu Jingli carefully closed the door of the study room and locked it from the inside. He felt relieved and walked towards his brother as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tingxiao focused on the black suitcase Lu Jingli had with him. Lu Jingli carefully opened the suitcase and took out a report from inside, placing it in front of Tingxiao. A single piece of paper that felt as heavy as a mountain. Lu Jingli still felt like this was surreal, because this was just too fantasy-like. After a long while, Tingxiao did not seem to have any intentions of opening it, and he became nervous. Bro, what's wrong? Many things were going on inside Tingxiao's head, as if the item in front of him governed his life and his death. Some time passed. Tingxiao still did not touch the report, so Lu Jingli asked, Bro, actually I think you're overthinking it. That bastard would never be you. This report will surely prove your innocence. If you're not looking, then I'll take a look. I've risked myself for it after all. I'll just take a look and not tell you, all right? Tingxiao remained silent. So Lu Jingli went on and fingered the report. I'm going to look now. I'm really going to look now. I promise if you're not going to ask me, I'll not say anything. Lu Jingli then quickly took out the report. He scanned it and locked his gaze onto the very last line. The genes underwent Mendel's law inheritance and were processed through relationship identification. From the test results of 19 STR genes, Ning Xi's genes met the assumption of being Lu Qingyu's mother. The accuracy of their parental relationship is 99.99%. According to the DNA analysis, the hypothesis of Ning Xi being Lu Qingyu's biological mother is proven true. When Lu Jingli read the last line, even though Tingxiao did not see it for himself and Lu Jingli did not say anything, he just knew Lu Jingli too well. From a tiny expression of his, he already knew the results of the report. Ning Xi was the real mother of Little Treasure. Bro, why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything. Wordlessly, Tingxiao accused. But your eyes were yelling, huh? Oh my god. Xiao Shishi is really Little Treasure's mother. The bastard that night was really my brother. Chapter 1443, Little Treasures. Hero. Lu Jingli was expecting his brother to be cleared of suspicion after the DNA report was out. Then he could go all out to find the real bastard. However, the moment he saw the results, he felt like he was shocked to pieces and regrouped back again. Lu Jingli could not believe it. He looked at Tingxiao like he was some sort of god. Oh my god, bro, you're too awesome. I thought your progress with Xiao Shishi was way too slow. After so long, you guys haven't even done it yet. But not only did you guys do it, your kid is now 5 years old. I've never been so impressed by anyone else. I would never ever say you're bad at wooing girls again. You're my idol, my superstar, my advisor in life. Lu Jingli blabbered without any stopping in between his sentences. As if that was not enough, he paced around the room and could not stop. Oh my god. If Little Treasure knew about this, he would be mad happy. Xiao Shishi is really his mother, his real mother. It's actually real. Little Treasure is way too lucky. Tingxiao pinched the space between his eyebrows as he extended his hand to his blabbering brother. The excited Lu Jingli came back to his senses, and he handed over the report obediently. Tingxiao took the report and carefully looked through all the contents. Although he knew about the results from Lu Jingli already, he still felt a strong impact when he saw the line, the hypothesis of Ning Xi being Lu Qingyu's biological mother is proven. True. The excitement level of a certain devil was no lower than the little goldfish. It was her. If he were to investigate 5 years ago, then would he have met her earlier? As he was pondering, many thoughts passed through his mind. After all the mumbling, Lu Jingli carefully observed Tingxiao's expression. Then he asked carefully, Bro, well, although it was my stupid idea, and I drugged you and picked that address, and I made you become a bastard for once. But these mistakes led you to Xiao Shishi. Not only was your chastity protected, your first time, your child. Basically, everything belongs to Xiao Shishi. What a thing to be celebrated. Can it cover my demerits now? Lu Jingli then peeked at his brother again, adding shamelessly, I actually think my merit is higher in this. It had to be the case. If his brother would not admit it, he would ask Little Treasure to support him. Little Treasure would definitely support him if he knew the truth. He would become the hero in Little Treasure's eyes. Tingxiao looked at Lu Jingli coldly. He could not deny that Lu Jingli's words really hit the spot. When he found out that the woman he had slept with was Ning Xi, he had to admit that somewhere deep inside his heart was excitement and relief. Chapter 1444, Too Dominant. After what had happened 5 years ago, there was a thin wall between him and Lu Jingli. In addition to Lu Jingli's own guilt, he was always afraid of his brother and would never try to bring up the matter. Up until now, for Ning Xi's sake, that matter was once again brought to the table. And now, Lu Tingxiao looked at his stupid little brother. He sort of felt that he looked all right. Bro. Lu Jingli was a little freaked out by his brother's intense stare. Can you say something? You're being pretty scary. Oh no. It was over. His brother might kill him for real. Why did his gaze look so gentle? Was it his last time seeing him? Lu Jingli quickly added on. Bro, actually I think it's alright for Xiao Shishi to know about this. Although she might really hate the person and would love to kill him. If it's you, everything will be different. Xiao Shishi likes you so much. Lu Tingxiao's eyes darkened as he heard Lu Jingli. Of course, he had thought about it before. That was what he used to comfort himself with all this time. However, neither did Lu Jingli hear nor see for himself how Ning Xi cried in despair when she was talking about what had happened in the past. Every word, every sentence, they sliced his heart up like knives. Damn it. Lu Jingli had drugged him so much that he only had very blurry memories. All he knew was that a woman had entered and closed in on him. Then he was not sure what happened after that. He had actually injured Ning Xi, made her have a high fever, and she was even bedridden for 2 months. He did not dare to think about what was going to happen. Ning Xi always said he was her sunlight, but at this moment, he had become the source of her nightmare. How could he tell her this cruel truth? What would her reaction be after she found out? No matter how powerful Lu Tingxiao was in the world of business, he could not predict this at all. He also could not tell if he would be able to bear the consequences. Lu Jingli instantly knew what he was thinking. His face blushed a little as he said, Bro, is it? Where you were too dominant that night? And Xiao Shishi suffered? That's why you're not telling her. His brother glared at him like a typhoon brushing over him. Mother, save me. Lu Jingli was trembling, and he almost cried. Fine, fine. It's my fault. I shouldn't have drugged you. But you always looked like you were indifferent towards sex. And our parents forced me. I couldn't help it. Lu Tingxiao looked through the report again and again, feeling both anxious and happy at the same time. After some point, he declared, I'll tell her, but not now. I'll wait until everything is clear. How did the person then become Ning Xi? How did the dead child become Little Treasure? Amidst all this confusion, someone definitely knew something. Of course, apart from this, the most important thing was that his relationship with Ning Xi had just entered the best phase. Even he himself was taken aback by such a sudden shock, but he would not dare to tell her until everything was crystal clear. Chapter 1445, Dream Without Clothes? After Lu Jingli left, Lu Tingxiao looked through the report numerous times again before he put it away carefully. He slowly opened the door to Ning Xi's room. The mellow lamp added a veil of tranquility over the mother and son. Anyone who saw this scene would surely be affected by the gentle vibe. Lu Tingxiao sat by the bed, tucking Ning Xi's hair behind her ears. Little Treasure was hugging her, and they were sleeping soundly. With her makeup removed, she actually looked really young. Right? She was just at the tender age of a regular university graduate. She was 18 when she had been pregnant, still a child herself, and she had to face such a serious matter. Then, so many dramatic incidents kept happening. Had it been someone with weaker mental strength, the person would either break down or shut down completely. In the documents Lu Jingli investigated, Ning Xi did try to commit suicide before. Lu Tingxiao was really afraid. He felt a searing pain in his heart. He had never felt such a strong desire to hold her in his arms before. He wanted her to merge into one with him. Lu Tingxiao quietly carried Ning Xi up and placed her in his bedroom. Although Lu Tingxiao had been very careful, Ning Xi still woke up when she was laid down on his bed. Because Lu Tingxiao gave her a sense of security, Ning Xi let down all her guards. She opened her eyes and realized that Lu Tingxiao had brought her back to his bedroom, but she had no issues with it. She rubbed against Lu Tingxiao comfortably. My dear. Lu Tingxiao did not take back his hand, which was supporting Ning Xi's head. He just lay beside her like that. Ning Xi snuggled closer to the man. Why aren't you asleep yet? I miss you. I dreamt of you. Listening to his loving voice, hearing him say that he missed her while she was just in the room beside him, she felt really loved. She smiled as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were like the stars in the sky, ever so beautiful. In addition to her half-awake state, she seemed really seductive. Just then, Ning Xi's severe habit of flirting started. She looked at the man beside her and whispered, "You dreamed of me? With clothes on, or without?" Suddenly, the man's eyes darkened. As Ning Xi was still talking, he kissed Ning Xi roughly. Ning Xi's neck felt tickled, and she laughed as she was trying to avoid him. "That tickles." Tingxiao slowly kissed the girl's collarbone and traced further down. He looked up slightly and saw the girl's smile, as well as the complete trust and love she had in him, making him fall for her even more. When they had just known each other, he noticed Ning Xi was really against relationships, and when he could not suppress himself, he would resort to pretending like he had sleepwalking issues in order to get closer to her. Fortunately, now not only was she comfortable, she was totally used to being intimate with him. Tingxiao felt really touched and grateful, but at the same time, his worries still lingered. Chapter 1446, Sex. Scene with the Devil. Such acknowledgement filled Tingxiao's heart to the brim with melted emotions and contentment. At the same time, he obviously had his secret concerns. However, the worry that had just appeared on his face was disrupted. The room door was pushed open. Then they saw little Treasure with his puffed-up cheeks as he stood angrily at the door. His little face had an expression that said, "You are despicable. Stealing my mother again." Tingxiao found the spectacle comical, and he waved to his son. "Come over." The little guy was obviously not willing, but he could care less when he saw his mother. He instantly ran over. His short legs took quite an effort to climb up the bed, and Tingxiao chuckled a little as he pulled his son up, placing him in the middle. Ning Xi swiftly forgot about the father once she had her son beside her. She hugged and kissed her dearest little bun, while the little bun also hugged his mother and shot a warning look towards his father behind him. Tingxiao's brows hiked up. He watched his son with a pensive look, suddenly feeling a little anticipation. If the little guy knew that Ning Xi was his biological mother, if he knew that he had been the love child of both him and Ning Xi, what would his reaction be like? In the next few days, ever since Ning Xi had returned to her usual state, the entire team's progress started to soar. It was worth mentioning that almost every time Ning Xi acted with Ning Xi, she would do a few bad takes. If it was a minor hiccup, it would be 3 to 5 takes. However, if she performed really badly, it would go up to more than 10 takes, and almost every time it was Meng Xi's fault. Even though the final cut that was produced at the end was exceptionally good, when the two were contrasted, Ning Xi and Meng Xi's acting skills could immediately be measured up to see who was worthy and who was not. Perhaps because the last time Ning Xi had recorded the video that made her more careful, Meng Xi had unexpectedly not caused any more trouble and was unusually content with her place. Ning Xi was obviously delighted with the peace and quiet too. Apart from the first time that she had intentionally overshadowed Meng Xi in the scene, in all the scenes after that, she performed very seriously. However, once she started to take things seriously, her acting skills would naturally soar. If Meng Xi could not keep up, many of the effects in the plot would not be executed to their full potential. Every day with Meng Xi just trying to keep up with Ning Xi and wanting to overthrow her consumed almost all her energy. As for Guo Qixing, seeing the two female leads really go all in to bring the show to greater heights was exactly what he had been hoping for. Even when she acted with Yun Shan, Ning Xi could be at peace with herself and call him father. On the contrary, it was the scene with Tingxiao today that really made Ning Xi slightly nervous. That was right. It was finally time for Yun Huang and Lu Yan's sex scene. This plot in this scene was Yun Huang being infected by the charm poison, so she wanted to look for her beloved, Ling Xiao, to detoxify, then take advantage of the situation to sleep with him. She did not think that she would coincidentally witness Ling Xiao's emotional confession to Lung Aoxue. In fact, he had nervously completely cleared himself of any relations with Yun Huang in front of Lung Aoxue. Yun Huang felt unbearably hurt and firmly left Xuanji Palace Mountain, forcing herself to drag her tortured body that was on the verge of being possessed by the poison as she walked muddle-headed into the dangerous jungle of wicked beasts. Right at this moment, the shadow guardian Lu Yan appeared, and next up was the erotic sex scene between the both of them in the mountain caves. "Oh, I'm so nervous." Ning Xi covered her face and looked bashful. She had never even rolled in bed sheets with the devil in real life. She would never have thought that their first time would be in a show. Jiang Mai watched Ning Xi's expression that displayed her clear excitement, yet she was pretending to be innocent from the sidelines, and his face turned dark. In reality, after seeing the scene arrangements for the day, he did not look happy at all. Bloody hell. This was really karma. Back then, Tingxiao had to watch his intimate scene with Ning Xi before he stormed off. In the blink of an eye, it was his turn to watch Ning Xi and Tingxiao act out an intimate scene, and it was even a sex scene. A sex scene. Still, Jiang Mai could not help but look towards a few different directions. It seemed like there were people with more miserable reactions than his. Chapter 1447. Control the scale well. Ning Xi, Mingyu, come here, the two of you. I want to run through the scene with you. Guo Qixing waved and called them over. Have you familiarized yourselves with the script? Ning Xi and Ku Mingyu nodded together. You not only have to be familiar with it, you must even mull over it completely. This scene is a very important turning point in terms of Yun Huang's feelings. It's important to portray the character's change of heart, reflecting the character's personality, and not on how erotic the sex scene will be shot. We're a reputable drama crew. We don't need to rely on sex scenes to attract eyeballs, so we won't need to shoot the scene so explicitly. Just remember that later when you're shooting it, you must treat it with a professional attitude. You must control the scale well. Understand, Guo Qixing's expression was a little stern when he said this. In fact, he put emphasis on looking intently at Mingyu when he spoke. In the past, there were male artistes who had taken advantage of intimate scenes to cozy up to female artistes, especially those as popular and pretty as Ning Xi. It would be more likely for her to encounter such a situation. Out of Guo Qixing's protectiveness over Ning Xi, he naturally emphasized warning Mingyu to let him know what should and should not be done. Understood. Mingyu nodded. Ning Xi echoed. Sigh. This scene was indeed quite a test of her professionalism. The director was not wrong in bringing this up. The two of you have collaborated once in Dream Chaser before. Coincidentally, you saved time in trying to break the ice, so let's strive for a one-take. Avoid at all costs what I mentioned earlier. The main effect that I want to portray is the character's internal struggle. I want substance. I want sex without the obscenities. Guo Qixing rattled on in concern for quite a while before he finally let them go off to prepare. It was not long after Ning Xi and Ku Mingyu left that Mo Yuxiu strolled to Guo Qixing. Director Guo. Yuxiu, do you need me for anything? Are your scenes for the day finished? I do have something to bring up. I think that the next scene between Ning Xi and Ku Mingyu is a little inappropriate. Mo Yuxiu spoke with a cold expression. Jiang Mai had been staring at Mo Yuxiu right from the start. Now that he saw this situation, he immediately straightened his back and perked up his ears as he looked over. Oh, it looked like someone finally could not help it. Very good. He did not need to make a move. Jiang Mai's mind was still thinking about when they had shot the world, including that man-made rain and the many intimate scenes that had been deleted. Helplessly, he did not dare to take revenge. Oh, how is it inappropriate? Guo Qixing immediately asked. Guo Qixing was a director that was very patient at listening to other people's opinions. Mo Yuxiu's status in the crew was no less than the male lead, so Guo Qixing rather valued his opinions. Yun Huang is one of the female leads, yet she has intercourse with someone apart from the male lead. Many viewers may especially find storylines like this a taboo. Director Guo, are you sure that later when it's released, this storyline won't crumble Yun Huang's image and the entire plot? Mo Yuxiu articulated with a serious expression that said, I am completely considering this on behalf of the crew and definitely do not have any selfish motives. Guo Qixing muttered to himself for a while after he listened to the man. When the novel was first made into a series, this part was indeed the storyline that created the most controversy among readers. Many readers expressed that they could not accept Yun Huang getting together with someone apart from the male lead. Mo Yuxiu immediately said, So, when we adapt it into a television series, can't we make some changes to this part of the storyline? Changes? Even if you arrange the second male lead to be with Yun Huang, that would definitely create a better effect than Lu Yan. Even though the second male lead, Nan Gongchun, and Yun Huang are arch-enemies in the series, their relationship later is actually quite ambiguous when they fight. Many readers like this pairing. Wouldn't the effect be even better if you just changed it to a love-hate relationship? Mo Yushio suggested without batting an eyelid. Chapter 1448. How dare you ruin my happy occasion? On the side, when Jiang Mai heard this, he instantly cursed. Bloody hell. This Mo Yushio was terribly sinister. He actually wanted to seize the opportunity to immediately make the female lead and the second male lead a couple. I have yet to even speak as the male lead. Guo Qixing could understand why Mo Yushio would make such a suggestion. Such an alteration would also be very beneficial to him. Then, the number of scenes and his status would not be very different from the male leads. The content would actually be rather enriching if he adapted the series to have two pairs of couples. It was not as if he had not thought about this before. However, when he considered the needs of the original work, he tried not to make too many changes to the storyline. Plus one more very important reason, which was, before Guo Qixing could speak, Ning Xi had slowly strolled over. Her gaze indistinctly skimmed over Mo Yushio. Teacher Mo, your words are wrong. Where there is controversy, there will be attraction and a hot topic of conversation. When this storyline started a huge war in the book review forums when the novel was first made into a series, the degree of people talking about it was off the charts. It was also exposed to become a television series. It is a highly anticipated part of the plot by the many readers who were unhappy with the male lead. As long as it is handled well, this part of the storyline will be carefree and uninhibited. Besides, Yun Huang's character is free and unruly. Forget about worldly etiquettes. Even the heavenly law is a load of crap to her. Would she care about things like chastity? I think you viewed the female lead's makeup a little too narrowly. The initial ending of this series is that Yun Huang will experience much sorrow until she comes to accept everything. Then she lets go of the love that restricts her, regaining herself in the process. She and the male lead will forget each other in this world, and she travels to ends of the world with her sword. That's Yun Huang. When she is dead set on loving you, she can even sacrifice her life, and when she doesn't love you, you're nothing. Yet, now you want to change her into becoming someone who falls in love with the second male lead between fighting and having sparks fly. Such a change to Yun Huang's character would be the real reason it crumbles. Teacher Mo, don't you think so? Once Ning Xi expressed all of this, with every word sounding justified and sensible, she practically stifled Mo Yushio's face with frustration as he could not say a single word. He could only grit his teeth and glare at her. You? Ning Xi returned his glare unhurriedly instead. Hee. How dare you try to ruin my happy occasion? I am so going to kill you. As he watched the gunpowder between the two main actors become increasingly dense, and they looked like they were about to start arguing, Guo Qixing quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay. I'm very glad that you guys can seriously discuss the plot like this, but for this part of the storyline, let's still follow the original work. I forgot to tell you guys that for our script, it's okay to change the small details, but we can't change any of the central themes at all. Why not? Mo Yushio frowned. Not too far away, one of the cool-looking bodyguards nervously walked to the white-haired man and leaned into his ear to say something. Yun Shen's expression instantly turned cold. There was a drop of cold sweat across the bodyguard's forehead. I'm sorry, boss. I've checked. The ones who bought the copyright to this series is actually the Lu Corporation, and they have requested the crew not to change any of the central theme storyline, or else they will revoke the rights to the script. Lu Corporation? At this moment, Mo Yushio also heard about the same thing from Guo Qixing, and he instantly frowned. He could not figure out why the Lu Corporation would buy this script out of the blue. He had only heard of them investing, but not about paying to buy the script, then letting others shoot it. There were no benefits at all. Could it be that someone from the top management was a loyal reader of this novel and wanted to satisfy their feelings or something? Ning Xi blinked. She looked in shock towards Ku Mingyu's direction. Jiang Mai was completely speechless too. Bloody hell. I consider you savage. His uncle actually controlled the script from its source. Others had done a little harm, yet he had retaliated all the way. Chapter 1449, You're the Cure. After the minor incident, the shooting finally started. All the scenes today would be shot in the indoor studio, which was decorated as an ancient forest with a strong magical aura. Of course, it was just an initial setup. The special effects would be added post-production. 3, 2, 1. Lighting, rainwater, be prepared. Action. As the clapperboard announced that they were rolling, Ning Xi, who was standing in the forest, went into her acting mode instantly. A drizzle started falling. It was late autumn now, and the cold rainwater fell like little daggers, but none of that could compare to the pain she felt from witnessing what had happened a while ago. She had been a little devil back then, and she had grown up to be a big devil. She only did things on her own accord and was never ever concerned about anyone. However, she had never felt this way before, her mind faltering all because of one person. Ning Xi's crimson outfit was all wet, and it stuck onto her body with her hair pasted on her face. She was covering her agonizing torso and walked aimlessly without knowing where she was going. The rain fell on her like icicles, but her insides were burning from the charm poison. At last, she could not hang on any longer and started to lurch forward. Just before she landed, a dark shadow blitzed through the trees and held her up. Master! The girl's body was burning up, and she was unconscious. Luyan did not have time to think. He just brought her to a cave nearby to take shelter from the rain. There were no split angles in this scene, as it was a single-view scene. The videographer followed them into the cave while wheeling the camera on a trolley. Luyan put Yun Huang on a pile of dry grass. He checked her pulse. Then his usually calm eyes started to waver after a while. Charm poison was incurable. The only way to curb the effects was to have sex. If not, she would lose herself and be destroyed. However, out of respect towards Yun Huang, he would never be able to do something like that. Ku Mingyu was nodding his head, performing very well. All his character's struggles were expressed with just his eyes. At that moment, Yun Huang woke up. Ning Xi opened her eyes, her blur vision preventing her from seeing who was in front of her. Luyan asked, "Master, how do you feel?" Luyan quickly stood up when he realized Yun Huang was not replying. The moment he was leaving the vicinity, there was a cold voice behind him. "Where are you going?" "To find a cure for you." The so-called cure was to find a man. With a deep, rumbling laugh, she hooked Luyan's belt with a wet finger, pulling him back. Luyan fell to the ground carelessly. Ning Xi held one of her arms in front of the man. Her expression was very different from her numb coldness just now. She was overflowing with seductiveness, and even her voice sounded alluring. "Huh, cure? Aren't you here now?" The three people who were watching this scene were speechless. Every crew in the studio felt the sudden drop in temperature around them. "Cut!" Guo Qixing suddenly yelled out at this moment. Jiang Mai felt like his heart was on a roller coaster. This was extremely exciting. After the director said cut, Ning Xi and Ku Mingyu stood up and stopped their acting. Chapter 1450, Real Kiss or Fake Kiss? Guo Qixing frowned and went up to them. He thoroughly thought about what to say. "Ning Xi, your expression isn't right. The person you like just confessed to another woman and wants to avoid you. You're in despair. Although you're seducing Lu Yin while being controlled by the charm poison, you're behaving as clear as sky inside. Your eyes should show more despair, but weren't you acting too naturally just now?" Ning Xi coughed lightly and touched her nose. "My bad. I'll be more careful." Guo Qixing then went up to Ku Mingyu after he was done with Ning Xi. She mumbled out of Guo Qixing's earshot, "Damn it. I was too excited and wasn't able to contain myself." Although Guo Qixing missed it, the three people who were resting nearby heard her. Yun Shun remained silent. Jiang Mai was speechless. Mo Yushio was shocked. What did he just hear? He had just found out something interesting. He had received 0 results after so many days of thorough observation. Could Ning Xi's man be Ku Mingyu? "Mingyu, for now, your part is fine, but the scenes later on are the main feature, so stay focused." As Guo Qixing was speaking to Ku Mingyu, Ning Xi suddenly thought of a question. She went back and asked, "Director Guo, for the kissing scene later, are we kissing for real?" When she asked this question, the three guys nearby were once again taken aback. Guo Qixing thought about it. "Well, I guess." He was about to suggest manipulating the angle like how they did it in The World, but Ning Xi interrupted him as if she was showing off her professionalism as an actor. "Director Guo, I think we should do it for real. Yun Huang and Meng Chang'e have different personalities. If it's a fake one, I won't be able to exhibit Yun Huang's personality fully, and that will dampen the effect we intend to show the viewers." Since Ning Xi offered this solution herself, Guo Qixing could not wish for anything better. He was really touched by Ning Xi's professionalism and patted her on the shoulder. "All right, thanks for the hard work." Somewhere nearby, Jiang Mai almost crushed his sunglasses in his hand. You bastard, how shameless. So shameless. They always used an odd angle to avoid actually touching when she was acting with him, but when it came to his uncle, she requested to do it for real on her own. Director, please wake up. Wake up. This bastard is doing it for her own self-interest. Okay, if there's no problem, then we'll continue. The front part is fine. Let's continue from inside the cave. Guo Qixing told every department to get ready again. 3, 2, 1. Start. Where are you going? Yin Huang asked. To find a cure for you. A cure? Aren't you here now? The water droplets on Yun Huang's finger dripped onto Lu Yan's collarbone. Her finger reached for his collar, and she unbuttoned it. Master, no. Lu Yan's expressionless eyes seemed to be full of panic. Yun Huang felt a sharp pain, and her expression changed. Her eyes were full of bloodlust now. She choked the man and demanded, What now? Even you dare to defy me? She released all her anger on the person in front of him because she knew that no matter how she treated him, he would never leave her. Chapter 1451. My dear, you're amazing. I don't dare to. Lu Yin obediently lowered his hand, but his body was tensed up like a strung bow. That's more like it. Yun Huang sounded like the devil who had deceived countless girls. Her tone turned gentle, and not even a saint could escape from those flirtatious eyes of hers. Finally, she closed in and slowly kissed the man's lips. As Yun Huang closed her eyes and kissed Lu Yin, teardrops fell out of her eyes. Her expression the moment she closed her eyes was impactful enough to make anyone share the pain. That wild unruliness was just a thin protective shell of hers. The female devil had true feelings too. Guo Qixing clapped excitedly with the script in silence as he closely watched and did not stop them. Then, the camera zoomed in on Lu Yin. Lu Yin acted as a human weapon in the series and had no emotions of his own. The only thing he grasped was his loyalty towards his master. However, at this moment, when his master kissed him, the man's cold eyes turned scorching hot, as if a hidden beast inside him was struggling to be uncaged. Deep inside Lu Yan's heart, the uncontrollable feeling he knew he should not have aside from loyalty towards his master was trying to surface. Lu Yan did not know what he was feeling as he had never experienced love before. At that moment, he felt the strange emotions bubbling. This scene was not just Yun Huang's turning point. It was Lu Yan's too. However, of course, a small character like Lu Yin was not important, but with Ke Mingyu's acting, no one could ignore him. People would just be more interested in his feelings towards Yun Huang. Suddenly, Yun Huang's poison reacted and anguish filled her face. Lu Yin finally acted. The man turned around and carefully placed his master down, his fingers stopping for a while on his master's waist. Then, he swiftly undid her belt. Oh crap! Jiang Mai was too focused on watching and did not realize that the cigarette in his fingers was finishing. It burnt his finger. Damn! Why was he here to watch his ex shoot a sex scene with his uncle? He was looking for torture for himself, but his legs just would not budge. Her crimson outfit was peeled off layer by layer. Each layer removed only increased the tension in the room as everyone gulped while awaiting the upcoming steamy scene. At that moment, Lu Yin looked at the cave entrance with a sharp gaze. Then there was an odd sound. Lu Yan's finger moved silently, and a small stone bounced off the vines near the entrance. Swish! The vines then covered the entrance, blocking them. Everyone was confused. This seemed different from the script. Guo Qixing's eyes lit up after he looked down at his viewing monitor for a while. He indicated to the videographer to continue. There were some tiny gaps in between the vines, and the people outside could barely see what was happening inside. Ning Xi and Ke Mingyu could not take directions from Guo Qixing, so they were free to perform by themselves. They were free to perform by themselves. Ning Xi was longing for this. She had been holding it in for too long. She quickly clasped her hands around the devil's neck and gave him a solid kiss. She lowered her voice. My dear, you're amazing. That little stone throw was way too accurate. Chapter 1452. Clearly, I forced myself onto him. Lu Tingxiao's expression changed slightly. Was she saying things like, you're amazing to him? Right now? This girl was terribly reckless. Sai, my dearest, what position do you like? Based on Yun Huang's personality, this position is probably better, Ning Xi said as she flipped over and pushed Lu Tingxiao back. Her fine black hair hung down as she slowly kissed the man's thin lips. Tingxiao did not restrain himself anymore. He held the girl's head steady and kissed her back hard. Outside the cave, everyone looked so nervous that they were about to puke blood. Bloody hell. This was like scratching an itch through one's boot. They were practically torturing them to death. Even though they knew everything inside was fake and was probably an illusion of position, it was as if half her face hid behind a pipa, making it 100 times more seductive than just letting one see it clearly. With the vines separating those ambiguous and tantalizing movements, Jiang Mai expressed that he had suffered 10,000 points of injury. These two people were completely crazy and ridiculous. Mo Yushio looked extremely upset. He swiftly got up and left. Immediately after that, there was a sound by his ear. Jiang Mai seemed to have heard the familiar sound of a teacup being crushed to pieces. He carefully looked to the side. Well, Yun Huang's father's teacup had indeed been crushed in his hands. This part of the plot would have roughly 30 seconds of music and flashback slotted in, so Guo Qixing waited 30 seconds later before he called it to a stop. Cut. Pass. Moments later, Ning Xi and Kum Mingyu walked out. Both their clothes were tidy, as if the tantalizing situation earlier had been an illusion. Did we pass just like that? Director Guo, are you sure? Ning Xi quickly asked. I'm sure. Don't worry, that shot earlier was perfect. You and Kum Mingyu performed really well. Guo Qixing was not stingy with his praises. Facing Guo Qixing's compliments, Ning Xi was oddly not happy. Instead, she sounded slightly regretful as she muttered, "Oh, okay." She hardly had the chance to shoot an intimate scene with the devil, yet she had succeeded with only one take. What a waste. Such a mistake. Guo Qixing looked at Ning Xi weirdly. Why did he feel like this girl's reaction was not very right? Still, she could not figure out what was wrong, so he could only shake his head and forget it. He continued to prepare for the upcoming scenes. The next scene involved Ning Xi, Kum Mingyu, and Yun Shun. The storyline of this set was about Yun Haoyan having realized that his daughter had done it with Lu Yin. He flew into a terrible rage and wanted to kill Lu Yin. It was rather intense too. Jiang Mai braced through his severe injury and continued to stay behind, all because he wanted to continue watching this scene among the three of them. At the start, Guo Qixing was still quite worried about this boss of his. After a few interactions, though, he realized that Yun Shun's acting was unexpectedly quite solid. Thus he was now much less worried. He shouted to start after briefing the three of them. All departments, get ready. Action. Yun Haoyan stood opposite as he looked at his daughter and the black-clothed shadow guardian beside her. His expression did not change, but the aura around him and the air he exuded completely changed within a second. That overbearing force was like a huge mountain omnipresently pressuring the two of them. With that gaze that could almost make one tremble from the depths of one's soul, it was definitely a performance method that was 1,000 times better than straight-up stomping with fury. Even the crew members present did not dare to utter a single sound. It was simply too frightening. Yun Shun waved his sleeve firmly. Then Kum Mingyu bit the blood capsule in his mouth open. For a moment, his figure wavered, and he spat out blood. Yun Haoyan's expression was increasingly dark akin to the Grim Reaper's, making his way closer to Lu Yan's direction step by step. Yun Huang instantly jumped out to block Yun Haoyan. Father, what are you doing? He touched you. Father, wait. Father, can't you speak more sense? Clearly, I forced myself onto him. Father, why would you hit him for nothing? Ning Xi called him father in every sentence, saying it ever so reflexively. Yun Shin just did a bad take. Chapter 1453, Sharp Eyes. Tingxi. An angry shout between gritted teeth was heard. What? Who was Tingxi? Yun Shin seemed to have called out the wrong name. Guo Qixing had no choice but to yell cut. As he watched Yun Shun, who had been so outraged by Ning Xi that he did a bad take, Jiang Mai felt as if his heart had just received a huge consolation. If even such a conniving, scheming monster as Yun Shun with a terrifying background could be angered by Ning Xi to this extent, he was really nothing. At the same time, Jiang Mai looked at Yun Shun and suddenly remembered who he was. Tingxi. There were not many who knew this name of Ning Xi's. Plus, with that shocking head of white hair. When they were abroad, he knew that Ning Xi always disappeared for long periods of time. He was not sure what she did either. Sometimes, he would see her with a unique group of people, and one of the few who left a particular impression on him was a curly-haired man who wore gold-rimmed spectacles. and one more had white hair. Because he had seen Ning Xi in a male outfit, he could recognize her then. Could Yun Shun be the white-haired man from back then? It looked like Yun Xin and Ning Xi's relationship was indeed complicated. At this moment, some of the crew members and background actors lowered their voices to whisper, "Oh, what to do? I'm a loyal fan of the Shi party, but now that I've seen 2 scenes, I've suddenly fallen in love with Yun Huang and Lu Yin as a couple. Actually, I've always been a fan of the Bro Shi and Kumingyu couple. When I watched Dream Chaser, I already liked the coupling of Ji, Fei Xue, and Ling Yu, even though this pairing is quite unpopular. Hee, that's nothing. I'd say that I've taken a liking to the Yun Huang and Yun Haoyan father-daughter pairing. It could be my imagination, but I feel like the way Yun Haoyan looks at Yun Huang is not ordinary." Jiang Mai thought to himself, "Silly human beings, it is not that Yun Haoyan's look towards Yun Huang is out of the ordinary. It's the way Yun Shin looks at Ning Xi." After a short rest, the shoot began again. Ning Xi, Kumingyu, and Yun Shin's scene had to be shot 5 times in a row before it finally passed. Finally making a comeback, Ning Xi hummed a tune. She was mentally and physically free from worry, so her mood was especially great. Lu Tingxiao walked out from the washroom. The moment he stepped out, he saw someone leaning on the shiny wall opposite him. The man's white hair covered the thin scar on his eyebrow bone, and there was a cigarette between his fingers. When he saw Lu Tingxiao come out, he looked up ever so slightly and smiled faintly to say, "See, oh Lu, such a pleasure." Even though his identity had been exposed, there was no reaction on Lu Tingxiao's face at all. He only looked at the man with a poker face. Likewise, on the other side, Jiang Mai had a bladder emergency and was about to go to the toilet when he saw these 2 deities at the washroom entrance. He instantly emergency braked and hid in a corner. Then, he listened to their conversation. Wow, how did Yun Shin recognize Lu Tingxiao? His eyes were really sharp. Also, the 2 of you should not talk to each other anymore. Both of you are real senseless. Both of you aren't at your companies to be tyrannic CEOs, yet you have come to this drama set to snatch the other's rice bowl. What are you trying to do? Jiang Mai thought to himself, fight. How awesome if these 2 could fight each other. That way, would he not be the fisherman that caught both when the sandpiper and the clam waged a war against each other? Even if he did not benefit, he would still be happy to watch the show. Yun Shun looked Lu Tingxiao and was about to say something when he noticed the hovering figure from the corner of his eye, as if marking the person hiding there. He smiled and then unhurriedly turned around to leave. Chapter 1454. Thanks for your trouble, my wife. At a certain high-end wedding dress studio in Imperial, fingers shrouded in a white-laced mitten softly pulled open the curtains. Ning Xi's magnificent pure white wedding dress appeared before everyone's eyes. Continuous exclaims of admiration were instantly heard outside the curtains. "Oh my God! Incredibly beautiful! Miss Ning, this wedding dress really suits you very well. Indeed, Mr. Su's eye for class is outstanding. He picked out this style that fits Madame Su the best." Quick-witted shop assistants immediately changed their address of Ning Xi to Madame Su. At this moment, Su Yin stood there waiting. In his superior, tailored-to-fit, hand-stitched tuxedo. The second he saw Ning Xi walk out in her wedding dress, a dazed expression flashed across his face. Ning Xi was clearly extremely satisfied with the man's reaction. She stood there elegantly and said shyly, "Bro Yin, does it look nice?" Su Yin had a gentle expression as he replied her, "It's nice." Ning Xi immediately revealed a happy expression. She snuggled up into the man's embrace with a dependent and yearning look on her face. "Bro Yin, I can finally be your bride. Do you know how long I've waited for this day?" Su Yin looked at the dreamy girl in the sacred wedding dress. The girl looked as if she was looking at her entire world. That sliver of distracting thoughts that he should not have was pushed back into the recesses of his mind as he caressed the girl's hair lightly. Me too. There were a few shop assistants, stylists, and the store manager on the side. When they saw the 2 of them being so loving, they all had envious, admiring expressions. "Madame Su, there's still the matching set of accessories. Why don't you put it on and see the effects?" "Okay, I'll have to trouble you then." "Of course not. It's our honor that Madame Su would come to our store to custom make your wedding dress." The store manager spoke courteously. This had come by after a long competition with quite a few of the shops in Imperial. Ning Xuelua's huge wedding would definitely be the largest and grandest occasion in the entire city, and its promotional effects would be far greater than any amount of commercials. Next up, Ning Xuelua tried on all of the matching accessories. These accessories had been custom-made in advance overseas by Su Yan. There were none other like them globally, especially the crown on her head, which originally belonged to the English royal family. Previously, it had been bought by a private collector at the auction, then Su Yan had bid for it at a high price. Compared to the queen's crown from the charity banquet the last time, even though it had not been exaggeratively bid at $100 million, this one cost a staggering total of $60 million, double the price of the queen's actual market price. All of them were praising him on the side, and Ning Xuelua's face was full of contented happiness. After everything was settled, Ning Xuelua clung onto Su Yan's arm and considerately said, "Bro Yan, I will check the outfit, accessories, and some other things one last time. Then I'll go straight to the beauty parlor for a spa. You don't have to accompany me. If you're busy, then go ahead and settle your stuff." "Okay, thanks for your trouble, my wife." Su Yan lowered his head and kissed Ning Xuelua's lips before he left. Ning Xuelua watched the man's slender and firm figure depart, the man who was about to be completely hers. Her eyes were full of delight. Such a man should belong to her. That was right. Ning Xuelua was discussing some additional details with the staff when her phone rang. It was Su Yan's mother. Ning Xuelua frowned. She went to the balcony before picking up. "Hello, Auntie. Xuelua, are you looking at wedding dresses with Su Yan today?" "Yes, we just finished, and Su Yan has already left for the company." Chapter 1455, Su family's eldest daughter-in-law. Satisfied? If there's anything you're not happy about, feel free to let me know. I will have him satisfy all of your requests. After all, getting married is a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. You definitely cannot skimp. Su Yan's mother's tone was extraordinarily affectionate. When she heard the gentle generosity in her voice, Ning Xuelua already knew that she might have something else to say. Something flashed in her eyes. Then she quickly spoke in a tone that seemed overwhelmed by the affection. "Auntie, I'm very happy. Actually, it really doesn't have to be so troublesome. As long as I can be with Bro Yan, everything else doesn't matter. Weddings are just a matter of formality." "That can't do. You're our eldest daughter-in-law. Obviously, we cannot make you feel guilty at all. Whatever it is, as long as you're happy, that's good," Su Yan's mother assured. Indeed, the topic changed and she continued. "Xuelua, how about the thing that I talked to you about the last time? Is anyone from the Zhuang family coming over?" Ning Xuelua's expression turned broody, but she maintained her obedient and sweet tone to say, "Auntie, don't worry. Things are already starting to look up. I will do my best to invite them. It shouldn't be too much of a problem." When she heard Ning Xuelua's answer, Su Yan's mother was satisfied, and she reminded her to invite the Zhuangs for a few times again before hanging up. Su Hongwang's bastard, Su Sun, had married the third daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Shanshan. The Zhao family was increasing in their dominance recently, and their threat to Su Yan was increasingly huge as well. At such a time, such a huge slip-up had occurred on Ning Xuelua's side too. She had to plan for Su Yan's future. Ning Xuelua took a deep breath as she took out her phone and made a call. "Have you ordered the bracelet?" The other end of the phone was Chong Li's voice. "I did. I just retrieved it from the store. Should I deliver it over to you now?" "Send it straight to the beauty parlor." "Okay." Ning Xuelua walked back into the room after her call. The store manager quickly walked over and spoke nervously. "Madam Su, it looks like they forgot to prepare the bracelet." "No worries. I will arrange it myself here." "Oh, okay. After she left the wedding dress studio, Ning Xuelua drove to a membership-based beauty parlor that all the top rich daughters and socialities loved to frequent the most. At the entrance, Chong Li was already waiting there with a black velvet box in her hand. When she saw Ning Xuelua walk over, she quickly delivered the items to her. Ning Xuelua opened it up to take a look. After she confirmed that there was no problem, she said, "Is everything ready on the media's end?" "Don't worry, it's all been prepared. They have even written the articles in advance. It won't be a problem to hog the entire month's hot topic," Chong Li confirmed with a confident tone. Quite a few days ago, the media had already begun to promote the wedding of the century. From Ning Xuelua's wedding dress, the ring, and the crown to the hotel dishes and the door gifts. Every step was to lay the foundations for the day that the wedding officially happened. That's enough. You can go home. Ning Xi nodded. Then she walked into the beauty parlor. Changli looked suspiciously at Ning Xi's direction, not understanding why she had secretly bought such an expensive bracelet for herself. Weren't all the accessories used during the wedding prepared by the Su family? The membership to the beauty parlor that Ning Xi arrived at was only open to imperial socialities. Thus, even if Ning Xi used her A-lister female artiste identity, she would not be able to go in. However, she was the daughter of the Ning family and the future Madame Su, so naturally, she managed to become a prestigious member. Ning Xi was greeted with a familiar store assistant's smile and congratulatory wishes the moment she arrived. "Miss Ning, you're here. I'd like to congratulate you in advance. Congratulations on the big wedding. May you live a long and happy life." Together. Chapter 1456. My mother. Thank you. For the past few days, Ning Xi had clearly gotten used to such congratulatory wishes, so she thanked the salesgirl politely. Then she quietly observed the surroundings. Finally, Ning Xi's eyes lit up when she saw the objective that she had come for today. Zhuang Qi strolled in with a cool, elegant aura in her high-heeled shoes, wearing a champagne tailor-made spirit dress. Ning Xi looked at the spirit outfit on Zhuang Qi, and the light in her eyes dimmed for an instant. Then she very quickly reined herself in. She pretended that she had not seen her as she put her handphone into her bag and walked towards the direction up front. Just as she walked past, a photo had inadvertently fallen out of her handbag and coincidentally brushed against Zhuang Qi's leg. Zhuang Qi subconsciously bent down to pick up the photo and was about to call out to the person in front, but her expression changed slightly when she had a clearer look at the picture. This photo seemed to have been taken quite some years ago just by looking at the background, but the photo was newly refurbished. Most importantly, among the 5 people in it, there were 4 that she knew. In the middle was her grandfather. On the left of her grandfather was her second aunt, third aunt, and on the right was her father. There was also one other woman. Even though the people in the photo were much younger, she could confidently recognize them. However, who was that woman beside her father? Why would she appear in such a photo that seemed like a family portrait? When Zhuang Qi finally regained her senses after being distracted and wanted to call out to the person in front, Ning Xi had already walked around the corner. "Hi, I'd like to ask who was that lady that just walked over there?" Zhuang Qi could only ask the staff beside her. That's the lady of the Ning family, Ning Xi." The staff answered enthusiastically. "Ning Xi?" Zhuang Qi's expression changed. Xiaoxi's sister? She had only found out that Ning Xi was the foster daughter of the Ning family after getting close to Ning Xi. Otherwise, she did not know anything else about the Nings. However, why would Ning Xi have such a picture? After a moment's pondering, Zhuang Qi said, "Help me arrange for me and Ms. Ning to be in the same private room." Okay. After Ning Xi entered the room, she laid down comfortably on the genuine leather recliner, waiting for the beautician's service and Zhuang Qi. Indeed, it had not been more than 3 minutes before the clacking of high heels was heard. Zhuang Qi passed her the picture, then said to Probe, "Ms. Ning, you seem to have dropped something." When Ning Xi saw the picture in Zhuang Qi's hand, her expression instantly changed, and she nervously took it back. Yes, it's mine. Thank you. Thank you so much, really." Then, she caressed the photo in her hand lightly, like she greatly treasured it. Zhuang Qi observed Ning Xi's expression as she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ms. Ning. May I ask why would you have this picture? Even though it's a little random, the people in this picture of yours is of my grandfather, my father, my second aunt, and my third aunt." Ning Xi immediately revealed a troubled expression when she heard her, as if she had not expected this picture would be exposed to Zhuang Qi. At the same time, she had confirmed one thing. It looked like Zhuang Qi was not aware of the fact that she still had one more aunt. Ning Xi seemed to hesitate for a while. Finally, she ordered the 2 beauticians, who had just entered, to leave first. Then she looked helplessly towards Zhuang Qi and said, "I didn't think that you would accidentally see this picture. Actually, one of the people in this photo is my mother." Chapter 1457. Third daughter. "The one beside my father?" Zhuang Qi instantly revealed a shocked expression. "Yes. How could this be?" When they got to this juncture, The two had gone with the flow and sat down to begin talking. Ning Xi looked at the picture and sighed. My mother's name is Zhuang Lingyu. When she heard Ning Xi say her mother's surname was Zhuang, Zhuang Qi instantly reacted. She also has the surname Zhuang. Could it be? Yes, my mother is the youngest daughter of the Zhuang family, said Ning Xi. Why have I never heard of this before? Zhuang Qi frowned. Grandfather had a third daughter? She had never heard anyone in the family mention this before. Ning Xi chose her words carefully, then she said, Actually, I didn't know about it from the start either. I only discovered this when I grew up. Obviously, I didn't know any specifics either. I only roughly heard that back then, my mother and my father loved each other. However, because their families did not match in terms of statuses, grandfather wouldn't agree no matter what. In order to be together with my father, my mother fought multiple times with grandfather. Misunderstandings and conflict deepened. At last, it reached the stage of severing father-daughter ties. They had not been in contact for more than 20 years. So, now almost no one knows about this incident from back then. After she had shared so much, Ning Xiaoluo's face was full of gloom. Actually, I know that my mother especially regretted hurting grandfather then, and she missed her family too. Sadly, my mother is too stubborn, so she wasn't willing to give in all this while. When Ning Xiaoluo reached this part, she looked at Zhuang Qi with a slightly pained expression. I'm actually sad that my mother's like this, so I tried to resolve the misunderstanding between my mother and grandfather. But it's too hard for me to contact and meet grandfather, so in that period of time, I tried to contact you, Ms. Zhuang. Unfortunately, I didn't think that because of some small misunderstanding, I would have missed the opportunity to speak to you. Ning Xiaoluo's words were no doubt hinting at the incident of Zhuang Qi standing up for Ning Xi previously in History's store, even implying that Ning Xi had been obstructing her from speaking to her from the start. Zhuang Qi looked at Ning Xiaoluo again and asked suspiciously, Why would you bring this photo around with you? I found this photo at my mother's bedside. Probably because of long-term fingering, the wear and tear have already been pretty severe, then I secretly brought it to be restored at a shop. Today, I just collected it. Actually, I've come to the beauty parlor today also with a mentality of trying out my luck, thinking about whether I would meet you, cousin. Who would have thought that God has finally helped me out? Ning Xiaoluo did not deny it at all. She just admitted her purpose and intention, even pretending that she had unconsciously changed her address towards Zhuang Qi as cousin. Indeed, when she heard Ning Xiaoluo speak like that, Zhuang Qi's expression softened quite a bit. She had already begun to believe Ning Xiaoluo's words. After all, Ning Xiaoluo did not need to lie to her. For such a matter, she just needed to go home and ask to find out whether it was real or not. She did not expect that she would have 3 aunts and that one of them had run away from home and severed ties with her family for so many years. Now that she recalled it, grandfather always had a worried expression on his face. She thought that it was only because he missed grandmother. Could it have also been because of this youngest daughter who had left home for many years? It's not good for us younger generation to interfere with the older generation's matters. Yet I can't bear to see my mother continue to look so haggard every day. That's why I presumptuously rambled on so much to you. Ning Xiaoluo said apologetically. Chapter 1458. Did she really say that? If Zhuang Lingyu was really her aunt, then Ning Xiaoluo would be her cousin. However, Zhuang Qi did not feel very comfortable about being addressed as cousin by Ning Xiaoluo. Something still did not feel right. Just because grandfather did not like the person she married, they had just ignored each other for over 20 years? Is it possible for me to keep this picture? Zhuang Qi asked. Ning Xiaoluo nodded with a positive heart as Zhuang Qi finally showed interest in this matter. Of course, I made a few copies for safekeeping. Thank you. Actually, my mother has been trying to make up with grandfather, but she didn't do it because of her personality. Another reason is that there hasn't really been a right time to do so. Afterwards, Ning Xiaoluo told Zhuang Qi about how much Zhuang Lingyu had missed her family so much in the past years. She also mentioned a little about her marriage, and they left the beauty parlor together after they were done. They both waited outside the entrance for their transport. Ning Xiaoluo received a call out of the blue. What? The car battery died? But I have to attend an event next. It's going to start in half an hour. Sending another car here would take too long a time, and it would be inappropriate for her to take a taxi due to her identity as a public figure. So Ning Xiaoluo was anxious. Zhuang Qir's car arrived. Before she got in, she asked, "Where are you going?" "The exhibition center. It's on the way. I'll send you there." "Thank you, cousin." Ning Xi boarded the car gratefully. In the car, she took the chance and indirectly invited Zhuang Qir to attend her wedding. At the Zhuang residence, after Zhuang Qir went back, she looked at the picture multiple times. Should she ask them? Then again, the elders in the house never mentioned Zhuang Lingyu before, so it should be a taboo topic of the family. Would it be a bad idea for her to ask? It would definitely be a big no to ask grandfather. As for her mother, she might not know very well. Then, Xiaoxi? That would not work as well. Xiaoxi was just the foster daughter of the family and probably would not know about something so hidden. Plus, she had never mentioned it before. As she was struggling with what to do, familiar footsteps came by. "Father, you're back." Zhuang Qir stood up. Where's your grandfather?" Zhuang Liaoyuan was wearing his military uniform, his expression stern. "He went fishing and isn't back yet." Zhuang Qir hesitated, then asked, "Father, how many daughters does grandfather have?" Zhuang Liaoyuan's cold face frowned when he heard this question. "Why are you suddenly asking about this? I heard someone said today that grandfather has 3 daughters. There's another one called Zhuang Lingyu." Zhuang Qir tried to ask carefully. As expected, Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression changed the moment he heard that name. "How did you find out? Who told you?" "So it's real after all." Zhuang Qir was surprised. She handed the picture she over. "I met the girl from the Ning family, Ning Xi, when I was at the beauty parlor today. I picked up this picture that she dropped. We talked for a little. She said that her mother has been missing grandfather a lot." "Did she really say that?" Zhuang Liaoyuan looked oddly at her. "Yeah, she also said this picture has always been by her mother's bedside. It was damaged because of her frequently touching it, so she went to get it restored." Zhuang Qir nodded. Chapter 1459, I'll surely come. Zhuang Liaoyuan did not have any sign of being touched or any sadness on his face when Zhuang Qir told him about it. Instead, he seemed well and thoroughly pissed off. His expression turned even colder. "This shouldn't be any of your concern. Just act it as if you've heard nothing about it. Don't mention it in front of your grandfather." Because Zhuang Liaoyuan looked so afflicted, Zhuang Qir skipped the part where Ning Xi had extended her wedding invitation. While her father did not say much about this matter, surely there was more to it. She could not just believe everything Ning Xi said, but she would not simply interfere either. For Xiaoxi's sake, she would not want to get too close to this cousin who had just suddenly appeared. At Platinum Palace, Tingxiao was cooking dinner that night. Little Treasure was helping him. Ning Xi had been chased out of the kitchen as they ordered her to just wait. Ning Xi looked through the entertainment news feed. Nearly everything was about Ning Xi and Su Yan's wedding, so she turned off the feed and peeked at the little bun and the big bun. The moment Ning Xi put down her phone, it suddenly rang. The incoming call was from Tang Nua. Could something have happened at home again? Ning Xi quickly picked up the call. "Hello, Xiao Nua. Did something happen back home again? Those people went back looking for trouble." No. Sis, they didn't come back." "Oh, wait. They did come once. But they came to give us flowers and fresh fruits, and they were really nice to us as well. They were probably afraid of Ning Xi. It seemed like her decision to be harsher on them was correct." "Oh, that sounds great then." Ning Xi was relieved, and she smiled broadly. "Young man, your exams are in a few days' time. Do you want me to accompany you?" "No, please. No, don't come at all. Let me just be by myself," Tang Nua quickly said. Ning Xi laughed lightly. "Okay, all the best. I'm waiting for you to come to Imperial." "Sis, just wait. I'll surely come." "How ambitious." Ning Xi teased him, but Tang Nua always had good grades, so it would not be a problem for him to get into a school in Imperial. "Right, sis. I called you for something else." Tang Nua seemed embarrassed to tell her, and he hesitated for a while. "Sis, you left too soon after helping us big time. We didn't have time to thank you at all. Father and Mother said that we should treat you to a meal. When are you free? Can you come back home?" "Sis, it's been a long time since our family gathered together." Tang Nua sounded really pitiful with that last sentence. The sister he had grown up with since he was a young child had left him so suddenly, until she ended up becoming someone totally unrelated. Tang Nua did not feel comfortable about it as well, but too many people were involved. His parents were against him getting too close to Ning Xi. No matter how much he missed her, he could only endure it until this incident was settled and Ning Xi went back home. However, the strangled situation was starting to unravel. Ning Xi hesitated as well, but she was not cruel enough to reject the young man. All right, I'll go when I'm free. Really? Sis, you promised. You can't go back on your promise. Chapter 1460, let me blow the pain away. Fine, fine, I promise. Don't be distracted now. Focus on your exams. I got it. I'll definitely make you proud. Good. Ning Xi smiled warmly. After a short chat, Tingxiao then sounded odd again. He asked, "Oh, is that woman getting married soon?" Ning Xi then realized he was talking about Ning Xiao. She nodded. Yes. Tingxiao sneered. She never called us. We found out about it on the TV. I'm really worried that Mother is going and will get rejected. Fortunately, Mother didn't say anything this time, and she didn't mention that she's going. Before that, she kept on pestering me to buy some local specialties and send it to her wedding. I tried to convince her but failed. Then suddenly she stopped. She probably was rejected when she called Ning Xiao, but Ning Xi did not say it out loud. After Ning Xi was done talking to Tingxiao, Tingxiao and the little bun were done with dinner. Mommy, dinner's ready. The little bun quickly led his mother to the dinner table. Ning Xi saw 4 dishes and a bowl of soup on the table. There was a fresh tomato salad, roast meat, cola chicken, and pork rib soup with herbs. There was also Tingxiao's best dish, fried cabbage. It was much more than she expected, and the dishes looked delicious. Taste it. Tingxiao passed her a pair of chopsticks. Ning Xi took the chopsticks and tried all of them. The big bun and the little bun looked at her anxiously. After a while, Ning Xi's eyes brightened, and she gave them a thumbs up. Not bad at all. Delicious. Both the buns were relieved. The little bun looked especially vibrant. Tingxiao pulled out Ning Xi's seat for her. Let's eat. Ning Xi saw a blister on the back of Tingxiao's hand. Then she held onto his hand to examine closely. What happened? I just got splashed by some oil. It's all right. I've taken care of it, Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi blew some cool air on his hand. Does it still hurt? Let me blow the pain away. Tingxiao looked at Ning Xi's childish behavior and laughed as warmth flooded his heart. The ignored little bun looked at his father angrily. His face seemed to say, "How could you use such a cheap tactic behind my back to catch Mommy's attention?" "Mommy, little treasure wants it too." The little bun spoke up. Ning Xi chuckled, and she quickly gave the little guy's fair hand a light puff of air as well. The little bun was satisfied now. Look, I got it even without any tricks. After finishing dinner and putting the little bun to sleep, Ning Xi and Tingxiao sat in the garden and had a little chat. "Dear, why are you treating me especially nicely today?" Ning Xi asked. Actually, it was not just today. This had been going on for the past few days as well. Tingxiao was already treating her kindly enough, but the past few days had been way off the charts. She felt like she was becoming a good-for-nothing. Tingxiao would never admit that it was because of his guilt. "I'm afraid that you might be sad." Tingxiao quickly came up with an excuse. "Sad? You mean about Su Yan's wedding?" Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. "If it's about that, you're overthinking. They suit each other, so it's a blessing for them." Chapter 1461. Are you sure you want me to go? Recently, the progress of 9 Realms had been going very well. Apart from the filming, Ning Xi also arranged for Ning Xi to attend some suitable events. The filming period of a series would take at least several months. Being away from the public eye for such a long period of time would easily have her be forgotten, so she would still need to ensure that some attention was still on her. Ning Xi's popularity had been increasing. As more and more people liked her, there were a lot of critics as well, accusing her and making up gossip. But thanks to Ning Xi and the support of the company, they were not really any real threats. Instead, it fueled her high-rising popularity. As she had been working hard on her career, the one thing that Ning Xi had been doing consistently was charity work. What she could do before this was limited, but in her current position, she could do much more. Ning Xi agreed and supported her, actively approaching non-profit organizations and setting up a charity fund under Ning Xi's name. The ceremony for the launch of the fund setup has been arranged. It's on the 8th of this month, and you don't have any scenes on that day, Ning Xi said. The 8th. Ning Xi's eyebrows raised a little. Do you have something up on the 8th? Here's the list of guests. Take a look. Okay. Ning Xi nodded and browsed through it. They were all celebrities in the entertainment industry, and there were also some important partners. Looks all right. Ning Xi's phone rang the moment she came out of Ning Xi's office. Ning Xi slid her finger across the screen and answered the call before she could see who was calling. Ning Yaohua's voice came through the phone. Hello, Xiaoxi. Don't forget about Xuelua's wedding tomorrow. I have something on the 8th. You have something on? What else could be more important than Xuelua's wedding? The person speaking was now Zhuang Lingyu. Are you sure you want me to go? Ning Xi's tone put Zhuang Lingyu on alert. Of course, she did not want her to go. Who knew what could happen again if she turned up? Do you think I want to do this? It's a big day for Xuelua. Not only you, even Tianxin isn't coming. Are you guys trying to tell the whole world that our family is at a discord? Zhuang Lingyu said in an annoyed tone. Whatever. Let her be. It's not a big deal, Ning Yaohua mumbled. Then he tried to say carefully, Xiaoxi, what are you up to on the 8th? Actually, let the past be the past. You can't force a relationship after all. I think CEO Yun is pretty good. His tone sounded like he thought she was trying to stir trouble out of jealousy. Furthermore, Ning Yaohua had not forgotten about Yunshin as well. He had treated her much better recently because of the value he saw in her. Now, however, it only made her feel disgusted. CEO Ning, you can look at my schedule on the official website or call my assistant. Ning Xi then hung up. The 8th came very soon. The entrance to the Imperial Exhibition Center was congested. Nearly half of the entertainment industry, as well as the rich and famous among the guests from various industries, were gathered there. It was comparable to an awards ceremony. Most celebrities would hold their wedding in a hotel or on a small island, but there were simply too many guests at the wedding of Ning Xi and Su Yin, so they had to have it in the Imperial Exhibition Center. Chapter 1462. His lucky star indeed. Ning Xi and Su Yin were greeting guests at the entrance, looking every bit like they had come straight out of a beautiful painting. Their bridesmaids and best men were all young, glowing celebrities as well, making the whole posse a very attractive sight. Congratulations, CEO Su. Thank you, CEO Li. Welcome in. Congratulations, Xuelua, best wishes. You look very beautiful today. Sis Lin, you're the beautiful one today, all right? I might not even measure up to you even as the bride. Inside the wedding hall, Ning Yaohua was happily greeting the guests and chatting with some older CEOs in the top industry. At that moment, he was relieved that he had made the decision to give his portion of the 15% of shares to Ning Xi. Xuelua was his lucky star. Back in the day, the Zhuang family had looked down on him and was strongly against their daughter marrying him. He wondered what they would think if they were to see this scene today. Based on these thoughts, he did not raise any objection when Xuelua sent the Zhuangs her wedding invitation. If the Zhuang family were to change their attitude, he would not mind letting go of his grudge. After a long time, most of the guests had arrived. Xula, Su Yin, leave it to us here. You guys should go in now. There's a rehearsal later. Zhuang Lingyu smiled kindly at her. Ning Xuelua frowned ever so slightly. It's all right, mother. Some guests aren't here yet. We'll stay for a little while longer. Okay, don't wait for too long. Zhuang Lingyu then went back inside. Ning Xuelua waited for a while longer. Only a few late guests arrived, but no one from the Zhuang family turned up. Damn it. She had gone out of her way and invited them, but it was not working. Was the Zhuang family really this heartless? She had given them the perfect opportunity. She had even told Zhuang Qi so much. If they had even the slightest intention to make up, they would have appeared today. Xuelua, is anyone from your maternal grandfather's side coming? Su Yan's mother went over and asked with a concerned expression. Not yet. They'll probably be late. Let's go in first. Ning Xuelua smiled, but there was a slight darkness in her eyes. Su Yan's mother was really concerned about the Zhuang family. If she screwed up performing the first task in her marriage, how could she take a firm stand in the Su family? She had to make someone from the Zhuang family come no matter what, even if it was to just show them face. It seemed like she had to use her last resort. At the same time, in the military area, Zhuang Qi put on a dark-colored formal outfit. She took her bag and was about to leave home. Here, are you meeting your friends? Is it a boy or a girl? Meng Linlang asked from the living room sofa, her eyes brimming with expectation. Zhuang Qi answered exasperatedly. Mother, I'm going to support Xiaoxi today. Xiaoxi? What does that child have going on today? Meng Linlang probed. Xiaoxi's charity fund is being set up today. As her good friend, of course, I have to go. Zhuang Qi replied. Meng Linlang nodded. That child is really nice. She's not blinded by fame. She never forgot about her roots as expected. Mother, as expected of what? As they were talking, the nanny came in with a black box in her hands. Miss, did you put this bracelet in the car? Bracelet? What bracelet? Zhuang Qier was confused. The nanny replied, Old Zhang found it when he was washing the car. It looks pretty expensive, Mississippi. Be careful with your belongings. It's not safe putting them in the car. Chapter 1463. Not so simple. Zhuang Qier opened the box and took a look. She insisted on confusion. This isn't mine. The nanny was perplexed as well. Not yours? Then is it? Madam's? But from the style of the bracelet, it looks like it's made for young girls. It's not mine. I've never seen it before, Meng Linling declared. That's weird. No one has sat in my car before. Zhuang Qier studied the bracelet again. It was obvious that this bracelet would cost at least a few $1,000,000. Zhuang Qier then suddenly remembered something. Could it be Ning Xi? Qier who? Meng Linling frowned a little when she heard the name. She's the daughter of Ning family. Her father is Ning Yaohua, and her mother is called Zhuang Lingyu. I just recently found out that she's my cousin. Cousin? Meng Linling frowned deeper. How is she your cousin? Wait, how did you know about this? Who told you? Ning Xi told me herself. Zhuang Qier tried to remember what had happened the other day. She told her mother about her meeting Ning Xi at the spa center. Meng Linling listened quietly, then she laughed coldly. She can really talk. Would Zhuang Lingyu really put the picture by her bedside and miss us? If she actually had a conscience, she wouldn't have done something so terrible back then. Mother, what exactly happened? I asked father, but he's not willing to tell me anything. He also told me not to mention it in front of grandfather. Zhuang Qier felt troubled. Meng Linling dismissed the nanny before continuing. Do you know why your grandfather didn't agree to the marriage of Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua? Because our families aren't compatible? It shouldn't be that simple, right? If that's the reason, the worst that could have happened would just be some argument. It wouldn't have blown up to become this serious, would it? Zhuang Qier said. Meng Linling did not look well and did not seem very willing to talk about this matter. However, after some consideration, Meng Linling told her, actually, the Ning family wasn't a bad match even back then. Although they aren't from any government organization or super rich, they did have a company of their own. Despite it not being really big, you could somewhat call them rich. Ning Xi was still the head back then, and the company was growing well. He sent both his sons out into society for 2 years in order to train them. Sadly, the Ning boys were the worst. The second son, Ning Yaobang, was always drinking his life away, and the eldest son, Ning Yaohua, started a small company of his own. He looked like he was doing well, but he was using his good looks and paved his way by seducing different ladies. It was not his first time taking advantage of women. After your father made a thorough investigation about him, he told Zhuang Lingyu about it. Yet your ignorant aunt was totally blinded by love. She did not listen at all, and accused us of simply going against her will, and even. Meng Linling looked worse for wear when she reached this point. Ning Yaohua even tried to have a go at me, but he did it very subtly. There isn't any evidence. I told your father about it, and since your father is a straightforward person, he went and told Zhuang Lingyu about it. You can guess what happened. Not only did she not believe it, she accused me of seducing her man. Ugh, my taste isn't that bad. Chapter 1464. See through the trick. Zhuang Qier was really taken aback. Now, she understood why her father did not want to talk about it. Matters about the elders was pretty difficult to share with the youngsters in the family. Ning Yaohua then started using Zhuang Lingyu, who came back and messed with your grandfather. She wanted your grandfather to help him with his business. At that time, she was so naive and thought it would be a really simple matter to get a piece of land. The higher-ups were really strict at that time. In addition to your grandfather's righteous principles, he never even gave his son any special help. Everything your father has achieved was all through his own abilities. Meng Linling had probably held it in for far too long, so her words rushed out all at once. In the end, after she was rejected, Zhuang Lingyu secretly used the family name and committed bribery. Afterward, your grandfather's political opponent found out, and this matter almost cost your grandfather his career and reputation. Your grandfather was furious and severed ties with her. Zhuang Qier gaped in shock. So that's what happened. Meng Linling sneered. After he severed ties with her, your father was still a kind person. He went to warn Ning Yaohua with a gun to make him promise that he would treat Zhuang Lingyu well. Otherwise, why do you think Ning Yaohua would always treat Zhuang Lingyu so kindly even when she didn't bear him a son? Zhuang Qi finally understood. Then, what Ning Xi said. Meng Linlang laughed coldly. When we met Zhuang Lingyu a month ago, she was still having that arrogant attitude towards me and your father. She didn't even want to look us in the eye. What makes you think she'd regret what she had done? While Ning Xi is young, she's really cunning. She just wants to gain some fame from us. Then, what about this bracelet? Could she intend to get on my good side, but was afraid that I wouldn't accept it? So she left it in my car. Zhuang Qi was confused. Her explanation did not seem to make sense. She wanted to trick you to attend her wedding. Meng Linlang looked at the time. You can give it some time. She'll call you soon and say she accidentally left her bracelet in your car. She'll make up various excuses about you having to return it to her personally. If you go, even if it's just to return the bracelet, the others might not know that and will interpret it as you attending her wedding, even giving her an expensive bracelet as a gift. People will recognize you as the daughter of the Zhuang family, and that you're representing all of us. Thus, Ning Xi could boost her value by using us. Meng Linlang knew her daughter too well. She only looked cold on the outside, but if Ning Xi truly wanted to trick her, there was an 80% chance that she would fall for it. Fortunately, she had found out about it just in time. Zhuang Qi bit her lip in disgust, as if she had just eaten a fly. This woman is terrifying. First, she tried to build a family bond. Then, to avoid her from not taking the bait, she had purposely left her bracelet in her car. How cunning. Meng Linlang looked sharply into the distance. Good one, Ning Xi. We haven't looked for her yet, and she dares to use us. She then stood up and turned to Zhuang Qi. Did you just say Xiao she is setting up her charity fund today? Chapter 1465, Going Along with the Plan. It's today? What about it? Where is it? Meng Linlang asked. It's on the top floor of the International Exhibition Center. I remember Ning Xi's wedding is at the same venue as well. She reserved the largest floor of the whole building. Zhuang Qi replied. The exhibition center always had a lot of events and meetings going on. The middle floor was the largest of the halls, and most of the time, only important national meetings or really large-scale events were held there. Most of the other events would be hosted in the smaller hall on the top floor. Zhuang Qi was a big fan of Ning Xi's. She had seen on her official website a long time ago that Ning Xi's charity fund was going to be set up today. The venue and time had been announced back then as well, long before Ning Xi decided on her wedding date. What a coincidence for them to be at the same venue on the same day. At that moment, Zhuang Qi's phone rang. It was Ning Xi. On the day they had met at the spa center, Ning Xi had exchanged numbers with her. Zhuang Qi looked at her mother questioningly. Meng Linlang smiled sarcastically. Then she said, Pick it up. Let's see what she's going to say. Zhuang Qi nodded and picked up the phone. Then she turned on the loudspeaker. Cousin, can I trouble you for something? I lost a bracelet that I have to use for my wedding today. I can't find it at all. I think I might have left it in your car the other day. Can you help me look for it? I'm really sorry. Ning Xi sounded genuinely worried. What she said was exactly the same as Meng Linlang had predicted. Zhuang Qi was really incensed, especially when she called her cousin, because despite the endearment, she was actually planning to trick her. Meng Linlang hinted to her daughter to agree to what Ning Xi said. Zhuang Qi replied, Wait for a while. I'll look for it. Okay, thank you so much. Zhuang Qi hung up. Mother, what do you want to do? Tell her that you'll send it over later. I'll make the arrangements, Meng Linlang said. All right. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhuang Qi called Ning Xi back. I found it. It's in my car. That's great. This bracelet is really meaningful to me. It's my lucky item. If I had really lost it on my wedding day, I really don't know what to do. Ning Xi sounded relieved. Then she changed her tone and asked hesitantly, Cousin, I'm really sorry to ask this, but are you free now? I might have to trouble you again. My wedding is starting soon. I probably can't make it if I send someone over now. Could you please bring it to me? I'm really sorry. A wedding was such an important day for a girl. Furthermore, with the fact that the bracelet was so important to her and was obviously worth at least a few $1 million combined with her urgent tone, Zhuang Qi would have sent it over personally if she had not known anything. Zhuang Qi went along. I'll send it over to you. Thank you, cousin. I'm beyond grateful. Ning Xi thanked her several times. Chapter 1466. True Support. After she hung up, Zhuang Qier had a lingering fear in her heart. If she really went over to pass the bracelet to Ning Xi, everyone would talk. Even if gossip such as the Zhuang family joining Ning Xi's wedding and even presenting a precious gift got to her, Ning Xi could just claim that the guests had misunderstood and dismiss all responsibilities. On the other hand, Zhuang Qier would not have gone to the extent of explaining and clarifying the actual situation to every single one of the guests there. Meng Linlang looked at her daughter's expression and sighed. Her daughter was good at everything, but her thought process was just too naive. However, when her straightforward husband had heard his daughter talk about Ning Xi looking for her, he did not bother warning her either. Fine. It was best for her to do such things by herself. Since she had long planned to do it, she only had to bring it forward now. Taking advantage of the opportunity today, she would like them to see for themselves how cheering someone on truly looked like and what truly supporting someone was. Meng Linlang picked up her phone and made a call. Hello, Section Chief Zhao. What have you been busy with recently? Hee, what else can I be up to? I've been transferred back to Imperial, so I'm a little not used to suddenly being quite free. I've mainly been doing some charity recently. Next up, Meng Linlang continued making quite a few calls. Zhuang Qier realized something, and she picked up the phone to start inviting the people within her circle of friends too. Even though she did not usually have many friends, there were countless people who wanted to suck up to her. With just a single word, people would definitely be willing to come and support her. Moments later, Zhuang Qier wore a little black dress with a handbag in her hand and a delicate gift bag. Meng Linlang wore a solemn, dark outfit too. The mother and daughter got into their car and made their way towards the exhibition center. At the same time, inside the wedding hall in the middle of the exhibition center, Su Yan's mother had already been urging Ning Xi quite a few times. There were subtle signs of impatience between her brows too. Ning Xi had just finished talking to Zhuang Qier on the phone, and there was a smug happiness across her face. She walked quickly to Su Yan's mother and said confidently, "Mother, don't worry. I've just called my cousin. She's already on her way." "Really? That's great then. Quickly have people greet them at the entrance." Su Yan's mother was overjoyed. "I've already sent them over." "That's good then. Will your cousin be coming alone?" Su Yan's mother questioned. "Well, probably." "Oh well, that's good. It's great enough that your cousin can make it." Su Yan's mother looked pleased as she kept glancing towards the entrance in anticipation. After Ning Xi spoke to Su Yan's mother, she walked to Zhuang Lingyu. She was worried that Zhuang Lingyu would ruin things, so she worriedly clung onto Zhuang Lingyu and spoke softly. "Mother, later there will be someone from the Zhuang family coming over. I hope you won't bicker with them. Otherwise, you'd worsen your health, and that won't be worth it." Zhuang Lingyu actually already knew that they had secretly invited the Zhuangs. She had been turning a blind eye to it, but when she heard this at that moment, she said, "I understand. It's your big day today, and I'm in a good mood, so I won't bicker with them much." Of course, she had her own considerations as well. Even though she definitely would not forgive her brother and father for the things that they had done years ago, she could not deny that if the Zhuang family could join Shuilua's wedding, it would benefit Shuilua greatly. She would just force herself to attend to them later. Chapter 1467. They have strong support too. At the wedding banquet, among the guests who attended the celebration, almost everyone in the entertainment circle had come to show their support. There were even quite some people from the rival company, Glory World Entertainment. After all, even though they were attached to Glory World, the company's opposing stances could not limit their private relationships. Two female celebrities from Glory World were discussing softly in a corner. One of the female artistes in a yellow outfit said worriedly, "Sai, based on Starlight and Glory World's situation, wouldn't it be to our disadvantage for us to be attending Ning Xilua's wedding? Recently, Ning Xilua and Ning Xi's relationship seems to be quite tense too." The female artiste in red was quite unbothered. "Otherwise, if you don't come for such an important occasion, would you rather run to that unpresentable small hall upstairs to join some nuisance charity donation ceremony? If you want to go, you can go yourself." "Huh? I'm just saying." Speaking of which, Ning Xi, do these two have some kind of blood relation? Their surnames are both Ning. Long ago, when Ning Xi was still at Starlight, Ning Yaohua had already completely shut Ning Xi out from the Ning family. Just in case, so Ning Xi's identity in the entertainment circle was still unknown till now. Then again, the walls had ears, so it was inevitable for that bit of rumor to leak out. When the artiste in red heard the hypothesis, she said, "There is this rumor. It's probably just a baseless claim. If Ning Xi were really related to the Ning family, the Nings won't need to directly go against her as they have done previously. For Xiaoluo, they withdrew their investments and even chased her out of Starlight. Didn't you notice that Ning Xi didn't appear at such an important occasion today?" "That's true." The artiste in yellow nodded, feeling much more reassured. In fact, the Nings aren't just people who do business as you see on the surface. They have strong support behind them too. "Oh, what do you mean?" "I heard that today even Imperial's famed Zhuang family will come. The founding state general, Zhuang Zongren. That Zhuang family. Now, do you understand?" "I'm not talking to you anymore. I have to get down to business." The artiste in red hastily touched up her makeup. Then she stood up and sashayed towards one of the old CEOs that she had long been watching. Ning Xiaoluo's banquet had amassed almost all of Imperial's rich and powerful, and they were all cash cows in most people's eyes. It was such a great opportunity that only a fool would refuse to attend. Ning Xi had only been reigning as queen after Su Yimo had fallen from Glory World Entertainment, and there were no other tigers in the mountain. She was not like Su Yimo, who bore the scary title of Lady Boss of the Lu Corporation and had an entire backstage supporting her. Ning Xiaoluo did not need to give Ning Xi any face to the extent of giving up such a great opportunity. These kind of occasions were most suitable for all sorts of networking. It was also the best opportunity to make connections and discuss collaborations. Basically, everyone had the same goals as the female artiste in red. As for the news that the Zhuang family was coming, many of the guests present had heard it too. Now, many people had gone to find out the truth from Su Yan's mother. "Madam Su, we heard that there will be someone from the Zhuang family coming. Is it true?" Su Yan's mother had already received the confident answer from Ning Xiaoluo. Thus, she was smiling from ear to ear at this moment as she said, "Yes, that's true. Earlier, Xiaoluo just told me that Ms. Zhuang is already on her way." Xiaoluo? How did Xiaoluo get to know people from the Zhuang family?" "Madam Su, your daughter-in-law is quite remarkable." Now that Su Yan's mother was surrounded by a group of people, not too far away, Su Sun and his wife looked gloomy, yet they had to force themselves not to express their dismay. Who would have thought that Ning Xiaoluo would suddenly pop up with such a huge supporter? Chapter 1468. An Unexpected Surprise? As Su Yan's mother listened to the praises around her and looked at that bastard Su Sun's miserable expression, she felt satisfied and said delightedly, "Sigh. Actually, it's because the Zhuangs are our in-laws' parental home." When they heard this, everyone around was even more startled. They thought that it was just some friendly connection between the younger generation at most. Unexpectedly, there was a layer of blood ties. The Zhuangs were Zhuang Lingyu's parental home? But why had they never heard of this before? The crowd looked at each other in confusion, yet they knew not to ask any further. At this moment, some of the older people suddenly realized something and talked among themselves. There really is such a thing. Back then, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ning family was old General Zhuang's youngest daughter. However, later she had a fallout with them. They haven't kept in touch for many years. By the looks of it, they might have reconciled. After all, it's one owns flesh and blood, so it's normal to reconcile, right? So that's what it is. TSK, the Su family is really fortunate this time. I initially thought that a fake phoenix has been taken in as a wife. What fake phoenix? I think it's just Ning Xiaodong having ideas about the Ning family's property business and causing issues. Didn't Ning Yaohua already hold a press conference to deny it? As the crowd was discussing spiritedly, at this moment, someone from the crowd shouted in disbelief, "The one at the entrance. Isn't that the lady from the Zhuang family?" In an instant, everyone subconsciously looked towards the entrance. At first glance, they could not notice anything. Soon, the crowd unexpectedly saw not only a young girl but an older, dignified woman with a composed manner beside her. The two of them seemed to be saying something to the welcoming committee. They saw that woman had maintained herself rather well. She wore a navy blue embroidered cheongsam, and she did not look like the mother standing beside the girl. Instead, she looked like her older sister. Even though she did not wear any precious or impressive accessories, her aura naturally upheld a certain grandeur. Immediately, several people recognized the two of them. That's right, it's the lady of the Zhuang family. And Madame Zhuang. What? The one beside the girl is Madame Zhuang. Oh my god, I didn't expect that even the general's wife would come. Madame Zhuang has never appeared at such an occasion. It looks like the blood ties between the Zhuangs and the Nings are real. They would not have placed any importance on this occasion if they weren't their in-laws. With the appearance of the two ladies, almost all of the guests' attention was fixated on the entrance. Not too far away, Ning Xi and Su Yan's mother, who had been long waiting, exchanged a look before they walked up quickly to greet them. They did not expect for even Madame Zhuang, also known as Meng Linlang, would have come too. Ning Xi was especially surprised because she had only asked Zhuang Qi to help send over the bracelet. She did not think that she would have brought Meng Linlang with her too. It looked like it was not just about delivering the bracelet. Could it? Could it be that the Zhuang family had finally changed their minds at the final second and agreed to attend her wedding? If that was the case, it would be more than wonderful. Ning Xi looked towards Zhuang Lingyu with a begging expression. Zhuang Lingyu looked quite reluctant on the surface, especially when she saw Meng Linlang. She seemed tight-lipped and pale. However, for the sake of her daughter, she fixed the hair around her temples and still followed Ning Xi to walk over together. Ning Yaohua was even more overjoyed, especially when he saw Ning Yaobang's face filled with utter jealousy that he was practically hopping mad. Earlier, Ning Yaobang had still been complaining that he had given his shares to a daughter that was not even blood-related and called him a moron. He warned him to be careful of wasted efforts that led to futility. Now, he could prove how right his strategy was. Chapter 1469. To steal a chicken and lose the rice used to lure it. However, Ning Yaohua's status was very different now. Even if he were delighted in his heart, he maintained a reserved look. When he saw that Ning Xi and Zhuang Lingyu had walked over to them, he did not rush to walk up. Instead, he responded to the praises of the crowd as he waited for the congratulatory wishes from the Zhuang family. Under all of the guests' watchful scrutiny, the bride, Ning Xi, had personally gone over to greet them at the hall entrance. She intimately called out, "Cousin, auntie, this way please." When she finished, she did not forget to introduce them to Su Yan. "Bro Yin, this is my cousin and my aunt. I've told you about them before." "Cousin, aunt." When the other guests who were still not familiar about the Nings and the Zhuang's relationship heard Ning Xiuo's address, there was the unmistakable rise and fall of gasps. In fact, this time, Ning Xiuo was very high profile. She did not hold back voice when addressing them too, as she was practically afraid that the others would not hear it. Initially, if it were just Zhuang Qi who had come, she would be afraid that the others would know about the truth of why she was there. In turn, she definitely would have been more low profile and bring her to a place where no Ankh would not hear them speak. She would have made it more obscure and ambiguous. It was best for others to misunderstand if that were the case, but now, she did not need to do that at all. Su Yan's mother was eager too. "Madame Zhuang, what a surprise to see you here too. Ms. Zhuang is really getting prettier by the day." At the entrance, just as Ning Xiuola and Su Yan's mother were enthusiastically making small talk, Meng Linlang finally spoke. Meng Linlang glanced past the people before her, indifferently as she would look at a stranger. Then her beautiful brows wrinkled slightly, and she turned towards Zhuang Qi beside her. "Qi, who are they? Do you know them?" Zhuang Qi was further bewildered, but she put on an innocent expression. "I don't know either. I don't know them. Mother, let's go. If we're any later, we won't be able to make it." Meng Linlang nodded, then allowed herself to be pulled away by Zhuang Qi. They made their way upstairs without turning their heads back at all. Ning Xiuola, Zhuang Lingyu, Su Yan's mother, Su Yan, Ning Yaohua, and all the guests behind them were speechless. There had been at least more than 10 seconds of silence before the huge hall of people who had been ditched started to react. What was going on? Did Madame Zhuang and Miss Zhuang just say that they did not even know them at all? In fact, the two of them were not even there to attend Ning Xiuo's wedding. It seemed that were only passing by when they walked to the entrance. Su Yan's mother was confused and seemed to not be able to regain her senses from the unforeseen scenario. She could not even mask her tone that was filled with anxiousness as she shouted at the waiters at the entrance. What did Miss Zhuang and Madame Zhuang say to you earlier? The waiters were dumbfounded as well, but they nervously answered, "In nothing. Earlier, Madame and Miss were just asking for directions." What? Asking for directions? This scene from earlier was heard, clearly by everyone present. Very soon, amidst the whispers, all the guests found out that Madame Zhuang and Miss Zhuang were not even there to attend Ning Xi's wedding. Oh my God, what is happening? I'm completely confused. Don't you understand? The Zhuang family is not related to the Ning family at all. Okay, whether or not they're related, based on the Zhuang's attitude, the point is that they definitely aren't planning to be related to the Nings. From the start to the end, it was just the Ning family's own wishful thinking. This is funny. Even if Ning Xi wanted to put a feather in her own cap, she didn't need to tell such lies, did she? Who knows? It could also be possible that the Zhuang family did actually agree, but they backed out halfway through. It's even more likely that purely because the Zhuang family is hostile towards the Nings, they intentionally embarrassed the latter with their show of strength. Haha. This is truly a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. 1. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. An idiom to mean to try to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. Chapter 1470, Getting Out of Hand. What did Miss Zhuang and Madame Zhuang say to you earlier? There were a lot of people present who did not like Ning Yaohua's arrogant attitude anyway, so they were all secretly gloating at the moment. The Nings and the Sus had responded by saying that it was a mistake and tried to brush it off. It was a happy day after all, and the guests did not make it difficult for them. Everyone just had smiles pasted on their faces. However, after today, who knew what people would say over their private dinners? The wedding ceremony was about to begin, so the two families took the chance and went back into the hotel room. Suyan's mother could not hold it in anymore. The moment they closed the door, she started complaining. "Shula, what's the matter? Didn't you say that someone from the Zhuang family would come? While they did come, they were here to mock us." Ning Xi did not know what had gone wrong as well, but she did not have any other choice. Her tears flowed down. "Mother, I don't know. I really don't know. Things were all right when I was on the phone with cousin. I don't know why it would turn out like this." Zhuang Lingyu was angry when she saw Su Yan's mother's attitude. How can you blame Shuela? Do you think Shuela would still ask them to come if she knew this would happen? And to be fair, if it weren't for you wanting Shuela to invite the Zhuangs, the incident earlier wouldn't have happened. Su Yan's mother laughed coldly. "So now it's my fault? Why do you think I wanted you guys to invite the Zhuang family?" It was all. Seeing that his mother-in-law and mother were about to fight, Su Yan also glanced at the poor Ning Shuela. He pinched the space in between his eyebrows. Before his mother said anything worse, he interrupted. "Mother, it's not the time to talk about this now. There might be some misunderstandings. Let's find out after the wedding." Ning Yaohua and Su Hongguang looked extremely unwell, but they could only bite their tongues. "The ceremony is starting soon. Go and prepare yourselves, and don't let anything else go wrong." After the short conversation, both the families went out and greeted the guests once again because it would be suspicious if they left the hall for too long. Currently, things in the wedding hall were getting out of hand. "Oh boy, did you guys hear that just now?" Ms. Zhuang said something about going to be late. They seem to be here for some other event. An event? The largest floor in the exhibition center has been reserved by the Su family. The top floor is just a small hall. What kind of event could the general's wife and her daughter be attending personally? That's odd. As the crowd was discussing about it, people had been getting phone calls one after another, and they answered the calls quietly. "What? Charity fund? Section Chief Zhao? Upstairs? Even Minister Liu? Are you sure? Don't joke with me. I've been trying to get in touch with Minister Liu for 3 months, and it didn't happen. That doesn't sound possible. Okay, I'll go and take a look. I didn't get any invitation. Is it all right to just go? What? No invitation needed? I just have to donate. It's all right then. Got it." With the calls drawing the attention away from the wedding reception, there were lesser and lesser guests. Chapter 1471, Might as well donate it. Guests were bidding farewell to Ning Yaohua and Su Hongguang. "Chairman Ning, I have to apologize. There's some emergency at my company, and I have to leave now. Congratulations again." "Sorry, it's all right. Your attendance itself is my pleasure." "Thank you, CEO Wang." After Ning Yaohua bade farewell to one guest, Another one came to him. Chairman Wang, my company has been busy lately, and I forgot that I have a meeting scheduled today. I've got to go now. I apologize in advance. Ning Yaohua quickly replied. Not at all. Let me send you off. It's okay. Stay here. I'll leave on my own. At first, Ning Yaohua did not realize something was wrong. Only until the fifth person came to him, he knew that things were odd. At the same time, Su Hongwang was faced with the same situation as well. Unfortunately, the wedding ceremony was about to start, so they did not have much time to think about it. The host called them up on stage to start getting ready. At the same time, in the multipurpose hall upstairs, a poster of the charity fund had been placed by the entrance. There were 2 usherers, and the setup was simple. Nevertheless, the poster design was clean and neat, and the usherers were really kind and polite as they were guiding the incoming guests towards the registration counter. It was clearly well thought out. The decoration inside the hall was simple and tidy. Most of the people present were artistes from Glory World Entertainment and the company partners. There were not a lot of people, but there was a comfortable vibe around. Ning Xi was working together with the assistants and managers while having a call at the same time too. It was from Zhuang Qier, who had just told her that she was about to reach with her mother. Ning Xi was surprised, then she beamed gratefully. Thank you, Qier. You're welcome. I'm here already. At the entrance, Zhuang Qier registered her name. Then she put a gift bag onto the table. I'm donating this bracelet. The item Zhuang Qier had taken out was the bracelet Ning Xiuela had left in her car. She would feel disgusted if she kept it, so she might as well donate it. After she was done registering, Zhuang Qier went in with her mother. Ning Xi quickly greeted them. Here, Mrs. Zhuang. Thank you for coming. Not just Qier, even Mrs. Zhuang was present. It was really an honor, and Ning Xi was a little shocked. Meng Linlang noticed Ning Xi's gratefulness, and she spoke to her gently. Look at you. I've told you a lot of times that you don't have to be so uptight. We should be the ones thanking you. You've helped us a lot, and we've just treated you to a few meals. We don't really have anything else left to help you with. Plus, we could definitely help out at a charity event like this. You don't have to thank us. Meng Linlang had made the decision today after thorough consideration. Charity was a noble cause. It was the best way to help both the Zhuang family and Ning Xi, and no one would say anything bad about it. Ning Xi was aware about it as well, and she was touched by Meng Linlang's heedful thought. She smiled warmly and served them some tea. However, Ning Xi did not expect that not only did Meng Linlang come, she had done much more than she could ever imagine. Chapter 1472. These people are the ones I invited. Soon after Meng Linlang came in, the empty entrance was soon filled with people, and they seemed to behave oddly. For example, an old man who was registering wore a full suit and seemed like he had just come over from an important function. He then asked, Do you only accept cash? Can I donate items instead? Of course you can. The staff nodded. That elder instantly removed a pricey-looking watch from his wrist. Then I'll donate this. Okay. To the surprise of the people manning the registration table, several other guests did the same as this elder. They all said that they had rushed over and did not prepare items in time. Then, they immediately took off some of their accessories and donated it, causing the 2 staff to look at each other in dismay. As Ling Xi saw more and more strange, unfamiliar faces, she went up to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, did you invite them? Ning Xi looked around and saw people who were obviously not on the list. Sis Gigi, didn't you invite them? They were confused as they both thought that the other person had invited these people. The banquet tonight was for charity purposes, so Ling Xi had started promoting it and invited people very early, but it was pretty obvious that many of these people would not fall under her radar. In addition, most people attended Ning Xiuela's wedding, which was coincidentally on the same day as her event instead. Ning Xi suddenly thought of something, and she mumbled, I think I know what happened. Let me ask. After Ning Xi told Ling Xi to wait, she approached Zhuang Qier and Meng Linlang. Mrs. Zhuang, it seems like a lot of top CEOs and celebrities are here today, and they aren't on our guest list. By chance, did you invite them? Meng Linlang looked at those people and smiled rather mysteriously. These people? Nope. She denied being responsible for this strange turn of events. They were not invited by Meng Linlang. Then who? Ning Xi was really confused. The elder CEOs who entered in a hurry were chatting. What's happening? Is the information given mistaken? I asked just now. It's just a charity fund organized by some little artiste. Let's wait for a while. Didn't you see that Mrs. Zhuang and Ms. Zhuang are here? What about Chief Zhao and Minister Liu? Didn't the news say they would come? None of them are here. I risk defending both the Su and the Ning families to come here. I might get into trouble. Ms. Zhuang looks pretty young. Maybe she's a fan of this artiste called Ning Xi. My daughter is a fan of hers as well, always talking to me about her. That might just be it. Oh, so the news about the chief and the minister are not true? Should we go back down? As they were confused and complaining that they had donated their items for nothing, a group of people strolled in from the entrance. They were chatting happily on the way here, and leading them were Chief Zhao and Minister Liu. The people behind them were even more powerful. There were several government officials who rarely showed their faces in public, and even their wives were here. And then they saw, that Zhuang Liaoyuan, General Zhuang. At the same time, Meng Linlang looked at Ning Xi, then she grinned. These are the ones I invited. Chapter 1473, People Are Gone. Ning Xi was really shocked to the core. So, these were the ones Meng Linlang invited. As for the others, from the chatter, they seemed to have come after they heard these people were coming. Zhuang Liaoyuan walked towards Ning Xi's direction after a word with his colleague. Chief Zhuang. Ning Xi greeted Zhuang Liaoyuan personally, not knowing what to say. It was a really great honor to her. I combined your event with a project from the Charity Fund Association without asking. I hope you don't mind, Zhuang Liaoyuan said. Ning Xi quickly replied, not at all, but it must have really troubled you. Zhuang Liaoyuan did not seem to mind, as long as it's not troubling you. Of course not. But the space here is a little small, and the decoration is a little too simple as well. It might not meet your expectations. Don't worry about it. The space is definitely enough. We're doing charity here and not some commercial show, so the simpler, the better. Ning Xi was relieved, then she thanked him again. I'll leave you here for now. I've got to work hard. Meng Linlang said gently. Go now. You don't have to worry about us. Ning Xi went to explain the situation to Ling Xi. Ning Xi, you know General Zhuang? Ling Xi was surprised. I helped the Zhuang family a little out of coincidence, so I'm on friendly terms with Zhuang here in private. They are probably here to support me because of the help I've extended before, Ning Xi explained. Ling Xi was then relieved. Although it was a surprise to have so many people turn up, she did not have to worry anymore. The people from the Charity Fund Association had come to help too, and armed with their experience, they were already taking over the event. In the wedding hall downstairs, the long-awaited wedding ceremony was finally starting. After a passionate speech by the host, the sacred wedding tune was played. At the end of the red carpet, the bride in her breathtaking white gown was accompanied by her father. They were walking slowly on the red carpet towards the groom. They had finally reached this exciting moment. The cameras of all the invited media partners were focused on the bride Ning Xi, the guests, and especially on the girls who were so envious while looking at her. The awkwardness brought upon by the Zhuang family earlier was almost forgotten entirely, due to the large venue and the red carpet being rather long. While Ning Xi was walking towards the stage, a large crowd of guests left the venue quietly. What's happening? Why do I see so many people leaving halfway? An artiste in a yellow dress from Glory World Entertainment looked around suspiciously. The artiste in red dress seemed doubtful as well. As they spoke, a CEO beside her got up to leave hastily too. The artiste in red shirt stopped him. CEO Li, where are you going? Haha, I have an important event to attend. We'll talk again next time, Ms. Feng. CEO Li then quickly fled. The more the artiste in red dress thought about it, the more she felt it was very strange. Finally, she could not suppress her curiosity and went outside with the artiste in yellow dress following her as well. They then saw that the guests who had left earlier were all going upstairs. Chapter 1474. Make it even better. That's weird. Is there an important event upstairs? Isn't it Ning Xi's charity event going on upstairs? It's just a small hall, and it wouldn't fit any other event. As the two artistes were discussing, a group of people came up from the staircase. The one leading the posse was their boss Lu Jingli, and the one beside him was their big boss Lu Tingxiao. The ones behind were all the elusive higher-ups of Glory World Entertainment. That was not just all. Soon, another group of people came up from the stairs. There was a white-haired man with sunglasses with several cold-looking bodyguards behind him, and a man in gold-framed glasses beside him. This iconic white hair. Could Could it be the rumored CEO Yin? As the two artistes were shocked by what they saw, the two groups of people faced each other. Yo, CEO Lu, what a coincidence that you're here. Are you here to make things even better? The man with white hair took off his sunglasses and smiled at the expressionless man. Lu Tingxiao did not react. He just paused in his steps for a bit, then continued going up. Lu Jingli looked at the man behind. Then he quickly caught up with his brother. Why was this guy here as well? What a rough day. They had already planned to support Xiao Shi and to go against the couple celebrating their wedding on the floor below them. In the end, the Zhuang family intervened, so not only did they have not much to do, even the love rival was here as well. Downstairs, at this moment, people started to realize that something was amiss. They started asking around about what had happened. In the end, everyone found out that the people who had left went upstairs. Even the guests could sense something was wrong. So, of course, the media would catch up as well. A few quick-witted reporters sensed that there might be big news this time. They decided to take the risk and give up on Ning Xi's wedding, secretly going upstairs instead. They were shocked at what they saw. They thought that what they had just witnessed downstairs was already a rare scene, but what was happening upstairs would be what one called a legendary scene. It was a gathering of high officials and the obscenely rich. If at this moment a bomb were to go off inside there, the whole of China would crumble. All the reporters who went upstairs did not return at all. Ning Xi was clinging onto Ning Yaohua's arm, her eyes glassy and shin as she walked closer and closer towards her happiness, her everything. Finally, as she reached in front of Su Yan, she turned around and to her horror, she realized that the once fully seated hall was now only half filled, and she could see people leaving quickly. What's happening? However, she could not do anything about it now. So Ning Xi could only keep her insecurities in check and wait until the ceremony was over. The exchange of the rings, the recital of the sacred oath. It was supposed to be the part she looked forward to the most, but the people in the hall kept on trickling out, and in the end only about a third was left. The moment the ceremony ended, Ning Xi asked around about what had happened. Father, mother, what happened? Why are so many guests suddenly leaving? Chapter 1475. Another one? Ning Yaohua was sweating buckets as he reported, I just sent someone to investigate. It seems that the guests are going upstairs. What are they doing upstairs? Ning Xi's expression darkened. The wedding had been going well at first, then the issue from the Zhuang family turned up, and people started disappearing at such an important moment. The rest of the guests were not really paying attention to her exchange of vows and were discussing what was happening. She felt like an idiot on stage. In retrospect, she wondered how she had endured that period of time and had even recited the oath wrongly. The worst thing was no one noticed that she had misspoken. Upstairs, was it not Ning Xi's nonsensical charity event? She had picked the same day and venue for her wedding. A huge part of the reason was to go against Ning Xi, which is what reminded her of it. But what were these people doing upstairs? Could Ning Xi have changed the date to avoid her, and some other important event was going on right now? We're not sure yet. It's really full upstairs at the moment, so there's no space to get in. No one knows what's happening, Su Hongguang said with a heavy expression. Zhuang Lingyu looked pale as she looked at Su Hongguang and Su Yan's mother. Why would something like this happen on such an important day? And up until now, the cause of the issue is still unidentified. Are you expecting us to take care of it? Su Yan's mother was unhappy. Didn't we say we're working on it? We're still not sure who's causing the issue here. Not all the guests who left are from the Su family's list. What are you implying? Su Yan looked really exhausted and he quickly intervened. Mother, please stop arguing. I'll go up and check it out myself. Bro Yan, be good and wait here. I'll be back soon. Su Yan patted Ning Xi's head, then he headed outside the hall. When Su Yan went upstairs, the crowd outside had dispersed. He just saw a board that was put up outside of the hall with Ning Xi in it. It was a poster of her wearing a white dress for the event promotion. Good evening, sir. Please register here. One of the staff invited him warmly after seeing Su Yan. At that moment, another staff recognized Su Yan and quickly said something to the other colleague. The staff saw the tag that said groom on Su Yan's chest and awkwardly stopped the other colleague. He wondered what Su Yan was doing here when he was a groom today. I'm sorry, I'd like to know if there's some event going on here today. Although he had seen the board, Su Yan asked for confirmation anyway. It's the initiation of a charity fund and a donation ceremony by Bro Xi. The staff replied cheerfully. Su Yan frowned. It was really Ning Xi. While he knew that it was rude, Su Yan could not help but to look into the hall. To his astonishment, he saw most of the guests who had left his wedding banquet were all here. Not only that, the people seated in the front were all important officials of the city. He even saw people from the Zhuang family. Another one. Just as all the blood had rushed out of Su Yan's face from the shock, there was a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a white-haired man looking at him with a questionable smile. Another person also showed up at the same time. Tingxiao? Coincidentally, Ning Xi knew that her big boss was coming over, so she was about to welcome her sweetheart personally. But then, she saw such an odd scene. Chapter 1476. Dear, you were blind. What the heck? What was going on? Why was Yinxin here too? Apart from that, why was Su Yan here as well? Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao, then at Yinxin, then at Su Yan. She was well and utterly confused. How did the three of them end up together? Yinxin chuckled when he saw Ning Xi come out. He said as he looked at Su Yan, Dear, this is your first love? How blind were you? Ning Xi was annoyed. You're blind. Your whole family is blind. Yinxin observed Tingxiao and Jingli when she said that. Then he laughed maniacally. My whole family is blind? You're probably right. Lunatic. Ning Xi was speechless. She then glared at Tang Yi. Can you please hold your boss back? Tang Yi's expression told her that it had nothing to do with him at all. Ning Xi then peered at Su Yan, her eyebrows raised a little. Mr. Su, aren't you at the wrong place? Su Yan had mixed expressions across his face. He was about to say something, but the words just could not come out, so he turned around and left. He thought that Ning Xi did not attend his wedding because she could not accept it and did not want to face them, but the truth was much more different than that. It was as if his wedding today did not affect her in any way at all. Even his appearance did not stir any emotions inside her. What really shocked him was the attitude of the two men and the way they looked at Ning Xi. Being a man himself, he knew exactly what those eyes meant. And the important guests in the hall. The person in charge had issued a special order to open up the other connecting hall to contain all the guests. He realized that the girl he used to know so intimately had turned into someone he hardly recognized. Ning Xi turned towards Tingxiao with glistening eyes after Su Yan left, and her attitude had totally changed. Boss, please come in. Tingxiao seemed to be satisfied with the girl's joyful expression when she saw him. Don't overexhaust yourself. I got it, boss. Ning Xi nodded. Hey, there's another boss here too. Xiao Shi, you have really bad eyesight. The neglected Jingli started complaining. Yes, boss. Please come in as well. Thank you for your hard work. That sounds better. Jingli then went in. The uninvited Yinxin did not seem to mind at all, and he entered on his own accord. The moment Tingxiao went inside, there were gasps of shock everywhere, and as Yinxin followed in afterwards, the voices grew louder. Oh my gosh, I was just saying earlier that if Tingxiao and Yinxin were to be here, all the big shots in the world of business would be gathered at this one spot. And come they did. This is really shocking. Who exactly is that artiste? Isn't this too much? I heard she's the top artiste of Glory World Entertainment now. After the two female artistes from Glory World Entertainment who joined Ning Xi's wedding found out about the event upstairs, they regretted not being there even though they were invited. They had missed such a huge opportunity, and when they reached there, the event was already going on halfway. Chapter 1477. Married a Wild Fowl. Bro Yan, you're back. Have you found out what's happening upstairs? Ning Xi asked impatiently. It's an important event. The guests who left probably went to show their faces there. Su Yan only mentioned the important event, but he did not bring Ning Xi up at all. Still, just because Su Yan hid it from her, it did not mean that the others would not talk about it. Su Sun came over unexpectedly and sneered. An important event? It's just a private charity fund initiation by a female celebrity. Oh right, I almost forgot. That celebrity is Ning Xi. Ning Xi's face went pale. Su Sun, what did you say? Su Sun, shut up if you know nothing. Su Yan already said that it's an important event. Zhuang Lingyu's expression changed when she heard Ning Xi's name. Su Sun acted even more high and mighty as he continued. You think I'm talking nonsense? If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Yan if I'm telling the truth. Mrs. Zhuang and Ms. Zhuang, who claimed not to know anyone from the Ning family just now, were the guests of Ning Xi. Also, even Chief Zhuang is here. Not only did the three of them attend a little charity event, they even invited many high officials there. Su Yan, is he telling the truth? Before Zhuang Lingyu could say anything, Su Yan's mother, Zheng Minjun, was holding onto Su Yan's arm in disbelief. Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Xueluo were shocked as well. Ning Xueluo could not believe anything Su Sun just said. It was like a fairy tale story. Somehow Ning Xi was on good terms with Zhuang Qier, but at most, she was just friendly with her. How could she make Mrs. Zhuang and Chief Zhuang do so much for her? Impossible. Su Yan's expression darkened and he did not say anything at all, but his silence was enough to be deemed guilt. It was still far from being over. Su Sun's wife smiled. Those are nothing. Even the CEO of the Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao, and the rumored elusive CEO Yun are there. With such a legendary lineup, of course people would run over after hearing about it. Ning Yaohua was shocked. What? Lu Tingxiao is there. He could understand the commotion since Lu Tingxiao was somewhat the boss of Glory World Entertainment. CEO Yun. Which CEO Yun? Ning Yaohua asked. The CEO Yun that supported Ning Xi during the cocktail party last time. Zhao Shanshan probably thought that Ning Xueluo did not hate her enough already, so she purposely brought up the cocktail party last time. She even looked at Su Yan's mother, Zheng Minjun, and said, "Mother, I really don't know what you were thinking, spending so much effort and money just to marry a wildfowl. This wildfowl looks okay, but she can't stand competition at all. I mean, the moment a phoenix stands in front of her, she has nothing that she can use to win." Zhao Shanshan. Who did you say is a wild fowl? Zhuang Lingyu was fuming. It was the last straw, and she went up to Zhao Shanshan. Are you not admitting it now? Are you brave enough to tell everyone that Ning Xueluo is your biological daughter? Why don't you go to the hospital and do a paternity test now? You can trick outsiders, but what's the point of acting in front of us? Zhao Shanshan's words sounded harsher by the moment, and they were all critical hits. Each and every word landed on Ning Xueluo's weakest spots. Chapter 1478, really a huge loss. Zhao Shanshan had gone out of her way and investigated Ning Xueluo before her wedding. Unfortunately, she was not able to gather any solid proof, but now that she found an opportunity, she would never let this chance to humiliate her slip by. Su Sun had felt uncomfortable when he saw that Su Yan's wedding was organized in a much bigger scale than his. Now that the wedding was falling apart, he was so gleeful that he gloated. Bro, I really didn't want to say this, but as far as I know, you were in a relationship with Ning Xi, weren't you? Your taste is getting worse. You then picked up someone like this. Shut up. No matter how well-mannered Su Yan was, he looked furious. I don't need you to comment on my personal matters. Su Sun was chuckling happily. After finished messing with Su Yan, he was going to mess with his father. Father, I'm impressed by your train of thought. What were you guys thinking? That the Zhuang family would recognize this wild fowl Ning Xueluo? Aside from what you guys thought, who do you think the Zhuang family are? Do you think they can't separate the truth from a lie? Will they ignore their true heir and help a non-related wild fowl? Su Sun kept on repeating the word wild fowl, and the faces of Ning Xueluo, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Yaohua looked extremely unhappy, but a lot of guests were still outside now. It would only make matters worse if they made a scene here, so they could only bear with it for now. Ning Yaohua warned. Su Sun, be careful of what you say. At this moment, apart from the sour looks Su Yan's parents had on their faces, they were starting to regret on the inside. While Su Sun's words were unpleasant, they made sense as he had accurately depicted the whole situation today. Everything had started when the Zhuang family was backing Ning Xi up, which was why so many guests had left. Even people like Lu Tingxiao and Yun Shun had gone to support, spurring more and more people to go. Could the Zhuang family really be there to back Ning Xi up? Zhuang Lingyu was the daughter of Zhuang Zongren, and her precious child Ning Xueluo could not get any attention from them. On the other hand, Ning Xi being just a little well-known star in the industry was enough to make them invest in so much effort for her. It was unbelievable, but it really did happen. Su Hongguang and Zheng Minjun looked at each other, noticing the fear in each other's eyes. If the Zhuang family was really more concerned about Ning Xi, and even accepted and acknowledged Ning Xi, then this marriage between them and the Ning family was really a huge loss. 100 Ning families could not even compare to just a fragment of the Zhuang family. Ning Xi saw the faint traces of regret on Su Hongguang and Zheng Minjun's expressions. Then she clenched her fists so hard that her manicured fingernails almost broke. She acted calmly and said, "In recent years, the government has been encouraging artistes to use our influential power as celebrities to do more charity work. Ning Xi was probably just lucky and aligned herself with a government project." Ning Yaohua went along with her. "That's right. That must be it. It's just a coincidence that our events clashed on the same date. No matter what, let's quickly run through the remaining program. The guests are still waiting for the toast." Zheng Minjun's expression hardened. She could not suppress her emotions anymore, and she looked at Ning Xi in annoyance. "Going for a toast, or to embarrass yourself?" Ning Xi bit her lips. Her eyes were red. "Father, Mother, I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I should have considered more options. I really didn't expect it'd clash with Ning Xi's event." Chapter 1479, Divorce and Remarry. "I really didn't think that my wedding would clash with Ning Xi's event. I'm sorry." Ning Xi choked between sobs, appearing wronged. So, why would they have clashed so coincidentally? And on such a bitter note? The two families present had started to think about this question, especially Zhuang Lingyu, who was so angry that she immediately cursed in rage. "That brat. She's clearly doing this on purpose." No matter how it happened, it was no longer a matter of consideration. The priority was still to quickly smooth things over. After he pondered for a long while, Su Hongguang finally took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk about other things later. Su Yan, immediately take Ning Xi out for your toast." Su Yan put his arm over Ning Xi's shoulders and ushered her out. Ning Yaohua also consoled Zhuang Lingyu to go out and attend to the guests. Still, Zheng Minjun was still not quite satisfied. Until everyone had left, she shot her husband a dirty look and demanded, "Are you really just going to let it be?" Su Hongguang replied with a whine, "What was I supposed to do then? They've registered, and we've announced it to all our family and friends. Plus, the wedding is also halfway through. How can we still reject the goods now?" "I'd really like to return it," Zheng Minjun muttered. "Don't even think about it. It's already chaotic enough. Don't cause trouble for me. Now, we're not even sure about what's with the Zhuang's attitude yet. Even if we are, they're already married. Are you going to let Su Yan get a divorce? It would look worse then. Aren't you worried that we aren't embarrassing enough today?" Su Hongguang was filled with anger. When she heard this, Zheng Minjun's thoughts started to run wild. Whoever said that we have to let them get a divorce now? Obviously, we have to wait and see. If the Zhuang family is really willing to give Ning Xi face and even acknowledge her as their granddaughter, so what if we let Su Yan get divorced? He can then remarry. Whatever it is, it was still the Nings who lied to us Sus first. If they had not intentionally kept it a secret from us, would we have taken in a fake? No matter what we do, we wouldn't be going overboard at all. Su Hongguang did not completely agree when he heard this, but he did not disagree either. He just urged Zheng Minjun to quickly go out and entertain the remaining guests. It had already reached this state, so no matter what the situation was, it was irreversible. They could only quickly continue the upcoming toast in the program. Otherwise, even the remaining guests would leave if they continued to delay. The remaining ones who had not yet left were mostly the relatives of both families. If it were not for the shared benefits from their relatives, they would not have been able to hold it in by now. Naturally, they could not wait for the wedding banquet to quickly end. Based on the traditional wedding ritual, at least some of the lively guests would mess with the bride and groom. But now the entire wedding banquet was so quiet that it was incredibly awkward. Ning Xi faced the many peculiar gazes and braced herself to share a toast with Su Yan. Then they sent the guests off. As they watched the guests who had just left, they noticed that they were secretly sneaking upstairs right away. She had worked on her wedding today for so long and had even invited so many people, yet in the end, she had provided an advantage to Ning Xi. Even if she died, she wanted to die with a clear perspective of what had happened. Ning Xi kept thinking about it and was still upset. When she entered her hotel suite to remove her makeup and change her clothes, she immediately changed plain clothes, put on a face mask, sunglasses, and secretly rushed upstairs. She hurriedly donned a pair of earrings and then sneaked inside. When she rushed there, she saw that there were almost no empty seats left in the hall. Even the inner hall that had never been opened to the public was filled. She had finally squeezed her way to the front when she saw the honored list of guests sitting in the front row. It was truly an astonishing sight. Every one of them were figures who could make people tremble at the stomp of their foot in the government and business world. All these people were actually here for the Zhuang family. After she witnessed the Zheng family's terrifying influence, Ning Xi was so resentful that she almost split her lips from biting on them. If the Zhuang family had come for her wedding banquet today, then all of this should have belonged to her. Chapter 1480. Have fun with you. If the Zhuang family had come for her wedding banquet today, then all of this should have belonged to her. This thought tortured Ning Xi until she felt like she was going crazy. Even now, as she watched Ning Xi looking bright and beautiful on the red platform, giving a speech with all attention on her, she thought about how her dream wedding had become a nightmare. It was completely ruined. After Ning Xi finished her speech, there was a thunderous applause from the audience. Then, the host announced that the donation ceremony was about to begin. In between her racing thoughts and blind fury, Ning Xi watched Zhuang Qi walk up stage, while the host introduced the item Zhuang Qi had donated. It was a bracelet. Zhuang Qi had clearly said that she would be attending her wedding, yet in the end, she had unexpectedly appeared here, and even donated the bracelet she had left in her car. Ning Xi was as pale as a ghost behind her mask of sweetness. Could the Zhuangs already know about the mix-up between her and Ning Xi? Was it because the Zhuangs had realized she was not the biological daughter that they treated her this way? She was clearly the lady of the Ning family. She was clearly the only daughter that Zhuang Lingyu had personally acknowledged. She was clearly the granddaughter that the Zhuangs should be acknowledging. Why? Why had it become like this? Ning Xi, that witch. Why? Worried that if she stayed any longer she would be noticed, Ning Xi ground her teeth and rushed to leave with the remaining rationality she had. Now, she had too many things to resolve apart from Zheng Minjun's anger and the expected coverage from the media tomorrow. An hour later, Ning Xi's charity event ended perfectly. Apart from the guests who had arrived later, Ning Xi had many friends who attended too. Most of them were Glory World Entertainment artists and some partners she had met from previous shoots. After the event ended, Jiang Mai, who could not stay, had gathered a huge group of friends on the spot to go to the KTV. Obviously, there were 100 answers to his single phone call. Thus, after the group of people left the exhibition center, they followed Jiang Mai to the KTV. As the organizer, Ning Xi still had to stay back and finish up some work, but in between, Jiang Mai called many times to rush her. Ning Xiaoxi, are you done? Come. Quickly. Everyone's here. We're all just waiting for you. Jiang Mai frantically urged her. Ning Xi was arranging the donation details as she said, Blondie, have you been injected with chicken blood? What are you so excited for? I'm already tired from the whole day's events. Where am I going to find the energy to have fun with you? From the other end of the phone came Jiang Mai's complaint. What? It really doesn't pay to be a good guy. It's not about you having fun with me. I especially organized a gathering to have fun with you, okay? Ning Xi raised her eyebrow. Huh? Why did you specially organize a gathering to have fun with me? Jiang Mai snorted unhappily. It's Su Yan's wedding night tonight. Aren't I afraid that you'd think of nonsense when you're alone tonight and have nothing to do? Enough nonsense. Are you coming or not? She did not think that this guy would have even thought of this. She had almost forgotten about it herself. When she heard Jiang Mai's impatient tone, Ning Xi's heart warmed. Okay, send me the address. I'll be there right away. You guys have fun first. Also, it's my treat tonight. That's more like it. Jiang Mai hung up satisfied. Ning Xi grinned helplessly. Then she rushed towards the address Jiang Mai sent her. If she had the ability to see the future, and if she had known that she would be tricked by Jiang Mai tragically, she would not have gone even if it killed her. Chapter 1481. Play. Mahjong. To make it easier for everyone, the karaoke center was pretty near. It was just right opposite the building, so Ning Xi walked over after she came out of the exhibition center. If she could predict the future, if she had known Jiang Mai would make her life so miserable, she would never have gone. When she reached, Ning Xi gave Jiang Mai a call as she walked upstairs. Blondie, I found it. Which room are you guys at? Oh, well, about that, Jiang Mai stuttered. Which one? You don't even know which room you're at. Ning Xi was exasperated. Jiang Mai coughed lightly. No, that's not it. Ning Xiaoxi, I think. You'd better not come. Her annoyance flared. Blondie, are you messing with me? I'm already here. That's not my name, though, Jiang Mai said weakly. Stop changing the topic. Which room is it? Are you drinking a little too much? Ning Xi frowned, sensing that Jiang Mai's tone was odd. Someone had probably overheard that Ning Xi was on the phone, so the person yelled towards Jiang Mai's phone. Is it Broshi? We're in room VVIP 888. Come quickly. Ning Xi did not think much about it. She hung up after hearing the room number. She looked around and saw room 888 was just nearby. Ning Xi walked over and opened the door. It felt like a thunderbolt struck her the moment she opened the door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ning Xi instantly slammed the door shut again. Then she screamed in her mind. Ah, what the heck did she just see? Even if it was just for a split second, with the room full of people inside, it was impossible to miss any of the few people that stood out. Jiang Mai, Mo Yuxiu, Yin Shun, Lu Tingxiao. Damn you, Jiang Mai. What happened to having fun? How do I have fun here? How about the four of you go and play mahjong? Forget about Mo Yuxiu. Why were Yin Shun and Lu Tingxiao here too? As Ning Xi was contemplating about what she had just seen outside, the door was opened from the inside, and two ladies excitedly dragged her inside. Broshi, what are you doing outside? Come in. Quickly come, Broshi. The big boss is here today, and so is CEO Yun. Before Ning Xi could say anything, she was pulled into the room. Because they knew she was on good terms with Jiang Mai, they had left an empty spot beside him. Ning Xi avoided the eyes of the other three as she glared at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai, do you want to die? You tricked me. She had a tough time struggling through the charity event, and just when she thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, the four of them were gathered once again. Jiang Mai looked innocent and backed off. I didn't call for them, all right? I didn't know they would come. I also warned you just now and asked you to not come. Ning Xi pinched her glabella and clenched her teeth. Thank you so much. Thanks to you and your whole family. Because of these few guys, she had no energy left to think about the other ex again. Was this fighting poison with poison? Chapter 1482. You're here after all. Jiang Mai was just trying to throw a small private party. Then Lu Jingli wanted to join in, but he did not only bring himself. He had brought Lu Tingxiao over too. Because Lu Tingxiao was joining, several top leaders of the business industry from the charity event just now followed him as well. In the end, even Yunshin came here. A private party had suddenly become a business gathering. It was not really a place to go wild. They might as well go back and sleep after the event ended, but now they had to endure it longer. Ning Xi sat there uneasily. She could not feel comfortable at all, so she felt bored and just kept on drinking until her sweetheart looked at her. A lot of people were around Lu Tingxiao, and there was not a free moment at all, but he still stared at her guzzling the drinks. After the warning stare, Ning Xi smiled and sent Lu Tingxiao a text message. You're here after all. So, it was okay even if she drank a lot. Lu Tingxiao pretended to listen closely to a CEO talking beside him. Then his phone vibrated. He took a glance at it, and his expression softened. He did not stop Ning Xi from drinking anymore. From time to time, people talked to Ning Xi out of curiosity with the intention of knowing more. Bro Xi, you're really amazing. So many people came to your event. I'm so shocked, right? I thought the guests for Ning Xuelua's wedding were jaw-dropping enough, but compared to you, that's nothing at all. Ning Xi sipped some wine before she said plainly, it's just a coincidence that the company is promoting this. In addition to our boss's attendance today, I'm just lucky to be the representative this time. The few artistes seemed to understand after hearing what Ning Xi said. The lineup of the guests today was impressive, and they could not help but think that there was someone else backing Ning Xi up, but when they thought about how Ning Xi had become famous, it did not seem very possible. If she really had a powerful supporter, Ning Xi did not have to be cast in so many minor roles and villain roles before getting to the top. The people with really strong backing were people like Meng Xi, who had never cast as any minor characters before. Every one of the movies she acted in was directed by famous directors, and she received the Best Actress award in her first movie, which would be the perfect example of a rising star. So, after they heard what Ning Xi said, they did not doubt her at all. In fact, they felt Ning Xi was really down to earth due to her honest vibes. There were a lot of youngsters in the room, and they suggested to play Truth or Dare. Ning Xi felt a headache the moment she heard them suggest that game. Playing this with the four of them around was digging her own grave. Without hesitation, Ning Xi used the toilet as an excuse. She went to an empty corner to take a breather, but just a while of resting. While leaning outside the window, there was the sound of footsteps behind her. Ning Xi turned around and saw a drunk Mo Yushio as he stood in front of her. Ning Xi felt her headache intensify. Mo Yushio, I've already told you what I've got to say. Just what do I need to do to settle things between us? Tell me now. Mo Yushio ran his fair fingers through his hair, his eyes looking wild as he laughed coldly. Settle things between us? I freaking lost to a useless man that's ugly, poor, and doesn't even have a strong family background at all. Do you think I can just accept it as it is? Chapter 1483. Who's my man? Ever since he realized Ning Xi was in an ambiguous relationship with Mingyu, Mo Yushio had been holding a grudge against him. He had been wondering what kind of man could make her fall in love. Who knew it was a useless man? How could he accept it? Ning Xi's mouth twitched. A useless man. Was he talking about her sweetheart? Are you talking about Mingyu? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows as if challenging him. Don't tell me there's nothing going on with him. I've been watching you guys for a very long time. If there's nothing between you guys, I'll swallow this rubbish bin whole. Mo Yushio pointed randomly at a steel bin nearby. Ning Xi made a tisk-tisk sound. She realized that Mo Yushio had sharp eyes. He did get the person right on his first try after all, although she was assuming he would suspect Jiang Mai first. She did not answer the question. Clearly. Instead, she returned with a question. Then, who does my man need to be in order for you to accept it? I'll get him now and make you choke on the reality of it here and now. You're the one choking. Mo Yushio almost gagged on her words. Hey, I'm serious. Tell me a name that can make you accept the fact. We'll settle the score today once and for all. Ning Xi said. Mo Yushio looked at the girl in front of him, feeling like she was messing around with him. But since he was the one holding a grudge and actually thinking about it, not that he was bragging, but to him, all the male artistes in the entertainment industry, even including Jiang Mai, none of them were up to his standards. As for people outside of the industry, there were not many people he looked up to as well. One could not blame Mo Yushio for being so arrogant. His father was a rich businessman in Hangzhou, and his second uncle was the vice CEO of Hollywood's TL Entertainment. On top of that, his family was one of the more prestigious families as well. Many people were rich in this era, but most of them would be older men in between 50 to 60 years old. There were many second-generation rich families, but none of them were as good-looking as him. Mo Yushio thought about it for some time. Only several candidates crossed his mind. The people who could make him really impressed would be, hey, are you done thinking yet? Ning Xi prodded impatiently. Mo Yushio leaned against the wall, lit up a cigarette, and put on an evil grin. Give up, woman, unless it's Tingxiao or Yun Shun. We wouldn't be done no matter who your man is. The Liu family was the top family in Imperial, and Tingxiao was a legend in the business world. Although Yun Shun had just suddenly appeared in the country, his background was a secret, and there were even rumors that he was the king of the underground society. Mo Yushio purposely gave her two names that seemed impossible, obviously trying to challenge her. However, after Ning Xi heard those two names, her expression turned odd. She did expect Mo Yushio to call out Tingxiao, but she did not expect him to include Yun Shun. She felt a little creeped out when she heard the two names together. Nevertheless, the main point now was to settle as much of the problem as possible. After Mo Yushio finished his piece, Ning Xi took out her phone and made a call. Hey, sweetheart, I'm at the emergency exit near the end of the hallway. Can you come over? I need you for something. Yes, now. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Mo Yushio frowned when he saw Ning Xi make a call. Who are you calling? Ning Xi smiled broadly. Take a guess. Chapter 1484, Jump onto him. Mo Yushio frowned. He heard Ning Xi calling someone sweetheart just now, making him feel disgusted. Could she be calling that man over? And from her tone, this man seemed to be someone in the room. Who could it be? Or was this woman fooling with him again and playing tricks on him? Mo Yushio looked at her with alarm. Tingxi, what are you going to do? Ning Xi shrugged innocently. I'm seriously trying to solve the issue. Please keep your promise later and don't go back on your words. Mo Yushio laughed incredulously. Are you going to tell me your man is Yun Shun? Mo Yushio's expression changed a little as they reached this point because he remembered that during the filming, Ning Xi seemed to have a strange relationship with Yun Shun, and it was rumored that Yun Shun was a big fan of Ning Xi's. He had invested and acted in the series all for her. Could Yun Shen really be Ning Xi's man? However, when Ning Xi told him she had a man already, it was when they were filming the ads, and Yun Shen had just returned not too long ago, so he probably still did not know Ning Xi at that time. This damned woman was tricking him again. As Mo Yushio was thinking about it, Ning Xi shook her head. That's wrong. Yun Shen's the ex. The current one is Lu Tingxiao. Mo Yushio was speechless. Mo Yushio was appalled by Ning Xi's words. He was so annoyed and demanded angrily. I must be crazy to talk rubbish with you here for so long. Just how much did you drink tonight? Ning Xi spread her hands. So, no one's believing the truth nowadays? Mo Yushio was furious beyond words. The look on his face was saying that he definitely would not believe what she said anymore. Nonsense. It's because I believe you that I'm this outraged now. But I really didn't lie. Get lost. As they were arguing, the sound of solid footsteps came nearby. Mo Yushio turned around. Then he saw a tall man in a full black suit walking towards Ning Xi and him with a frigid face. In the end, he stopped right in front of Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao? What was he doing here? Was he here to take a breather too? Or had he been tricked by Ning Xi? As Mo Yushio was having countless thoughts running through his mind, Ning Xi suddenly jumped onto Lu Tingxiao. She jumped onto him. Jumped. Besides that, the more shocking matter was that after Ning Xi jumped onto Lu Tingxiao, she clung onto Lu Tingxiao's neck and pulled his neck down, then kissed him forcefully. She kissed him forcefully. Mo Yushio was taken aback. He just stared at what was unfolding in front of him until he felt a sharp pain on his fingertip. The cigarette had burned to the end and stung his finger. In the phone call before, Lu Tingxiao had not asked Ning Xi why she called him over. He just went, but did not expect Mo Yushio to be there as well. There was a shine in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Before he could say anything, his wife jumped onto him wordlessly. Lu Tingxiao was fully focused on her only as he gently held the girl's body. He also lowered his head, cooperated with the girl, and let her kiss him. Chapter 1485, Romance Ending Device. Ning Xi was like a puppy, hugging the man as she nibbled playfully on him, her eyes full of possessiveness. Lu Tingxiao laughed heartily as he gently caressed her head and said in a pampering and indulging tone, "What are you up to now?" Ning Xi hugged Lu Tingxiao. Then she glared furiously at Mo Yushio, who had turned to stone on the side. "Nothing much. I'm just a little bored from getting some air here myself. So, I asked you to come over." Lu Tingxiao caught a glimpse of Mo Yushio from the corner of his eye. How could he not fathom Ning Xi's thoughts? To help his wife defeat his romantic rivals, and being his wife's shield was obviously all that he could wish for and would endure gladly. Besides, him and Ning Xi had dated in secret for so long that it was a rare change for Ning Xi to initiate publicizing his identity. At this moment, there were no indifference, alienation, or signs that told one to keep away from Lu Tingxiao. He looked at the girl with a gentle expression that could drown one in sweetness as he leaned over slightly and kissed the girl's lips lightly again. "Want to go home?" Ning Xi nodded. "I've long wanted to go home. It's all that Jiang Mai's fault. He's so unreliable and swindled me." Until the two had already left, only did Mo Yushio finally return to his senses behind them. He quickly called out, "Wait." Ning Xi paused her footsteps up front. Then she turned around to look at Mo Yushio. "Hey, you're a grown man. You wouldn't go back on your words, right?" Mo Yushio did not respond to Ning Xi. Obviously, he was afraid of Ning Xi's tricks. He still could not believe her. Up until this moment. So he did not give up as he stared at Lu Tingxiao and said, "Xiao Lu, I apologize for presumptuously asking, but what is your relationship with Ning Xi? Who is Ning Xi to you?" Mo Yushio clenched his fists tightly. He thought that these two were just putting on a show. They might be lovers, friends with benefits, or even simply messing around. After all, Lu Tingxiao had announced to the outside world that he had long had a stable girlfriend that he was in a relationship with. This damned woman. She kept saying that she was not the same species as him, yet in reality, she was just the same. Lu Tingxiao looked expressionlessly at the man opposite him. Then he answered with that calm and unwavering ice-cold face, "My future wife." Then, without caring what Mo Yushio's reaction turned to, he just pulled Ning Xi and turned around to leave. Behind them, Mo Yushio's face turned blank. He was completely stupefied. The legendary rightful girlfriend of Lu Tingxiao's was Ning Xi. He He thought that Ning Xi was just slurring drunk, but it had been real? Tingxiao was really her current boyfriend. Then, was Yunshin really her ex? Mo Yushio dared not to continue thinking about it. Ever since he met this woman, she had never been conventional. When Tingxiao came over to look for her, he had already bid goodbye to everyone in the room and announced that he had to leave first. Tingxiao went to the car park to wait for her first while Ning Xi bade farewell to the crowd in the room too. When she returned, Yunshin was not there. It seemed like he had left early too. On the way home, they managed to get through the daunting night without any mishaps. Ning Xi looked like she had a huge weight off her mind as she said, "Sigh, finally, I settled one. My darling, you're really useful. You're practically the ultimate romance-destroying tool." From the looks of Mo Yushio's expression, I'm sure that even if he had an erectile dysfunction forever, he won't come bothering me ever again. TSK. Her romantic misfortunes could indeed only be resolved with Tingxiao. Tingxiao laughed lightly. "Thank you for the compliment. But there's one more that's probably not that easy to cut off." "Sigh, what do I have to use to chop that one off?" Ning Xi muttered softly. She thought that Tingxiao did not hear her, but moments later came Tingxiao's calm voice. "A marriage certificate." Oh, savage. Chapter 1486. Thorough Preparation. In order to quickly earn enough dowry and begin her journey to her life's peak, to exchange the ultimate romance acts, the marriage certificate, Ning Xi had run over in the middle of the night to Ling Zizi's place as if she had been injected chicken blood. After the charity event ended, Ling Zizi did not go home. Instead, she had gone straight to the office. Apart from that, Xiao Tao and the public relations staff had all been called over that very night too. This time Ning Xiuelua's so-called wedding of the century had been completely ruined. Starlight Entertainment would not sit idly and would most likely accuse them. Thus, the moment the event ended, Ling Zizi immediately summoned all the manpower and made thorough preparation to respond to Starlight Entertainment's tricks. Early morning the next day, all the newspapers and the entire internet were filled with reports on the wedding banquet between the Su and the Ning family. What was different from everyone's expectations was that all of the wedding reports had been followed by Ning Xi's name and an unknown charity event. Ning Xi's charity fund ceremony rapidly wiped out the wedding of the century. Exclusive deciphering of the mystery about Ning Xiuelua's wedding of the century's premature end. Charity function of the century versus wedding of the century. Related reports had described the entire flow of events in incredible detail. Ning Xiuelua's wedding had gone from a full house to being deserted, and the charity event upstairs was a controversial grandeur in the entire Imperial. This is too funny. I want to see how the people from Starlight are going to gloat after this. They've been completed wiped out by us Glory World. Exactly. Our Glory World's little charity ceremony was already enough to crush their wedding of the century. Ever since Su Yimo collapsed, many people have said that our Glory World is about fall, and they come up with all sorts of bad-mouthing. It's so infuriating. Now, I'd really like to see if they dare shoot their mouth. Elevating another A-lister is a piece of cake for Glory World, alright? I'm just afraid that it'll be another Su Yimo. Probably not. I feel that Ning Xi didn't change at all after she was promoted. She's still quite nice. Previously, when I was bullied by Ning Xi, she even helped me out. Speaking of which, the last time my show was interrupted by Starlight people, it was also Ning Xi who helped me resolve it. Bro, she's fighting skills are super strong. She had only said a few words then and frightened that director into immediately returning the show's slot to me. Previously, when Su Yimo was around, she only knew how to extract from us, especially us female artistes who have clashing opportunities against her. She watched us as if she was afraid that we'd waver her position, but Ning, she is quite helpful in covering up our errors instead. That's the difference between someone with capabilities and someone with none, okay? Based on our bro she's capabilities, she wouldn't be worried about being rattled. Compared to Glory World's Entertainment's lighthearted and pleasing atmosphere, the entire Starlight Entertainment was pervaded with a layer of dark clouds. Yesterday, half of their company had gone to support Ning Xiuelua's wedding. As they watched Ning Xiuelua being embarrassed and awkward, they felt ashamed too. Of course, there were many who were rejoicing in this misfortune of hers. Inside Chong Li's office, on the first day of her newlywed status, Ning Xi had arrived early, and the expression on her face right now was an unprecedented indication that storms lay ahead. Changli was frantically busy. When she was finally free, she said, "Xi, just let them gloat for a little while. In the afternoon, I've prepared to leak out the good news. This time, we'll definitely make Ning Xi receive the consequences." When she heard Chang Li's words, Ning Xi's expression did not soften. Just because they had tricks up their sleeves did not mean that Ling Xi's side was not on guard. It was not realistic to topple Ning Xi with just these. They needed a more effective strategy. 1. Been injected chicken blood, to indicate that someone is really excited. Chapter 1487, Comments War. Several days ago, the internet was filled with all sorts of big shots and celebrities riled up with posts of Ning Xi's wedding invitation and door gift. Everyone was waiting to see how popular it would be after the actual wedding happened. In the end, no one would have thought that the wedding would conclude with such a pathetic ending. Ning Xi's grand wedding had been slapped in the face by Ning Xi's small charity event until they could not lift their heads. Suddenly, there were all sorts of voices online. There were those laughing at Ning Xi, and there were some gossiping about Ning Xi's supporters. There were also many who thought that Ning Xi spending more than $1 billion on a wedding was luxuriously wasteful. On the other hand, the first thing Ning Xi did after she rose to fame was charity, making the difference between them obvious when they were compared to each other. Very soon, this netizen's comment was pushed to the list of hot topics. Suddenly, all those who had initially been unhappy with Ning Xi's great fanfare of a wedding started to speak out. Ning Xi wasn't organizing her own wedding. She was just giving the media a wedding. It was all for show only. I've long wanted to say that these few days, Feng Yilan, who had won the Nobel Prize and brought honor to our country, didn't receive any attention. Instead, the coverage was all on a female artiste's wedding. Can this society be any better? I think that this charity fund association and the upper-class people probably can't bear to watch, and had intentionally made this happen to fix the morale of the entertainment industry. Initially, the internet was full of ridicule and criticisms towards Ning Xi. When afternoon came, the course of events had slowly changed. Despite things turning out like this, don't you think that this has been rather strange from the start to the end? Why was Ning Xi's charity event coincidentally on the same day as Ning Xi's wedding, and was even just upstairs? Even if this whole thing was the upper society's intentions, there are so many senior big shots in the entertainment industry. Why did they choose a female artiste that had become popular overnight? Wedding is the most important thing in a woman's life. So what if it was a little grand when they have the means? It's not only Ning Xi who's like this. It's a little unfair to condemn her for this, don't you think? Instead, it's Ning Xi's charity event that was done too deliberately, as if she was putting on a show. There's more to this charity fund. Do you think artistes aren't really setting up charity funds to earn money? Have you guys forgotten Wang Hao and Feng Yihua's scandal? Up until the end, the comments led towards the 3 points. Ning Xi intentionally choosing this day to steal Ning Xi's limelight. Ning Xi has strong supporters, and Ning Xi is using the charity fund to fish for a quick buck. The former two were fine since almost all female artistes would encounter such gossip. Those with no evidence would fall apart after several days. But it was the latter that was severe enough to ruin an artiste. Previously, Wang Hao's charity fraud had caused her reputation a devastating decline. The vague accounts under Feng Yihua's fund and other scandals had not only caused him to be unable to continue in the entertainment circle, but he was even almost imprisoned. One could see how vicious this move of Ning Xi's was. Dang, these people are so shameless. We clearly decided on the time and venue in advance. Who would want their event to intentionally be on the same day as theirs? Despite preparing in advance, when they saw the comments online, Xiao Tao was still furious. Put up the first evidence first, Ling Xi instructed. Understood. Xiao Tao immediately logged on to Weibo and put up the evidence of them booking the time and venue 3 months in advance. Chapter 1488, Instant Turn. Just moments after Ning Xi made her clarification, Ning Xi changed her ammunition. They knew they could not bring Ning Xi down with the first 2 points, so they focused on the third one. Soon, some users started claiming that they were insiders and were going to leak news. They accused Ning Xi of being an evil hypocrite. The false rumors of her using the funds collected from the charity for her own purposes and earning loads of money in the name of charity seemed extremely detailed, as if they had been hiding under Ning Xi's bed all along and knew about every single thing she did. The matter this time around involved the senior management. If Ning Xi were to have such nasty rumors flying around, they would not sit idly by and do nothing about it. They would at least investigate her as a result of the pressure from the public. Although Changli did not have any solid proof, too many artistes had been doing such tactics in the industry, so she assumed that Ning Xi must have done it as well. If she were able to spread this across the internet and involve the higher-ups, the moment they found one bit of her dirty deals, then Ning Xi would be done for. Shiwalawa, do you know how much Ning Xi's house in Peachwood costs? And she bought several sports cars recently. Even if she became famous now, it's only recently that she shot to the limelight. It's impossible for her to have made this much money. Including her pay from filming and her endorsements, she still wouldn't have this much. Something must be going on here. Changli smirked confidently. Of course. Ning Shiwalawa laughed coldly. Did Ning Xi think she could live peacefully after hooking on a Zhuangqier? She was going to turn them into bitter curses. With Ning Shiwalawa's effort, rumors soon floated around on the internet. Many netizens were not smart enough to distinguish the truth, and they just sided with whichever direction the discussion was progressing towards. At this point, everything was going smoothly as Ning Shiwalawa had predicted. She did not believe that the Zhuangs would still do nothing when Ning Xi messed up like this. They would never let Ning Xi bring them down. Although she could not find traces of Ning Xi's underhanded activity, if the Zhuang family was involved, they would surely be able to. And yet, this time, Ning Shiwalawa's plan failed again. Changli started off by attacking Ning Xi's character. She made up various statements and defamed her, framed her as a hypocrite of using charity as a veil to cover up her dirty deals, and she tried to convince everyone that Ning Xi would pocket the charity funds. Then, when the matter became more severe and they were about to bring it a step further, a document was released on Ning Xi's official Weibo account. The document recorded the charity activities Ning Xi had done in the past. They included receipts of fund transactions and gratefully written letters from sponsored students. There was a trail of Ning Xi having been involved in charity since she was 18, and she had never stopped until now. If Ning Xi had really been doing charity just for show and as a method to stand out from her peers, then what about before she joined the entertainment industry? Why did she have to do all these? Ling Xi did not have to do anything else. The journalists went to the areas mentioned in the document and started collecting evidence. If it were just a few places or several people, it might still be fake, but after going through all the listed sources, they were all proven real. Following that, the whole discussion instantly took a different turn. At first, no one knew why the higher-ups had picked Ning Xi, even appointing and fully supporting her to become the ambassador of the charity fund, but now they understood why. Chapter 1489. Not brought up wrongly. Many people were looking closely at the activities on the net. In the Zhuang's living room, Zhuang Liao Yuan, Zhuang Zhongren, and Ming Linlang were present. They knew what was happening. It was obvious that someone was pulling some strings behind the scenes. If it were not handled properly, it would become really troublesome. The worst thing was that if they intervened, even if the final result proved that Xiaoxi was innocent, the rumors would never end. People could still accuse them of protecting Ning Xi. Out of wanting to protect Ning Xi's reputation, they had to consider carefully. As the three of them were discussing what actions to take, Zhuang Qier, who was looking at her laptop, screamed with excitement. She took her laptop to them hurriedly. Father, mother, grandfather. Look at this. The three of them looked at each other questioningly, then stared at the screen together. They then saw the large number of transaction details and the gratitude letters from the children, including the childish words and drawings. Zhuang Qier searched through some of the latest news about Ning Xi's work in charity, which consisted of interviews with various people, including caretakers, teachers, and also many innocent faces of children. Yes, Sis Xiaoxi just came by a few days ago. She brought us many food and books. I like Sis Xiaoxi the most. When is Sis Xiaoxi coming again? Not just interviews, the journalists also found a lot of old videos. Zhuang Qier looked really proud when she saw these. I told you guys there's nothing to be worried about. For some reason, no matter what happened, she had complete trust in Xiaoxi. Even though she knew Ning Shiwalawa was her cousin by blood, She would never waver to stand on Ning Xi's side. The discussion on the internet was overturned. The negative rumors about Ning Xi, as well as the suspicions of the higher-ups, and even the Charity Fund Association, all disappeared. There was no need for them to intervene anymore. No doubt this was the best outcome. Zhuang Zhongren looked at the videos and sighed with sympathy. Such a good child, yet she had to go through so much. Meng Linling knew what Zhuang Zhongren was thinking about, and she smiled. Father, you should be happy that Ning Xi didn't grow up with her parents. If not, she might have been brought up wrongly. Look at how great she is now. Zhuang Liaoyuan coughed lightly. Despite his wife being a little blunt, she was telling the truth. Of course, just getting a tie was not enough. Ling Xi had to make a counterattack, but she did not have to do anything really. Many people on the net could easily think of who was behind this accusation towards Ning Xi. The overlooked Ning Xiulaw was once again brought into the spotlight, but for all the wrong reasons. Now, I understand what it means by don't judge a book by its cover. Not all beauties are evil. Ning Xi is actually pretty unfortunate. Everyone said that she's only relying on her looks. But to me, not only did her looks not help, her looks attracted her a lot of unfair treatment too. Seriously, with Broshi's gorgeousness, if she really wanted to, she could have just married into a rich family already. Why suffer so much in the entertainment industry? Someone should really shut up now. Whatever it is, she can't travel back 5 years in time to do all these things, can she? A certain someone's really great at pulling strings. As for who's that certain someone, I believe I don't have to specify who it is, do I? Chapter 1490. Only to pave way for others. Changli sat down on the chair, her face looking dreadful. It was a big miscalculation. No matter what, they could never have guessed that Ling Xi could provide such solid evidence. Ning Xi had already been doing charity work way before she entered the entertainment industry. It did not matter what they said anymore. This even helped to boost Ning Xi's popularity, reputation, and image. In other words, they had just done a free promotion for her. This had a much better effect than just posting the information from Ling Xi's side to boost Ning Xi's image. After spending so much effort, it only paved the way for someone else. Changli started to regret helping Ning Xiulaw go against Ning Xi. She realized that things had been going way out of hand, not just once or twice, but numerous times. It must not be a coincidence, as Ning Xi had proven to be a very tough opponent. As expected, soon came the loud sound of things breaking and Ning Xiulaw's scolding. Ning Xiulaw's temper had been getting worse lately, as she was having a pretty bad time herself. Everyone outside assumed that Ning Xiulaw was very ladylike and gentle, but only she knew the true colors of Ning Xiulaw. However, after knowing so many secrets about her, it was too late to regret now. Sometimes, when she saw Ning Xi and Ling Xi and saw how they chatted gaily with each other like friends, she would be lying if she were to say she did not feel anything. After Ning Xiulaw was done throwing her tantrum, she growled with a ferocious expression. There's no need for panic. I've said before, Ning Xi is just a piece of meat on my chopping board. No matter how high she leaps, I can grant her death any moment I want. However, they both had secrets in each other's hands, except that it was not the right time to reveal it at the moment. By the time they were to really go against each other for real, Ning Xi would be the one in a grave situation. She had to do what she had to. If not, Ning Xiulaw might get triggered again. Changli covered her bleeding wound caused by the shattered ceramic pieces just now before she injected energy into her voice and said, "Let's just lay low for a while now and wait until the discussion dies down. I've just gotten news that Mountain has been nominated in the Golden Film Awards this year, and you've been nominated as a candidate for the Best Actress. Soon, I'll find a suitable time to release this news. Also, I've been talking to director Robert on a collaboration, so it shouldn't be difficult to get a role. As an actress, in the end, people will still judge you by your work." Ning Xiulaw pinched the space between her eyebrows with a dark expression. After spending so much effort, she had finally got a nomination. In addition to getting a role in a Hollywood movie, although it might just be a few minutes appearance, it was a rare opportunity for an Asian to be cast in Hollywood films. This indicated that she was breaking into the international market, and her career would enter a new chapter, that which Ning Xi, who had fallen to filming series, could never compare to her. Keep an eye on Ning Xi. She was sure that one day she would be able to get a hold of her dirty secrets. Changli just nodded, but Ning Xi was guarded tightly by Ning Xi. Apart from that, she felt there was another force working in the dark because after such a long investigation, nothing really came up. It was futile no matter how much she tried. Nevertheless, she could never bring herself to tell Ning Xuelua that. Even if she did, she would only get scolded. Chapter 1491, Real Lady. To Ning Xuelua, the entertainment industry rumor was not the most troubling one. Compared to going against Ning Xi, she had more important things to be done. She made Changli turn down most of the recent jobs, as she wanted to spend more time with Su Yin as well as get on Zheng Minjun's good side. If people from the Zhuangs had turned up at her wedding, her position as the eldest daughter-in-law of the family would be secured. However, now not. Only did she have to act lowly in front of them. She had to put up with the witch Zhao Shanshan, listening to her insults. Mother, History is going to be invited to Lorraine Fashion Week soon. Here's a first-row ticket for the show. If you're free on that day, come by and have a look. Zheng Minjun seemed happy when she accepted the ticket. She knew that this ticket could not have come by easy, and it was a first-row seat. Thanks, Xuelua, that's very nice of you. Ning Xuelua beamed. You're welcome, mother. At this moment, Zhao Shanshan came down from the stairs, holding the newspaper in her hands. She purposely walked in front of Su Yan's mother and Ning Xulua, speaking in a weird tone, as expected from a daughter from a prestigious family. Mother, just look at her attitude and her aura. She's done so many kind things without leaving her name. This is how a real lady acts. With the blood of a prestigious family, her nobility lies in the blood. Not like someone else being so small-minded, showing off to the whole world the moment she made some small achievements. Ning Xua was so mad that she was shaking. Zhao Shanshan really had an evil mouth. She had to do something now. If not, her position in the Su family would always be maintained as passive. Okay, Shanshan, stop being like that. Xuelua is your sister-in-law. Because Zhao Shanshan was the wife of her husband's illegitimate child Su Sun, of course, she would take the side of Su Yan's wife. Ning Xuelua. Still, Zhao Shanshan's words hit the spot where it hurt the most. Ning Xuelua's identity still remained one of the biggest thorns she had in her heart. I'm just telling the truth. She is a wild fowl from the rural area. Ever since Zhao Shanshan found out about this nickname that could trigger Ning Xuelua, she had been using it happily. Suddenly, the maid, who Ning Xuelua had brought over to the Su family after she was married, rushed over. She seemed to be boiling with anger and had been holding it in for some time. Second, madam, you're really too much. You're bullying her when she just married into this family. She was brought up by our madam since young. Not only is she highly educated, she's not small-minded at all. The one who's not presentable is the rural girl Ning Xi. Do you really think she's as nice as she looks? Ning Xuelua looked pained as she pleaded with an aggrieved expression. Xiaoling, stop it. Xuelua, why did you stop her? Let her speak. Xiaoling, what is it? What did Ning Xi do? Zheng Minjun quickly demanded. She already felt that something was odd back then. Why did her son, who had initially insisted on being with Ning Xi, suddenly break up with her? She thought her son had found out that Ning Xuelua was the better choice and changed his mind. So she had been happy for her son and did not think much about it. Furthermore, Ning Xi had also been sent overseas. Now that she thought about the whole incident, she felt that something was not right. Xiaoling was actually acting following Ning Xuelua's glance, and was about to tell what Ning Xue wanted her to say after her signal. Ning Xi. At this moment, there was an extremely aloof voice from the entrance. Shut up. It was Su Yan. A scary expression had taken over Su Yan's ever-gentle face. Xiaoling was so scared that she could not say anything, and her body trembled. Chapter 1492. Still have feelings for Ning Xi? Even Ning Xuelua was shocked by Su Yan's reaction. I'm sorry, bro Yan. I didn't train her well enough. Go and get your salary for the month, then get out. Su Yan ordered heartlessly. Xiaoling was trembling in fear. Master-in-law, it was wrong of me. I really was wrong to say that. Please don't chase me out. Bro Yan, please forgive her. Xiaoling has been always by my side. She's been taking care of me for a very long time. She just couldn't help it. Ning Xuelua then looked at Zhao Shanshan's direction with teary eyes. Fine, that's enough. You guys just got married. What a mess you're making. Xiaoling, you can give us some space now. Shanshan, go back to your room too. Zheng Minjun snapped. Zhao Shanshan pouted and left with a dark expression, thinking about how well-practiced Ning Xi's pity acting was. No wonder Su Yin was controlled by her. Su Yin, why are you so angry? At least listen to what she has to say, Zheng Minjun sighed. Su Yin frowned. Mother, you know I'm really against the servants talking about the people they serve. The things she wanted to say were probably about the things Xiaoxi did because she wasn't aware of the social norms at that time. What else could she say? Zheng Minjun thought about it. Xiaoling would not have known much since she was just a servant anyway, so she stopped pressing on the matter. Then again, when she saw her son being so protective, some thoughts lingered in her mind. He had come out from her womb after all, and she knew him the best. Could Su Yin still have feelings for that girl? After a while, in Su Yin and Ning Xi's room. Bro Yin, are you still angry? Ning Xi carefully walked to the balcony. What was Xiaoling trying to tell mother just now? Su Yin leaned on the railing, his expression hidden in the dark and his tone slightly cold. Ning Xi freaked out a little, but she soon calmed down. What else? Probably just about how Ning Xi made a fool out of herself because of her bad manners. Su Yin turned around, glaring intensely at the woman beside him directly into her eyes. His expression was deathly serious. Xiaoluo, remember what I told you back then? That incident affected Ning Xi so much. No one can know about it, including anyone in my family. And it was our fault. Bro Yin, of course I know it'll affect sister greatly. I'd never tell anyone about it. Bro Yin, do you not trust me? Do you think I wanted Xiaoling to tell mother about this? Ning Xiaoluo had a look of disbelief on her face as if she was almost going to break down. Su Yin remained silent. He had managed to stop Xiaoling just now, so there was no point in finding out what she was trying to say in the first place anymore. Now, tears flowed down Ning Xiaoluo's face as she staggered backwards with a sad and pitiful expression. Bro Yin, in your heart, am I really such a mean person? When he saw how distressed the girl was and thought about how much she had gone through in the past 2 days, Su Yan's heart softened. I didn't mean that. I'm just reminding you. Stop crying now. I sounded too harsh, I'm sorry. Ning Xiaoluo leaned into Su Yan's chest and sobbed. Bro Yin, I'm sad. I'm really sad. I just wanted to be with you. I just wanted to marry you. Why is everyone saying things like that? Chapter 1493, Stay Away from Imperial. You don't have to care about Zhao Shanshan. We'll accompany father and mother for a while before we move out of this old residence to live alone. As for the rumors online, don't look at them anymore. Those who believe you will naturally do so, comforted Su Yin. Ning Xiaoluo looked disappointed and uneasy. Bro Yin, do you also think that my sister is better? My family background. I don't match you at all. What are you saying now? If I cared about this, why would I be with you since the start then? Su Yin frowned as he lightly patted her back. In a few more days, I'll take you out and drive away your worries. I've already made the bookings for our honeymoon. For now, don't let your imagination run wild. Ning Xiaoluo nestled against his embrace and nodded. Bro Yin, I won't think of anything else right now. I just want to quickly bear your children. Aggressive as she was ready to let Zheng Minjun know about Ning Xi's scandal from the last time through Xiaoling. However, unexpectedly, Su Yin had seen it. In fact, he had such a huge reaction. What made her even more nervous was Su Yan's attitude towards Ning Xi. She kept having a feeling that it was not just guilt he harbored. Now that Su Yin was already suspecting her, she could only drop it for now. Wait till she had Su Yan's child and the Su family's eldest grandchild. Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang would have nothing to say about that. Whether it was for the Su family or the Ning family, this child was extremely important. Now, she could not tolerate any more mistakes. The next day, Ning Xiaoluo made some time to call the Tang family. Since the past few years, this was her first time making the initiative to call them. On the other end of the phone was Sun Lan's tone that sounded unusually emotional, as if she was still in disbelief. Hello? Xiaoluo, it's me. Xiaoluo, why have you called me? Is there anything wrong? I wanted to attend your wedding, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like it, so I didn't go. Have you been well? Sun Lan asked carefully. Ning Xiaoluo went straight to the point. Send me your account number. Just tell me how much money you want, but it'll be just this once. Sun Lan immediately rejected with an embarrassed tone. No need, no need. The matter's been resolved. The people who borrowed our money have already returned it to us. Xiaoluo, sorry. Back then, The group of people came to our doorstep with knives every day. We were really desperate before I asked Xiao Nua to go look for you in Imperial. I really didn't intend to trouble you. Okay, I don't have to talk about all of this with you. Since it's resolved, then forget it. I want to know which city did Tang Nua choose for his first choice of university? Ning Xi asked. Sun Lan thought that Ning Xi was concerned about her brother, so she quickly answered proudly. Xiao Nua? Yesterday, Xiao Nua told me that he was going to put all of his top choices in Imperial. This child, he's been wanting to make it to Imperial since he was young. His results are pretty good, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. He hasn't really left the house since he was young, so I'm really worried about him. Wait till he goes to university. I thought about going over to accompany him, but Xiao Nua said there was no need for me. Sigh, all of these are matters for the future. We'll discuss again then. Sun Lan was long-windedly telling her all of this while Ning Xi was frowning deeper and deeper on the other end of the phone. Let Tang Nua change his first choice. Tell him to choose other cities. Sun Lan was stunned when she suddenly heard this. There was silence as if she had not reacted. If you really feel any guilt towards me at all, if you really see me as your daughter, let Tang Nua change his first choice. Stay far away from Imperial. Ning Xi's words were remarkably straightforward and cruel. Chapter 1494, Taking Away Opportunities. Of course, I see you as my real daughter. But how is this related to which city Xiao Nua will go to university in? Sun Lan anxiously questioned. Ning Xi's tone turned even more bitter. Ning Xi has already leaked out my real identity. Even my in-laws know that I'm not the real daughter of the Ning family, and that I'm just the daughter of a rural woman. Do you know how awkward of a situation I'm being placed in? And now Tang Nua is coming to Imperial. Plus, you're even following him. Don't you think enough people know about this already? Sun Lan's heart ached when she heard the line, daughter of a rural woman. She did not expect her daughter to detest them that much. Sun Lan's tone trembled slightly. Xiaoluo, I understand that it's difficult for you, but this is related to Xiao Nua's future. I can choose not to go to Imperial, but Xiao Nua won't be changing his first choice. Xiao Nua has been looking forward to going to Imperial. If I were to tell him to change now, he wouldn't be able to take it. Ning Xiaoluo laughed coldly. You just said that you can do anything for me, but you're acting like this the moment your son is involved. This is the extent of your so-called love. Xiaoluo, no? Xiaoluo, let me think about it. Give me some time, all right? This isn't something I can decide on alone. In Spring Breeze Town, Changchun City. Inside a single-story house, Sun Lan was weeping by the table while Tang Shan smoked, squatting on the doorstep. The young man's face was full of rage. Why? Why should I change my first choice? Who does she think she is? Who gives her the right to make us do this? While it's true that she's never been under your care, but what about her? She has never fulfilled her filial duty. No one owes her. Sun Lan was sobbing. Xiao Nua, don't say that. She's your sister anyhow, and she's in a difficult situation right now. She said her identity has been revealed. Her in-laws know about it, so she's in a tight spot. Tang Nua's expression looked worse. So what if it's been revealed? Everyone should have known about it 5 years ago. Does she think she's really the daughter of the Ning family? All of that belongs to my sister, to Sis Shi. She took away Sis Shi's opportunities for so many years. Was that not enough? Mother, can you not be so selfish? Even though Sis Shi isn't your real daughter, she stayed with us for 18 years. She's the first one to help us when we're in trouble. I'm not. I don't mean that Xiao Shi isn't good. We're talking about Xiaoluo now. What should your sister do? She's worried that if we go to Imperial, more people will know about her identity. I know these opportunities are supposed to belong to Xiao Shi, but your sister has come a long way. She just got married to a rich family. It must be hard for her. If we're close to her, even if we don't look for her and no one finds out, she'd still feel uncomfortable. She'd always live in fear. Hard for her? She married into a rich family and gets to enjoy life every day. Which part of that is hard for her? After taking away Sis Shi's opportunities for so long, she deserves to live in fear. Mother, think about how she treated us along the years. I really don't understand why you're feeling guilty towards her. The young man's face was bright red with anger. Father, do you agree that I should change my first choice as well? The young man looked at his father challengingly. Chapter 1495, Nothing's more important than my grandson. The mother and son kept on arguing, But Tang Shan did not say anything at all. He never really had an opinion of his own. At this moment, he had no idea what to do. He looked at his wife when his son asked him. Then he stuttered. Xiao Nuo, actually, your mother has a point. It's not a must for you to go to Imperial. There are a lot of good schools out there too. You can always find a university that's in a city near Imperial. Tang Nuo was enraged and disappointed. You too. No matter what, I'll not change my first choice. I want to go to Imperial. No one's stopping me. It was not just about the fact that he had been longing to go to Imperial since he was little. Ever since Ning Xi left, his desire to go to Imperial grew stronger. He missed his sister dearly. After enduring it for so long, he looked forward to the day when he could finally get into a university in Imperial. Then, he could be closer to his sister and could look for her more often. And now, with just a word from her, they want me to give up my hopes and dreams. Why? She detests me, but I hate the fact that my sister was taken away too. I heard you arguing the moment I came in. What is it about? Xiao Nuo's having his exams soon. Why don't you let him study quietly? Did Sean lend others money again? An old, stern, white-haired woman came in. Grandmother. Tang Nuo greeted her. That's not it, mother. How could I? Tang Shan quickly explained. Sun Lan was nervous when she realized that her mother-in-law had come. Her mother-in-law had lost her husband when she was young, so she had brought up her son alone. Since she was the straightforward and headstrong dictator at home, Sun Lan was always a little afraid of her. What's the matter? Xiao Nuo, my dear grandson, tell grandma about it. The elder looked at Tang Nuo with a gentle expression. Tang Nuo's eyes brightened. She was like his savior. He went up to the elder and told her everything. The young man gave her a massage while recounting the injustice he had just experienced. Grandmother, just because of a laughable excuse of her feeling uncomfortable, my parents want me to change my first choice and not let me go to Imperial. But you know me, grandmother. I've been longing to go to Imperial since I was little. I also promised to bring you there for fun one day. The elder was crossed. Nonsense. Who's going to make my dear grandchild change his first choice? Who does she think she is to decide on such an important matter? That little witch dares to overstep her boundaries. Sun Lan subtly nudged her husband. Then Tang Shan spoke up helplessly. Mother, you're overreacting. Whatever it is, she's my daughter and your granddaughter. Nonsense. She has never even been in this house before. How is she my granddaughter? Since she was given away, she's someone else's daughter. I don't want to be near her anyway. She had better not dare intervene in our matters. Especially regarding Xiao Nuo. The elder's voice was strong and loud. Nothing's more important than my grandson. If I hear you and Shan make Xiao Nuo change his first choice again, go back to the Sun family. Sun Lan did not dare to say anything, and Tang Shan kept quiet as well. Well, of course, they did not want to disappoint their son as well, but somehow they missed this daughter who had never been by their side. In the end, the matter was closed after the elder intervened. The both of them decided to let it go. Chapter 1496. Did Darling not miss me? After she finished filming in Movie City, Ning Xi followed the crew of 9 Realms and traveled across the country to shoot in different locations. Some time passed, and finally, after the shooting session today, she could return to Imperial. Coincidentally, the last scene was filmed in Changchun City, and it was exactly in the maize field in Spring Breeze Town. A sex scene in Heroes of War had been filmed here. So was the last time she had jumped onto her darling. Too bad they did not do it then. During this period of time, there were no scenes of Kamingyu at all. It had been a long time since she last saw Lu Tingxiao, and Ning Xi was really longing to see both the big and the little Bun. But now that she was in Changchun City, she might as well take the chance to fulfill her promise to Tang Nuo. After she talked to Tang Nuo about it, Lu Tingxiao called her. Hello, are you coming back today? I remembered that I promised Xiao Nuo to have dinner with them. Coincidentally, I'm at Changchun City today, so I'll head over for dinner before going back. I'll probably be home pretty late. Ning Xi said. Don't rush back if it's too late. You can come back tomorrow. I got it. Going to a meeting in a bit. Talk to you soon. Okay, get back to work. My work's starting soon as well. Ning Xi was a little down after she hung up the phone. After not seeing each other for so long, did her darling not miss her at all? He had actually asked her to not rush and come back tomorrow. Evening soon came. All the scenes were completed that day. Ning Xi bade farewell to the crew. Then she told Xiao Tao that she was going nearby to visit a relative. Afterward, she drove towards the Tang residence. There was a path that could not be accessed by car, so Ning Xi parked her car by the roadside and started walking. The moment she got down from the car, she saw a familiar silhouette. Sis. Tang Nua was a little taken aback when he saw her, but he appeared overjoyed. Ning Xi did not disguise herself as a rural-looking girl this time. She was dressed as her real self. She had removed her makeup and put on her normal clothes after she was done with work. Although her face was bare, her skin glowed, and her facial features looked really pretty. Her naturally curly, seaweed-like hair matched her mint green long dress, making her look youthful and beautiful. Xiao Nua, why are you here? I'm here to get you, the young man said as a matter-of-factly. His eyes were shining as he looked at her. Sis, people online say that you look really amazing. I didn't believe them at first. I thought it's all the work of Photoshop. Ning Xi was speechless. Please, I'm the real deal, all right? Are you really my brother? Ning Xi said it without giving much thought to it, but after that, she realized it made things awkward between them. Ning Xi quickly changed the topic. Let's go now. Don't let your parents wait for too long. After knowing that you're coming, Mother went to the market very early in the morning. Father went fishing as well and caught some very fresh produce. Tang Nua started chatting with Ning Xi. I almost forgot. You've gotten a really high mark on your exams, so there shouldn't be any problem for you to get into a university in Imperial, should there? My brother is amazing. Have you gotten your university acceptance letter? Let me take a picture and show it off. Tang Nua looked a little embarrassed. Not yet. I'm still waiting for it. Chapter 1497, Drastic Changes. They reached the Tang residence. Sun Lan had already prepared a full feast, and Tang Shan was waiting by the doorstep. When they saw the two of them, they quickly welcomed them in. Compared to the awkward atmosphere last time, it was much better this time around. Although they were still pretty courteous and distant, it was not cold at all. Xiaoxi's here. Come in quickly. I'm really sorry. You left the last time before I could make you stay for dinner. That's all right. It's just a piece of cake. Do you need help? No need at all. Just sit around and wait for dinner. There's still the soup left to prepare, but it'll be ready soon. After a while, the family of four reunited together at the dinner table. Sun Lan looked at Ning Xi, feeling a little awkward. Such drastic changes. I almost can't recognize you anymore. Tang Shan nodded in agreement. Xiaoxi, you've become prettier. They did not really notice it since she had disguised herself the last time they met her, but they now discerned the transformation of the girl who was once their daughter. Both her outlook and her aura had turned into something exceptional to them. It might be awkward for them to talk about other topics. Thus slowly they started talking about Tang Nua. They were talking about how Tang Nua had gotten himself into a good university, and how proud Sun Lan and Tang Shan were. This child, he has been looking forward to going to a university in Imperial, and he finally did it. Boys should go out and take a look at the big city and go through some hardships. Ning Xi said. Tang Shan nodded. That's right. Sun Lan and Tang Shan were really glad about their decision when they saw their son's excellent grades. If they had actually made Xiao Nua change his first choice, then it would really affect his future pathway. But the acceptance letter hasn't come yet. It's quite worrying, Tang Shan frowned. Why are you being so worried? The acceptance letter won't just fly away. Sun Lan commented. As they spoke, Tang Nua's grandmother ran over to their house. All of them stood up when they saw her. Grandmother. Mother, why are you here at such a late hour? The elder had a restaurant in town, and she usually stayed there. The elder looked into the house and saw that there was an extra person. This is... Grandmother, she's my sis. Tang Xi. Tang Nua held on to Ning Xi's shoulder as he introduced her. Tang Xi. Why is she here? The elder was surprised, but she did not say anything else about it. Instead, she quickly took out a large envelope excitedly. Xiao Nua, your acceptance letter is here. What? Your university acceptance letter. Suddenly, everyone was focused on the envelope the elder was holding. I couldn't wait for it. I always went and checked for Xiao Nua's letter every once in a while. I finally got it. Open it and see. Read it for me. The elder looked like she was over the moon. Tang Nua took the envelope with trepidation. Then he took a deep breath and opened it. Sun Lan and Tang Shan gathered around him. Ning Xi was really thrilled for Tang Nua when she saw the four of them so happy together. The next moment, Tang Nua's expression suddenly changed. It was a university acceptance letter indeed, but it was not an acceptance letter from the university in Imperial. It was from a university in Xizang, somewhere extremely far away from both Changchun City and Imperial. What happened? What is this Xizang Polytechnic Academy? I didn't put this in any of my choices at all. Why did I get an acceptance letter from them? Chapter 1498. Something went wrong. What? Xizang. Startled, Sun Lan asked her husband to quickly take a look at it since she could not read. Tang Shan took the acceptance letter and looked through it. How did it turn out this way? Why is it not Imperial University, but an academy in Xizang? Did they send it to the wrong person? But Xiao Nua's name is written on it. While Sun Lan could not read, she could still recognize her son's name in the familiar Chinese script. Elder Madame Tang did not expect this outcome after she had jovially gone over. She quickly asked Tang Nua, Xiao Nua, did you mistakenly fill in the wrong name for your university choices? Impossible. I never picked any school in Xizang at all, and I've checked it over and over again. I definitely wouldn't have gotten it wrong. Then what happened? Does someone have the same name as you? Or did the school from Xizang make a mistake? Madame Elder Tang made a guess. Tang Shan shook his head. The possibility of a mistake by the school is very low. If Xiao Nua didn't choose this school, how could they have Xiao Nua's information? Sun Lan's face was pale. Xiao Nua, quickly check what kind of school this is. Tang Nua was already on it. He looked up from his phone with a darkened expression. It's a school in the second-tier priority listing. The place is really far away. In order for them to get more students, one can get into it with just around 300 marks. Second tier. With Xiao Nua's marks, he deserves to go to a top-tier school. Why did it end up becoming this school? And it's so far away. It'll take 2 days and 2 nights just to get there. I heard it's a really messy place. The order there is questionable as well. How can Xiao Nua go to school there? What should we do? Sun Lan started weeping. Tang Shan was flustered. Well, let's give it some time. Maybe we'll receive the acceptance from Imperial University a few days later. Sun Lan boiled. The teacher already said that it wouldn't happen. A person cannot be accepted by 2 schools at the same time. If he's really been accepted by this school, then he can't go to Imperial University anymore. Damn. Why does Xiao Nua have to go through this? Stop crying. What help can that do? Elder Madame Tang became heated when she saw Sun Lan crying. The silent Ning Xi spoke up. It's really late now, and we probably can't contact anyone. We'll wait for tomorrow to call the schools to ask what happened. Sun Lan nodded when she heard Ning Xi. That's right. We'll call and ask. Something must have gone wrong. Tang Nua grabbed the acceptance letter in silence. Tang Shan's head drooped miserably. That's all we can do now. Elder Madame Tang looked at Ning Xi and did not say anything. That very night, the Tang family discussed Tang Nua's issue again, but of course, it was not fruitful. Sis, it's really late now. It won't be safe to drive back tonight. Why don't you stay here for the night? Tang Nua cheered himself up and invited Ning Xi. Ning Xi gave it some thought, and she nodded. Okay. She had planned to go back to Imperial tonight, but now that Tang Nua had encountered this issue, she could not just leave him alone. She agreed to stay. So she then quickly sent a text message to Lu Tingxiao and told him about what had happened. Chapter 1499. You'll definitely get in. Sis, you can sleep in my room. I've washed and dried my bed sheets. Tang Nua announced. After he received the call from Ning Xi this morning, he had gone out of his way and washed his bed sheets, just in case she needed to stay for the night. Previously, Ning Xi slept in the small storeroom with various knickknacks lying around. After so many years, of course, that room could not be slept in anymore. Where will you sleep? Ning Xi asked. I'll just sleep on the floor in the living room. Tang Nua did not seem to mind. At that moment, Elder Madame Tang's expression changed into aghast. How can you do that? What if you catch a cold? Grandmother, I'm a man. I'm all right with sleeping on the floor. I can't let a girl do that, can I? No, your body is weak. The floor is really humid. How can you sleep there? Madame Elder Tang glared stubbornly as if Ning Xi was trying to murder her grandson. Ning Xi coughed lightly. Xiao Nua, it's all right. I'll just bunk at an inn in the town for the night. That's worse. The rooms at the inn are horrible and messy. Tang Nua frowned as he shot his stubborn grandmother a look. Then, he pleaded to Ning Xi with his eyes. Home is still better. Then, sis, you'll sleep in the living room. I'll prepare thicker sheets for you to sleep on. Okay. Ning Xi nodded when she saw Tang Nua's determined eyes. Elder Madame Tang did not say anything this time around. She dragged her son and daughter-in-law aside to demand, "I haven't asked you to. Why is this brat here today?" Tang Shan coughed lightly. "Mother, she's the daughter of a rich family now. She's not your granddaughter. We fed her for so many years. All for nothing. And she's now become the daughter of another family. I already said that we should have thrown her out back then, but the both of you didn't listen to me. Great. We raised a daughter for someone else." Elder Madame Tang grumbled. Tang Shan quickly dragged his mother further away. He spoke with a low voice. "Mother, stop it. If we really had thrown her away and her family came for her, we'd be in real trouble." The voices of the three of them went further and further away. After Tang Shan and Sun Lan sent the elder off, they went into their room. Tang Nua was setting up the bedsheets in the living room. "I'm done. Thank you." As Ning Xi was about to lie down, Tang Nua dragged her up. "What are you doing, sis? You think you're really sleeping here? I was just lying to grandmother. I could never let you sleep right here. Get into the room and sleep." Ning Xi was taken aback as she was reminded of some old memories. Her eyes watered, and the next moment, she stepped forward and hugged the young man. She did not want him to see her teared-up eyes. "Brat." Tang Nua scratched his head innocently. "Sis, what's wrong?" Ever since they had been kids, he was always like this, protecting her at all times. "Ning." She kept her emotions in check, and she let Tang Nua pull away. "Nothing. Sis, quickly go and sleep now. You'll get dark circles if you sleep too late." "Okay, I'll not argue with you about this." "Oh, right. Don't worry too much about the acceptance letter. It'll be all right." Ning Xi comforted him. Tang Nua's expression darkened when the topic of his acceptance letter was mentioned. He smiled bitterly. "How can I not worry about it? I've been looking forward to it for so many years. I put in so much effort. Actually, sis, I'm really sad. I'm afraid. What if I really can't get into Imperial University?" Ning Xi patted the young man's head. "Don't worry. I assure you, you'll definitely get in." Chapter 1500, Outcome of Despair. The next morning, Elder Madame Tang came over early to ask her son and daughter-in-law to start making calls to the university. No one picked up as it was still too early for anyone to be in the office. Elder Madame Tang, Tang Shan, and Sun Lan all looked weak and sleep-deprived. They probably had not gotten any rest the whole night. As for Tang Nua, probably because of Ning Xi's comforting, he had actually fallen asleep. They waited until office hours commenced. Then Tang Shan called the number to Shijiang Polytechnic Academy, but he was too nervous to speak clearly. In the end, Tang Nua took over the phone and turned on the loudspeaker. "Hi, is this Shijiang Polytechnic Academy? I'm a third-year high school student from Yulen High School in Changchun City. My name is Tang Nua. I received an acceptance letter from your university, but I didn't put your school on my list of choices, so I just hope you could check for me if something went wrong." "You received an acceptance letter?" "Yes. Since you've received an acceptance letter, then our school has accepted you." "What's wrong with that?" "But on my list." "Then, you must have filled it in wrongly. You should look for the related department in the district council, or just ask your teacher." "I'm going to, but I'd like to confirm if there was a mistake here." "You can go and check your list first. If there's nothing wrong, then call back again." Then, the person hung up. What's wrong with this person? It's about Xiao Nua's life. How could he push away the responsibility? How much time would it take him to check? Elder Madame Tang fumed. "Whatever, he's probably busy." "Xiao Nua, make a call to the district council and ask." Tang Shan said. Tang Nua frowned a little, but he made the call anyway. He was sure that he had not made a mistake, but since the school in Shijiang said so, he just had to double-check. Checking the information took some time. After a long wait into the afternoon, they finally received a call. The final outcome had everyone in despair. There's no mistake. Shijiang Polytechnic School was stated as your first choice. Impossible. I didn't write this school down at all. I wrote Imperial University. Tang Nua vexed. "Mister, can't we change it?" Sun Lan asked carefully. "If every student came and told me they didn't choose their school wisely and say I didn't choose this school, do you think it's possible for me to just change it? I have a teacher as my witness." Tang Nua said. The person on the phone chuckled coldly. "Who knows if you guys are working together? Let me tell you, I've seen a lot like you. You're the third of such a case today. I'm not. I really didn't put that down." Sure, stop quibbling. Your choice now is either to attend the school in Xizjiang or to repeat another year. The phone call ended. There was dead silence. Tears of disbelief filled Tang Nua's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I didn't make a mistake. Ning Xi suddenly spoke up. Could someone else have changed it? Of course, she believed that Tang Nua would not make such a low-level mistake. But the main point was that Tang Nua did not even know about this school and had not put it as an alternative as well. How could he have magically filled it in wrong? Chapter 1501. I have a brother-in-law. What? What should we do? Sun Lan was sobbing nonstop hopelessly. Elder Madame Tang was filled with dread as well. Could someone have really changed it? Which damned person did it? Sigh. Even when we have a teacher as a witness? Tingxiao asked. The person already said no just now. Moreover, we're not sure if the teacher made the mistake himself. Maybe he wouldn't testify for us to avoid the responsibility. Their three faces were full of desperation. Tang Nua looked like he had lost his soul. After a while, he picked up the phone again. He called the Ministry of Education, the exam center, and the school. All he received were the same official answers. If what he submitted was really Xizjiang, then he had no choice but to go there. Is there really no way out of this? Sun Lan looked very lost. Tang Shan squatted down and started smoking. We don't have power at all. What can we do? We can only take it as it is. Elder Madame Tang was filled with wrath. How can we do that? I'm not going to do nothing. I don't care. I'm going to seek justice for Xiao Nua. I will go and sleep before the entrance of the district council. I don't believe no one will listen to me. Tang Shan tried helplessly to placate the old woman. Mother, you're already really old. Don't do that. Elder Nyo from the nearby village has been struggling for 3 years over his son's matter, and nothing has happened. Some time ago, a bunch of people suddenly broke his leg too. Without power, no one will listen to you. Tang Nua slumped, utterly defeated. Grandmother, don't act rashly. It's fine. I can just repeat a year. Ning Xi actually felt a little awkward. Although she was not supposed to intervene, she figured that she had to speak up. I'll make a call and see if I can get help. Everyone from the Tang family peered at her. Xiao Shiyu, you know someone that can help? Sun Lan asked while trying to hide her excitement, as Tang Shan looked over as well. Ning Xi chose her words carefully. It shouldn't be a big problem. Don't worry too much. Elder Madame Tang grumbled. You're talking big. What can a little actress like you do? Tang Nua fidgeted uneasily as he thought of something. Then he dragged Ning Xi aside. Sis, I'm really all right. Don't trouble others because of me. He knew Ning Xi did not have a positive relationship with the Ning family. She had achieved everything she possessed today by herself, and he did not want her to beg the Nings for his sake. Ning Xi smiled warmly. It's no trouble at all. I'm calling your brother-in-law. Huh? Bro? Brother-in-law? I have a brother-in-law. Tang Nua was taken aback. I'll talk to you later. Let me make a call first. Ning Xi patted Tang Nua's shoulder. Then she went into the room to make the call. Hello. The man's voice through the phone made her feel at peace. Hi, darling. I might need your help. It's about what I told you last night. Your brother's acceptance letter? Yes, someone might have changed Xiao Nua's first choice. Okay, I got it. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. It was just a simple, curt reply. After the call, Sun Lan went up to her. Xiao Shi, have you called him? How was it? He'll get back to me as soon as possible, Ning Xi replied. Chapter 1502. My boyfriend. When they heard her ambiguous reply, Sun Lan and Tang Shan were a little disappointed, while Elder Madame Tang was making calls to see if anyone she knew could help out. Xiao Shi, who did you call? Is the person even reliable or not? Tang Shan asked. It's my boyfriend. Ning Xi did not bother hiding. Sun Lan was a little shocked. Ah, Xiao Shi, you have a boyfriend now? What does he do? Business, replied Ning Xi tersely. Elder Madame Tang, who had just finished making a call, had a clearly condescending smirk on her weathered face. What can a businessman do? If you want to look for someone to help, you should get someone in the government. Don't just delay time and affect Xiao Nua. Ning Xi did not retort back. She just listened quietly to Elder Madame Tang's acidic words. The Tangs did not put much hope on Ning Xi's call, so they paced around like headless flies, thinking of various ways to resolve this dilemma. Tang Nua was pretty interested in this mysterious brother-in-law. He went up to Ning Xi and rattled off a few questions. Sis, do you really have a boyfriend already? Why would I lie to you? Is he handsome? Compared to Bro Su? No. Wait, Is he more handsome than Trash Sue? Duh, of course, he's more handsome than him. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening and the sky was turning dark. The Tang family was at their wits' end, and there was no news from Ning Xi's side either. Xiao Shi, has your boyfriend replied. You. Already at the end of her tether, Sun Lan could only place her last sliver of hope on Ning Xi. Ning Xi shook her head. Not yet. Even though there was no news from Tingxiao, Ning Xi was not worried, so she did not call to rush him either. How could she doubt her darling's capabilities? Oh, Sun Lan instantly looked crushed. Finally, the sky had turned completely dark. Tang Shan could not sit still anymore. Xiao Shi, still no news? Why don't you call and ask? What's there to ask? Are you really counting on a lowly actress like her? Elder Madame Tang was worried about her grandson's issue and was now filled with anger, her tone becoming increasingly hostile. She did not care who Ning Xi was. She was just an ungrateful wretch who had leeched onto their Tang family for so many years. In her ire, she muttered under her breath, daughters are money-losing propositions. There's no use raising them. They're just an irksome presence. Rat-a-tat. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It sounded exceptionally clear in the dead silence of the house. It's already so late. Who could it be? Sun Lan peered outside. I'll go open it. Tang Nua exclaimed as he walked towards the door. The door creaked as it opened. In the next second, Tang Nua stood stupefied as he gaped at the tall figure standing before the door. The man wore a well-tailored, gunmetal gray formal outfit with a dark patterned tie. He stood there akin to a refreshing breeze with his back against the night, brightening the dim, narrow, little house instantly. The following words instantly crossed Tang Nua's mind. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. You are. Tang Nua looked blankly at this handsome man with such an aristocratic aura and asked. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Are you my brother-in-law? When the man heard brother-in-law, his cold eyes flickered as he skimmed the youth. Are you Xiao Shi's brother, Tang Nua? Yes, I'm Tang Nua. Tang Nua quickly nodded. The man heard this and raised his hand. This was precisely when Tang Nua realized that there was a huge envelope in his hand, and he asked in confusion, This is? The man directly delivered the envelope to his wife's younger brother before him. A gift? Tang Nua looked blankly at the man as he subconsciously took the envelope and was prepared to courteously reject it when he skimmed the words on the envelope. His expression changed instantly. The envelope was clearly marked as an Imperial University stationery. With trepidation, he opened the envelope in a flurry to see its contents. It was an acceptance letter from Imperial University. Chapter 1503. Impressive. Sis, come here. Tang Nua yelled in excitement from the entrance. Immediately, Tang Shan, Sun Lan, Elder Madame Tang, and Ning Xi all went over. The four of them saw a man outside the door and Tang Nua, gasping dramatically with a letter in his hand. Sis, look, the acceptance letter. The acceptance letter from Imperial University. What? Xiao Nua, where did you get that? Sun Lan, Tang Shan, and Elder Madame Tang surrounded him eagerly. Even Ning, she looked surprised as well. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law gave it to me just now. He said it's a gift for me. Tang Nua held it in the crook of his arm like his baby. Then he took it out to let his parents and grandmother see. A gift? Ning Xi's mouth twitched when she saw the man by the door. She knew the devil was always efficient, but this was surpassing his usual standards. He had actually brought the acceptance letter of Imperial University over personally. It was not even that long after she called him, just half a day. Excluding the time he needed to drive there, he had probably obtained this letter in less than an hour. Impressive. As Tang Nua was still trembling in elation, Ning Xi went up to Tingxiao. Your speed? You are way too fast. It's the first time you've asked me for help, Tingxiao said. It was such a rare chance that his wife needed him. Ning Xi coughed lightly. Why did it feel like Tingxiao was complaining? Come to think of it, she had never actually asked Tingxiao for help before. This time, she had done so for Tang Nua's sake. Is this really the acceptance letter from Imperial University? Sun Lan could not believe her eyes. They made countless calls and had gone to so many places, but everyone had told them it was impossible. Who would have expected a call from Ning Xi would grant them an acceptance letter from Imperial University at their doorstep? Xiao Nua, did you check it properly? Elder Madam Tang was both surprised and worried. I read through it thoroughly. It's correct. There's also a stamp from Imperial University. Xiao Shi, how do we address your boyfriend? We're really thankful to him. So grateful. Sun Lan gushed. His family name is Ku. Ning Xi cautiously did not tell them the truth. Mr. Ku, I really don't know how to thank you. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? Everyone told us that it's impossible. I asked a friend to help. Since you have a teacher as your witness, it's not a big issue. Tingxiao gave a simple explanation. It was a really simple reply, but the whole Tang family knew that it was not that easy. Had Xiaoxi's boyfriend not helped this time, they could only suck it up. Elder Madam Tang was still clutching the acceptance letter in joy. She did not expect the girl to really help them this time. Raising her was not for nothing after all. At least, she still helped her brother, and was better than that heartless brat who had never even come back once. The man this girl had found, although they did not know much about his background, from his looks and aura which were impeccable, he looked much more outstanding than the first master from the Su family. Chapter 1504. Thanks to you. Elder Madam Tang went up to Tingxiao. Cheerfully, you, Mr. Ku, we're really grateful to you about Xiao Nua's matter. It's a long way out here, and you must be hungry. Please stay for dinner. Tingxiao did not say anything, and just looked at Ning Xi. Tang Nua quickly told Ning Xi. Sis, it's brother-in-law's first time here. Of course, he has to stay for dinner. I've so much to talk to him about. What else would you have to say when you were both meeting for the first time? Ning Xi felt awkward when Tang Nua kept addressing him as brother-in-law. Okay. Elder Madam Tang started cooking in high spirits. She also ordered both her son and daughter-in-law around. Lan, go and get the chicken from the backyard. Shan, go and dig out that bottle of alcohol we've been keeping for so long. Xiao Nua, go and pick up some vegetables from the garden. The stuff we have here are fresh. You city people would never be able to eat such goodness anywhere else. She then looked at Ning Xi and chided, Girl, don't just stand there. Bring your partner inside and make him some tea. Use the tea leaves in the red can. I bought them from town. There's also some dried fruits in the cupboard. Go on, serve him. When Ning Xi was making tea with the tea leaves from the red can, she was impressed once again. He had actually been able to get on the good side of the Iron Lady of the Tang family despite the fact that she was such a difficult person. Thanks to you. The elder has never even treated me this kindly before. Tingxiao touched the girl's hair and winced in pain. Ning Xi knew what was he thinking, so she smiled warmly. That's all in the past. The kindness you've shown me is enough to make up for all my misfortunes. At the dining table, Tang Shan had gotten himself drunk. Xiao Shi, this one's for you. About you lending me money the last time, you helped me out as well. The Tang family owes you too much. We're really in your debt. Shan, you've drunk too much. Sun Lan awkwardly covered up for Tang Shan. Elder Madam Tang frowned a little. You mean that issue the last time was settled by her as well? Sis just scared them off. If not, those thugs wouldn't have paid us back so obediently. Tang Nua was afraid that his grandmother might be biased towards Ning Xi, so he omitted the part about her beating them up and chasing them away. Elder Madam Tang was silent, her deep anger towards Ning Xi extinguishing to a huge extent. It was pleasant that she still had some conscience. She was very riled up about getting the wrong daughter. Not only did they bring up the daughter of another family's, that daughter of theirs did not even return to them. It simply did not make any sense. After Tang Nua's matter was solved, the Tangs started thinking about another issue. About Xiao Nua's first choice of university. How did it suddenly become the school in Shijiang? Sun Lan questioned in a lowered voice. I'm sure that I didn't make a mistake. Tang Nua sounded firm. Tingxiao spoke up. There's no formality in the processes here. From the collection of choices to the record system, there are a lot of loopholes to tamper with. If someone decided to be secretive about it, it would be untraceable. There's a faint glow in his eyes as he stopped for a bit, then continued. You guys had better think properly if you've offended anyone recently. Offended anyone? And not really. How could we offend anyone? It can't be those thugs, can it? They left Spring Breeze Town a long time ago. Tang Shan frowned. Sun Lan thought about it for a long time. She truly had no idea. Suddenly, Elder Madam Tang stood up. I know. It's that brat. That damned brat. Chapter 1505. What did we do? Mother, who are you talking about? Sun Lan suspiciously queried. Elder Madame Tang pointed a shaky finger at Sun Lan angrily. Who else could it be? It's your daughter. She didn't want Xiao Nua to go to Imperial. Didn't she call back a while ago and demand that Xiao Nua change his first choice? Sun Lan was taken aback. She had never thought about this possibility before. This is absurd. I've already explained to Shualaw that only Xiao Nua will go alone, that I won't follow him, and I'd never let Xiao Nua bother her life. She agreed then and didn't say anything further. Ning Shualaw wanted Xiao Nua to change his first choice? Ning Xi frowned. She felt that the whole matter was rather strange from the start. It seemed like her guess was correct all along, that it was most probably Ning Shualaw's doing. Although she had suspected it from the very beginning, she never mentioned it because if she had voiced out her doubts, she might have been considered biased. However, as an outsider, after Lu Tingxiao mentioned it, the elder instantly thought of Ning Xi. Elder Madame Tang was furious. You idiot, did you really just believe whatever she said? Just who would we have offended that's powerful enough to change Xiao Nua's first choice behind our backs? She's now the daughter of a rich family in Imperial, and she's even recently become the daughter-in-law of the Seuss. Doing these underhanded things should be a piece of cake for her. Who else could it be besides her? I was too careless. Too careless. I didn't expect to have almost ruined Xiao Nua's future. What an evil and cruel woman. Just what did we Tangs do? Elder Madame Tang then started wailing as she slapped her leg viciously over and over again. Tang Shan woke up from his drunken stupor when he heard his mother crying. He quickly comforted her. Mother, please calm down. We don't have any proof of this. Xiao Nua is her brother after all. I don't think Shuelua would be this dash. Both of you are idiots. You're still being so ignorant. Xiao Nua would die in the hands of both of you one day. Hatred had taken over the emotions of Elder Madame Tang. She's here to collect her debts from us. She's the root of the Tang family's disaster. She's afraid that she'll be embarrassed if people find out that she's born in this rural area. She'll never let it go. Mother, there might be some misunderstanding. Let me call Shualaw and ask her about it tomorrow. What's the point? Do you think she'll admit what she has done? Elder Madame Tang glared at Sun Lan. Then she sobbed again as she hugged Tang Nua. After that, she peered at Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao like she was looking at their savior. Girl, although Xiao Nua isn't your real brother, you've been siblings for 18 years. You have to help him when he goes to Imperial. Tang Nua looked a little troubled. Grandmother, I don't need help. I'll be fine on my own. Before Ning Xi could say anything, Lu Tingxiao spoke first. Xiaoxi has been really loving towards her brother Tang Nua. Although they aren't blood-related, they are closer than most siblings. After being with her for so long, she's never requested me to help her with anything. This is the first time she's asked me for help. When Tang Nua goes to Imperial, we'll surely take care of him. Lu Tingxiao then turned the conversation into another direction. But, Elder Madame Tang, you have to understand that Xiaoxi is just an actress, and I just have a small fortune of my own. We're lucky that this time, I know someone from the Ministry of Education. So if this powerful enemy of yours won't back down and wants to do something against Tang Nua in the future again, I'm afraid that we might not be able to help much. Chapter 1506. You're cute when you don't mean what you say. Lu Tingxiao's words were reasonable. There was no issue at all. Elder Madame Tang then replied. Girl, Mr. Ku, you both just have to look after Xiao Nua. As for that little witch, this grandma will figure out a way to handle her. Since Ning Xua was the true daughter of the Tang family, Sun Lan and Tang Shan really missed her as well, but no one was more important than her grandson from the perspective of Elder Madame Tang. So what if she was her real granddaughter? Even her son and daughter-in-law were not her top priority. She would do anything to keep her grandson away from harm. Armed with that knowledge, Lu Tingxiao had phrased it that way. He knew that the Tang family was Ning Xi's weakness, and the best way to go against Ning Xua was through the Tangs themselves. Because Lu Tingxiao had a company meeting the next day, Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao drove back to Imperial after dinner. After they got back, they were busy again. Lu Tingxiao had been very hectic lately, while Ning Xi also had a lot of matters to handle. Ling Xi had just signed her up for an endorsement deal which was in high demand by many top celebrities, including Ning Shualaw. Her new movie script was in the selection process as well, and as for Spirit, they were preparing for Lorraine Fashion Week. If things went smoothly, they would be able to be listed by next year. Spirit was not like previously anymore. Most things were on track and did not need constant supervision from Ning Xi, but she still liked to take the time to go over during such a critical period. Fortunately, the shooting of 9 realms was going easily and would probably be wrapped up after several days. Tingxiao's scenes were all shot. Ever since the incident at the karaoke, Mo Yushio finally gave up, and even the troublemaker Meng Shi had been oddly quiet. Her days in the production were peaceful and relaxing at last. Finally, after the scenes that day, Yunshin's scenes would be all completed as well. She would be free after that. Ning Xi was sipping on juice while humming a song when a voice suddenly came from behind her. In a good mood? Yunshin sat down on the luxurious massage chair beside her, talking to her while playing with a Swiss knife in his hand. The knife was flying around his hand swiftly. Anyone who saw his skills would probably freak out. Ning Xi frowned. She snatched the knife while it was in midair, flicked the blades inwards, and tossed it to Yunshin's guard. She said in a cold voice, Are you trying to die?" The guard awkwardly caught the knife and timidly looked at his boss's reaction. Yunshin was just a little startled, but did not seem to be angry. His evil-looking eyes matched his sly smile perfectly. "My dear, are you worried about me?" Ning Xi's expression darkened. "Narcissism is an illness. Go and get it treated. I'm worried about Annie, all right." He knew his own condition, yet he still played with such a dangerous item. With their boss being so childish, she felt tired on behalf of all his underlings. Yunshin supported his head with an arm and stared at the girl. "My dear, you're really cute when you don't mean what you say." "Bastard, who are you calling cute?" "You're cute when you call me bastard too. Have you been possessed from staying too long in the haunted house?" The man laughed with a deep, throaty voice. Tingxi. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. This guy never called her by her name. He would always slyly call her my dear. Nothing good happened whenever he addressed her by name. Chapter 1507. I must be a fake male lead. Ning Xi looked over in alarm. "What do you want now?" "Let's get back together," said Yunshin simply. Ning Xi was speechless. "Ning Xi, CEO Yun, get ready. The next set is about to start soon." Not too far away came Guaqixing's voice. Ning Xi stared at Yunshin as if she had just seen a ghost. She scurried away for dear life towards the set. This was Ning Xi and Yunshin's last scene together. Speaking of which, Yunshin's character development was rather interesting in this scene. It was definitely a scene that would gain his fatherly character brownie points. In the series, all the mythical factions had combined to attack Yun Huang, and her life was hanging by a thread. There were already no possibilities of escaping alive. Right at that moment, the sinister, legendary Yun Haoyin, who had been sealed off from the world for hundreds of years and had never stepped out of the Great Poison Hall, had appeared. All of the elders, honored sirs, and masters from the various factions were powerless in front of him as Yun Haoyin advanced unopposed and rescued his daughter amid the bloodshed. Oh. Finally, it's this scene. I'm so excited, so excited, so excited. My father Yun will definitely explode with handsomeness in this scene. Some of the novel fans in the crew were already very emotional. Once this scene is done, Father Yun will be done with the show. I can't bear to leave Father Yun. I dare to guarantee that when our series is released, the ratings will definitely be off the charts. Bro Shi and movie Queen Ming are a given. All our characters, even the cameos and supporting roles, are outstanding. Amidst the anticipation of the fangirls, Ning Xi and Yunshin were hung on a wire. Not too far away, Jiang Mai gripped his chin unhappily. Bloody hell. I don't get sex scenes with the female lead. I don't get to be the hero that saves the beauty either. I must be a fake male lead. When Meng Shi heard this, she frowned slightly. What did he mean by not getting any of those scenes? Was she not the female lead? Actually, Jiang Mai did have intimate scenes, and scenes where he was the hero saving the beauty. In fact, there were quite a few of it. Only all of them were scenes with Meng Shi and not Ning Xi. In the show, Ning Xi's martial skills were far better than the male leads by miles. Thus, the male lead really did not have any opportunities of being the hero. All departments, get ready. 3, 2, 1, action. Under Guaqixing's orders, Ning Xi immediately entered the zone and her expression was stern as she flew forward hanging on the wire. Which were you running to? Several of the cultivators chased closely behind. Yun Huang was injured and she held her side as she ran, barely evading the group attack. Finally, Yun Huang was forced to a dead end. It was a bottomless pit off the cliff before her, and there was already no way out. Yun Huang took a few steps backward while the group of cultivators moved closer, eyeing her covetously. Energized by the momentum of having surrounded their enemy, they swore to kill the witch then and there. Kill her! Kill her! The witch massacred the innocents. Utterly heartless. She even shamelessly seduced our faction disciples. Everyone has the right to punish her. Guo Qixing nervously waved and indicated for the videographer to keep pace. The high-altitude camera propped up on a steel frame took an aerial shot of Ning Xi. Under the sky, the girl had casually wiped off the traces of blood at the corner of her lips. It was already hard to distinguish whether the crimson stains on her was the color of her robe or her blood. Even though she was on the verge of desperation, the girl did not look hopeless or panicked at all. Instead, she was her usual frantic and reckless self, exuding a kind of relentless, born-to-die spirit. She was Yun Haoyan's daughter. Even if she were to die, she definitely would not reveal any fear before these people. Chapter 1508, Sudden Misfortune. You don't have to talk to this witch about morality. Everyone together. In that instant, everyone swarmed forward with their magical tools. As Yun Huang was about to be crushed by the attack from all sides, right at that moment, a mysterious figure plummeted down from high in the sky. His sleeves fluttered with the momentum akin to destroying Earth to an apocalypse. Immediately, everyone wailed, and all of them collapsed chaotically. A single move had wiped them out. Yun Huang looked in a trance at the man who had descended from the sky. Probably because she realized she was finally safe, all of her strength was drained away at lightning speed. On the verge of collapsing, she fell into an embrace with a familiar cold and sinister air. Father, good girl. A black-clothed Yun Haoyan gently put his daughter aside. Then his extremely ice-cold eyes looked at the people from the factions like the king of hell had just climbed out from hell. All the actors and cameos seemed genuinely terrified. Earlier, they had been righteous and stern, yet now all of them looked cowardly. Some of them even staggered to flee. Guo Qixing nodded at this sight as the assistant director lamented askance. CEO Yun's acting skills are just fantastic. That gaze. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just that. Isn't his performance as a father be a little too ambiguous? Guo Qixing shook his head. No. Yun Shen handled it very well. In the series, Yun Haoyan's wife is the chief disciple of faction number 1. Because she fell in love with him, she was personally murdered by the people from the faction. There wasn't even a body, so Yun Haoyan's hated people from the upright faction to their very bones. That incident has been his most persistent obsession and demon. So when faced with his only daughter who also looks incredibly similar to his wife, as he watched her be attacked by the upright faction, it triggered memories of his wife being murdered back then, hence his performance at the moment was simply spot on. The assistant director nodded as he listened. The following scenes continued, but it was all simpler ones. After Yun Shen did some impressive and cool moves to defeat the assailants, special effects would be added in post-production, and this scene would be wrapped up. Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly there was a sudden misfortune. There was a loud crack from the camera above Ning Xi's head, alarming everyone. Then, it fell from the trestle above, heading straight towards Ning Xi's direction. At that moment, Ning Xi had shut her eyes and was lying on the floor, pretending to have fainted, so she did not even know what was happening. When the cameraman cried out, "Move away!" it was too late. Everyone around had also turned pale with fright and cried out, "Ah, Ning Xi!" When Ning Xi opened her eyes, she sensed a weight suddenly pressing on her from the side. Then that body crushed her hard, and whoever he was grunted, "Yun Shen." Ning Xi immediately helped up Yun Shen, who had protected her to block her from the camera's strong thump. "Ah, my God! CEO Yun. Boss Yun. CEO Yun, are you okay?" Everyone in the crew was a mess. "Boss." Yun Shen's 2 bodyguards had also quickly rushed over, their faces pale with fright. "What's with the noise?" Yun Shen stood up impatiently, his movements seeming rather rigid. Because he wore black, no one could tell whether he was injured or not. Ning Xi immediately wrenched off Yun Shen's dark-patterned long-sleeve top and carefully checked him all over. There was a never-before-seen panic-stricken expression on her face. Chapter 1509. Go along with it? My dear, there are so many people around. That's not very appropriate, is it? The man sounded as annoying as ever, but Ning Xi clenched her teeth hard. She could not care less about the people around there. She yelled loudly, "Are you freaking crazy? Who told you to come over?" Although he was being scolded, the man seemed to be in a jovial mood. "Are you always this furious towards your saviors?" Ning Xi ignored him and dragged the man's coat off, then saw his white undershirt which was stained with bright red blood. Ning Xi's expression changed as her hands started shaking. "You're bleeding." Yun Shun turned and looked over his arm. Then he frowned a little. "How troublesome. Gosh, CEO Yun is injured. Someone call an ambulance." A person nearby yelled loudly. Ning Xi forced herself to calm down, but her voice was still trembling. "No, he's not going to make it. He's not going to." "Ning Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Jiang Mai squeezed through the crowd. Ning Xi then looked at Jiang Mai sharply. "Jiang Mai, what car did you drive today?" Jiang Mai looked confused. "My big red sports car." "What?" Ning Xi helped Yun Shun up. "Get us to the hospital." "Huh? Quick." "Oh." Somewhere nearby, Meng Shi witnessed the moment that Yun Shun risked his life to save Ning Xi. She clenched her fists out of jealousy. That damned witch. She had charmed Yun Shun to the point that he would trade his life for hers, risking his treasured body for that cheap person. On the other hand, Ning Xi quickly helped Yun Shun into Jiang Mai's car. Then she asked Jiang Mai to speed to the nearest hospital, Imperial First People Hospital. The metal strip on the camera had made a long gash at the back of Yun Shun's neck, and blood was flowing out quickly. Ning Xi ripped off part of her dress and did some quick patching as she pressed onto the wound tightly. At the same time, she was pressuring Jiang Mai, who was driving. "Jiang Mai, are you really sure you can do it? Go faster. If you can't, then let me do it." Jiang Mai was annoyed. "Who said I can't do it? I'm going very fast already." She had actually asked a man if he could do it. Ning Su kept on urging him, "Ignore the red lights. Beat them if there's no one else around. Quick." Jiang Mai did not feel very comfortable when he watched Ning Xi from the rearview mirror. He had never seen her this nervous. He asked in a rude tone, "It's just a small wound for a man. Do you really need to be this nervous?" Ning Xi replied with a stern voice, "Stop talking to me. Focus on driving." Jiang Mai felt wronged. "You're the one who was bothering me. We're both your exes, but why is the way you treat us so different?" From the back seat, Yun Shun quietly looked at the girl's frown and her sweat trickling. He smiled. "You never meant what you said. You said just now that you don't care about me." Ning Xi glared at the blood gushing out between her fingers as she pressed on the wound. "I just don't want to owe you anything again." The man's eyes darkened. He leaned back and mumbled, "How cruel. Can't you just go along with it for once? Shut it. Don't talk anymore. Save some strength." Jiang Mai felt strange when he heard their conversation. Ning Xi's attitude towards Yun Shun. Was she not overreacting? This ex-boyfriend was really scary. Chapter 15:10. How unfortunate. They finally reached the hospital. Ning Xi helped Yun Shun into the emergency room as quickly as possible. Jiang Mai parked his car and was about to follow them when he glanced over at the back seat and was shocked. What the heck? It was just a small wound, but why was there so much blood? It looked like metrorrhagia had just happened. Jiang Mai was a little distracted, but he did not have time to think about it. He rushed to catch up with them. When Jiang Mai found them, Yun Shun had already gone into the treatment room. Ning Xi looked anxious and seemed to be calling someone. "Right? The emergency room of Imperial First Person Hospital." "All right, be quick." Jiang Mai saw that Ning Xi's hands and outfit were full of blood. Bloody footprints were all over the floor as well. "Gosh, Ning Xiaoxi, what happened? Is he hurt elsewhere?" "This is too much blood for that little wound." Jiang Mai looked dumbfounded. Ning Xi slowly lowered herself down on the bench by the walkway. She was exhausted as she pinched the space between her eyebrows. "He has coagulopathy. Once he bleeds, it won't stop." Besides, there was something even worse that Ning Xi did not mention. No wonder. Jiang Mai now understood why Ning Xi had been so nervous. He knew a little about this disorder as he had a friend with the same condition. He usually looked normal, but once any bleeding happened, it would be way worse than menstrual bleeding. Time passed by. After a long while, the door to the emergency room opened. The nurse came out urgently. "He's losing blood too quickly. It's difficult to stop even with medication. Moreover, his blood is Rh negative AB type. There's not enough of it in the blood bank." We probably can't help even if we used up all the blood available in the city. What? Rh negative. Isn't that a really rare blood type? Jiang Mai was confused. Not only did he have coagulopathy, he had such a rare blood type. How unfortunate was this guy? Ning Xi's most feared scenario was happening. She looked terrible. I have a friend who can stop the bleeding with acupuncture. She's already on her way. And it would take at least an hour to reach there from Peachwood. Even if she was there, the effectiveness of acupuncture was very limited. The only way was to use more blood to keep him alive and give him more time, yet his blood was so rare. If they ran out of blood before his bleeding stopped, then he would die of hemorrhaging. The hospital was arranging for the blood to be transported from other hospitals as soon as possible at the same time that Annie and Tang Yi reached the hospital. At first, the doctor did not agree for Annie to go in, but after Tang Yi negotiated with the doctor, she was allowed in. Ning Xi waited outside anxiously, her expression turning worse and worse by the moment. People with this blood type were terribly rare. Surely not many people in Imperial had it, and even lesser were known on official records. What happened? Tang Yi went up to Ning Xi after he talked to the doctor. The camera fell down. He blocked it for me, Ning. She had a bitter smile on her pale face. This bastard. Doesn't he know his own condition? Why is he trying to show off? Tang Yi looked at Ning Xi and sighed. So what if he knew? When he saw the person he liked in danger, even though he understood that it might put him at risk, he could not help but act. The door opened again, and this time, the nurse came out with bad news. The blood is finished. The patient's blood pressure is falling lower by the moment. Do you guys know anyone who has this blood type? Ning Xi's face went pale as she looked around in despair. At this time, solid footsteps came from the back. There was a man's deep, commanding voice. Use my blood. Ning Xi turned around and was surprised. Lu Tingxiao. Chapter 1511. Help you to recover. Then quickly come in. The nurse urged. It was an emergency, so Lu Tingxiao did not have time to explain to Ning Xi. He assured her, don't worry, it'll be all right. He then followed the nurse inside. Tang Yi looked at the man's back as he went inside the room. There was a shine on his glasses. What? Such a coincidence. My uncle has that blood type too. Jiang Mai was really surprised. He had no idea at all. This was news to Ning Xi too. She stared into the direction of the emergency room. She did not expect Lu Tingxiao to come over and coincidentally have the same blood type as Yun Shun. Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao were both inside the room, while Ning Su sat on the bench outside. Jiang Mai was beside her as Tang Yi was making a call at the end of the corridor. The atmosphere was heavy. As time passed by, the air became suffocating. After a long time, the emergency room door opened again. Ning Xi stood up instantly. Doctor, how is it? The doctor in a white gown was sweating profusely as he said tiredly, he's not in danger for now. Annie then came out from the room, sweating profusely too. A few patches of blood could be seen on her clothes. Don't worry, Bro Shi. Thanks to Mr. Lu, Bro Shun is all right now. Two nurses wheeled Yun Shun out from the emergency room and were heading towards a recovery room. Ning Xi's tensed up nerves finally relaxed a little when she knew Yun Shun was fine at the moment. But then she became nervous all over again. She peeped inside. Where's Lu Tingxiao? Familiar footsteps came out of the room. It was Lu Tingxiao. Probably because too much blood had been taken from him, the man looked pale. He had already taken off his coat and was only wearing a white shirt, his sleeves rolled up. He was pressing his fingers on the spot where blood had been drawn from earlier. Ning Xi went over and held him steadily. Are you okay? Feeling dizzy. Lu Tingxiao let go of the cotton ball when his bleeding stopped. Then he ran his fingers through the girl's hair. I'm not that weak. Ning Xi carefully held on to Lu Tingxiao as she asked him. How do you know what happened on my end? Sure, Xiao called me. Lu Tingxiao replied. I see. Ning Xi saw Lu Tingxiao's pale expression and felt really bad. I'll make some nourishing food for you later. I'll help you recover. Jiang Mai was speechless when he had to witness this scene after having to drive Ning Xi and Yun Shun here. What about me? I spent the effort to be your chauffeur, and now blood is everywhere in my baby. She treated both her ex and current boyfriend so well, but treated him as her dog. Ning Xi took out a car key. Thanks, you can drive my whitey first. I'll wash your car for you later on. I'll definitely work on it after I'm done with filming. Jiang Mai felt better after she said that, but was still dissatisfied anyway. It was not only towards Lu Tingxiao. He was really unhappy that Ning Xi had been so worried for Yunshun. The feelings he was experiencing were like when one was advised not to be jealous of Einstein, but would be jealous anyway because the kid next door was better than you. Annie followed Yunshun into the room, and Tang Yi went up to Lu Tingxiao. With a questionable glance and tone, he said, CEO Lu, thanks for your help. Don't worry about it. Xiaoxi's matter is my matter as well. Chapter 1512. I'll pay back for what she owes. In the recovery room, Yunshun was not unconscious for very long. It was just a small wound after all, and he would be all right once the bleeding stopped. The man looked at peace when he was unconscious. His soft, silver hair covered his forehead and his left eye. He actually looked a little weak right then, vastly different from the arrogant vibe he usually carried. However, when he opened his eyes, he instantly transformed back into his usual self. The man was alert and looked around. When he saw the girl by the bedside, his playful side returned to him. Seems like I'm not dead yet. Please. Ning Xi glared at the man. Can you not mention dying in the hospital? The man said regretfully. How disappointed. Ning Xi was speechless. You're disappointed that you're not dead? The man's eyes twinkled. I just wanted to see what kind of expression you'd make if I died. Ning Xi stayed silent. This maniac. My dear, I saved you once again. The man's eyes were gleaming, and he sounded happy. Ning Xi had enough of him. She became wary. Don't try to trick me again. She really wished she had been the one injured. Anyway, I've lost a lot of blood for you, so it'll be all right for you to stay and take care of me, won't it? Ning Xi thought this guy was about to request for something impossible, which she was going to reject instantly. But since he had returned to normal, and it was a reasonable request, she suddenly had no idea how to reply him. Dear, go and peel me an apple. Before Ning Xi could reply, someone already started making requests with a big smile pasted on his face. Ning Xi frowned. Her eyes looked at the bandages on Yunshun's shoulder and blood patches all around him. Then she reached out for an apple. As she was about to peel it, a hand extended from behind her. Lu Tingxiao suddenly came over and took the apple and knife from Ning Xi's hand. He said with a deep, cold voice, I'll do it. Yunshun looked at the person with an odd smile. Lu Tingxiao was really skilled and deft. He finished peeling the apple in an instant. The peel connected in one strip without any breakage at all. It was a blissful sight for those who had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lu Tingxiao's long fingers passed the apple to the patient on the bed as he said expressionlessly, I'll pay back for what she owes. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi had an indescribable feeling inside her when she heard that. The man with white hair narrowed his eyes. He let out a cold vibe, but it was not shown in his expression at all. He stared at the apple Lu Tingxiao had in his hand and said with a disgusted tone, I only eat apples in the shape of a bunny. Ning Xi was speechless. She had had enough of him. Lu Tingxiao patiently took a plate and then swiftly cut the apple into shapes of bunnies. I suddenly don't feel like eating an apple now, the man on the bed said. He looked around with his seductive eyes. Help me change my clothes. Ning Xi could not stand him anymore. She glared at him as if he was trying to flirt with her partner, and she was about to bite him to death. Damn it. Enough is enough. Chapter 1513. I'm not interested in men. Bloody hell. This dude doesn't abstain from men or women. He had better not have taken a liking to my darling. Actually, there had been a long period of time when she had suspected that he liked men. After all, before she returned to the country, she had appeared in male outfits before this guy. When she dressed up as a man for long, she herself had almost forgotten her own gender. She remembered that when Yunshun had suggested that they start dating, she was so shocked that she was at a complete loss and had immediately insisted, I'm not gay. Later on, she and third senior sister Feng Xiaoxiao had privately discussed their niggling suspicion about whether he actually liked men many times. When he saw Ning Xi's expression, the man on the sick bed gently laughed. Don't worry, I'm not interested in men. Ning Xi remained alert. Do you think your words are trustworthy? Also, even though you helped me this time, because you kept bleeding like you were on your menses and almost died, it was Lu Tingxiao's blood transfusion that saved you. We're considered even now. The man revealed a contemplative expression as thoughts raced through his head. He said indifferently, as the head of the Lu family and as the Lu Corporation's helmsman, just in case of anything, do you think the entire Lu family wouldn't store such a rare blood type? Yet, he had personally transfused blood to me. Huh. My dear, you can't even recognize such a shallow trick of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence. Has your IQ been fed to the dogs? The moment he said that, Tingxiao's eyes dimmed. He looked icily at the man on the sick bed, who kept provoking him. At the same time, there was an indistinct worry in them. After Ning Xi heard Yunshen's words, she was stunned. Then she looked blankly at Tingxiao beside her. In the next second, she threw herself into the man's embrace and looked up with a touched expression. Darling, thank you. The words that Tingxiao had said to her at the start. I just wanted to let you know, no one and nothing can affect your decision. You only need to consider me, and one thing. That is whether you like me or not suddenly flashed in Ning Xi's mind. And he had really done just that just so she would not be burdened. He did not hesitate to transfuse blood for Yunshen personally, just to help her return this favor to Yunshen. Tingxiao breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the girl with an incredibly gentle gaze. There had never been a need for words of explanations between them. Yunshen, who watched them hug and was almost so bitter that he was about to bleed again, was speechless. Ahem. At the room entrance, Tang Yi had spoken up in time and saved his boss who was about to die from anger. Little junior sister, you guys can go back now. I'll be here to watch him. Ning Xi scratched her head. That wouldn't be too nice. I think I'll stay to help. After all, it was because of me. Tang Yi only sighed and tactfully said, with you two here, it'll stir the patience. Emotions. Ning Xi just realized she seemed to have accidentally displayed her affection publicly. Yunshen's gaze looked murderous, so she pulled Tingxiao and ran off immediately. Ahem, okay. First senior brother, if there's anything you need me for, contact me again. Bye-bye. After Ning Xi and Tingxiao left, the man on the sick bed looked wretched. Busybody. Tang Yi adjusted his spectacles and did not respond. The master is on his way here. Yunshen frowned and looked even worse now. Troublesome. Soon after, there was the sound of many footsteps outside the room. Then the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese outfit walked in. Chapter 1514. More will be snatched away. The man's gaze skimmed Yunshen on the sick bed, and he looked very upset. Utter nonsense. Then, he glared at Tang Yi, his expression darker. Didn't I tell you many times to watch him? Tang Yi immediately admitted his mistake. It's my fault. Although, in reality, he had not watched him at all because he knew that even if he did, he would not be able to control him. What happened? Xiaoyi could guess that it was partly due to Yunshen's temperament too. So he took a deep breath and calmed down to ask. Tang Yi concisely explained the entire incident. Then he said, in the entire Imperial Black Market Blood Bank, Satan's blood type is under the Liu family's control. I thought that this time the other side would take advantage and was set to kill him. But, unexpectedly, Tingxiao came over personally to transfuse blood to Satan. On the sick bed, when the man heard this, he groaned again as if he disliked a certain person's blood. Xiaoyi changed his attitude and advised, Shun, it's not that girl, she has no feelings for you. There's just too much temptation outside. Tingxiao is one to habitually use tricks too. It's normal for her wisdom to be charmed. You know, young ladies really don't have much resistance towards men like Tingxiao. When he said this, Xiaoyi suddenly changed the topic. But if one day, you replace that person and get everything, just wait for the day that he's left with nothing. Do you think there'll still be women after him? On the other hand, more would be snatched away from you, including Tang Xi. Xiaoyi hinted as such. Then he left the ward, but not before shooting a look at Tang Yi, hinting him to follow him out. Tang Yi's eyes flashed, but he could only follow the man outside. Because Tang Yi had paid for the entire floor, there was no one else on this level. The corridor was cold and dead silent. The moment they stepped out, Xiao Yi's murderous intentions spread. Yi, you've really disappointed me. Tang Yi immediately knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Tang Lang's skills are improving rapidly. Don't tell me that even you're no match for him. Yes. Tang Yi answered without hesitation. Xiao Yi looked down at Tang Yi. Once he saw that expression, he knew that Tang Yi was intentionally throwing the game. Moments later, Xiao Yi finally said, never mind. I will make a trip myself and settle that evil creature. The fingers that Tang Yi laid by his side suddenly tensed up. Master. At that moment, there was the sudden sound of abrupt footsteps from the end of the corridor, exceptionally clear in the quiet air. When he heard these familiar footsteps, Tang Yi subconsciously looked up and saw Tang Lang. When he saw who it was, Tang Yi's expression immediately changed. The air surrounding Xiao Yi suddenly became dense with murderous spirit as he looked gloomily at his former disciple. Evil creature, how dare you still appear before me? Tang Lang maintained his usual heartless expression before he broke into a smile. Long time no see. I've especially come to ask how you've been doing, master. Xiao Yi looked at him like he was a dead man. I'll allow you to leave your last words. Huh? Tang Lang chuckled and looked up at Tang Yi, who was already a mess at the moment. First senior brother, look at me. I'm dying soon. How about you let me have a peek at my little credit card one last time? Tang Lang was speechless. The instant Tang Lang finished, Xiao Yi charged ahead without the slightest hesitation. He watched the intense fight between the two. One had been a brother he grew up with. The other was a master whom he viewed as a father figure and to whom he owed his upbringing. Tang Yi had no expression on his face, yet his heart was bleeding from struggling and being torn apart between the two of them. Chapter 15:15, Show No Mercy. Tang Yi was more worried about Tang Lang going up against their master. Tang Lang almost had no chance of winning at all. Tang Lang was being pushed back by his master. There were several times that he escaped death, but Tang Yi could not just be a bystander at this point. As expected, Tang Lang did not even reach the 10th exchange when Xiao Yi was about to go in for the kill. Tang Yi's expression changed as his hand twitched like he was going to do something. Tang Lang's body was as flexible as a gymnast, and he avoided Xiao Yi's assault. After that, Tang Lang stood about 3 steps away from Xiao Yi and grinned. Master, that's 10 exchanges. Please be careful from this point onwards. Arrogance. Xiao Yi roared and he attacked even more aggressively. However, Tang Lang did not just stay on the defense like he had earlier. He countered every single attack. While Tang Lang had learned everything from Xiao Yi also knew him the best. And of course, Tang Lang knew Xiao Yi very well too. Tang Yi was not lying when he said Tang Lang had improved tremendously. In just a short span of time, Tang Lang's improvement in skills was enough to make Xiao Yi's jaw drop. They were tied, but after 100 exchanges, Tang Lang gained the upper hand because he was younger and had more stamina. Finally, Tang Lang clawed Xiao Yi's throat. Tang Yi interfered, blocking Tang Lang's killing move. Xiao Yi was shocked, still reeling from the fact that he had lost to his student. Tang Lang did not continue after Tang Yi intervened. He looked at Xiao Yi coldly. Master, this time, I'll let you go as repayment for whatever you've done to raise me. But the next time, I'll show no mercy. He then spun on his heel and left. Xiao Yi cracked his finger joints and gritted his teeth. You bastard. Bastard. He knew that Tang Lang was really talented, but he was lazy. If he could put in a 10th as much effort as Tang Yi, it would just be a matter of time to surpass him. Although he had realized this a long time ago, it was still shocking for him to witness such monstrous growth, which was also why he needed to get rid of Tang Lang as soon as possible. Still, the situation was getting trickier. Tang Yi was not able to kill him because Tingxiao had always been interfering from the dark. Although he had sent many others as well, all of them failed. Well, he was still just a small fry anyway. The top priority would still be the Lu family. In the CEO office of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jingli went to report to his brother after he finished investigating the matter. Bro, I investigated. The camera falling was indeed an accident. Tingxiao did not plan to just let Lu Jingli go. Instead, he uttered, video. At the scene, there was more than just one camera, and they would have recorded what happened. Lu Jingli must have seen them all. Ugh, Lu Jingli looked troubled. He coughed lightly. Bro, I've checked through all of them. There wouldn't be any mistake, so you don't have to watch the videos, do you? Tingxiao did not say anything. He just looked at Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli was intimidated by his brother's heart-piercing stare, but he eyed him carefully. Bro, are you really doubting my abilities? Chapter 15:16, Position in her heart. Because Lu Jingli kept on avoiding the topic, something fishy must have been going on. After Lu Jingli declined to show him the videos again, Tingxiao did not ask anymore. He just looked at the computer on his table. Lu Jingli thought he had covered up well, but then he heard some familiar voices from Tingxiao's computer. We don't have to be considerate towards the witch. Everyone, let's go. The voices of the actors. Ah, Ning Xi, the voice of a crew member. Yin Shun, Ning Xi screamed. Lu Jingli's eyes were popping out of their sockets. When he went before Lu Tingxiao's computer screen, he saw the video, which was supposed to be only in his inbox, playing. Hey, you hacked my computer? How could you do that? Lu Tingxiao glanced at him. His eyes seemed to be saying, do I really need to hack your computer? Lu Jingli then looked properly again. His brother had simply logged into his inbox. Damn, how do you even know my email password? The video was still playing on the screen, and Lu Jingli could no longer hide it anymore. He could only look on as his brother witnessed the scene where Ning Xi was extremely worried for Yin Shun. Bro, actually it's nothing much. That guy got hurt because of Xiao Shishi anyway. It's normal for her to be this worried. Lu Jingli's comforting words were contradicting himself. Since it's nothing much, why did you try to stop me from watching it earlier? Lu Tingxiao looked at the screen quietly, his expression not betraying his emotions at all. Ning Xi had been nervous because she was the cause, because Yun Shun had coagulopathy, and because he was the one who had helped her through her darkest times. Even though he brought her darkness, she prevailed through it. Even though he met Ning Xi before Yun Shun, he missed out the most important phase of her life. No matter what, he had to admit that that man had an irreplaceable position in her heart. After leaving the hospital, Ning Xi started replying her calls from everyone. Because of this accident, the whole filming crew was in chaos. Guo Qixing and the producer had almost gone crazy. They were only relieved after they received the call from Ning Xi that Yin Shun was okay. Ning Xi then went back to the crew and discussed how to handle the leftover mess. In the frantic emergency earlier, someone had taken pictures of her and Jiang Mai sending Yun Shun to the hospital and put them on the net. Then again, as long as Yun Shun was all right, these were not big issues, and the crew was more than capable to handle it. The next day, Ning Xi went to the set as usual. The accident yesterday had happened at the moment when filming was completed, so Yun Shun's last scene was done and did not need a retake. Most of the scenes in the next few days were between her and Meng Xi. She waited from morning until afternoon. Only then was she informed that Meng Xi could not make it for the upcoming few days. Guo Qixing planned to finish the remaining scenes all in one go, but he did not expect Meng Xi to be absent at this moment, so he could only give up and give everyone the day off. Ning Xi held onto her car keys and went to the underground parking lot. She contemplated for a while and decided to visit the guy at the hospital. Then she would go to Spirit Studio before heading to Lu Tingxiao's place to make some tonic for his recovery. Don't move. Ning Xi was planning her day in her mind when there was a deep voice behind her. She also felt a cold, hard tube pressing behind her lower back at the same moment. Chapter 15-17. There's no way. What a familiar sensation to her. Turn around and raise your hands. The man yelled cruelly. Ning Xi cooperated and put her hands up. She looked behind and saw a big guy wearing a black tank top, glaring at her fiercely while pointing a gun at her. There was also another man beside him, aiming a gun at her too. He said in a deep voice, "Get in the car." Ning Xi looked at the white van beside her car. There were another 2 people inside, all of them armed. These were definitely not your everyday kidnappers. After assessing the situation, Ning Xi knew she could not run away from this unscathed, so she cooperated and waited for her chance to escape. When they shoved her hard, the pink crystal hair clip on Ning Xi's hair fell on the ground. It was the one little treasure had given her on her birthday. Ning Xi tensed up. Just as she was about to pick it up, the large man stepped on it, crushing the hair clip. What are you doing? Do you want to die? The man pushed Ning Xi inside the car. Ning Xi took a deep breath and hid her rising bloodlust. She was tied up after she got into the car, but they did not blindfold her. Ning Xi frowned. They did not blindfold her. So were they not planning to let her stay alive? Who are you people? Ning Xi carefully assessed the 4 people in the car and tried to probe. The driver had a long scar across his face as if it was done by a knife. The blonde in the passenger seat looked carefree and was smoking, while the one on her left was the big-sized guy and on her right was a tall, skinny man. After some basic evaluation, these people looked strong and they were obviously trained, but not to the level of a mercenary like Feng Xiaoxiao, so she could omit the possibility that Feng Jin had sent them. However, of course, they were not your regular kidnappers or thugs. These guys probably came from the streets and had complicated backgrounds. The big-sized man was playing with the gun in his hand, and he said in a spooky voice, "Someone who wants your life." The blonde in front turned around as he rubbed his hands. Before we take her life, let me have some fun. The big-sized man stared at the blonde. It'll only be your turn if the boss doesn't want her. Ugh, she's such a beauty. There's no way the boss won't want to do it. Stop with the nonsense. Why are you so impatient when I haven't even said anything? Yes, I'll just pick up whatever is left over by you guys. The blonde smiled and eyed Ning Xi with a perverted gaze. To the blonde, the woman in the back seat had really fair skin, and her cute little face was really impressive. In that pink number, she looked so adorable. TSK. Such a cutie. No wonder Miss wants to eliminate her, he mumbled. Ning Xi now knew who was behind this. Could it be Ning Xi? The big-sized man seemed to realize that Ning Xi might have found out the identity of his miss, but he did not mind at all. She was about to die, after all, so it would not make a difference if she knew about it or not. These people were really vigilant. They probably knew about her physical abilities beforehand, so the entire car journey, there was always a muzzle pointing at her. Ning Xi was really obedient along the way. She closed her eyes and relaxed, curious about Meng Xi's rumored background. What could it be? After some time on the road, the car stopped. Chapter 1518. Play until she dies. The car door opened and Ning Xi was shoved out of the car. What greeted her eyes was a building that looked like a martial arts center. There was a pole with a huge flag propped up in front of the door, and the sign on the flag showed the word Qing. Ning Xi's brows raised slightly. TSK, the Qing Xian gang? So it turns out that Meng Xi is supported by the Qing Xian gang. Earlier, she overheard that blonde address her as Miss. Could she be Qing Xian gang's leader, Meng Jinhuan's daughter? No wonder she was absolutely unrestrained, daring to order people to use guns and kidnap in places like Imperial in broad daylight. Oh, yes, and she was even about to kill her. There were many big and small underground gangs in China. Apart from Province D's Black Tiger Fong, the most prestigious and influential one was the Qing Xian gang. While they did not have the most members, they were the most influential. After all, they controlled the underground world of Beijing and its surrounding provinces. Ning Xi was thinking about all this to herself as she followed them past a Taoist rites area and walked deeper in. Probably because they had reached their base camp, they had clearly relaxed significantly. They must have thought that since she was here in their grounds, she would not be able to run even if she had wings. Ning Xi observed her surroundings for a while. The place was not considered huge, and the members were rather scattered too, although it should only be a small part of them. Of course, to Meng Xi, if she wanted to kill someone, mobilizing a small subsection gang leader was more than enough. Boss, we've brought the person Miss wants. The big-sized guy yanked Ning Xi hard in front of someone. In the middle of the hall was a wide, red, wooden seat. There was a lavish tiger fur spread out on the seat, and on it sat a man of tough and stocky build, with tattoos all the exposed areas of his skin. He sat cockily on the seat with women flanking his left and his right. When he saw Ning Xi, the man pushed the two sexy and skimpy-clothed beauties beside him away and sauntered to Ning Xi with interest. So, you're the young lady that wants to kill yourself by daring to provoke our miss? Ning Xi kept quiet and cowered appropriately, showing a fearful and frightened expression. In reality, her eyes were evaluating her surroundings rapidly. When her gaze fell on an object in an open iron trunk not too far away, Ning Xi's eyes lit up slightly. Ah, she seemed to have spotted something fun to play with. I'm asking you a question. Wasn't it reported that you're quite capable? Why are you mute now? When the subsection leader saw the girl shivering and weak, his eyes were filled with lust. He forced himself to have some self-control and asked his subordinate beside him, "What did the miss say to do?" The big-sized guy walked up and sneered. "The miss asked us to shoot a few astonishing videos, then we're free to play. Play with her until she dies." Ha ha ha, right in line with what I want. That leader instantly cackled heartily. He was probably used to doing such things because very soon, someone had brought video equipment. Boss, you first. You first. We'll all learn from your majesticness. The blonde eagerly licked his boss's boots. Because Ning Xi looked like she was completely submissive, no one was guarding her securely. The leader started to remove his shirt as he impatiently made his way towards her. Right at this moment, when everyone was not vigilant. "How dare you break the hair clip that little treasure gave me? Do you want to play? I will bloody play tricks with you." The instant the man had advanced for her, Ning Xi's hand reached behind his waist and grabbed his gun. Then, she swiftly aimed it at the man's forehead. Before everyone could react, Ning Xi had dragged him to the iron trunk she had noticed earlier and took out a tiny instrument from the trunk, stuffing it into his mouth and forcing him to swallow it. Chapter 15:19. It's easier to invite the devil and then send him away. This lightning attack had happened in just 3 short seconds. The blonde who kept bootlicking, the tall, skinny guy who held his handphone to vulgarly shoot the spectacle, and the perverted, big-sized guy. All the subordinates around them holding equipment were stunned like Medusa's statues. After Ning, she stuffed the tiny apparatus into the man's stomach. She did not care about him anymore and thrust him away like he was trash. Then, she walked unhurriedly to the tiger fur seat where the tattooed leader had sat on earlier. She casually propped up her legs and skimmed lazily at everyone. My God, this C***T. Catch her. At that moment, the stunned subordinates finally returned to their senses, and all of them hooted as they ran towards her. Ning Xi looked carefree at them run towards her. Amidst the crowd's raging call for murder, she raised her fair hand, and in her fingers was a bright red device that looked like a switch. All of you come back. Come back. Behind them, that tattooed leader howled his lungs out. Then he fell to Ning Xi's feet and was scared witless. Don't touch it. It's dangerous. Dangerous. The leader wept and bawled as he used his hand to desperately dig at his throat, trying to vomit out the thing he had swallowed. Helplessly, this thing had really seemed to grow roots once it entered him. He just could not get it out no matter how. At that second, everyone else was terrified when they saw the switch in Ning Xi's hand. They subconsciously took a few steps backward. The man had swallowed a microbomb. After it entered the stomach, it would automatically be absorbed by the stomach wall. Even though it was minute in size, once the switch was flicked, the power was enough to annihilate a person into pieces. And now this switch that controlled his life and death was in the woman's hand. The woman wore a cute and pretty dress. She was clearly still the same person, yet now the character she gave off was entirely different. Her expression was not that bone-chilling. She even smirked and smiled faintly, yet he felt like he had just come face to face with the devil. Even though he was just a subsection gang leader, he still had the ability to make a discerning judgment. In hindsight, the entire process of her snatching the gun and forcing him to swallow the bomb were not skills a regular person would have. Even if she had done martial stunt doubling and had some foundation in fighting, she definitely would not have been able to do that to that extent. Especially this woman's posture of holding the gun. One look and you would know she was experienced. In fact, she unexpectedly knew how to handle these types of new firearms like the back of her hand. How would a normal person know that this was a bomb? Bloody hell. What kind of person had they provoked? There was not enough time for the leader to think much. He was scared out of his wits as he stared at the fuse in the woman's hand. He started to beg for forgiveness without a care for his image. Big sister. Ning Xi's eyes narrowed. What did you call me? Big? No. Great aunt. I failed to recognize your importance and great talent. Please be magnanimous. That thing really cannot be simply toyed with. Something flashed in the corner of Ning Xi's eyes. She got up and kicked the blonde who had tried to come and snatched the device from her hand. Tisk, leader, looks like someone wants you to die sooner. Bastard. Are you trying to die? No one move. The leader snarled, then kicked the blonde guy again after he had been kicked to confusion by Ning Xi. Then, he looked carefully at Ning Xi again. Great aunt, I'm wrong. I really know it's my fault. I'll send you out now. How about that? Ning Xi spun the fuse under the leader's frightened gaze and giggled. Send me out. Yes. Chapter 15:20. We try switching to woman? Who said I wanted to leave? The man was dumbfounded, and everyone else exchanged glances too. Then, what do you want? Wait till I'm done having fun. Ning Xi looked smug and had an expression that said she wanted to stay and settle down. Everyone's faces darkened at this sight. They were speechless. Not only that, Ning Xi had even used her finger to poke at the armrest of the red wooden seat. She then said, all of you, everyone eat one of the microbombs. Then, she added on, women don't need to. What? Suddenly, everyone was afraid. The 2 girls, who had been serving the leader earlier, sighed in relief. We don't need to do this, do we? The tall, skinny one started to back away. The big-sized guy cleared his throat too. This is our leader. His life is in her grasp. How dare we say no? Ning Xi pouted. What if any one of you wants him to die and seize the throne for yourselves? The leader instantly jumped up and slapped all of them. Swallow it. All of you. I've already swallowed it. Can't you? Huh. Quick. Are you trying to revolt? The big-sized guy looked miserable. If we all eat it, you won't be able to different whose number is which. All the bombs had corresponding numbers, and the fuse in Ning Xi's hand allowed her to select the bomb number to defuse. But if everyone swallowed it, she definitely would not be able to differentiate which number was whose. Ning Xi pretended to ponder. With everyone anticipating their bomb being let off any time, Ning Xi blinked and then said, I'll just click on the main switch and bomb everyone. Everyone was speechless. Bloody hell. Monster. A female monster. They were practically meat on her chopping board. Because their leader's life was hanging so precariously in Ning Xi's hands, everyone was forced to swallow one bomb. Great Aunt, are you happy now? The leader rubbed his hands and asked even more carefully. Ning Xi turned the fuse in her hand and looked bored stiff. Boring. These words were like a voodoo that hastened their death, frightening the souls out of everyone. The leader quickly followed up to ask, What do you like then? What do you want to play? I'll get it for you. Are you willing to leave once you're happy with the fun you're having? The priority was to quickly coax this little devil well. Otherwise, their bodies might be dismembered on the spot if they were not careful. We'll see. The blonde submissively walked up to the leader who was discussing and said, I have an idea. What idea? The leader looked lamentably at him. The blonde leaned into his ear and said softly, Boss, call Sis Hua Hua to send over some obedient, pretty boys. Would this really work? The leader and big-sized guy looked at him, full of doubt. The blonde quickly said, Maybe it'll work. All women are all interested in those. The leader contemplated. As he was desperate, he quickly walked to a corner and made a call. Moments later, a long line of more than 10 handsome, attractive, and trained to be respectful boys stood before Ning Xi. The leader rubbed his hands and asked nervously, Great Aunt, take a look and see if you like these. You can have fun as you wish. They've all been trained well. They're especially good at serving people. Ning Xi sat on the tiger fur seat just like the king of a mountain as her eyes skimmed the men below. She immediately frowned. Her eyes were used to Lu Tingxiao's type. How could she be interested in these? When he saw Ning Xi frown, the leader felt sweat drip down his face as he quickly chased them all away. He kicked the blonde again. Look at the rotten idea you came up with. The blonde cried out and scowled miserably. This doesn't make sense. Even this can't do. This was the best stock already. Could it be? Could it be that this great aunt's appetite doesn't swing this way? How about we try switching to women? Chapter 1521, Believe It or Not. How about we try switching to women? The blonde guy got a solid kick from his boss. Idiot. Don't try to get me into more trouble. The blonde groaned and used his arms to shield his head. No, that's not what I meant. It might really be possible. Didn't you notice that she made all of us swallow the bomb, but not the two girls? She looked so disinterested and was even disgusted towards the young men we got her. She probably doesn't like men. The big-sized guy touched his chin as he weighed the possibility. Well, boss, the kid's got a point this time. The boss clenched his teeth. Nonsense. A beauty who liked girls instead of men? He would never believe it. Boss, let's try since we all might die anyway, the blonde mumbled. The boss felt that his assumption was not reliable, so he refuted the idea. At the same time, a female devil somewhere was looking for someone to play a shooting game with her because she was bored. The henchman obediently arranged the targets for her, fulfilling all her needs. Ning Xi was casually spinning a gun around in her hand as she smiled at everyone. Playing by myself is no fun at all. Let's do something interesting, all right? If anyone can best 2 out of 3 matches against me, I'll let him go. Everyone seemed to have found a ray of hope as she said this. They all looked at her direction. Really? As long as we win, then we can go? What if you break your promise? Someone timidly voiced out his suspicions. Ning Xi glanced at that person. Believe me or not, it's up to you. Everyone looked like they were about to cry. The blonde's eyes lit up and he quickly ran over. Then, I'll go first. I believe you'll keep your promise. Ning Xi waved her hand casually. Sure. The blonde whipped out his gun and took a deep breath before he aimed at the target. At the same time, everyone around looked at the blonde nervously. They knew that the blonde had pretty good marksmanship. If not, he would not have challenged her. I'll start now then. Stop talking. Yes, yes. The blonde pulled the trigger. Bang. 9.2 points. A skinny score recorder yelled. Bang. The second shot. 9.5 points. Bang. The second shot. 10 points. Oh, marvelous. The crowd cheered for him. What a hideous man. He's going to leave us behind. Among the cheering, there were triple loud, consecutive shots. Ning Xi had made 3 shots, and all of them hit the bullseye. Everyone was mind-blown. Go ahead, Ning Xi said without any expression. This can't be real. Someone blurted out after a short silence. After that, several other people challenged her out of frustration. In the end, all of them were defeated. Finally, Ning Xi became impatient, and she told the next challenger, from now on, anyone who loses will tell me his bomb number. Everyone dreaded whatever was coming next. Oh no, the female devil was going to start a killing spree. The boss with tattoos could not just sit around anymore. If she kept this up, everyone was going to end up dead. Chapter 1522. Can I still make it if I castrate myself now? Oh, my great aunt. Just what do we need to do to make you leave? Give us a price. Can we buy our lives? Someone pleaded. Oh, then 100 million per person. Ning Xi announced. That was daylight robbery. How cruel. Everyone was speechless. They would rather die. This situation was getting really out of hand. The boss thought of whatever he could, but he had to accept that she was not leaving. He glared at the blonde. I'll trust you this once. If it fails, without needing her to do anything, I'll kill you. He then made a call. Hey, and no more guys. Give me some girls. Of course, some pretty ones. Those that look clean and nice. Hurry, great aunt, please forgive me. Please forgive me. A failed challenger fell on the floor with weak knees while the others trembled. The next person might be. As Ning Xi was about to say something, a bunch of girls walked in. The girls looked rather young. They were all around 20 years old, just the right age. Unlike the 2 skimpy-clothed girls from earlier, these girls dressed casually and looked like sweet, obedient girls. Most importantly, they were very cute and pretty. The man was still trembling before her. Ah, pretty good. Ning Xi's mood improved drastically after she saw the pretty girls. She waved a hand at the man who was begging for his life. Well, I won't scare the girls by making you explode here for now. So, she let him off. What a sudden turn of events. The henchman could not believe it. He profusely expressed his gratitude, then ran away. The boss was speechless. Was the method actually working? It seemed to be darned effective. After a short while, the girls' eyes glittered in fear. At times, they even blushed. They started getting possessive over Ning Xi. All of them were pouring wine for her and feeding her fruits. The boss remained silent. The blonde bit on his fingernails. He was really jealous of Ning Xi's gentle attitude towards the girls. He lamented, "Oh, why am I not a girl?" Someone mumbled, "If I go and tell her that I'm actually a woman and that I went for a sex reassignment surgery, would she believe me?" Another person said something more unbelievable. "Can I still make it if I castrate myself now?" Losing his penis was better than losing his life. Everyone else was speechless. At the same time, Ning Xi did not know that things were going crazy outside. At the Imperial First People Hospital, Feng Xiaoxiao was holding an apple and trying really hard to carve it into a bunny shape. Phew, I'm done. Enjoy it, boss. Feng Xiaoxiao passed him the apple. She was always hustling outside. Delicate tasks like these would kill her. The man lying on the bed was looking at the direction of the entrance as if he was waiting for someone impatiently. He looked unfocused and fidgety. When he saw the apple in Feng Xiaoxiao's hand, he simply commented, "Ugly." Chapter 1523, Historic Moment. Feng Xiaoxiao was speechless. Her heart was shattered into pieces. How could he say the word ugly to a girl? He should not have done that even if he was commenting on the apple she peeled. Hey, I tried, okay? How is it ugly? It's so cute. Who carved this apple? Feng Xiaoxiao saw a yellowish apple on the table. This apple was carved really carefully. I mean, it's a piece of art by itself, but you didn't eat it either. The man then stared at her with a blizzard-like gaze. Feng Xiaoxiao backed off with the apple still in her hand, looking innocent. Is there something wrong? The door opened, and Tang Yi came in. Little junior sister was kidnapped by the Qingxian gang. Yun Shun and Feng Xiaoxiao's expressions changed. In a few minutes, Feng Xiaoxiao calmed down. Well, my woman's instincts told me that Meng Xi wouldn't be able to stand down, but I knew little junior sister would be all right. Boss, you already told everyone in the industry. No one would dare to lay their hands on little junior sister unless they aren't close to the core and didn't know about your orders. Still, she can easily handle those small fries by herself. Feng Xiaoxiao's prediction was correct. Even if Ning Xi were the daughter of the boss of the Tingxiao gang, she could not summon the main forces of the gang either. At most, she could only utilize a small section of them. Yet, the man on the bed was not relaxed at all. In fact, he looked terrible as he got up from the bed and looked at Feng Xiaoxiao coldly. With a sarcastic tone, he said, "It's all right. It'd be all right if it were a year ago. Now, she's become a useless person after being with Lu Tingxiao. So what if she became useless now? So many women were longing to be spoiled like that. How unromantic. No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. Just admit that you're worried about little junior sister." The man quickly put on his coat. Tang Yi frowned and blocked his path. "Satan, your wound hasn't recovered yet. You can't leave the bed." Feng Xiaoxiao went along. Right. I think Lu Tingxiao must have gone over already. We don't have to join them." Tang Yi pinched the space between his eyebrows and glared at Feng Xiaoxiao in silence. Feng Xiaoxiao was confused. What's wrong again? Because of Feng Xiaoxiao's words, Tang Yi knew there was no going back. He just looked at Yun Shun as he gathered 20 elites and headed towards the Tingxiao gang branch. Just 10 of his elites would be more than enough already, but not only did he gather 20, he even had Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao with him, his two war machines. When they reached the location where Ning Xi had been abducted, they met Lu Tingxiao and his people. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the chilly man leading the other group. Then she looked at her own boss. What a rare sight to behold. The Tingxiao gang must be very lucky, having these two people look them up today. This historic moment should be recorded in their gang's history. The troubled Xiao was standing behind Lu Tingxiao. Although he was Ning Xi's bodyguard, he was not remarkably effective at all. Ning Xi only brought him along to events with crowds to avoid people mistaking her for being arrogant. Chapter 1524, A Happy Welcome. However, when Ning Xi was filming, he could not follow her. He would only stay in the car or keep an eye on her somewhere obscure. Thanks to the jaw-dropping martial skills of his lady boss, he was actually bored every day. He had no chance to redeem himself at all. At least Xiongji was being ordered to protect the lady boss's cousin. Ning Xi had gotten into trouble while he was thinking about how useless he was. It was way past her working schedule, and she had not appeared yet. He realized that something was wrong, but by the time he found out that his lady boss had been kidnapped, it was too late. At first, he wanted to save her all by himself to redeem himself, but his boss found out about it too, and was going to save her personally. Not only that, what was the other group doing here? Xiao could not just stay idle anymore. He knew he would not be able to do anything further, so he offered, "Boss, I'll go and take a peek at what's happening inside." Wait, Lu Tingxiao rejected Xiao's request as he looked at the entrance carefully. At the same time, Yun Shun was also looking at the tightly sealed entrance, his cold gaze rendering everyone quiet. Tang Yi frowned a little. Something might go wrong. Everyone, be careful. Feng Xiaoxiao was on high alert as well. Something isn't right. Why isn't there anyone guarding the entrance? It's way too quiet. Where are the people? Are we sure that little junior sister was brought here? Damn it. Could something have happened to her? How dare they? In the hall, the boss was pouring some wine for Ning Xi regrettably. It was a high-grade wine that he had been keeping for many years. Money, beauties, rum. He had tried everything. Yet the woman was enjoying herself and did not seem to have any intentions of leaving. What made it worse was that while she was really gentle towards the girls, her attitude towards men was absolutely cruel. She was fooling around with them endlessly. They were about to go crazy. The big-size guy was looking up online about how to get on a girl's good side. After a while, he cried and went up to his boss. Why is she not leaving yet? Who am I supposed to ask? Suddenly, a henchman ran over, panting. He went up to his boss and gasped, "Boss! Outside! Outside! What about outside?" The boss sounded angry. "There are people. A lot of people. A lot. They seem to be here to rescue this woman." "Really?" The boss's eyes brightened up. He then gathered several of his men, and they sneaked towards the entrance while Ning Xi was busy with the girls. By the door, as everyone was worried about the strange situation and Ning Xi's safety, the door creaked as it was opened from the inside. Suddenly, everyone pointed their weapons towards the entrance. The boss raised his hands up high. No, please calm down. I believe you guys are here to rescue Great. To rescue Ms. Ning. They just stood by the entrance and did not move another inch. If they were too far away, it would trigger the alarm on Ning Xi's detonator. Let her go then. Tingxiao howled. The boss knelt on the floor and cried with joy. Rejoice! Rejoice! You guys are finally here. The people behind the boss were overjoyed. They quickly swung the door open wide. Please come in. Everyone, please. Lu Tingxiao, Yin Shun, Tang Yi, and Feng Xiaoxiao did not know what to say. Why were these people so ecstatic to the point that they were about to dance? Chapter 1525. Feel the sadness. Feng Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched in amusement. Is it just me, or do these people look really happy? Could they be plotting something? The boss of the branch finally got up after crying for a while. He looked like he was afraid that they might leave. Everyone, I'm sorry for not being able to serve you better. Please come in quickly. What did he mean by that? Things were really strange. Oh, well, with their combination, they feared no tricks. Since the both of them prioritized Ning Xi's safety, Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao looked at each other. Then, they nodded and ordered their men to go in at the same time. This way, the boss led them personally, his eyes still wet while the other members rushed into the hall in high spirits. Out of the blue, many people came out. All of them looked at the group as if angels had just come to visit them. The atmosphere was oddly saturated with hope and joy. Someone mumbled, "That's great. Someone's finally here to save us." Huh, what had happened? Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao walked up front. Behind them was Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Yi, Shi Xiao, and a group of fierce elites. The situation was peculiar, so all of them were on high alert. When they were just a few steps away from the hall, their vigilance heightened to its peak. Then, Lu Tingxiao and Yun Shun saw the girl, who had made them worry so much, sitting comfortably on a tiger pelt on a chair. A bunch of pretty girls was around her. One was massaging her shoulder, one was massaging her back, one was pouring her some wine, and some were fanning her. Some were even dancing for her. On the other hand, the men were performing some street tricks such as shooting apples on top of each other's heads, crushing large bricks on top of their chest, and so on. Some were even giving an entertaining show-and-tell performance. How was this kidnapping? This was the conquering of a territory. Everyone by the door was quiet. The boss of the branch was worried when all of them stopped moving. Everyone, please. Bring Ms. Ning away quickly. We really didn't hurt a strand of hair on her at all. She's the one who has been hurting us. We're too ignorant. We know our fault now. We wanted to let her go as soon as possible, but she didn't want to leave. We've tried everything, but we ran out of ideas. Please get this she-devil away from us. The others were whimpering and agreeing to what their boss said. We're just following orders. We didn't even lay a hand on Ms. Ning. I haven't gotten married. I'll surely do good from this point onwards. The guys were crying, making anyone who saw them surely feel the sorrow within them. They were not to be blamed. Ning Xi had had her torturous ways with them, and she was undeniably an expert at psychological warfare. Their traumatic experience had reached their maximum at this point. So pitiful, Feng Xiaoxiao mumbled. In the hall, people started streaming towards the entrance when they realized something odd was going on. Ning Xi raised her head and suddenly spat out some wine. What the heck? Chapter 1526. The situation was very chaotic. Dearest darling, and that Yin fellow, why had they come, even appearing at the same time? Also, there was such a grandiose, majestic sight behind them. What was up with this epic troop formation? Ning Xi gulped hard. It seemed like she had gone overboard. Rather free and unfettered, aren't you? Yun Xin put on a fake smile as he looked at a certain someone, who sat on her tiger pelt in a dictatorial manner. That gaze of hers appeared like she was about to murder someone. Ning Xi ignored Yun Xin. Instead, she tossed the wine glass in her hand away, then quickly ran towards Lu Tingxiao. The leader behind them faltered as he dashed over to catch the wine glass. Oh, this glass was an antique and was very expensive. My dearest darling. Ning Xi snuggled into Lu Tingxiao's embrace like a young swallow that had returned to the forest. The expression on her little face looked like she had suffered terribly. Oh, they bullied me. With a crash, the wine glass in the leader's hand had fallen to the ground and made an ear-piercing sound. Not only him, even all of the small bandits on the side looked towards Ning Xi as if they had just seen a ghost. What? That was not what had happened. One could not be that shameless. No, we didn't. Injustice. Great one, we're being accused. How dare we bully the great aunt? Please, the two of you must distinguish right and wrong with acuity and give us justice. Suddenly, the wails in the hall started. Their expressions were way more tortured than Ning Xi's. They probably knew that Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao called the shots, so all of them were asking the two of them to provide them justice. The situation was very chaotic. Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao were speechless. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl in his embrace a little helplessly. What's happening? Ning Xi sobbed and sniffled as she looked up at him. My hair clip. Hair clip was broken by them. What nonsense. Yun Shun was a little agitated at the sight of Ning Xi fastening herself to Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi shot him a look. You're nonsense. It's a present that my son gave me for my birthday. It's so important, yet they broke it by stepping on it. Everyone in the hall, including Yun Shun, had no words to utter. Bloody hell. Was there a mistake? They had been tortured like this all because they had broken her hair clip? The leader drew a deep breath and looked at the few people who were responsible for kidnapping Ning Xi earlier. You lot, who stepped on Miss Ning's hair clip and broke it. The blonde, the tall, skinny guy, and the scar-faced driver all pretended to look innocent. The big-sized guy trembled like he had nothing to live for as he murmured, I think it was me. But it was an accident. Is this it? At that juncture, Xiao took out the broken hair clip from behind him. He finally had a chance to perform, but he was not charging and breaking through the enemy lines. He had just unintentionally picked up a hair clip. That's the one. Ning Xi quickly took it heartbreakingly. That murderous aura in her eyes was rising again. A certain leader was afraid that this great aunt would flip again. He immediately went over to kick the big-sized guy. Who asked your feet to be so careless? You don't even know how to kidnap a person. Why did you step on the young ladies? Hair clip for no reason. Are you sick in the head? The big-sized guy was speechless. Who was the one sick in the head now? Yes, I'm sick in the head. It's all my fault. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl's pitiful expression and rubbed her head. It's fine, it can be fixed. I'll get it fixed when we get home. Chapter 1527. They were here to rescue the kidnappers. Ning Xi nodded obediently. At the same time, she was relieved that she had avoided a catastrophe. Suddenly, Yun Shun's voice reached her ears. What's up with those girls? Why did he have to mention that? Gah? Ning Xi almost wanted to kill him. She replied almost instantly. That's none of your business. My darling hasn't even said anything yet. You? Tang Yi coughed lightly and reminded her. He's still injured. Please take it easy on him, little junior sister. What's up with the girls? This time, it was Lu Tingxiao who asked. It was such a rare moment that Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao were on the same side. Yun Shun was so surprised that he looked at Lu Tingxiao. This time, Ning Xi could not answer half-heartedly again. She phrased her words carefully. It's all their fault. They stooped so low and tried to win me over by seducing me. At first, they brought the guys, then it was the girls. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be won over by such low tactics? Of course not. I'm just afraid the girls might be scared by their ferocious faces, so I chatted with them for a little and soothed their feelings. Everyone from the gang was rendered speechless. Who was the ferocious one? Compared to her, all of them were obedient little babies. As Ning Xi was twisting her words, Yun Shun interrupted. Soothing their feelings? You really had to let them sit on your thighs. Ning Xi could not find a comeback. What are you talking about? Who's sitting on my thighs? If we hadn't come here in time, wouldn't someone already be sitting there? He had caught a glimpse of a girl slowly inching closer to Ning Xi just now. I wouldn't let them do that even if you guys didn't come, all right? Do you think I'd be someone with such low integrity like you? Ning Xi fumed. The man continued to sneer. We were thinking of ideas to rescue you outside, yet you were having fun in here. Are you making any sense? If we were here any later, you'd probably have a wife already. You? Lu Tingxiao sighed, and he stopped their argument. Let's leave this place first. The gang members nodded vigorously. All of them wished that they would leave as soon as possible. The group left, which made the gang members cheer happily. They practically wanted to throw a party to celebrate their freedom. At the entrance, Ning Xi saw Yun Shun looking pale and checking his wound from time to time. She frowned. Why are you here when you're not even fully recovered yet? Yun Shun's expression darkened. What now? Are you worried that your partner will be sucked? Dry by me. Ning Xi was speechless. Could he be any worse? Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head, thinking that her boss truly had very low EQ. Little junior sister was just concerned about you. So, what are we doing here today? Feng Xiaoxiao felt like she had been defeated over nothing. For a rescue, Shi Xiao said. To rescue the kidnappers. That's right. At midnight, the white-haired man was looking out of the large window. Before dawn, take over the Tingxiao gang. His short instruction was about to cause a massive bloodbath in Imperial that night. Tang Yi accepted his order. Will do. Inside a VIP room in a high-class club, things were getting wild in the room. Everyone was surrendering to their desires and having fun when suddenly there was a loud bam. The door was kicked open all of a sudden. Chapter 1528, Bloodbath. A troop donning black suits surrounded the room. Who the heck are you guys to ruin my fun? Prepare to defend your lives. The man, who seemed to be the leader, spoke. He looked drunk. As he finished his sentence, a cold gun was pointed at his forehead. Pledge your allegiance to us, or die. You? Who are you people? Do you know who I am? I'm the boss of the White Tiger section from the Tingxiao gang. The sound of a gunshot rang out in the night. A bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead, and he fell to the ground. The gun was equipped with a silencer, so the sound was muffled, but it packed enough impact to render everyone in the room pale. A murder. Boss. Oh no. They killed Wang Hu. Anyone has any objections? The shooter in the black suit looked at everyone in the room coldly. No one uttered a word. Another person in a black suit crossed out White Tiger section on a piece of white paper. Next. At the same time, many similar incidents happened all over Imperial. That night, a thick fog covered Imperial. In the study room of a luxurious house by the hillside, a person barged in as he slumped to the ground. Boss, it's bad. Things are bad. Why are you freaking out? What's wrong? Just now, an unknown party invaded our bases in Imperial. Within just an hour, they've taken control of 11 branches. What did you say? Meng Jinhuan stood up in fury and disbelief. Who are they? How dare they? They were too quick. We still don't have a lead yet. But I seem to have seen a monogram of the letter S on their outfit. What? Meng Jinhuan's expression changed. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Boss, could it be? Are they from Satan? The henchman shivered a little. To have the ability and guts to raid their bases this quickly, he could not think of anyone else besides that man. Impossible. Meng Jinhuan rejected his subordinate's guess. They had met each other when that man entered Imperial. Even then, he had questioned his intentions too. He did not seem to be interested in the underground powers in Imperial. They even said that they need not be concerned and could just carry on as usual. Then, why would they suddenly do something like this? Then, did we offend someone lately? The henchman looked confused. Wait, I'll make a call, Meng Jinhuan muttered to himself. Then he called a number from his phone. However, no one picked up. Meng Jinhuan was getting uneasy. He made another call. It got through this time. Hi, Master Yi. I'm sorry for bothering you this late at night. My man told me that many of our branches were invaded and that the invaders seemed to be from your organization. It's Satan's orders. A cold voice came through the phone. Meng Jinhuan could not immediately react to what he just heard. His face drained of all blood. What? Why would Satan do this? Last time he said, about this, I suggest you find out about it on your own, Mr. Meng. The call was then hung up. Chapter 1529, Stray Dog. Meng Jinhuan was shocked when he heard what Tang Yi said. What did he mean by finding out about it himself? Could there be some issue with him? Did someone from his side offend that man? How was that even possible? Meng Jinhuan then made several other calls. In the end, he got a lead. One of the branch heads hinted to him to ask his daughter. Ask she? How would she know anything about this? Meng Jinhuan was confused, but he still asked her to come over. Father, what do you need me for at this time? Why did you disturb my beauty sleep? Meng Xi pouted. Impatiently. Let me ask you, what have you been up to recently? Meng Jinhuan asked in his deep voice. What else can I do? Filming, shopping, and facials. Anything else? Nothing. Think properly. Meng Jinhuan slammed hard on the table. Meng Xi was shocked by the sudden aggression. She tried to focus when she saw her father's terrible expression. I really didn't do anything. Why are you being so fierce towards me? Did you offend anyone recently? Father, what are you talking about? Who's worthy enough to make you use the word offend? Meng Xi said, full of pride. Meng Jinhuan seemed like he was about to erupt. He said in a stern voice, Satan's people have been shutting our gang down. Do you know that they are coming right into our house soon? Think about what you might have done that could have upset him. I've asked around, and someone told me to ask you. Did you offend anyone? Ning Xi's expression changed. Impossible. You just what? Meng Jinhuan realized something was up, and he asked carefully. Meng Xi gnawed on her lip. With a guilty conscience, she said, I just gave a lesson to that vixen who seduced Bro Shun. Meng Jinhuan slammed the table furiously. That's probably it. Where is she? Let her go? We might still have a chance for forgiveness if you go and apologize personally. As Meng Jinhuan confronted his daughter, numerous people with blood all over them came in and reported bad news to him. More and more. Branches had been wiped out. Boss, the Green Dragon section has fallen. Boss, Changchun City is controlled by them now. Boss, Dongying City has turned their back on us. Meng Xi just stood in the middle of the room, watching these people coming in and going out, and the leaders of each branch asking her father what to do. She felt like she was in a dream. Before this, she had still been a powerful lady. However, suddenly she was like an abandoned stray dog. Meng Jinhuan gave up talking to his daughter. He quickly investigated what had happened that day. Then he summoned the people who were ordered to kidnap Ning Xi. Boss, the person is all right. She's all right. The great aunt isn't hurt at all. She's been rescued a long time ago. I just didn't tell you the truth to avoid blame from Miss. The head of the small branch replied fearfully. He was just a minor leader. His legs were shaking as it was his first time seeing so many bosses around him. Meng Jinyuan let out a sigh of relief when he found out that the girl was all right. He then asked, she was rescued? Who rescued her? I don't know who they are. I've never seen them before, but all of them looked like trouble. Oh right, there were two groups of people. One of the leaders looked pretty unique. He had white hair. White hair. Meng Jinhuan stood up suddenly. Chapter 1530, Support Request Denied. Satan had gone to rescue her personally, which showed just how important this woman was to him, and she had kidnapped this woman. Who's that woman? Meng Jinhuan asked. She's just an artiste called Ning Xi. Meng Jinhuan tumbled into his chair, his last strand of hope destroyed. It's over. It's really over. Father, she's just a mere artiste. So what? And she's all right now. So why are you so nervous? Well, I could just go and apologize to Bro Shun. Meng Jinhuan slapped Meng Xi's face. Do you know who she is? She's Tingxiao, the little junior sister of Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao, Yunshen's only woman. Some time ago, Yunshen issued an order forbidding anyone to lay their hands on her. Didn't I warn you that you can do anything to any woman around Yunshen besides her? The minion, who had been tortured by Ning Xi earlier, was speechless at the moment. What the heck? So, that woman was the rumored Ning Xi. Today, they would die of an unjust cause. Meng Jinhuan would never have expected that his own daughter would cause his downfall. Meng Xi totally freaked out. How would I know that she's Tang Xi? Actually, she was just mad that her father had told her that. In addition to finding out that Yun Shun had rescued Ning Xi, her rationality went out of the window. She had ignored her father's warning and kidnapped Ning Xi, not knowing that it would cause such severe consequences. Boss, we need to come up with something right now. One of his henchmen reminded. The 100-year-old organization was facing the fate of being annihilated overnight, and everyone succumbed to their fear. Meng Jinhuan looked dreadful. It might still be effective to apologize if it were someone else, but now, it's probably still useless even if I killed my daughter personally. He paused for a bit, then said, Go. Someone get Lu Tingxiao. Our only chance left to survive is with the help of the Lu Corporation. The Qingxian gang had been controlling the underground society in Imperial and numerous other places for a long time. Since the Lu Corporation was such a prominent group, they had several important connections. If the Qingxian gang was annihilated, it meant that Imperial might be controlled by some other organization. The Lu Corporation would not just let them do as they pleased. Yes, I'll do that now. The subordinate left quickly. Time passed by, and the sun rose. The subordinate who had gone to request for help came back. How did it go? What did Mr. Lu say? Everyone looked at him in anticipation. The person looked crushed. Mr. Lu, what's the situation? Spit it out. Meng Jinhuan was frustrated. I contacted Mr. Lu's people, but the person replied me. What did he say? He said that we should be glad that Satan's the one making a move instead of the Lu Corporation. What does that mean? Everyone, including Meng Jinhuan, was stunned. Why is the Lu Corporation targeting us too? Satan did it because of the woman. But what's up with Lu Tingxiao? Among their argument, a timid voice piped up. It was the lowly branch leader earlier. Well, I mentioned just now that there were two groups of people who came to the girl's rescue. The other group, the person who was leading it seemed to be CEO Lu. What did you say? Suddenly, everyone looked at the branch leader in disbelief. He trembled. I didn't believe it at first too. I was afraid that I might have been mistaken, so I kept quiet just now. I've never seen him in person anyway, but I've seen his bodyguard Xiao before, and today I saw Xiao standing right behind him. Chapter 1531. Why don't you try something else? Shut up. You're talking nonsense. Ning Xi scolded. Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao had gone to rescue Ning Xi together? Not just Ning Xi, even Meng Jinhuan and the other core members of the gang found this outrageous. Yun Shun's relationship with the Lu Corporation was extremely complicated. They had been competing with each other aggressively in every manner possible. If they were to meet each other with fully armed forces, there would surely be an epic fight. How was it possible for them to work together to rescue Tang Xi? Even though Tang Xi had left the organization, she was still from Yun Shun's side. It was impossible that Lu Tingxiao did not know this. He might have even questioned Tang Xi's motivation to enter Glory World Entertainment. Meng Jinhuan looked at the branch leader with a stern face. Are you sure that you're not mistaken? After being scolded by Meng Xi, and with so many people being suspicious about his words now, he replied timidly. Well, I'm not really sure. Meng Xi thought she had it all figured out. She took out her phone. This idiot must have been mistaken. There must be a misunderstanding. I'll give Lu Jingli a call right now. Meng Xi worked in the entertainment industry, so it was normal for her to have Lu Jingli's number, and Lu Jingli was crystal clear about who Meng Xi was. Meng Jinhuan did not stop his daughter. This whole situation was really odd. Even if he had to die, he needed to know the reason why. As she called Lu Jingli, Meng Xi turned on the loudspeaker. After a long wait of ringing, everyone became really high-strung. Finally, a sleepy voice came from the phone. Hello, Second Master. I'm Meng Xi. Sorry for bothering you this late at night. I'll get straight to the point because of the urgency of the matter. Our gang was raided by Yun Shun tonight. We wanted to request help from CEO Lu. I hope Second Master can help us to pass him the message. In the past few years, the Meng family has been on good terms with the Lu Corporation. I believe CEO Lu won't abandon us. If there's any misunderstanding, we can explain. Meng Xi swiftly clarified the situation. There was a short silence. He was probably trying to digest Meng Xi's words as he had just woken up. Time ticked by slowly. Everyone was holding their breaths. After a short while, Lu Jingli's dumbfounded voice came through the phone. Are you guys idiots? You sent people to kidnap my sister-in-law, and you expect my brother to help you? Why don't you try something else? Meng Xi, Meng Jinhuan, and all the other gang members were inarticulate. Second Master. What do you mean? Meng Xi was shocked. I mean exactly what I said. Xiao Shi is my brother's woman, my future sister-in-law. Do you understand? My brother didn't take action because of the connection we've built through the years. There won't be any chance for others to do anything. Lu Jingli mumbled in an annoyed tone before he hung up. There was a dead silence in the study room. Lu Jingli's words echoed in everyone's mind. Ning Xi was his future sister-in-law. She was Lu Tingxiao's woman. Although it was hard to believe, if it was true, everything now made sense. It also meant that because of Meng Xi's rashness, the Qingxian gang was doomed. They were done for. Chapter 1532, Spoiling. At Platinum Palace, Ning Xi was reflecting on her actions, about how she worried Lu Tingxiao by not informing him in time, and also about the girls almost sitting on her lap. What had happened during the day bothered her as well. She glanced through the people Yun Shun had brought over. It was a terrifying force as they were the core elites among the organization. Usually, they were scattered all around the world, but currently, all of them had gathered in. Imperial. That guy had made all the elites come back. What was he trying to do? She had a feeling that the guy was trying to pull off something, which was related to Lu Tingxiao. Fortunately, she knew that although Lu Tingxiao was just a businessman, he had immense power in the dark as well. Furthermore, they were on Lu Tingxiao's turf now, so they could not really do anything at the moment. The next day, The little bun was focusing on sticking crystals onto a custom-made hairpin one by one using glue. He looked so adorable when he was focused. Only the plastic portion of the hairpin that was stepped on before was broken. The crystal decoration was fine, so they just needed to remove the crystals and stick it back onto another hairpin. It was often said that focused men were the charming ones, but she felt her little bun was the most charming one of all. As expected of her son, he looked so cute even when he was just fixing her hairpin. Ning Xi looked at him brightly. "I'm sorry, baby. I'll be extra careful next time. I'll never break it again." The little bun was done with the last piece of crystal. He blew at it a little to make it dry. "It's all right, Mommy. I'll fix it for you again if that happens." Oh, her baby was spoiling her too much. After the glue dried off, the pink heart-shaped hairpin looked anew. The little bun put it on Ning Xi's head and beamed. "Mommy, you look great." Tingxiao's expression turned gentle when he saw this heartwarming scene as he was walking downstairs. "Sister-in-law, good news. Good news. Super good news." Jingli suddenly ran into the house. "What's the good news?" Ning Xi turned around and asked. Jingli held a large stack of documents in his hand and said in excitement, "Sister-in-law, you've been nominated as the best female lead for the Golden Film Awards." Tingxiao finished. Jingli was upset. "Hey, how can you do that? I found out about it quick enough already. How come you knew about it earlier than I did? Can't you let me show off for once?" Ning Xi was taken aback. "What?" Jingli seized the hesitation as his chance to talk. He handed the documents to Ning Xi. "Your role in Dream Chaser has been nominated as the best female lead. This is first-hand insider news. It's all written here. They'll probably announce this list to the public in 3 days." Ning Xi scanned through the document. Then she saw that Dream Chaser had been nominated for 2 awards, Best Director and Best Female Lead. She also saw another familiar name, The World. The World has been nominated as well. Ning Xi asked. Jingli took a glance. "Seems like it. The World couldn't make it last year, so it's been included in this year's awards instead. You're nominated in The World as well for the Best Female Secondary Lead. I only noticed your Best Female Lead just now and missed out on this one." Chapter 1533. Your wife is the best. When Ning Xi saw the words Best Female Secondary Lead, she felt just as thrilled as when she found out she had been nominated for the Best Female Lead for Dream Chaser. The World was her first movie, thus it was sentimental to her. To be nominated in the country's most prestigious awards ceremony, it was a great affirmation to her past rookie self. When she browsed the document further, she saw, what the heck? Ning Xi's lousy acting got her a nomination for Best Female Lead. Jingli was surprised. Then he mumbled, "There must be some hidden deal behind this, or her name might just be included there for the sake of it." After Ning Xi studied the whole list, she realized that Ning Xi had 2 movies that had been nominated for Best Female Lead. One of it was The World, and the other one was Mountain. It seemed like Ning Xi was pushing to redeem herself. She's been nominated for 2 roles. The judging panel must be blind. Jingli kept on complaining. Ning Xi stroked her chin and started analyzing. Ning Xi's performance in The World was pretty satisfying. It's within expectation that she's been nominated as the best female lead for that. Even now, people were still talking about how Ning Xi's performance in The World was the peak of her entire acting career. In truth, most of Ning Xi's acting had been a reaction to Ning Xi. She could not find the same sense of urgency in the later films. Of course, she could never reach that level of performance again. Ning Xi paused for a little, then continued. As for a film like Mountain, because it was aired at the same time as Dream Chaser, they did terribly at the box office and earned only a few million. But this movie never aimed to do well at the box office anyway. It was aimed at winning awards based on the type and theme of the movie. The judging panel likes character development such as the one in the film, so it's not unexpected that it's nominated. It did not matter whether Ning Xi had pulled any strings behind the scenes. There would not be any objections from anyone about these 2 roles of hers being nominated. As for Ning Xi's Dream Chaser, which was labeled as a commercial soap drama, it was really unexpected for it to be nominated. And although she performed pretty well in The World, the Best Female Secondary Lead category was pretty competitive this time. She saw several other strong opponents in the list. It would be difficult for her to win. Lu Jingli patted Ning Xi's shoulder. Xiao Shi, my guess would be that your chances of winning an award are pretty high. You're really talented after all. Lu Tingxiao interrupted. Do you really still have to guess? Lu Jingli was speechless. Fine. We don't need to guess. Your wife is the best. Lu Tingxiao looked at Ning Xi and comforted her. Don't worry, the Golden Film Award is one of the most highly regarded awards, not only because it's professional, but it's also well known for their fairness. One will need to win an award by merit. Even if someone pulled tricks from within, they would never be able to affect the final results. Ning Xi was a little nervous since it was her first time being nominated after all, but she felt much better after Lu Tingxiao comforted her. Congratulations for being nominated, Mommy. The little bun complimented his mother, and he had somehow brought her a bouquet of flowers as well. The bouquet was too huge for the little bun. It almost covered his whole body. Lu Tingxiao took the bouquet and presented it to Ning Xi. He kissed her forehead and murmured, Congratulations. The two of them. They had come prepared. The single Lu Jingli was so jealous of them. He suppressed his pain and took out a car key. It's a reward from the company. I'm giving it to you in advance. Thank you. Ning Xi gently held the flowers. She was not worried about winning an award at the moment. Warmth flooded her heart. Chapter 1534. Companionship is the best confession. She was reminded of the time when she had clinched the role of Meng Chang'e. She did not even have a person to share the happiness with back then. As she was about to indulge in hot pot alone at home, Lu Tingxiao had dropped by with the little bun suddenly. The father and son pair then congratulated her over dinner. What's up? Lu Tingxiao tousled her hair and asked as he saw Ning. She was staring blankly into space. Ning Xi smiled and shook her head. Nothing. I just remembered when you first brought the little bun to my house. You were the first person to congratulate me back then. Without realizing, this man had walked alongside her for this long. From being an unknown little artiste until now that she had made a name for herself in her dream career, from what she thought would be impossible, they were now connected through their hearts. In the next few days, Ning Xi was back to filming, and she finished off what was left of 9 Realms. Meng Xi looked withered. Even makeup could not cover up her haggard looks, but she was very cooperative until the end. The filming process went on smoothly. Oh, we're done. Congratulations. Good work, everyone. Oh, I'll miss everybody. I'll really miss everyone here too. After the final scene, everyone cheered, and some even cried. The assistant director brought out a cake for the celebration as many people exchanged their contacts and hugged each other, reluctant to leave. Even though it was not her first time experiencing this, it was still one of Ning Xi's happiest moments. Hey, what about me? You only care about the girls. Jiang Mai's expression darkened. Ning Xi smiled at the prideful blonde. Thanks for your hard work, Senior Jiang. Humph. Jiang Mai's expression was a little awkward when the girl hugged him tightly. He sighed quietly. Maybe he should be glad that he had kept the secret, which allowed him to still be by her side. Unlike a certain someone else. He wondered what Ning Xi had done to Mo Yuxiu, who seemed rather depressed lately. He could imagine all kinds of torturous stuff Ning Xi could have done to him. After a while, people started adjourning to the nearby Four Seasons Hotel for dinner together. Ning Xi was walking towards the parking lot when she spotted someone waiting for her there. It was Meng Xi. Meng Xi shivered like a terrified little animal when she saw her. She did not utter a word. She just bowed and ran away as if some enormous beast was chasing her. Back then, a certain beast had gotten a hold of Meng Xi and was about to let Ning Xi end her life. Ning Xi rolled her eyes and rejected the chance. She did not have a hobby of killing people. She merely said that 9 Realms was not done filming yet. Then she left. Because of her, Meng Xi was able to keep her life. That particular beast had annihilated the Qing Xian gang in a night. The henchmen all moved over to his gang, while most of the higher-ups ended up dead or injured. Meng Jinhuan was imprisoned. In addition to that, the entertainment company Meng Xi belonged to went bankrupt and was leveraged. After Yinxin came back, he was supposed to take over the Qing Xian gang to control the underground forces anyway, but for some reason, he did not do it for a long time. Her kidnapping became the fuse and triggered this incident to happen earlier than expected. Chapter 1535. Who's going to win? Although that guy was pretty annoying sometimes, he was really caring towards his comrades. Ning Xi then realized that that guy seemed to still consider her as one of them. Ning Xi had lost the company, and her powerful background had crumbled overnight as well. She had now become a regular artiste in the industry. It was fortunate that she did not go crazy after such a terrible experience. She would never have the capacity to scheme anything else now. Ning Xi was not sympathetic towards Meng Xi's circumstances. It was simply how their world worked, following the law of the jungle. She had to bear the consequences of her own behavior. If Meng Xi had kidnapped a run-of-the-mill girl that day instead of her, the girl would have probably been dead by now. The next day, the nomination list for the 53rd Golden Film Awards was announced. Being one of the largest events in the industry, it quickly grabbed everyone's attention, causing a big ruckus when the list was released. The biggest attraction was the double nomination of the Best Female Lead for Ning Xi for her role in the films The World and Mountain. Besides that, Mountain was also nominated for 8 other awards including Best Film, Best Director, Best Secondary Female Lead, and others. It became one of the most nominated films this time around and seemed like a popular candidate to win some awards. Suddenly, Ning Xi's rating on the net skyrocketed. Film critics used various ways to flatter Ning Xi's performance in the 2 films. As for Ning Xi's fans who had gone silent because of her wedding incident and the accusation of her defaming Ning Xi, all of them were revived with excitement. My Xiaolua is the best. 2 Best Female Lead nominations. The last time this happened was 10 years ago. An actor's job is to act well, unlike someone who's always playing tricks to grab the spotlight and rip off others' popularity. I heard that someone's been nominated for Best Female Lead as well. She's nominated for just a stupid romance drama. Is the judging panel blind? So what? She's probably just there as a bench warmer. Ning Xi was still a newbie, after all, so suspicions about her nomination for Best Female Lead and Best Secondary Female Lead were not out of the ordinary. However, Ning Xi's current fan base was pretty powerful on their own. They waged an all-out war with Ning Xi's fans and anti-fans. Many fans who knew the ropes analyzed why Ning Xi had been nominated. A stupid romance drama? There's a saying that you only see what you are. Only uncultured people would think that Dream Chaser is a stupid drama. Our bro, she played the role of the female lead and the female lead's brother. She had to act as 2 different genders. None of the scenes felt odd at all. Everything progressed so smoothly. Yet you're telling me she doesn't know how to act. And as for bro, she's role as Meng Chang'e in The World, from an innocent little girl to a female general that bears her family's fate, then turns into a cunning princess. She acted out the drastic sea changes in the development of the character Meng Chang'e. That was Ning Xi's first movie, and she was already at that level. Those people who say bro she isn't capable are blind. In a nutshell, ever since the day the list was announced, the war continued on. Many people even placed bets over the net, wagering on who would grab the Best Female Lead award. Chapter 1536, Warzone of Female Stars. Many private casinos started taking bets on the results. While most people bet on Ning Xiaolua, Lu Jingli bet a large amount of money on his sister-in-law instead. At Starlight Entertainment. Sis Xiaolua is here. Congratulations, Sis Xiaolua. Both your films have been nominated for Best Female Lead. That's amazing. The World received 4 nominations, and Mountain received 8 nominations. I'm pretty sure you'll win the Best Female Lead award. Of course, Sis Xiaolua only has one opponent after all. She replied everyone's compliments humbly. I'm not as great as everyone says. They're just nominations. Moreover, there are a lot of powerful candidates this time. Sis Xiaolua, you're too humble. Mountain is the work of director Feng. He's a well-known, award-winning director. Directors who produce trash commercialized films like Chun Mian cannot compare to him at all. She's right. Sis Xiaolua will win it for sure, yet the fans of a certain someone are such a joke. They actually compared that commercialized film to Xiaolua's film. Dream Chaser isn't even worthy of picking up Xiaolua's leftovers. Someone didn't just bask in Sis Xiaolua's glory using the glamour of the best secondary female lead from The World. Her fans are even criticizing Xiaolua. How shameless. The haze in Ning Xiaolua's mind cleared after she heard the flattery from them and their disgust towards Ning Xi. She smiled. It's my treat at Haoju tonight. Do come if you're free. Surely. Thank you, Sis Xiaolua. After Ning Xiaolua left, the artistes earlier gathered again and started gossiping. I believe the fight this time will be tough. But look at her. She's already acting like she's already won. I wonder how many people did she pay to get all that flattery online. The Ning Xi today isn't the same person as she was when she was still under Chongli. She has the outlook, the resources, and the capabilities. Both of her movies are of high quality. Nine Realms that just ended was a big production as well. I think she'll gain even more popularity soon. After getting several awards, she'll eventually become the second Lung Manyun. Compared to Su Yimo, who always thought that she was the lady boss, Ning Xi is so much more reliable. The only bad thing about Ning Xi is probably her background. I heard she's from a rural area and that her household is pretty poor. Her parents are farmers. Compared to Ning Xiuelo, who's born in a rich family with a silver spoon, there's still a gap between them. You don't have a choice about these sort of things, after all. You can't do anything about it. They side together. They were no different from Ning Xi. All of them came from normal families, so they were really jealous and admired people like Ning Xiuelo. The forum about the Golden Film Awards was rather lively this time around. The popularity of the topic did not dip at all. A month later, the day of the awards ceremony finally arrived. Ning Xi was a little nervous. It was her dream, after all. It was the day to assess the results she had achieved based on her efforts. Before the ceremony, there was the usual gunpowder-filled walk on the red carpet, an especially important war zone for the female stars. Everyone would give their all to contend for attention. Ning Xi was initially arranged to enter with another female star, but something unexpected happened. Chapter 1537, Male Companion Needed. A female artiste named Yi Zixuan was a beauty no less attractive than Ning Xi. She had been called a vase as much as she had been called a goddess, and many people liked to compare Ning Xi and Yi Zixuan. Because Yi Zixuan had been famous for a long time, she had many fans. Her supporters started to berate Ning Xi by saying that she overestimated her capabilities. Of course, there were also many who said that Ning Xi was the new generation surpassing the previous one. Even though the two had never interacted directly, because they were constantly being compared to each other, their relationship was indeed slightly awkward. This time, the organizers had intentionally put the two of them together, probably to create something amusing. After all, there were so many people who wanted to see the two of them in the same frame. Ling Xixi obviously knew what the organizers were up to. Initially, she wanted to reject it because there would be no damage done if there was no comparison. As long as one of their images dropped to a lower level, people would grab the opportunity to slam them. However, after Ling Xixi saw Ning Xi's red carpet look, she forgot all about it. Forget it. Ning Xi had no opinions about it. At last, it was actually Yi Zixuan's in that had a problem. The moment before they were about to walk on the red carpet, they declined to enter with Ning Xi. What? How can they do that? If you were willing, then say it earlier. You're just about to reach the entrance when you say you don't want to enter with our bro Xi. What a fraud. Xiao Tao was really annoyed. Under usual circumstances, because there was a limited amount of time, everyone would make an entrance at the red carpet with the relevant people according to their shortlisted films. It would usually be a male and a female, old and young, or a group combination. Ning Xi and Yi Zixuan were considered a type of combination. Unless there was a special situation, only award-winning actors and actresses with higher status would enter solo. Still, the people from Chun Mian and Guo Qixing's side had already gone in. Ning Xi was about to walk the red carpet alone, putting her in a rather awkward situation. Right at that moment, a black car had stopped up front, and Ning Xiuelo and Su Yin got down from the car. Su Yin led Ning Xiuelo by her hand like a gentleman as the two of them walked ahead. As one of Starlight Entertainment's largest shareholders and Ning Xiuelo's husband, it was extremely normal for Su Yin to hold her hand and walk the red carpet. In that instant, the flashes started to go off. There were never-ending shrieks from fans on both sides of the red carpet. Not only was there a problem with Yi Zixuan, unexpectedly the person who walked right before Ning Xi was Ning Xiuelo. Now, it was even more awkward. Ling Xixi swiftly made a call. Jiangmai, are you arriving soon? Ning Xi needs a male companion at the last minute. Can you rush over? Jiang Mai was about to walk in alone this time. Initially, Lei Ming had arranged a female companion for him, but he had refused no matter what. He was used to doing things his own way anyway and did not care about other people's opinions of him. What happened? Isn't Ning Xiaoxi walking with Yi Zixuan? From behind them came Jiang Mai's voice. He was still holding onto the phone he spoke into. Ning Xi let out a huge sigh of relief at the sight of him. Then she hung up. Thankfully, she managed to get someone to help. Jiang Mai was talking when he caught a glimpse of Ning Xi in the car from the corner of his eye. It was only a vague peek of her side profile, but he was instantly stunned. No wonder. He suddenly understood very well why Yi Xuan had turned back on her words at the last minute. She had probably secretly found out about Ning Xi's look for the night. This brat. Today she had really been possessed by a witch. Which woman would be willing to walk in with her? They probably had brain damage. Chapter 1538. A big cut above the rest. However, the number of men who would have loved to walk with Ning Xi would be enough to form a long queue. He did not mind. In fact, as a normal man, he was pretty happy to do so. His assistant was getting smarter. She knew to look for him in case of an emergency. On the stage, Ms. Ning and Mr. Su are really the perfect couple. What more can you expect from our role model married couple? All of us here wish you a happy marriage and that you'll hopefully get a baby soon. We also wish that Shualoa will be able to win the award tonight, making achievements in both your love life and career. All right, let's welcome them in. Although it was just Ning Shualoa and Su Yan, they took quite some time on the red carpet. After all, she was one of the popular candidates. In addition to being a popular ship with a powerful background, the hosts spared nothing, raining praises over them before they then turned towards the following people entering. The two hosts had been informed that Ning Xi and Yi Xuan were going to come in separately, but they did not know if it was Ning Xi who had rejected to do so, or Yi Xuan who had requested it. Under everyone's gaze, a black car slowly stopped at the end of the red carpet. A pair of glittering high heels full of diamonds stepped out. Then came a long, fair leg. As the door fully opened and Ning Xi came out of the car, the whole arena hushed and all chatter stopped. After a few seconds, the cameramen started taking pictures one after another. Flashes exploded everywhere as the fans on both sides of the red carpet screamed their lungs out. Bro Xi, bro Xi, bro Xi. Goddess, please marry me. Marry me, bro Xi. I want to bear your kids. The girl's perfect facial features seemed as if God had created her personal. Her skin was glowing even under the dark sky. Her dark hair was like seaweed, and she was wearing a red dress tonight. The dress looked like it had been intentionally burnt. There were a lot of golden caramel burn marks on the dress, presenting an irregular shape. A lot of people recognized it. Ning Xi's dress tonight was designed by the legendary designer who had won the Golden Top Awards at his inaugural attempt. This piece of work was called Nirvana Reincarnation. This red dress was one of the classics in the line, and many female stars, including Qin Shengyue, had worn it before, but none of them were able to pull off the impact like Ning Xi did. Ning Xi's aura was like a reborn phoenix, giving people a strong visual impact and perfectly matching the theme of this dress. All of them knew that Ning Xi could dress in female outfits as impressively as she did in male outfits. They also knew that Ning Xi's outlook was always marvelous, but they did not expect her to be this breathtaking. Everything else besides her paled in comparison. Everyone was thinking about the same thing at the moment. What a big cut above the rest. At the same time, in a high-class apartment, Gong Shangzi, Xiao Weilon, and Han Momo were watching the live stream of the awards ceremony that night. When Ning Xi appeared, Gong Shangzi's eyes lit up, then he teared. He had actually suggested that Ning Xi pick one of the two brand treasures, so he had assumed she would have them as her first choices. Then again, unexpectedly, Ning Xi had selected this dress without a doubt. She selected this piece that was a complete original. The very same piece that helped him to get back on track to pursue his dreams, Nirvana Reincarnation. Chapter 1539, Stand Out Even More. The two hosts on stage looked at each other the moment Ning Xi appeared. They were both thinking about the same thing. No wonder Yi Xuan did not want to stand beside Ning Xi. Surely it could not have been Ning Xi's request. Yi Xuan must have been the one who refused to walk with her. Not just Yi Xuan, no woman present would want to walk beside her. They would just feel humiliated. Ning Xi slowed down intentionally just to look at Ning Xi, who was coming right behind her. She wanted to see the woman's expression when she saw her and Su Yan together, but she did not expect that she would attract everyone's attention with just her face alone. She stood out much more than Ning Xuelua's appearance just now. This witch. She was definitely a vixen. Su Yan looked distracted beside her. Although he was stunned like the others, when he saw the passionate gazes of the other men on her, he had an indescribable feeling welling up inside him. The little girl back then had now become a glamorous and gorgeous celebrity, and the first love of this girl that was able to make every man go crazy. The person she had liked for the very first time was him. She had once loved and admired him, and had been willing to sacrifice everything for him. As he thought about this, his eyes were fired up. He felt an odd sense of fulfillment, but the next second, for some reason he felt down. Naturally, Ning Xi noticed Su Yan's line of sight. She looked at him with a far-fetched expression and spoke in a slightly disappointed tone. Bro Yan, sis looks really gorgeous today. She's definitely a cut above all the female stars present tonight. Su Yan nodded absent-mindedly. She's pretty. If it would been some time back then, he might have still been considerate about Ning Xi's feelings and comfort her with some words. But now, he could not say anything that contradicted with what he truly thought. Ning Xi choked back her fury. Her fingernails dug into her palm as she clenched them tightly. She gritted her teeth and glared at Ning Xi again with a dark expression. Ning Xi came out of the car alone, and no one was beside her. Yizi Xuan was supposed to make her entrance with Ning Xi, but it seemed like Yizi Xuan would not be appearing. With her standing out so much tonight, she would face the backlash later. On Ning Xi's side, Ling Xi had already told Jiang Mai about the situation. After Ning Xi got down from the car, she waited for Jiang Mai's car, which was behind hers, as she straightened her dress. At the same time, the photographers and her fans were yelling at her. "Look over here, bro Xi. Look at me, my goddess." She heard the sound of solid footsteps closing in. Ning Xi turned around and was about to enter with Jiang Mai, but she was taken aback the next second. The man unexpectedly went up to her and helped her with her dress. Then, he stood beside her and signaled her to hold onto his arm. Dar. Ning Xi was surprised by who it was. Darling. He had a face that could steal the shine away from the stars, emitting a powerful aura like that of a cold and aloof nobleman from the olden days. Everything he did was elegant. Every picture he was in looked like a fashion image. He appeared far more outstanding than every male star at the event. Who else would it be aside from Tingxiao? "Why are you here?" Ning Xi asked quietly. "Don't you need a partner?" Tingxiao asked her back without any expression. He carried the attitude as if he was expected to be there. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Needed a male partner was because walking the red carpet alone would stand out too much. But if you being my partner will make me stand out even more. Chapter 1540. We're in the same boat. Nevertheless, Tingxiao was looking absolutely ravishing today. Before this charm of his, she could not think of anything to reject him. What a tragedy. After a painful internal struggle, Ning Xi held on to Tingxiao's arm. She could push all the responsibilities to Yizi Xuan later. It was her fault for declining at the last minute anyway. She could just say that Tingxiao was there to help her out. Ning Xi found herself a perfect excuse to cover up the fact that she had fallen for his charm. The moment Ning Xi held on to Tingxiao's arm and stepped onto the red carpet, the media, invited guests, and the surrounding fans all went crazy. Oh my god. Who's that? Who's the partner bro she is with now? Why haven't I ever seen him before? It's impossible for a wolf like me to miss out on something so juicy. He's not an artiste. He's probably the boss of some company or someone at the management level. Because of the two of them, the scene turned chaotic. Some people in the industry who knew Tingxiao could not believe it. Wow, am I mistaken? Ning Xi's male partner is Tingxiao. Several artistes from Glory World Entertainment were really excited too. Oh my gosh, bro, she is not just drop-dead gorgeous. Even the boss is here to please our eyes. This combo from our company can be labeled as the strongest in history. Amazing. Starlight Entertainment must be startled now. Let's see if they'll continue using their artistes' attractiveness as their main selling point. Our artistes are so much better looking than theirs. One was a blazing fire while the other one was a calm mystery as they strolled in together. It was just a short walk on the red carpet, but it felt like they were walking down a wedding aisle, almost blinding everyone's eyes. A blonde behind them almost puked blood. Did he just cut my line? And damn you, Ning Xi, you just went away with him like that. Lu Jingli patted his nephew's shoulder sympathetically. We're in the same boat. Don't be sad. You have me with you. Jiang Mai was speechless. Who'd want to be with you? When Ning Xi and Tingxiao finally reached the autograph wall, the two stunned hosts came back to their senses. They looked at each other awkwardly, recalling how they had praised Su Yin and Ning Xi as the ultimate couple, and how they were the best-looking ones around. They could not compare to these two at all. "Welcome, bro Xi." "Oh no, tonight you should be Goddess Xi." "Welcome, Goddess Xi and CEO Lu." "Both of you look really attractive tonight." "That's right. The sight of the both of you is really pleasing to the eyes." Su Yin looked at the man beside Ning Xi from the entrance, his face turning pale. Even though it was normal for Tingxiao to be with a popular artiste since he was the big boss of Glory World Entertainment, he felt gloomy and frustrated when he saw Ning Xi hold on to this man. A crazy thought even crossed his mind. If only the man beside Ning Xi right now was him. After sending off the couple, the other pair behind was pretty attention-grabbing as well. Lu Jingli wrapped his arm around a reluctant Jiang Mai's shoulder as he dragged him up the red carpet. One of them smiled like a blooming flower as the other looked disgruntled and impatient. The Fujoshi spirit within the fans was awakened. Chapter 1541, Stars of the Night. After 2 hours, the red carpet appearance ended. The exciting awards ceremony had finally begun. The Golden Film Awards was regarded as the Oscars of the Chinese film community. Anyone who was into films would know that it was the highest honor for Chinese films to be nominated for the award. This award was a huge accomplishment and attestation to the production of films and the capabilities of actors. Song Lin, Lung Manyun, Zhao Xizhou, Fong Xiaowen, Meng Xi. All the big shots had received this award before. Frankly, the Golden Film Awards also indicated one's status. The Golden Film Awards was regarded highly because of its fairness. The whole judging process was done in secret. All the nominated artistes were nervous. Ning Xi was also rather jittery. Even after investing so much effort, she only managed to receive the nomination list slightly earlier from Chongli. To build more interest around the film Mountain, she had slipped it into several other unimportant nominations, but in the end, she still would not know the final results. However, she had actually been nominated for the 2 roles because of her own capability. She became the top candidate to win the award, and her chances were quite high. She was the center of the attention the whole night and was projected on the big screen most of the time. Ning Xi sat there with her impeccably perfect posture as she put on a smile. She glanced at Ning Xi nearby and laughed at her deep down inside. This is the Golden Film Awards ceremony. It's not a place that you can win by just flaunting yourself. You still need the capability to speak for yourself. If she won the award, all her previous negative news would be washed away. Furthermore, the issues from the Tang family had now been taken care of as well. She had sent someone to investigate. The Tangs had tried to seek help everywhere. They were naive enough to think they would be able to change the selected university, but of course, they had failed and could do nothing else. Everything had gone according to her plan. People from the Tangs had no power at all. They could just suck it up. The related organizations would not care enough to go through all the trouble just to help them. Sun Lan had even given her a call after that, asking if she knew anything about Tang Nua's first-choice university being changed. She was probably trying to ask her for a favor, so Ning Xi had replied impatiently and hung up. She could never ever be held back by these people, by her family. All the celebrities were gathered off the stage. In the middle row, the crew from Mountain, The World, and Dream Chaser were seated. The pretty hostess for the night, He Jiaying, went up the stage gracefully. Dear guests and audiences from all over the world, I'm your host for tonight, He Jiaying. Welcome to the 53rd Golden Film Awards ceremony. After her welcome address, the crowd gave her a round of applause. After a short while, it was time for the award presentation. Up next, we'll be presenting the Best Visual Effects Award. As everyone knows, this award signifies the movie's post-production quality, which is one of the most important aspects of movie production. Now, let's look at the nominated works. After the first few awards, there was a singing performance by an invited guest. Soon after a short interval, the ceremony reached its tiny climax. He Jiaying gushed with excitement. The next award we're presenting is Best Female Secondary Lead. Chapter 1542, His Pride. There was a huge round of applause. The cameras screened through the 5 nominated candidates, who were then displayed live in the same frame on the big screen, showing everyone's expression. Ning Xi was right in the middle. She clapped along with the crowd as she appeared very nervous. Of course, the other candidates looked just as anxious as well. Ning Xi sat back in her seat and watched Ning Xi's nervous expression on the big screen. She was sneering at her deep inside. It was just an award for the best female secondary lead and was nothing worthy to be nervous of. On the big screen, they started playing short snippets of the nominated films as introductions were heard. Wu Yin in I Have a Secret, Lu Jingjing in Tenet, Qin Kalin in Cafe No. 8. Ning Xi in The World. The last one showed a video of Ning Xi acting as Meng Chang'e in The World. The organizers had taken the most iconic part of the movie. Ning Xi was holding onto the dead son Huanqing as she stared blankly at the Chang'an palace, blood leaking out from the corner of her mouth. In that one glance, she had transformed herself from a general into an enchantress. The crowd could feel the huge impact through the screen. Ning Xi's performance packed a lot of punch. Amateurs and anti-fans loved to criticize that Ning Xi only had looks, but the professionals were really impressed by the girl's acting. It seemed like another miracle had been born into the industry. Dear friends, now I'm going to reveal it. The 53rd Golden Film Awards Best Female Secondary Lead goes to. Accompanying the host's voice, the camera swiftly went through the 5 nominees. Finally, the 5 of them were all shown together in the same frame. Because the 5 candidates were shown next to each other, the camera did not capture Jiang Mai, who was beside Ning Xi. That guy looked down at Ning Xi's clasped fingers as he mumbled, "Why are you so nervous?" Ning Xi wanted to glare at him, but the camera was aiming at her at that moment, so she had to keep up her image. The 53rd Golden Film Awards Best Female Secondary Lead winner goes to Ning Xi. As the host finished her sentence, everyone swiveled to Ning Xi's direction and clapped thunderously. I told you that you don't have to be so nervous. Be more confident. You're someone who's going to grab all the awards in the future. As Jiang Mai was still mumbling, Ning Xi hugged him tightly. Before Jiang Mai could react, Ning Xi had already let go of him and was hugging Guo Qixing and some other crew members. Ning Xi was nominated as the best female secondary lead for her role in The World. She acted as Meng Chang'e and performed multiple layers of characters. As the host was explaining why she deserved the award, Ning Xi was being congratulated by friends around. She prepared herself to go up on stage. Jiang Mai looked at the girl on stage with a hollow feeling in his chest, but he felt quite proud. She was his partner in the movie. He had played a part in her winning this award. The host stood aside and handed the stage over to Ning Xi. Tingxiao sat in the first row at the moment. Although he was pretty far away from Ning Xi and they almost missed each other earlier, as Ning Xi stood on stage now, they were really close to each other. The man kept on clapping, his eyes locked on her. He looked so proud. Even if it was just an award for Best Female Secondary Lead, he felt like she had done something extremely incredible. Chapter 1543. Thank you to my boss. Ning Xi took a deep breath as she stood in front of the microphone and started to give her speech. The World is the first ever movie I've ever acted in. It has a very special meaning to me. So here today, I'd like to thank the Golden Film Awards. I want to thank the judging panel for giving me this affirmation. I want to thank my director, Mr. Guo Qixing, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to my partner, Jiang Mai. Ning Xi had very few people to thank for this movie. She had been framed by Ning Xi, chased out of her company, and was even isolated without any help. It had been one of her most difficult times. Jiang Mai looked so overjoyed when he heard his name. That girl still had gratitude for him after all. He had actually broken his cardinal rule and acted in a non-leading role. He had made such a huge sacrifice to act as Sun Huanqing. Although, at that time, the rumor had almost gotten him killed by her. In the end, I'd like to thank Ning Xi. Paused as she looked at the middle of the first row. Thank you to my boss, Mr. Liu. Without him, I wouldn't be here today. Thank you for the trust you put in me. The camera focused on Lu Jingli. Everyone knew that Ning Xi had been handpicked by Lu Jingli, and it had been hot news at that time. The smiling Lu Jingli understood perfectly. That damn Xiao Shishi's gratitude was not directed towards him, but his brother instead. Acting is my dream. It was also a form of responsibility towards the people who trust and love me. I'll do my best for the people who understand me. Ning Xi ended her speech. The crowd gave her a big round of applause. Her speech provided many people with a positive impression, proving that not only was her acting solid, but that she also had a high emotional quotient too. Ning Xi kept her smile on as she clapped along with the crowd. She looked at Ning Xi, who stood out at the moment. Damn it. She had actually won the Best Female Secondary Lead. After receiving the Best Female Secondary Lead award, she would still get jobs anyway, even if she performed worse later on. Most importantly, winning this award was a strong counter towards the people who criticized her for only having pretty looks. Ning Xi took a deep breath and swallowed her displeasure. It was just an award for Best Female Secondary Lead. Oh, right. She would always just be a secondary character, forever and ever a secondary character. Only she would become the eternal main character. The ceremony continued. Moving on, The World received the Best Action Design Award. The other award winners were announced as well. Everyone reacted warmly to the most nominated Mountain receiving the Best Original Screenplay Award. Apparently, most people thought that it deserved this award. With such a stellar screenplay, it might even be possible to land a spot in one of the 4 international movie festivals. Chi Feng had come here with that ambitious goal. As for Dream Chaser, it was a small production after all, and it was not an original story. They did not have enough budget to hire top-quality staff, so of course, they would miss out with awards that required a large budget such as Best Film, Best Visual Effects, and Best Art Design. They were only nominated for Best Director and Best Female Lead. The Best Male Lead award was won by an experienced actor who had been nominated 6 times. Then, finally, they came to the second last award, which was also one of the most important awards, the Best Director Award. Chapter 1544, Unexpected but Reasonable. The nominated films included Mountain, The World, and Dream Chaser. The other 2 nominated works were a science fiction movie and an action movie. The 5 directors appeared on the big screen. Chi Feng, Guo Qixing, Chen Mian, Xia Yilei, and Xiao Yin. Not just the directors. Even the main casts were nervous. It was a matter of glory. Ning Xi took a deep breath. To soothe her worries. It did not matter if Guo Qixing or Chi Feng received the award, but, please, not Chen Mian, please. Jiang Mai was on Ning Xi's left, and next to him was Guo Qixing. Chen Mian was on Ning Xi's right. Chi Feng was seated a row in front, diagonally across Chen Mian. Among them, Chi Feng had received the most awards before. He had been nominated in large-scale movie festivals numerous times, and had even received the Golden Feather Award from one of the 4 big movie festivals, the Lorraine Movie Festival. He had also received 2 Golden Film Awards before. In addition to that, he had raised countless famous artistes. Ning Xi was willing enough to cast in his movie without any pay, and she even compromised with all his requests, even acting in challenging, unpleasant scenes in the movie. With so much prior experience, Chi Feng was the calmest one there. Guo Qixing put on his usual smile. He usually took on the route of commercialized films anyway, so being nominated was a good enough reward for him. As for Chen Mian, he had told her before that he did not have much chance of winning the award. Although his nomination signified that there were people in the judging panel who admired his work, most judges in the panel would still prefer melodrama, and it was difficult for their movie to appeal to their preferences. A foreign director had been invited as a guest to present the award. He spoke in less than fluent Chinese. Moving on, I'll be revealing the winner of the Best Director Award. Everyone was patiently waiting for the results. This award was important because the Best Director Award was usually a significant predictor for the Best Female Lead Award. Most of the time, the same film would receive both awards together. The Best Director Award this time goes to Guo Qixing. Guo Qixing was pretty popular in the industry. Everyone clapped and cheered for him, and people started congratulating him. Guo Qixing was a little surprised when he heard his own name. He then stood up and thanked the people around him. Guo Qixing's victory this time was unexpected but reasonable. He had all the conditions in favor of him: good screenplay, sufficient budget, and quality actors. Ning Xi was thrilled. She stood up and was about to give Guo Qixing a hug. However, Guo Qixing turned towards Ning Xi and hugged her first instead. Ning Xi seemed a tad upset. Not only did he not reach out to her, the female lead, first. What was he trying to express by going to the female secondary lead first? Ning Xi sat nearer to Guo Qixing anyway, so it made sense that Guo Qixing had approached the nearest person first. Guo Qixing then hugged the main casts, Ning Xi, Zhao Xizhou, and some other core members. Chen Mian smiled, and congratulated Guo Qixing. No one knew what Qi Feng's expression was like at the moment. On the stage, Guo Qixing went by the book and thanked everyone for receiving this award. As he was about to leave, the host asked him something to liven up the ceremony. Director Guo, can you give us your prediction about who'll be the best female lead? Speaking of which, Shuelua has 2 nominations this time. Do you think the world or mountain has a better chance of winning? Chapter 1545 gave it her all. It was really a difficult question, yet the hostess always loved to ask this sort of question. Because of the unique situation, it was a tough one to answer. Was his the world better, or was Qi Feng's mountain better? How was he supposed to answer this? Guo Qixing smiled and pushed the question back skillfully to the hostess by bringing up another topic. After the Best Director award, there was only one last award left. It was the Best Female Lead, the award that received the most attention this time around. It was pretty obvious because the attendees, who were tired after the long ceremony, suddenly looked refreshed and focused. Thank you to our guest, and congratulations to the winner. Next up, we have our guests, Jiang Xingzhou, Song Lin. The guests themselves were exciting enough to the audience. One was a respectable international director, while the other one, Song Lin, was a record keeper. Jiang Xingzhou greeted, "Good evening." Jiang Xingzhou wore a black suit tonight. He looked courteous and friendly, but anyone who had worked with him before knew that he was a totally different person when filming. He was so strict that some artistes required counseling after they worked with him, and many people had experienced it before. However, there were still a lot of people who wanted to work with him because almost every one of his films received an award. Still, his auditions were extremely tough, and most people failed at the very first stage. Song Lin greeted, "Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present this award." Song Lin wore a white dress tonight and looked resplendent. At just the age of 35, she gathered the 3 best awards an actress could have ever received in the Chinese film community: the Golden Film Awards, Golden Phoenix Awards, and the Golden Deer Awards. Including awards from the Asian region, she had 12 awards in total at the moment. She was also the youngest award holder in the country and had even been nominated in the Golden Ball Awards, which was known to be a great predictor of Oscar winners. She was definitely one of the notable icons of China. After the greetings and some small talk, the big screen started playing the videos. Su Jiaojiao in Canoe, Luo Qi in Alice's Mirror, Ning Xi in The World. The scene they took from The World was when Ning Xi looked back at the male lead and smiled under that pear tree. The next one was Ning Xi in Dream Chaser. The opening sequence of Dream Chaser played. It was the scene of the banquet where Ning Xi was in a male outfit, and she smiled as she whispered to Chun. Hanshin. A loud cheer rose from the crowd. Finally, they reached the last nominated film. Ning Xiuelua's name appeared on the big screen once again together with Mountain. The video of Mountain formed a great contrast with the beautiful and luxurious environment of Dream Chaser. In the background, there were miles of desolated ground with short houses. Ning Xiuelua played a rural lady who was speaking with a rarely used dialect. Even she was nearly unrecognizable to herself. She had given it her all in order to win the award this time. If it were back then, Ning Xiuelua would have never agreed to take on a role like this. The crowd gave them another round of applause after the video ended. Ning Xiuelua put up a humble smile for the camera aiming at her. Chapter 1546. This is the Best Female Lead Award. A person in the industry, who sat beside Guo Qixing, mumbled, "The film industry's getting worse and worse every year. Out of so many actresses, they picked Luo Qi. It's so obvious that they are using her to just fill up the spot. But Su Jiaojiao's film is quite interesting." As for The World, although Ning Xiuelua performed really well, with Ning Xi as Meng Chang'e in it, she might not stand out much. If we're only looking at Dream Chaser and Mountain, Ning Xi really gave it her all and threw away her pride this time around. And it was obvious that Mountain suits the judging panel's taste more. "What do you think, Guo?" Guo Qixing smiled. "It doesn't matter what I think. The point is what the judges think." The person sulked. "Not only did you avoid the question from the hostess, you're not even being truthful with me now." Guo Qixing looked at the person helplessly and just replied, "This is the Best Female Lead Award." "Huh? What do you mean?" Before the person managed to understand what he meant, on the stage, the 2 guests were ready to announce the winner. Jiang Xingzhou and Song Lin tried to let each other announce the winner. In the end, Song Lin passed the envelope to Jiang Xingzhou to let him do the job. Jiang Xingzhou then opened the envelope and spoke into the microphone slowly. "Then, let me announce the winner." With the sound of drums rolling in the background, suspense filled everyone's hearts. The camera scanned through all the guests: Hua Qixing, Qi Feng, Chen Mian, Su Yan, Lu Jingli, Lu Tingxiao. In the end, the faces of the 4 nominated candidates were showed on the screen. Everyone was nervous while waiting for the final results. Aside from the nominated candidates and the guests, there was also the audience in front of their televisions at home. Gong Shangzi, Xiao Weilan, Han Momo, the Zhuang family, Ning Xi, Annie, Tang Nua. All of them were watching the live stream closely. The best female lead of the 53rd Golden Film Awards goes to Ning. When they heard the word Ning, Luo Qi and Su Jiaojiao obviously looked a little down. In comparison, Ning Xueluo's eyes brightened. Her manager and some staff were not able to suppress their emotions. Some were even about to hug her and congratulate her. Ning Xi. The next moment that Jiang Xingzhou's voice echoed throughout the whole hall, the name lingered in everyone's ears. It was Ning Xi. After about a second of silence, the crew of Dream Chaser screamed in excitement. Ji Yuming hopped onto Ning Xi from the back. "Bro Xi, congratulations." Only then did Ning Xi come back to her senses. She hugged everyone who congratulated her. The crowd stood up and cheered. Ning Xi showed us her exquisite acting technique through playing the double roles of Ji Feixue and Ji Feibai. She acted as both genders and illustrated the colorful inner world of the characters. Let's welcome our best female lead of the year. The host invited her on stage warmly. Maybe it was on purpose, but the camera was aimed at Ning Xuelua. She almost did not manage to hide her upset face in time, but she clapped the moment she saw her face was on the big screen. She acted to be applauding generously, but she still looked a little reluctant. Chapter 1547, The Soul of a Film. When the director of Mountain, Qi Feng, saw the results, he looked like he had been expecting this all along. In the end, the Best Female Lead award still came down to the acting skills of the female leads. No matter how amazing the screenplay of Mountain was, even if the judges really liked it, it could not change the fact that Ning Xueluo's acting was not able to touch their hearts. The fact that they had received the Best Screenplay award was a huge irony. Despite such solid screenplay, he could not live up to its standards. As time went on, art house films got less and less popular. Even with directors like him, a lot of them would give in and invite some young and rising stars, ending up with some cliché-filled melodramatic movies. Even he was not spared. He insisted on honoring the original screenplay. He understood that Ning Xueluo's acting was not able to provide him with the effect he wanted, but in the end, he gave in to her high popularity. Moreover, not only did she invest a large sum, she had also agreed to star in his movie without any pay. The conditions she offered were too difficult for him to reject. As for Chen Mian, for him to be able to produce a movie like Dream Chaser under such a harsh environment with fairly new artistes, so his courage was something worthy of praise. Of course, he felt more envious towards him, envious that he was able to meet an actress like Ning Xi. It was safe to assume that without Ning Xi, Dream Chaser would cease to exist. Even if it did exist without her, it would be just another average film. In a nutshell, the actors were the soul of a film. It was Ning Xi's second time on stage tonight. She bowed as she received the trophy from Song Lin. Then she stood in front of the microphone, becoming the center of attention of everyone at the scene and in front of the television. Ning Xi was still a little absent-minded while she stood on the stage with the trophy in her hands. She reflected back on 5 years ago when she could not even see a beam of light in her future to finally being on stage with the award. Moreover, it was her role model, Song Lin, who presented her with the award. She had finally escaped hell and started a new life. All of this felt like a dream to her. Floating on the soft clouds, it did not feel real. Ning Xi stood there in silence, but no one urged her. Everyone just looked at the girl on stage quietly. In comparison to her powerful entrance, the girl looked composed at the moment. She was so quiet and beautiful that no one wanted to disturb her. In an old mansion in Imperial, the man with white hair sat in front of the huge television. He tilted his head sideways and looked at the girl on stage. She left because of this? Tang Yi spoke to him. Everyone has their own determination and goals. It might not be worth anything to others, but it might mean everything to them. The man frowned, but his eyes were locked on the girl. He did not understand it before, but the moment he saw the girl receive the trophy, he suddenly understood. After a short silence on the stage, the girl looked up with her slightly teary eyes and spoke slowly. I'm very excited and very honored to receive this award. What makes me really happy is that my favorite idol presented me with this award. The crowd chuckled, and Song Lin smiled as well. The girl was full of enthusiasm and integrity. No one doubted if she had any other intentions. Instead, they were touched by her straightforwardness. Chapter 1548. For the person I love. For me to be able to receive this award, I need to thank a lot more people. Thanks to my crew, thanks to the director, thanks to my manager, and every fan that has supported me. I also want to thank the person who supported me in my darkest, toughest time, and times when I almost wanted to give up. If Mingchanga was the start of my dream, then Ji Feibai is the first station that I reached successfully. I still have a long way to go, a very long way. I'll never forget my aspirations, and will give it my all to continue on this path. Ning Xi paused for a bit. Then she looked somewhere in the crowd with her passionate gaze. She continued, for my dreams, and for the person I love. The crowd gave her a big round of applause as she ended her speech. With the song Stubbornness playing in the background, the Golden Film Awards officially ended. When I'm different from the world, then let me be different. I'm my own god in the place I lived. Me and my proud stubbornness, I sing out loud amidst the wind. I'm going crazy for myself this time. Yes, those who love me. Don't be nervous, my stubbornness is kind. You didn't care about my past and saw my wings. You said that only after being burnt, then only a phoenix could be born. Hey, headwind is more suited to soar. At this moment, the entrance was flooded with journalists. People surrounded the artistes the moment they left the hall. Director Feng Mountain received 8 nominations this time, but only managed to win the Best Screenplay award. What do you think? Director Feng, do you feel regret that you missed out on the Best Director award? Chi Feng went forward in silence without any intentions of answering any questions. The journalist would not let him get away this easily. Director Feng, what do you think about the Best Female Lead winner this time? Director Feng, please don't go yet. Director Feng, say something please. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Chi Feng suddenly stopped. He looked at the journalists quietly. Then he said, she deserved it. Everyone and the journalists were taken aback. After that, they were in an uproar. Chi Feng had actually said Ning Xi deserved the award? It was apparent that no one expected the other director candidate to regard her this highly. Everyone was also impressed by Director Feng's generosity. He was able to reply them with this feedback under such high pressure. When Ning Xi heard what he said, her face turned green. Before she could recover from her emotions, the journalists surrounded her when they saw her. She had nowhere to go. Of course, it was not because she stood out tonight. It was because she had become such an embarrassment. Ning Xi was the top favorite this time, yet in the end, she received nothing and disappointed a lot of people. It was already embarrassing enough, and her director had just stepped on her further by indirectly saying that Ning Xi's acting was better than hers. What did it signify when Mountain was nominated for 8 awards but only managed to win 1? The World received 4 nominations: Best Action, Best Director, Best Female Secondary Lead, and only the Best Female Lead did not manage to win. Again, what did this say about the situation? Even a blind amateur could tell. Shueluo, you had the best chance this time around, but you've lost. Just now, Director Feng said Ning Xi deserved the award. Can you tell us what you think? Mountain only managed to win the Best Screenplay award. Does it mean that you weren't able to bring out the best of it? As everyone knows, you were trying to change your style with this film. Now that you've failed, what are your future plans? Chapter 1549. She would not allow this. The journalist's questions were increasingly explosive to the point that someone even asked her, how do you feel to be defeated by a junior who was in the same company as you? Even Ning Xueluo's manager, Chong Li, could not escape. She had been asked quite a few questions that made her feel like burrowing her head in the ground. After all, she had chased away this award-winning actress, Ning Xi. Miss Chong, back then, when your company ended the contract with Ning Xi, did you ever think that Ning Xi would have such potential? Miss Chong, have you regretted your decision in the past? Everyone, please make way. Please make way. Thank you, everyone, for your concern towards Shuala. Later on, we'll arrange for an interview with everyone to gather the answers to all your questions. Chong Li and Su Yin both shielded Ning Shuala and tried to get through the crowd. Mr. Su, regarding Ms. Ning's painful loss in the Golden Film Awards, what do you have to say about that? The journalists started to train the awkwardness at Su Yin. Under the journalist's jostling, Su Yin frowned. Then he said, Shuala will forever be the best female lead in my heart. When she heard Su Yan's words, Ning Shuala's extremely miserable expression finally looked slightly better. Right at that moment, someone from the crowd suddenly cried out in surprise excitedly and shrieked. The award-winning actress for the night, Ning Xi, had come out. The moment Ning Xi appeared, all the journalists, who surrounded Ning Xi earlier, left completely. Even Su Yan's eyes could not help but look over. Ning Xi, congratulations on your win for the Best Secondary Female Lead and Best Female Lead. You managed to bring home 2 trophies. As the biggest winner of the night, can you let us know how you're feeling right now? Surpassing seniors who have long been in the industry in such a short amount of time, movie queen Ning has proven that she was born to be in the entertainment industry. Just wondering, what are your upcoming work arrangements, movie queen Ning? We heard that director Jiang Xingzhou has already shown a gesture of peace. Is this true? Movie queen Ning. Movie queen Ning. This title of movie queen Ning should have been hers, but at this moment it had become Ning Xi's. It was Ning Xi's. How had it become Ning Xi's? She had taken a long time to prepare and even made such a huge sacrifice. She did not even hesitate to act as those dirty and lowly characters. 2 films had been nominated at the same time, yet at last, Ning Xi had won the award. How was she going to maintain her footing in the entertainment circle after this? Since the dawn of time, people stepped on those above and lifted those below them. There were even whispers in her ears from the other artistes. Hee. Back then, Ning Xi even said something about how actors should speak with their capabilities. TSK, her words were so right. As actors, they should indeed be speaking with their abilities. Now, she should have nothing to say, right? Her looks and acting skills can't compare to Ning Xi's. I wonder where she found her sense of superiority every day. Even with men. TSK. With Ning Xi's qualifications, it shouldn't be too hard if she wants to find someone wealthier and more influential than Su Yin, should it? As she listened to these horrible things, Ning Xi felt as if there was a fire raging in her. Shut up, shut up, shut up. She was the honorable lady of the Ning family. Ning Xi was just a lowly hillbilly. How could she compare to her? She thought about how in the future, as long as she was in front of Ning Xi in the entertainment industry, she would be a rank lower than her. With the headline that she lost her junior, that violent resentment was about to swallow her whole. No, she would not allow this. That village wildfowl, that lowly foster daughter. What reason did she have? For what reason did she dare to walk all over her? Because of her extreme anger, Ning Shuala's entire body was trembling. While Su Yin had gone to get the car, she immediately gave Chong Li a sinister gaze to hint her to make a move. Chapter 1550, completely replace. Chong Li instantly understood Ning Shuala's hint. She said a little hesitantly, "Do you really want to do that?" Chong Li had long known that Ning Xi came from a lowly background. In fact, she knew about her being the Ning family's foster daughter, but she somehow felt quite uneasy about exposing this right now. Didn't Charmaine Ning say that the Ning family's relationship with Ning Xi can never be revealed to outsiders? Chong Li hesitated. Since when did you have a say in the things I do? You just do whatever I tell you to. Quickly go do it. Ning Shuala was already on the verge of exploding at this point. Of course, she would not listen to anything. She did not want to watch Ning Xi strut around in front of her anymore. She did not want to see a single second of it. She simply wanted her to be disdained, despised, and sneered at. In any case, because of that which Ning Xiaodong causing a ruckus before this, the news about the Ning family having 2 daughters, one biological and one foster, had already been spread out there. In order to clarify it, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were forced to come out and publicly make a statement. They said that she was the real lady of the Ning family. In fact, they explained that the other one was just an orphan that the Ning family had adopted from the village, dismissing the rumors about them carrying the wrong baby home. At that time, the media wanted to dig out who the foster daughter was, but they had all been suppressed by Ning Xi. However, since there was already a crack in the matter, it being exposed was just a matter of time. The media could even have been continuing their digging. Thus, it would be better for her to just grasp this key opportunity and expose this herself today. If this foster daughter had been anyone else, it would not have mattered. However, it was Ning Xi, who was also in the entertainment industry. Plus, it was Ning Xi who was opposing her. What would the media and public think? They would think that as an orphan from the village, even though Ning Xi was kindly adopted by the Ning family, she did not know how to be grateful and had even tried in vain to substitute one thing for another. She had shamelessly pretended to be a lady from a wealthy family. Most importantly, once Ning Xi's identity as the foster daughter was confirmed, Ning Xi would forever owe the Nings for raising her. Thus, she would owe her too. Even her existence would just be like a tiny servant girl before her. Ning Xi would forever be beneath her. All of the conflicts and hostility before this could also be concluded as envy. She could be construed as not knowing what was good for her own self and being ungrateful. She believed that Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu, including all of the people in the Su family, would stand on her side. They would all prove that she was the real lady of the Ning family. Coincidentally, she wanted to use the opportunity today to pull the carpet from under Ning Xi. She wanted to resolve all of her worries of the future and forever become the real lady of the Ning family, replacing Ning Xi's position so that no one would suspect this ever again. When she saw that Ning Xiula was very determined, Changli had no choice. She could only find a corner with no one else and secretly make a few phone calls to the journalists that she had arranged in advance. Initially, she thought that Ning Xiula's wins were in the bag, but in the end, it was still not an absolute possibility. The Golden Film Awards were indeed hard to predict. Thus, so as to not have this unwarranted incident, which was in the event that Ning Xi bagged the award, Ning Xiula had prepared this plan. Changli kept thinking about it. She felt that exposing this thing would indeed benefit Ning Xiula. In fact, it could turn the tables on a wider scale. Thus, she slowly felt more at ease and had watched the entire course of events from the sidelines. At this moment, one of the taller journalists suddenly rushed to Ning Xi and asked loudly, "Movie Queen Ning, you and Ning Xi both share the same surname. Do you have some kind of family relationship? There's a rumor that you're the foster daughter of the Ning family. Is this true?" Chapter 1551, Simply Inhumane. What? Ning Xi was the foster daughter of the Ning family? In that instance, a tossed stone stirred 1,000 ripples. However, even more shocking news was to come after. That journalist continued to fire away. You were initially a lowly and uncouth village orphan girl. The Nings pitied you and decided to take you in. In fact, they sent you to study abroad, but the first thing you did after you returned was to enter the entertainment industry, going against Ning Xi constantly, stealing her limelight everywhere you went. You even allied with your relative to come up with the story of carrying the wrong baby home, trying to take what isn't your own, scheming to seize the Ning Corporation's inheritance. Such a despicable shamelessness of ingratitude. You're simply inhumane. Silence. Dead silence. No one would have thought that right after Ning Xi bagged the award, such a world-shaking scandal would surface. If this were the case, Ning Xi's encouraging image would turn into a case of a scoundrel realizing their ambition. Many of the journalists present all thought of the statement the Ning family had made previously. However, as for the involved foster daughter, they could not find out who it was. Still, they never would have thought that person would be Ning Xi. Miss Ning, is he telling the truth? Are you really the foster daughter of the Ning family? It is said that you used flowery words and cheated Elder Ning out of 10% of shares. Is that true? You keep on saying that you're grateful for those who have helped you in the worst of times. Is that how you repay them now? Facing all the severe disdain and reprimands, Ning Xi's expression was abnormally calm throughout. Her gaze looked past the journalists who surrounded her as she quietly looked towards Ning Xi, who was not too far away. Ning Xi smirked at her. She mouthed her lips. I told you, all of these are mine. Ning Xi dared to invert the right and the wrong, and twist the truth, all because she knew that everyone would stand on her side, because she knew that even if it was all lies, it would be hard for her to explain herself. At this moment, Su Yin returned. When he saw this scene before him, his expression changed. What happened? How do these journalists know about all those things? Ning Xi looked anxious as she shook her head. I don't know either. It looks the journalists have found out about sister and her relationship with the Ning family. The last time, because Ani Chiodong and sister said those things at the cocktail event, it affected me hugely. Father and mother had to make a public statement. The journalists already started investigating since then. Even if father and mother had been sealing off information, but sooner or later it just can't be concealed anymore. However, I didn't think that it would be exposed at such a moment. Bro Yan, what do we do? Ning Xi started to cry as she pulled on Su Yan's sleeve and said sadly, Bro Yan, I can't just watch sister continue to be misunderstood like this. Maybe I should go tell the journalists the truth. Tell them that I'm the foster daughter, that Ning Xi is father and mother's biological daughter. Su Yan's expression turned terrible. He blurted out, No. When Ning Xi heard that, there was a delight in her eyes. She found his reaction as expected. She knew that Su Yan would stand on her side. She was his wife now, and they were bound together for good or bad. If she were to be humiliated, it would humiliate him and the entire Su family. He was very clear about who ought to be protected. At the same time, Ling Xi frowned and defended Ning Xi as she revealed a hesitant expression. Indeed, they have come prepared. Are you sure she's okay alone? Do you want to get someone to help her? Ning Xi withdrew her gaze from Ning Xuelaw and Su Yan's direction. Before she said plainly, There's no need. You just need to let her in. Okay, replied Ling Xi. Chapter 1552. Wicked people will be afflicted with wickedness. Because such a huge ruckus had suddenly broken out, as the party involved, Ning Xuelaw was surrounded by journalists very shortly. Xuelaw, is Ning Xi really the foster daughter of the Ning family? Miss Ning, Ning Xi has done so many horrible things to you. Why would you want to protect such a lowly, shameless, ungrateful, nasty person? Facing the journalists who came to her aid for the injustice and the barrage of questions, Ning Xi revealed an expression that showed how much she had been enduring silently. No, it's not. It's not like what you think. I believe there must be some misunderstanding in between. I really don't know why sister would do that. Her words seemed to be absolving Ning Xi, yet in reality, they completely confirmed the journalist's words. Indeed, Ning Xuelaw's words caused a huge commotion. Ning Xuelaw did not deny what they said. Ning Xi was actually the foster daughter Ning family. Ning Xi had really done all those filthy things. Oh my God. Initially, they had thought that she was an encouraging goddess, but who would have thought she was a mean and lowly nasty person? All the while, the pure and kind-hearted Ning Xi had been enduring the burden silently. The scene went into a frenzy when there was suddenly a stinky odor. The crowd could not help but cover their noses. Right at that moment, someone suddenly vigorously and boorishly pushed the crowd of reporters. Because they did not know what the incredibly stinky item the person held was, the crowd immediately evaded and let the person through until she walked all the way up to Ning Xi. My God, what's that thing? It's so smelly. Stop pushing, stop pushing. Who's this crude person? Who's this? Where did she come from? The crowd was still grumbling when they saw an old lady with solid footsteps holding a huge, black wooden bucket. She had walked right up to Ning Xuelaw. In the next second, with the sound of a crash, that old lady had unexpectedly flung the wooden bucket, splashing all the dirt and filth onto Ning Xuelaw. In that instant, the stink assaulted the nostrils of all present. Almost everyone fainted from the stench. Ning Xuelaw was stunned for a second. Then she released an earth-shattering screech. When everyone else realized what happened, they were dumbfounded too. They would never have thought that an old lady would suddenly appear and splash Ning Xuelaw with feces and urine. Before the crowd could fathom what had happened, in a loud and clear voice that was louder than Ning Xuelaw's screech, the old lady started shouting, "I-oh, I-oh. I won't be able to stay alive. We're going to be forced to our deaths. Our entire family is going to be hounded to death by this lowly wench." This was huge news. Everyone's first reaction was to raise their cameras and start shooting instead of helping Ning Xuelaw up. However, one could not blame them either. Even Chang Li and Su Yan were stupefied. They did not dare to touch Ning Xuelaw, who was currently covered from head to toe in filth. Only Ning Xuelaw was hopping mad like a crazy person. Someone come help me." Helplessly, Her voice was drowned out by the old lady. Don't be fooled by this wench. She's not the lady of some wealthy family. She's a lowly brat from our valley gutter. This granddaughter of mine was brought home wrongly from the hospital, and that's how she got into a rich family. Once she was with the rich people, she forgot her roots. Not only was she not in the least concerned with us because she was afraid that we'd leak her identity out, she even wanted to hound our entire family to death. When our family was forced into a tight spot by the gangsters, my grandson came to Imperial and begged her, but she told the maids to chase my obedient grandson, her brother, away like he was a beggar. She was afraid of people realizing that she is a lowly wench, so she changed her brother's first choice of university and refused to let him come to Imperial to study. You shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Ning Xi's face was full of fear as she rushed over like a madwoman. However, before Ning Xi could get close, the old lady fell to the ground and yelled, "I owe murder! Murder! Help!" Chapter 1553. Irrefutable Evidence. Ning Xi had never met such a shameless person. She was so frightened that she quickly backed away. No, I didn't even touch her. The old lady was still lively earlier, but now she lay sprawled on the ground wailing like she was dying. She just wants to hound our family to death. That way, no one will know all her scandals. What sin has our Tang family committed to have borne such a vicious woman? Ning Xi was so angry that she was about to pass out. No, it's not like that. Don't believe her. I don't even know what she's talking about. I don't even know her either. Once you as a wildfowl turned into a phoenix, you never even came back once. Of course, you don't recognize me. But even I, this old woman, have never seen you once. I can recognize you. You're from the Tang family. There was a glorious flash in the old woman's eyes and her tone was incredibly certain. Chongli finally reacted at this moment. She rushed over, shouting, "Security! Where's security? How do you work around here? How could you simply let people like her just come in?" When Chongli said this, her gaze turned straight to stare at Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi, don't go overboard. Do you think that you can just twist the truth by hiring some old lady of unknown origins here? You still haven't repented until now. You're just shameless. Chongli had always thought that Ning Xi was the true lady of the Ning family, and that Ning Xi was the foster daughter. Thus, she was sure that Ning Xi was intentionally playing tricks right then. When the crowd heard this, they all suddenly realized what was up and looked towards Ning Xi. Right? How could it be such a coincidence? The news about Ning Xi being the foster daughter has just been exposed. Then suddenly an old lady from the village pops up to say that she's Ning Xi's real grandmother and that Ning Xi was brought home wrongly as a baby. Don't tell me Ning Xi intentionally arranged this. I think it's possible. When Ning Xi saw that the circumstances were easing up, she was relieved and she revealed a slightly deranged expression. Huh, Ning Xi, you are just too naive. You really thought that you can kill me with just one hillbilly from the Tang family. However, before Ning Xi could enjoy her ecstasy, she turned pale in the next second. Mother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly come here? Mother, get up. Get up. The person who cried out was Sun Lan. The crowd saw a sallow, middle-aged woman rush over. She called that deliberately provocative old lady mother as she anxiously helped her up. What made everyone turn pale with fright was that apart from this middle-aged woman's skin being rather unhealthy, her facial features looked like it was created from the same mold as Ning Xi's. When the old lady saw Sun Lan, she slapped her. I can't come. Why can't I come? If I don't come, Xiao Nua's future and our entire family's future is going to be ruined by this wench that you gave birth to. Did you think that after that she girl helped Xiao Nua this time, you can be free of worries? Wait till Xiao Nua comes to Imperial. When he comes to this wench's turf, we don't know how else she's going to hurt our Xiao Nua, you moron. Fine, you don't care. All of you don't care. Then, let me care. I definitely can't just sit idly and watch our Tang family be ruined in the hands of this wench. All the journalists present looked at each other in utter confusion. What's happening? Don't you guys think this woman looks very much like Ning Xi? What do you mean look like? They're practically from the same mold. Hey, could this woman really be Ning Xi's biological mother? Ning Xi looked at Sun Lan's face as she listened to the discussions around her. Her eyes were full of panic as she shook her head and stepped back as if she had seen something incredibly scary. No, that's not it. She's not. She's not my mother. No, I'm the lady of the Ning family. I'm Zhuang Lingyu's daughter. She thought that she had everything under control, but she had forgotten that bloodline was something that could never be obliterated. Even if she could fake the paternity test, how about her face? This face of hers and Sun Lan's looked exactly the same, completely exposing all of her lies under the sun. Chapter 1554, Zero Relations. It was not just the circling watchful journalists and other artistes. Even Chang Li was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the countrywoman and was tongue-tied. What? What was happening? Oh my God. Is this real or fake? Ning Xi isn't actually Samaris. Are these really her biological mother and grandmother? Then, why did the Ning family stick to saying that Ning Xi was their biological daughter all these years? The situation was getting more and more confusing. Breaking out of their temporary stupor, all of the journalists rushed to Ning Xi's direction. Miss Ning, what's the actual situation? Can you explain a little to us? Ning Xi, do you know these two people? Ning Xi, what's your relationship to these two people? The old madam pushed Sun Lan away and rushed to Ning Xi. She started bawling without saying anything. She girl? My she girl. They won't believe a rotten old lady's words. Quickly tell them that this girl is a wench, that I didn't tell a single lie. If I did, I would be struck to death by a lightning bolt from the heavens. I know that in the past 18 years when you were in our Tang family, I've disdained the fact that you're a girl and always hit you, scolded you, and was mean to you, just for Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua has always treated you like his biological sister. Even though that child hid it from me, how could I not know that he always secretly left all the meat and left the good stuff for you to eat? Do you still remember that when you were younger? There was once when our family was so poor that we had nothing to eat. With no choice left, I had to throw you to a mass grave, but who would have thought that not too long after that, Xiao Nua started to have a high fever and he wasn't getting any better. He kept calling out for his sister. I had no choice but to bring you back. Your life was saved by Xiao Nua. Even if we Tangs have let you down, that's all because that wench did that. It's because she was greedy for all the glory and wealth, hogging your parents and not letting go. The old lady revealed more and more information, entrancing everyone as they listened. At the same time, Sun Lan, who was being surrounded by the journalists, was already at a loss. She could only continue to wring her hands in denial out of wanting to protect Ning Xi. Don't ask me. Don't ask me anymore. No, it's not. I'm not. I'm not her mother. I don't know who she is. I don't know her either. She's not my daughter. She's the heiress of the Ning family. Ning Xi. Ning Xi is my daughter. Yes, Ning Xi is the daughter I gave birth to. If Sun Lan had asserted that Ning Xi was her daughter, it could still raise suspicions, but now her protective attitude towards Ning Xi made all of the journalists even more positive about the earth-shattering truth that she was Ning Xi's real mother. Unspoken thoughts raced through the journalists' minds. Ning Xi is your daughter? You should take a look in the mirror to see how you look. How could you give birth to a face like Ning Xi's? Facing the swarm of journalists and the endless questions, Ning Xi had only uttered one sentence. In the past 18 years, I have indeed lived in the Tang household. As for my Ning family, it doesn't matter if it was the past or the future, we have zero relations. The ruckus caused was so massive that Ning Xi crazily called everyone as she wanted to get someone to stop it all. Unfortunately, none of the security guards came over. It was not until Ning Xi spoke up and said this that people finally started to disperse from the crowd. Shi Xiao brought a few tight-knitted bodyguards to protect Ning Xi as she left. Chapter 1555, The Truth Will Come Out. A crisis episode had finally quieted down again. However, to some people, this was just the calm before the storm. In the grand, lavish vehicle, Chang Li was enduring the stench and using a towel to wipe Ning Xi's hair. Coincidentally, Su Yin had already rushed home after a phone call. At that moment, Ning Xi's entire body was covered with filth. Her eyes were murderous red and her entire body was shivering while the expression on her face was gloomy to the point of being sinister. Chang Li did not dare to provoke her right then, but her phone was exploding with calls. Even the boss had personally called to ask about what had happened. Thus, Chang Li could only brace herself and ask, Xiuelo, the impact of this incident is simply huge. I must immediately handle the public relations and clarify everything. Otherwise, The consequences will be unthinkable. However, before I handle the PR, I must understand something about what that old lady and that woman said. Is it true or not? Smack. There came a clear sound as Ning Xi's slap struck Chong Li's face. Shut up. Moron. How could it be true? Chong Li held her heated and painful cheek. Even though Ning Xi kept denying it, she had been by Ning Xi's side for many years after all. From Ning Xi's exasperated reaction and the panic in her eyes, she knew very well that all of this was probably true. All this time, Ning Xi had been snobbish and felt that she was an heiress who was nobler than others. Yet she had always called Ning Xi the hillbilly. Unexpectedly, she was the wild fowl. That lowly and shameless ingrate was Ning Xi herself. How had she kept a straight face while she accused Ning X? How did she bewitch the Ning family so much so that they were willing to leave their biological daughter behind to protect her? What was the depth of this woman's schemes? When she thought about this, Chong Li shuddered. Ning Xi berated her sternly. Go and make a statement for me. Just say that all of this is fake. That damned old lady is fake. That wench of a woman is fake too. All of this was because Ning Xi was ganging up with those people to slander me. Chong Li looked troubled. Now that the Tang family has personally said all of these, the journalists will definitely continue to investigate their clues like locusts. There are just too many gaps. Sooner or later, the truth will be out. Besides, there's also that person and your features. Are you done speaking? Ning Xi slapped her again. Chong Li instantly shut up. It had just been a night, yet yesterday's incident was already the talk of the town. Everyone knew about it. Even if the Su and the Ning families both mobilized their resources to try and suppress the incident, they still could not redeem anything. Almost all of the newspapers and magazine headlines were about last evening's incident. Huge pictures of Ning Xi and Sun Lan together were plastered everywhere. The media had found out that Ning Xi had indeed lived in the Tang household for 18 years with the identity of the Tang family's daughter, but she had suddenly run away from home when she was 18. All their neighbors thought that she had gone away for work. Initially, there was not much use in finding out about this, but last night, Ning Xi had personally admitted that Ning Xi was the daughter of the Ning family. Previously, Ning Yaohua had made a statement saying that his foster daughter was an orphan and they had adopted her. Why would Ning Yaohua lie to the public? Why would he adopt an 18-year-old girl who was not even an orphan and had even changed her surname to Ning? Why did Ning Xi's mother not look like Ning Xi, but instead seemed like she had come from the same mold as Ning Xi? Indeed, just as Chong Li had said, there were too many gaping holes. They could not give a plausible explanation to these loopholes. Thus, no matter how much Ning Xi's side denied it, they were quibbling in the eyes of others. In just one night, Ning Xi's carefully sculpted image of a Ms. Perfect, heiress, and winner of life had collapsed with a bang. Chapter 1556 told the truth. Such a melodramatic glitch as bringing home the wrong daughter was something well received among the masses. The parties involved were currently popular artistes in the entertainment circle. They were women who called the shots in Starlight and Glory World. Furthermore, Ning Xi had even recently been promoted as an award-winning actress. With such a terrifying level of public interest, amplified by the influence of the Su family and Ning family, the uproar definitely could not be suppressed. In just a short amount of time, the media had interviewed almost all of the people who could provide them with information. Everyone wanted to create a huge splash of headlines, and they were having a field day. The video showed a drunk Ning Yaohua who was stopped and questioned by a journalist. The journalist asked, "Mr. Ning, may we ask if you've been paying attention to the rumors about your niece?" "Well, of course. What's the truth?" "Mr. Ning, could you reveal it to us?" "Ha ha ha. The truth? The truth is that my foolish brother's whole family ditched their biological daughter and treated the wild fowl like a gem. Then, why would your older brother do that? Ever since Ning Xi had married Su Yin, Ning Yaohua's days in the office were getting worse. His daughter, Ning Tianxin, had gone missing and he was in a foul mood recently. Thus he just said gloomily, "That wench. She has many tricks up her sleeve. How can Ning Xi beat her?" She was capable of getting Ning Yaohua to transfer 15% of his shares to an illegitimate child. At the Ning residence, Ning Yaobang, "Look what you've done." Ning Yaohua had just finished watching the video on his computer, and he called Ning Yaobang over. He slammed the table and flew into a rage. After all, if it were just a hillbilly woman's words, not everyone outside would simply believe it. But this was just great. Ning Yaobang, his own brother, had actually said that kind of words in front of the journalists. Now, there was really nothing they could do to clear their name. Ning Yaobang was like a dead pig that did not fear the heat of boiled water. He crossed one leg over the other and said tauntingly, "If you dare, then go and vent your anger at your darling daughter. What are you angry at me for? I didn't expose all these scandals. I just simply told a few truths. The person who splashed crap and caused an unreasonable scene is your filial daughter's own grandmother. She's the one who appeared with that face before the camera to be disgraced as. If she was afraid people wouldn't know that she's the wild fowl. That's your good daughter's own mother. Shut up. Get lost." Ning Yaobang slipped away. Yes, I'll get lost. I'll wait and watch you hand the company over to this wild girl born by the hillbilly and see what kind of ending you'll have. Soon after Ning Yaobang left, there was a knock on the door. "Come in, father." Ning Xi pushed the door open and stood shyly at the entrance. When he saw Ning Xi, Ning Yaohua had mixed expressions. "You're here. Come sit." Ning Xi did not sit down. Instead, she plunked down and kneeled before Ning Yaohua at his desk. "Xiaoluo, what are you doing?" Ning Yaobang immediately got up. "Father, I've let you and mother down. Let the Ning family down. It's all my fault. I've implicated the both of you." Ning Xiaoluo's body trembled vigorously. "I'm willing to take on all the responsibility. What do you want to do? This incident has received a lot of attention and has had a huge impact. No doubt it's because I'm in the entertainment circle. Now, the only solution would be for me to quit the entertainment industry." Ning Xiaoluo's expression was dismal and in pain, as if she had to accept a compromise and had to make a huge sacrifice. However, the reality was that her image had completely collapsed to the point of no return this time. Even if she continued to stay in the entertainment industry, she would not be able to last for long. Chapter 1557. Wanted a son. I'll release an announcement. I'll quit my career. Forever. Then, no one will care about this matter anymore. If I stay in the entertainment industry for another day, this matter will keep on being brought up. Zhuang Lingyu's voice came from behind her. "Xiaoluo, what are you talking about? Isn't acting your favorite thing to do? Isn't that your dream? This matter isn't as serious as you think. So what if everyone knows you're not our biological daughter? You're still the daughter of the Ning family. As for the rumors going around and the nonsense your second uncle spouted, they have no proof at all. Don't mind them. People will forget them soon enough." Of course, Ning Xiaoluo knew that. Although the whole situation seemed grave, compared to matters that were fatal to artistes such as drugs, extramarital affairs, or political affairs, her situation was at most a personal issue. While it would affect her image to a certain extent, it would not reach the point where her career would be ruined. She had joined the entertainment industry because she knew that Ning Xi liked acting, so she just wanted to get something that Ning Xi could not attain. It was definitely possible for her to stay in the entertainment industry, but she would always bear the tainted name of a leech. No matter where she went, she would always be compared to Ning Xi. She could never stand being humiliated like this. How could she look at Ning Xi acting all high and mighty in front of her? At this point in time, she might as well take a step back and quit her acting career once and for all. Ning Xiaoluo was still kneeling with a determined attitude. "Father, mother, I've already decided. I'll do anything to reduce the consequences our family has to face." Zhuang Lingyu felt sorry for her daughter and hugged her. "Xiaoluo, it must be tough for you." Ning Yaohua sighed helplessly. "Xiaoluo, I'm so sorry for what you have to go through." Zhuang Lingyu looked angry. It must be impossible for the old lady to come all the way here from that small town. It's obvious that someone's behind this. They even picked the opportunity to sabotage the event and cause such an uproar. Ning Yaohua had a stern expression on his face. Ning Xi's really overdone it this time. Does she think that we'd have to give her face if she did that? Dream on. I'm only regretting that it wasn't Xiaoluo who came out of my womb. Xiaoluo suffered so much for nothing. Zhuang Lingyu spoke angrily. Ning Xiaoluo seemed satisfied when she saw Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua defending her. She said gratefully, "Father, mother, I'm all right. Really. Actually, it's fine this way. I can focus on the company. History is in a busy phase as well, and there are lots to be done. I'm glad that you can think this way, Xiaoluo. Everything will pass. Mother and father will always be on your side. Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua comforted her for a long time. After Ning Xuelua left the study room, Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua stayed back. Ning Yaohua was really troubled over this matter, and it showed on his face. He was staring blankly at the newspaper on his table. The newspaper had allocated a full page to publish the picture of Ning Xuelua and Sun Lan. They were two almost identical faces, constantly reminding him that the girl in front of her was not his real child. No matter how great she became, she was not his real child after all. If he had a son, that would be a joy. As far as he knew, his brother had not given up on getting a son. He was still out messing with young girls. Sadly, the Zhuangs were not people he could mess with. So, if he really wanted a son, it had to be an offspring of him and Zhuang Lingyu. Actually, it was not impossible to have another child with Zhuang Lingyu again. Chapter 1558, Perfect Plan. Actually, it was not impossible to have another child with Zhuang Lingyu again. Zhuang Lingyu's first delivery had happened in a rundown town. Unfortunately, her womb had an infection after she gave birth, so although she recovered, she still suffered from a severe loss of blood. After her first child, she was unable to conceive again. Because of that, Zhuang Lingyu was really focused and concerned on her only daughter Ning Xuelua. It was supposed to be a taboo topic in front of Zhuang Lingyu, so Ning Yaohua had never dared to suggest having another baby again. However, after Ning Xuelua's real identity was exposed and, especially when the people from the Tang family, especially Sun Lan who looked so identical to Ning Xuelua appeared, Ning Yaohua felt that it was worth mentioning again. With a caring attitude, Ning Yaohua went to Zhuang Lingyu's side and held her shoulders. He asked gently, "Lingyu, have you thought about what I told you before? Actually, surrogate pregnancy is really advanced nowadays. Not only can you choose the gender of the child, most importantly, you don't have to suffer for 9 months." Zhuang Lingyu looked a little uncomfortable, but she was not against it. She frowned a little. "I'm already at this age. Would it work?" The moment Ning Yaohua saw his plan coming to light, he patted her shoulder. "Who said that? If I told people my wife is 20 years old, I bet people would believe it too." "Stop that nonsense." Zhuang Lingyu pouted. Although she was scolding him, she did not sound angry at all. When she saw how identical Xuelua was to Sun Lan, she was a little regretful, and the thoughts that she tried to suppress for a long time surfaced. Who would not want a child with their very own blood flowing in their veins? If she could have another child again, she would surely raise him far better and give him everything. That child would be more perfect than Xuelua. More and more people had done surrogate pregnancy in recent years. She had heard about it from her circle of friends. Just some time ago, Mrs. Li conceived another son through a surrogate pregnancy. Although she was already 48 years old, maybe she could try? Although they were old and might not be able to accompany this child for a very long time, he would be fortunate because he had a gentle and caring sister to take care of him. Xuelua had always mentioned how lonely it was being the only child and was always looking forward to having a younger sibling. If it really worked, she would be really glad. "Lingyu, if you agree, I'll reschedule my work and accompany you for a checkup overseas." Ning Yaohua suggested in excitement. "I'll let me think about it." Zhuang Lingyu then asked hesitantly, "Yaohua, should we discuss this with Xuelua first?" Ning Yaohua replied, "There's no need. It's not confirmed, after all. We'll tell her after it succeeds to give her a surprise." Zhuang Lingyu gave it some thought. In the end, she agreed to it. She could not really bring herself to talk about this matter. Ning Yaohua's plan was perfect. Wait until his son was born. The shares he had given Ning Xuelua would then have to be transferred back to his one and only heir. Xuelua would not have any issues with that since she was so obedient, and it was common sense for a son to inherit his father's career. Even the Su family would not have a say in this. Of course, he would not treat Xuelua any less by then. Moreover, it was already good enough insurance for her to marry into the Su family. Chapter 1559, Bro, She Has Us. At the Grand Count Hotel, Ning Xuelua had arranged for a press conference here today. Following the incident, apart from a statement of denial from Chongli, Ning Xuelua did not appear in public at all. After the news of her having a press conference was made known, not only journalists, a lot of other people showed up as well. Nearly half of them were Ning Xi's fans. Apart from that, Ning Xuelua's fans took up a lot of spots as well. After the incident happened, Ning Xuelua's fans had turned their backs on her. Ning Xi's fans were going around and speaking up for Ning Xi under Zhuang Qir's lead. Even though they were angry, they kept their cool and won a lot of people over. Soon, many of Ning Xuelua's fans jumped over to Ning Xi's side. Get out of the industry, Ning Xuelua. Which? Apologize to Bro Xi. Apologize. Apologize. You filthy liar, Ning Xuelua. Is this how you repay your fans? Ning Xuelua donned a pair of sunglasses and a face mask as she was escorted into the hotel by a dozen security guards. Up on stage, Ning Xuelua sat in the middle, looking pale. Beside her were Chong Li and another management-level staff from the company. Chong Li's expression looked the worst. She did not expect that Ning Xuelua would quit. With Ning Xuelua's reputation falling into the depths of the deepest valley, as her manager, she suffered similarly as well. Although Ning Xuelua was leaving her with such a mess, she could still return home and still be the rich daughter of her family. What about her? Her career was totally destroyed. Even if she said that Ning Xuelua had hidden it so well that even as her manager, she did not realize at all, no one would believe her. Chongli regretted it deeply, as she held the announcement of Ning Xuelua quitting the entertainment industry in her hands. She felt a sense of despair rise within her. Ning Xuelua looked dejected as she sobbed. I believe that everyone knows a lot of things have happened recently. I understand that no one will believe what I say now, but there are a lot of things that aren't as simple as they look on the surface. As this matter brought pain to my friends and fans that have supported me, I genuinely apologize. Thank you for your support and trust up until now. Thank you so much. Acting is my dream and hobby, but to be able to give everyone a satisfying reply, I've decided that from today onwards, I'm quitting my acting career. The journalists caused quite a commotion the moment Ning Xuelua announced the end of her acting career. The camera flashlights exploded one after another. The journalists held their breaths and were waiting for some kind of twist in the announcement, but Ning Xuelua was swiftly escorted out of the room after she was done. In a short span of time, the news of Ning Xuelua quitting the industry spread everywhere. The netizens were discussing it frantically. What did Ning Xuelua mean? She made it sound like there's some hidden agenda behind it, as if people have accused her. What else could be hidden? If there's something else, she'd have said it already. Nothing can change these facts. This which still won't change even at this point in time. Where's the apology? I didn't hear anything about an apology to Ning Xi at all. The point is quitting the entertainment industry enough? She's been acting as the daughter of the family for so long and even took over Ning Xi's life. What's she going to do about that? Chapter 1560, It Must Be a Girl. Not just Ning Xi's fans. Even bystanders were angry for Ning Xi's sake. That's right. How's that going to be settled? She's going to shamelessly enjoy what supposedly belongs to Ning Xi. Isn't she embarrassed that she's stealing another person's parents? After a lot of rants, some of Ning Xi's hardcore fans replied to the backlash. Bro Xi has said it. She has zero relations with the Ning family, whether in the past or in the future. Bro Xi doesn't need to be an heiress. She doesn't need rich parents. Our Bro Xi is the queen herself, right? She doesn't need parents who are blind. Bro Xi has us. Suddenly, the direction of the discussion took a sharp turn. Stop mentioning that which already. Let me tell you guys something interesting. Didn't you guys recall the last sentence Bro Xi said after she received her award? Of course I did. I've already memorized it. For my dream and for the person I love. The person she loves? Could Bro Xi have someone she likes? Is it a guy or a girl? I think it's a girl. A very cute girl at that. At Glory World Entertainment. Because what happened the other day was too sudden, there were a lot of things to be taken care of. After Ning Xi left the Golden Film Awards ceremony, she went back to the company with Ning Xi and spent all her time there. Only until today, when Ning Xuelua called for the press conference, were they able to take a break. Bro Xi, Ning Xuelua, is really shameless. She's stepping on you even before she leaves. Ning Su had a tiny glimpse of darkness in her eyes. She knew that Ning Xuelua's words were but a warning for her. If it had been some time back then, she might have feared her, but ever since she came clean to Lu Tingxiao, she was fine with it now. Ning, she looked at her phone screen. There was a new message from Su Yan. Xiao Shi, can we meet up? Things were different compared to back then. Would the Su Yan today still help Ning Xuelua like he did before and lie for her? Ning Xuelua probably could not be confident about this too. Ning Xi knew that with Ning Xuelua's personality, she would not take the risk. As for the rumor that stemmed from Ning Xi's speech, Ning Xi had told Ling Xi not to overthink. She had meant her fans and not really someone special, so Ling Xi felt that there was no need to make any explanation. Ning Xi paid it no mind. Actually, from a personal standpoint, she did not want to give any explanation too. After things cooled down, everyone went back home to rest. Ning Xi went to the garage and realized that Xiao was not waiting for her as he usually did. She opened her car door suspiciously. The next moment, she sprung towards the person in the front passenger seat. "Darling." Tingxiao leaned back and carefully embraced the girl. As he was about to say something, he felt a tiny stab in his chest as something hard poked it. "This is..." "Oh right." Ning Xi took out a shiny trophy and passed it to Tingxiao as she looked at him with her glittering eyes. She was so excited that her face turned red. "Darling, this is for you. That's a very special gift. But you did not have to keep it on you all the time, did you? Was it not bothering you in any way?" Chapter 1561, He's My Man. After I received the trophy that day, I wanted to do this even then. I wanted to rush to your side and give this to the person I love the most, but so many things have happened. It's only today that I can finally give this to you. Ning Xi's tone sounded pitiful. "It's okay." Tingxiao gently patted the girl's head. "Thank you. I really like it." Tingxiao knew that the way the girl had gazed at him at that time was so obvious that the people around him had almost found out. Ning Xi got closer to him as she just wanted to stay near him for a little while more when her phone rang. It was Tang Nuo. "Hello, Xiao Nuo. Did something happen?" Ning Xi asked worriedly. Tang Nuo quickly replied, "Nothing much actually. Just that woman is shameless enough to call us and ask mother and grandmother to tell the press that you asked them to do what they did. She's asking us to lie. You know how my mother is. She'll do anything whenever that woman shows any sign of distress. Grandmother was all right, but when she heard that woman was willing to give us money to send me overseas to study, she wavered." Ning Xi quietly listened to Tang Nuo. The people who were spying on the Tangs did not mention this or Ning Xiuela leaving the entertainment industry. "Then, how did you settle it?" Ning Xi asked. "How do you know I settled it?" Tang Nuo asked. "Besides my brother, who else could?" Ning Xi teased. Tang Nuo replied cheekily. "I didn't do much actually. I tied a rope to the beam of the house. Then I told the three of them that I'll hang myself here if anyone agrees to her conditions." Ning Xi found it really funny. It was simple and straightforward, but effective. Besides, she felt really touched. "Thank you, Xiao Nuo." After she hung up, her phone rang again. Ning Xi was just starting the car engine, so she told Tingxiao, "Darling, help me pick it up." Tingxiao saw the name, Su Yan, on the screen. After 2 seconds, he picked up the call. Tingxiao did not say anything, and the person on the other end was silent as well. After several seconds, a man's voice came through the phone. Su Yan sounded like he had drank a lot. "Xiao Shi, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. No, I don't deserve your forgiveness. But, is it still possible for us?" The atmosphere in the car turned cold when he said that. "She's not available at the moment." Su Yan sounded more clear-headed when he heard a man's voice answering Ning Xi's phone. He said with a stern tone, "Who are you? Why do you have Xiao Shi's phone?" Tingxiao did not say anything, but his expression turned colder. Ning Xi had just driven out of the garage when she heard the somewhat familiar voice of a man from the phone. He had even asked who Tingxiao was, so she asked, "Who's on the phone?" Before Tingxiao could answer, Ning Xi glanced over and saw Su Yan's name. Ning Xi's expression darkened. It was this guy? Ning Xi then tilted her head to Tingxiao's direction before she spoke into the phone. "He's my man. Do you have an issue with that?" Chapter 1562, A Hole in His Brain. Ning Xi's short reply tamed Tingxiao instantly. Su Yan was silent for some time. Then he hung up the phone. Ning Xi felt a little odd after the call was hung up. She asked Tingxiao, what did that guy say on the phone?" Tingxiao had not seemed very all right just now. Tingxiao replied, "He asked if it's still possible for the both of you." Ning Xi was speechless. It took some time for Ning Xi to get her voice back. Her mouth twitched. Is there a hole in this guy's brain? Tingxiao did not say anything. He glanced over at the girl as he pursed up his lips. He had already realized something was not right with the way Su Yan looked at Ning Xi, especially on the night of the award ceremony. As a man, he perfectly understood the intention in Su Yan's gaze towards Ning Xi. His girl was becoming more and more amazing, turning more attractive than ever. Darling, don't mind him. If you care what he says, your standards will drop. Ning Xi's eyes turned cold. Was it still possible? Where did he even find the courage to ask that? At the Su's residence. Ning Xi had just returned from the press conference. Leaving the entertainment industry was just the beginning. Things were about to get messy. The moment she returned home, the whole family was there, including Su Hongguang, Zheng Minjun, Su Sun, and Zhao Shanshan. Everyone except Su Yan. Father, mother, Su Sun, Shanshan, Ning Xi greeted everyone. Wow, look at who this is. Our star is back, Zhao Shanshan said with a sarcastic tone. She would never pass up a chance to humiliate Ning Xi. Zheng Minjun's expression looked terrible. She stared at Ning Xi. Why are you back so late? She had been all right with Ning Xi when she had not been aware that she was the foster daughter of the Nings. However, ever since she found out about it, especially when she saw her vulgar-looking mother and grandmother, she felt disgusted towards Ning Xi. She was becoming the joke among her circle of friends and was too afraid to go out as people might look at her weirdly. She feared that people might mock her for letting her son marry a wild fowl instead of a real phoenix. If it were not for the 15% of shares in her hands, she would not have tolerated this situation at all. Ning Xi hid the anger in her eyes and spoke softly. I had some things to work on in the company after the press conference. Before Ning Xi could finish explaining herself, Zheng Minjun interrupted her. Is there anything else more important than your husband? It's been 3 days since Su Yin has been absent from the company or even came home. Don't you care about where he went? Is this how you are as a wife? Mother, I'm sorry. I've been really busy these few days. There are still some procedures to be done at Starlight, and I need to check into Ning International. I'll go and look for Su Yin now. Zheng Minjun's temper improved slightly when she heard Ning Xi was going to work at Ning International, but she still warned, don't go anywhere these few days. You know how messy things are thanks to your mother and your grandmother. I don't even dare to attend private parties at the moment. Don't embarrass yourself. Ning Xi clenched her fists while keeping an obedient attitude on the surface. I got it, mother. I'll stay at home until this matter cools off. Okay, go and look for Su Yin now. Zheng Minjun waved her hands impatiently. Chapter 1563. At last she's a match. Ning Xi had just left when Zhao Shanshan immediately went up to Zheng Minjun to complain. Mother, you're so patient. Why are you speaking so nicely to her? The face of our Su family has been thrown out of the window by her. Speak less. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You'd better stop it. If I find out that you've been spewing nonsense outside, don't blame me for not warning you. Zheng Minjun threatened unhappily. Su Hongguang's gaze skimmed the both of them from the side. He also spoke strictly. Your mother's right. I don't care what thoughts you guys have. This is related to our Su family's dignity. You two had better keep your mouth shut. Zhao Shanshan pouted and muttered softly. Does she even still have dignity? I don't even need to say anything. Su Sun leaned on the sofa. Then he thought of something. He said indistinctly. Actually, now we should be worried most about Big Brother, shouldn't we? After all, Brother is the #1 victim in this whole thing. To a man, face is most important. All the sons of nobilities and imperial are married to wives who are ladies from prestigious families. But he's been fooled and he married a fake heiress. Where's Big Brother going to put his face? When he saw that this brother of his, who had always been better and excelled further than him, being humiliated, Su Sun felt incredibly delighted. TSK. Even God was helping them. The two of them had just gotten married not too long ago, and now Ning Xi's matter was exposed. In fact, the evidence was undeniable. Even the Ning family could not cover it up. This time, they really had quite a mess at hand. Even though Su Sun's words were not pleasant to hear, he had pinpointed the one thing Su Hongguang and Zheng Minjun cared about the most all at once. Especially in Zheng Minjun's eyes, her son was the most outstanding. How could she bear him having such a taint? After they returned to the bedroom, Zheng Minjun kept pondering about it. At last, she could not help but say to Su Hongguang, Hongguang, I keep thinking about it, and I still feel that my heart is stifled. It's so difficult to bear. Then, what do you want to do? The matter has already reached this stage. Su Hongguang was naturally angry too. Zheng Minjun probed, Hongguang, what do you think about the girl Ning Xi? Actually, these past few days, I can see that our Su Yin still has feelings for Ning Xi. Su Hongguang instantly frowned and looked over. Do you think things aren't chaotic enough? Su Yin has already gotten married to Shuo after all. We're unclear about Ning Xi too. What are others going to think about Su Yin and the Su family? Zheng Minjun immediately replied with displeasure. Do you think I don't know all these things that you've just said? Obviously, I will do it secretively. Why would I let anyone else know? Su Hongguang did not say anything as he continued to listen. Zheng Minjun spoke again. So what if Ning Xi doesn't have a good relationship with the Ning family? You saw for yourself at the wedding the last time that the Zhuang family was obviously inclined towards Ning Xi. After all, Ning Xi is the lady with the Zhuang family's bloodline. In fact, even if the time comes for Su Yin and Ning Xue to get a divorce for him to marry Ning Xi, I believe the Ning family would have nothing to say. It was the Nings who lied to us first. Whatever it is, we're the reasonable ones. Wait till our Su Yin marries Ning Xi, then we pull the Zhuang family over. Would we still be worried about the Nings not recognizing Ning Xi as their daughter then? Su Hongguang finally wavered when he heard this, but he still said doubtfully, all these are just your own wishful thinking. How do you know what Su Yin and Ning Xi are thinking? Zheng Minjun immediately said with a matter-of-fact tone. Is this even a question? Didn't you forget how Ning Xi, this girl, was madly in love with our Su Yin? Now, she's constantly going against Shuo. A huge part must be because Shuo snatched Su Yin away. Initially, I definitely wouldn't have taken a fancy to that girl. But now that I look again, after not seeing her for a few years, that girl has really blossomed pretty well. At last, she's a match for our Su Yin. Chapter 1564. He was married. Ning Xue drove away from the Su residence. Then she immediately made a call. What has Su Yin been doing these past few days? CEO Su seems to have returned to Changchun City's Spring Breeze town. After he came back, he's been drinking in the bar non-stop. The person on the other end of the phone replied. Sprint Breeze Town, Ning Xue frowned. Where's he now then? Well, the person seemed to hesitate. I'm asking you something. Ning Xue was impatient. CEO Su is now at Peachwood. What did you say? Ning Xuelua's expression changed. She obviously knew that Peachwood was where Ning Xi stayed. What time did he go in? Ning Xuelua immediately asked as her fingernails stabbed into her palms. No, it's not like that. CEO Su didn't go into the house. He's been standing outside the whole night. Got it. Continue watching him. Ning Xuelua hung up, her body trembling slightly because she was very furious. She managed to calm down after quite a while. She stopped in front of the Su family's Yifeng Corporation Company building. Then she found a stone nearby. She clenched her teeth before she hit herself hard on the forehead with the stone. Fresh bloodstains slid down her forehead and into her eyes, making her face look incredibly sinister. Ning Xi one day. All of this. I'll return them to you in double. Ning Xuelua slumped to the ground beside the car. Then she picked up her phone to call Su Yin. The phone rang for a while before it went to voicemail. Ning Xuelua was so mad that she almost smashed it, but she continued to call nonstop. When she called for the fourth time, it finally went through. Before Su Yin could say anything, Ning Xue immediately weakly and painfully groaned with a frightened tone. Bro Yin, save me. Save me. Save me, please. From the other end of the phone immediately came Su Yan's worried voice, but his voice was intentionally lowered as if he was afraid of being too loud. Xuelua? What's wrong? Blood. I'm bleeding a lot. Bro Yin, am I about to die soon? What nonsense are you saying? Where are you now? I'm at your company entrance. I didn't want to go look for you. I know that you've been in a bad mood these few days, so I didn't want to disturb you. But today I went home, and Mother said you haven't been home for quite a few days already. She said that I haven't been doing my duty as a wife. She told me to go look for you. That's why I could only. I'm sorry. What actually happened? Are you hurt? I don't know. I had just gotten down from the car when I was suddenly attacked by someone. Maybe it's Sister's fans. Don't talk anymore. I'm coming over now. After she hung up, Ning Xuelua's weak and pitiful expression instantly turned malevolent. Ning Xi, did you think I wouldn't know what you want to do? What you want? Did you think that you could just snatch Su Yin away like this? Dream on. Su Yin's mood had been extremely gloomy recently. He returned to Spring Breeze Town to the residence he had stayed at back when he was recuperating. As he recalled the little details of when he was with Ning Xi, His depression started to get out of hand. He wanted to see Ning Xi like mad, even if it was only to listen to her voice. As expected, Ning Xi did not reply his messages. He had borrowed the courage of alcohol and called her, yet he did not expect a man to answer. In fact, Ning Xi had said herself that the person was her man. In that instant, his despair was at its ultimate point. It was as if a beast was slamming into his chest because the current him had long lost the rights to question her. He was married. Chapter 1565, I Want a Child. It was only when Ning Xi's call rang that he woke with a start from these emotions. He immediately rushed to the office. After he had made his way there, he saw Ning Xi leaning on the car under the dim lights, and there was a pool of blood beside her, inducing a ghastly sight. Xiaoluo, bro Yin, you're here. I thought that. I wouldn't see you. Don't talk nonsense. Let me send you to the hospital. As he watched the girl's weak expression in desperation, Su Yin felt his heart tighten. He immediately carried the girl into the car. After some hurrying, Su Yin sent Ning Xiaoluo to the hospital to treat her wound before they went home. When they saw that Ning Xiaoluo being carried in by Su Yin, Zheng Minjun, and Su Hongguang were shocked. What happened? Su Yin looked at Zheng Minjun in distress. Mother, it's already so late. Why did you have Xiaoluo go out to look for me? We haven't seen you for quite a few days now. I was just worried about you. She's your wife. Obviously, she should be doing this kind of thing. Zheng Minjun was quite exasperated. What's up with Xiaoluo's wound? Su Hongguang asked. She went to my company to look for me. Halfway, she was attacked by an unknown person. Su Hongguang spoke with a drop in his tone. That incident has caused such a huge ruckus. It's really too chaotic outside there right now. Later on, arrange 2 bodyguards for her. Father, mother, I'm fine. It's just a small wound. I'm sorry for giving you both trouble. Ning Xiaoluo looked pale. When they saw Ning Xiaoluo like this, even if Zheng Minjun was angry, she could not express it. Otherwise, she would make Su Yin upset if she said too much. Su Yin was too protective of this girl. Thus, she could only keep it in for now. Inside the room, Su Yin lay Ning Xiaoluo on the bed and was about to leave when a pair of arms reached out around his neck gently. Bro Yin, give me a child, all right? I want a child that belongs to us. Now that I've quit the entertainment industry, I can prepare for pregnancy with ease. Once I have children, I'll have more time to take care of them, to accompany them. Something flashed in Su Yan's eyes. There's no need to rush. We're both still young. There were tears in Ning Xiaoluo's eyes. Her fingers searched out for his lower body. But I want. Don't mess around. You're still hurt. It's okay. We just have to be a little more careful. With her provocation, Su Yin could not help it in the end. Bro Yin. Slowly. Tonight, Su Yin was particularly rough for some reason, yet Ning Xiaoluo felt reassured. Su Yin still loved her the most and had to succumb to her body. Ning Xiaoluo thought about this, but she did not even notice that when Su Yin was thrusting into her, he had not looked at her once throughout, as if he was distracted and deep in some fantasy. In the last moment, after Su Yin rammed hard into her once more, his body then slumped onto the girl. His head lowered beside the girl's ear. Then he indistinctly muttered, Xiaoxi. After that, Su Yin fell asleep in a daze as he hugged Ning Xiaoluo tightly in his embrace in his sleep. The instant she heard Su Yin say that name, Ning Xiaoluo felt as if her entire being was struck by thunder. She turned pale. Su Yin, how could it be? How could he be charmed by that woman? That dirty woman had sex with some hideous mess of a man and had even given birth to a bastard. Back then, a huge part of the reason why Su Yin had left Ning Xi was that he cared about this. Which man could accept that his woman had done it with another man and had even given birth to that man's child? One must know that back then when she was together with Su Yin, that had been her first time. So, it was impossible. She must have heard him wrong. Bro Yin definitely would not have any more thoughts about Ning Xi. Chapter 1566. Are you free tonight? The post-drama of the Golden Film Awards had finally ended, and Ning Xi's career was back on track. After receiving 2 Golden Film Award trophies, Ning Xi's reputation skyrocketed. At the same time, she expected more from herself. Ling Xi also became more careful at selecting the next movie script for her. Ling Xi thought about it for the longest time. In the end, she passed a script to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, I suggest you audition for this one. A new movie from Tingxiao. Ning Xi took a look at the script. Anyone in the entertainment industry would feel a chill down their spine whenever they saw the name Jiang Xingzhou. Director Jiang was notorious when he was filming. Even Song Lin, a person with a high status, would be a little afraid when director Jiang was mentioned. Ling Xi told her, "The main character of this movie is a dumb mother. In the movie, it progresses from her teenage years until her old age. I've read through the script and find it really good. With director Jiang as the director, it'll surely land you an award locally. The main point is to aim for an international award like one of the big 4 movie festivals. Of course, because of this, the audition will be really tough. The competition will be fierce this time." Ning Xi was flipping through the script and was already attracted to it just by reading the introduction. It's really an excellent script. Totally different from The World and Dream Chaser. It doesn't have many plot twists. It's mostly talking about a mother and her life. But scripts like this really put the actor's skill on trial. Ling Xi nodded. "If it were someone else, I'll surely pick something safer like the one from director Ling. But I think you're more suitable for this role." Ning Xi felt her adventurous soul burning inside her. "We'll go with this then. No matter what, I'll go for the audition. If I fail, then we'll go with another one." "All right, it's decided then. Go back and make the preparations." The moment Ning Xi left the company, her phone rang. Ning Xi looked at the screen. She was so shocked that her soul almost left her. Song Lin. Her goddess, Song Lin. After they had exchanged numbers backstage at the Golden Film Awards, she never thought of bothering her goddess. However, her goddess was now calling her. Ning Xi took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then she picked up the call. "Hello? Say Senior Song. It's me. Are you free to talk right now? Am I bothering you?" The charming voice of her goddess came through the phone. "No, not at all. You can talk to me now, Senior Song." Ning Xi quickly replied. There was a short laugh over the phone. She seemed to be amused by the girl's cute reaction. "It's nothing much actually. I just wanted to have a chat with you. What movie are you going to cast in next?" "I've just finished discussing with my manager. I'm going to prepare to audition for director John's movie Mother," Ning Xi replied seriously. "I see. As expected. I'm not really that confident. The people who are going to the audition this time must be very skilled." Ning Xi scratched her head. It was not an exaggeration to say that the elites within the entertainment industry would be attending this audition. Ning Xi's acting was great, but there were many other talented artistes as well. The closer she was to the peak, the better the people she would meet. Still, she was really excited about the challenge. Song Lin replied, "What a coincidence. I have a character in this movie too, but it's just a minor role. It's been decided." "Really?" Ning Xi's eyes brightened. "So, if I pass the audition, I might have a chance to work with you." Song Lin sounded pleased. "That's right. Senior Song. I'll do my best." Ning Xi felt motivated. "Ning Xi, are you free tonight?" Song Lin suddenly asked in her ever so gentle tone. Ning Xi could also sense a tiny sense of seduction, so much so that even as a woman, Ning Xi almost could not take it. Chapter 1567, Where Nothing. Ning Xi gave it some thought. "Tonight? Nothing much really. If you don't have anything on, come over to my place. We can talk about the script." Ning Xi was stunned when she heard that. She felt as if a huge gift had fallen from the sky. As Senior Song, you mean? You're giving me some private tutoring." Song Lin had always been her idol, the person she had admired for so many years, a beloved goddess. Not only did she contact her personally, but she was even offering to give her some private tutoring. What a sudden wave of pleasant surprises. Song Lin laughed. "Sort of. Do you want to come?" "Of course." Ning Xi suppressed the words that she almost yelled out. She tried to act more reserved. "Well, wouldn't that be troublesome? You're so busy after all." "It's all right. I'll send my address over to you. Come over tonight," Song Lin replied. When she received the message from Song Lin, Ning Xi almost wanted to frame up her phone. At night, after having dinner at Platinum Palace, she tried out various outfits in the room. La 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 la. "It doesn't matter whether we talk all night. I don't mind going shopping with you everywhere. I'm grateful that you made me reborn again, and let me understand all over again what is love happening. I feel like I'm sitting on a jet plane." With Ning Xi's cheerful singing, Lu Jingli, who was playing 5 in a row with Little Treasure, sulked. "Bro, are you guys going dating again tonight?" "Nope. No." Lu Jingli did not believe it. "Then, who is she going out with? Look at her. acting so cheerful and happy. Tingxiao was speechless. Lu Jingli then realized he had said something wrong. He covered his mouth and tried to come up with an explanation. Well, maybe she's just trying out clothes for fun. It might not really be a date. I'm finally done. How does this look? Ning Xi wore an aqua silk dress, which was a horrifying color. Anyone with slightly worse skin tone would have ruined the look with the dress, yet when Ning Xi wore it on her, the little bun quickly KO'd his second uncle. Then he ran up to his mother. Mommy, you look really pretty. Ning Xi hugged the little bun and kissed him. My son has great taste. Mommy, are you going out for a date? The little bun asked as he tilted his head. Lu Jingli looked over nervously like paparazzi waiting for a scoop. Tingxiao turned his head over slightly as well. Ning Xi sounded really excited. Yes, Mommy has a very important date tonight. Quickly give me a kiss of encouragement. The little bun obediently gave his mother a quick kiss. Tingxiao was speechless once again. Lu Jingli was shocked. She really was going on a date. Lu Jingli was stunned. Bro Shi, who are you dating? Who's important enough to make Bro Shi try out a few dozen clothes and several different types of makeup? Even my brother isn't treated like this. How can you do this, Xiao Shi? You're responsible for my brother. Ning Xi glared at Lu Jingli angrily. Then she went up to Tingxiao. She tiptoed and kissed him. What now? I can even wear nothing in front of your brother. Darling, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. The coldness on Tingxiao's face instantly melted. He betrayed his brother without a second thought. Lu Jingli was again shocked by the turn of events. Damn you, devil tamer Xiao Shi. Chapter 1568, Mothers. Baby. Damn you, devil tamer Xiao Shi. Shameless. So shameless. Bro, can you please have some dignity? Little bun, you too. Your mother is going on a date with someone else. Lu Jingli looked extremely worried. The observer was much more anxious than the person involved. Ning Xi stomped her foot on Lu Jingli's leg. I'm dating my goddess. Are you jealous? You single dog. What single dog? What are you talking about? I'm a lone wolf. A lone wolf. Lu Jingli insisted angrily. Then he realized. Huh? Goddess? A woman? You don't say. Ning Xi took a look at the time. I'm not going to speak nonsense with you anymore. I'm going out now. If not, I'll be late. My goddess is going to give me some pointers for my next movie. I can't leave a bad impression. Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, my baby. Ning Xi bade farewell to the big bun and the little bun. Then she left happily. Lu Jingli then mumbled. Why is she doing so much just to see a woman? Little bun, who's your mother's goddess? The little bun was his mother's top fan. Of course, he would know. He started to introduce Song Lin in detail. Song Lin, 35 years old, the youngest actress to receive all the biggest awards in the country. She was nominated in the Golden Ball Awards as Best Female Lead before. She's the first person who's closest to receive an Oscars from the Chinese entertainment industry. Song Lin. No wonder. It suddenly dawned on Lu Jingli. Everyone near Ning Xi would know that she was a big fan of Song Lin. Her behavior just now made sense now. However, everyone in the field knew that Song Lin was cold and arrogant. She rarely interacted with anyone, so it was unexpected that she would see Ning Xi differently after meeting her just once at the award ceremony. Anyhow, Song Lin had an excellent reputation in the industry and her capabilities were genuine too, so it was beneficial for Ning Xi to be in contact with her. Lu Jingli did not give it much thought because he had a more troublesome mess to deal with. Oh, bro. My bro. The family meeting is happening in 3 days' time. All of them are coming to Imperial. Almost everyone prepared girls for us. What are we going to do? Lu Jingli lay down on the sofa with a dreadful face. Should I make a public announcement that I like men? Wait. Father and mother will kill me. The little bun looked at his weird second uncle in disdain. Then he went back to his room to sleep. His father had his protection anyway. He would never allow anyone to stop him from being his mother's baby. After Lu Jingli reminded him of the family meeting, Tingxiao sat on the sofa. He seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes darkened, and his expression seemed to warn that a storm was brewing. Lu Jingli looked at his brother worriedly. He felt like he might be thinking too much, but he had a hunch that trouble would happen during the family meeting. The address Song Ling had sent Ning Xi was located in the luxurious Splendoland. Ning Xi was surprised when she saw the address because from what she knew, Splendoland should be Song Lin's personal address. Usually, Big shots like Song Lin would be very mindful of their privacy and would not easily invite people to their personal homes. Chapter 1569. To let other people see me. Ding dong. Ning Xi stood at the door after nervously ringing the doorbell. Very soon, the door opened from the inside. Song Lin wore a casual nude-colored outfit. Her shiny, jet-black hair was casually pinned into a bun, and her bare feet stepped on the plush, white carpet. Hey Xiaoxi, I thought you'd be arriving soon. Come in. Ning Xi was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She quickly bowed and greeted Song Lin. Then she entered the house. Sorry to trouble you, senior. Everyone loved beauty, and Ning Xi's eyes almost could not tear themselves away from Song Lin. In her casual outfit, Song Lin seemed completely different from the radiant beauty in front of the camera, who had so many fans such as Ning Xi. It was sheer luck that she was special enough to indulge in the secret joy of seeing the other side of her idol. Now, she really understood how those groupie fans felt. Sit. Song Lin welcomed her as she poured her a cup of tea. In the middle of the living room was a coffee table. On top of it was a flower arrangement in a white ceramic vase and an exquisite tea set. Thank you, senior. Ning Xi took the cup, then sat down on the cushion beside the coffee table. What tea is this? It smells really good. It's Sakura tea. I made it myself. Really? Once she heard that the goddess had made it herself, Ning Xi looked excited. Song Lin smiled as she looked at the girl's genuine enthusiasm and joy, which infected her mood too. It had been a long time since she was in such a glorious mood. She had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and had attained much in the line of acting work. When she met someone, she could immediately tell whether they genuinely liked something, if they were faking a compliment, or if they had a deliberate motive. It was rare for her to be confused. Sometimes, she really hated herself for being able to see everything so clearly. Thus, when she had met this girl for the first time at the Golden Film Awards, as she witnessed the unadulterated excitement and adoration in her eyes together with her love for acting, she felt like she had just seen an oasis after traversing the desert for a long time. Song Lin gave Ning Xi some of the dessert she had made as she casually chatted with her. Why did you want to start acting? Ning Xi paused for a moment when she heard the question. Why did she want to start acting? She had not even spoken to Tingxiao about this and had never revealed the answer in front of the media. However, with the person who could be said to be someone who changed her life before her right now, she could not hide the truth. Ning Xi looked down and pondered, then she answered, Actually, there isn't any special reason. I just wanted to let other people see me, to know that I exist. However, at that moment, I didn't know how I could do that. I just knew that one day, that one time I saw you on television when you were accepting an award on stage, you were so bedazzling and everyone's eyes were all on you. When she was younger, because of her experience of being abandoned and being thrown out more than once, it made Ning Xi realize that she was insignificant and weak. Apart from the only younger brother who cared for her, even if she went missing and disappeared, or if she died, no one would notice. The desire to let people know about her existence built her survival instinct right from the start. Even though Ning Xi had not explained her emotions in concrete, Song Lin thought about the girl's background and could roughly fathom the source of her thoughts. Ning Xi smiled when she finished. Of course, I'm also bound by convention. It's also to earn more money and become more amazing. She still wanted to stand alongside that person. Ning Xi studied Song Lin. Her gestures held the manner and charm of someone with years of practice. No matter if it was in the entertainment circle or the business and investment industry, she had almost reached the pinnacle. She instantly felt that she was too far behind. Chapter 1570. More normal entrance. Ning Xi chatted a lot with Song Lin. Initially, she was a little awkward, but by the end of their chat, it was practically familiarity at first sight. The two of them shared many similar views and beliefs. Later on, they even analyzed a large chunk of the script all the way until it was late at night, but they still had not had enough. As the old adage went, listening to the right person speak was better than studying for 10 years. Today, she finally understood the meaning of the saying. All along, she had always fumbled alone and worked hard to read books and study by herself. Now, there was suddenly someone leading the way, helping her resolve many problems she had long been puzzled by, and even pointing out some errors. Thank you, Senior Song. Thank you so much for today. Ning Xi took a deep bow and thanked her. Song Lin smiled nonchalantly. You're welcome. It's hard to come by people you can hit it off with immediately. It's been a long time since I've chatted this happily with someone too. Call me Sis Lin next time. There's no need to be so distant. Ning Xi immediately responded. Sis Lin, it's very late. Did you come alone? Do you want to stay at my place for a night? There's no need to trouble you. I've already bothered you a lot. I came with a chauffeur, Ning Xi quickly said. Okay then, get home and be careful on the road. I'll go now. Good night, Sis Lin. Good night. After Ning Xi left, Song Lin did not immediately enter her house. Instead, she quietly watched the girls bouncy. Silhoot leave. Downstairs, when Tingxiao saw Ning Xi come down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the lady boss was meeting a woman. However, based on his understanding of the lady boss, women were not safe either. Miss Xi, returning to Platinum Palace? Let's go home. On the way, Ning Xi was humming a song in mood as she summarized notes on the enlightenment she had received from chatting with Song Lin earlier. She was absorbed in her writing when the smoothly driven car suddenly came to a sudden halt with an ear-piercing screech. What's happened? Miss Xi, be careful. Tingxiao was horrified as he yelled out in a trembling voice. Then, Ning Xi saw a dark human figure squatting like a spider on her car hood. Damn it, Ning Xi rubbed her eyes. She almost thought that she had seen a ghost. What the heck was this? Tingxiao took a gun out from the car's hidden compartment. Then he swiftly opened the car door and pointed it towards the unknown entity on the car hood. The entity moved with an inhuman speed and attacked Tingxiao. Ning Xi quickly got down from the car too. When she clearly saw what was attacking Tingxiao, her eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly stopped Tingxiao. Tingxiao, don't shoot. Pop. The sound of a silenced gun burst. The unknown figure used an extremely weird angle to evade the bullet's speed. Then it immediately snatched the gun from Tingxiao's hand. I hate other people using guns to point at me. When she heard this familiar voice, 10,000 what the hells flashed across Ning Xi's mind. Well, I hate people squatting on my car hood in the middle of the night. Master Han Xiao, I'm sorry. My bodyguard didn't mean it. But you, why the hell in the dead of night are you here? Ning Xi asked with a twitching mouth. Couldn't you have made a more normal entrance? Han Xiao replied, I'm hungry. Ning Xi was speechless. Master, don't you know that you saying such words to me in the middle of the night is very terrifying? Thankfully, even though they had not been in contact much, she still understood a part of this guy's eccentric temperament. Oh, then I'll treat you to a meal. Kentucky is open 24 hours. The master instantly moved his murderous gaze away from Tingxiao. Chapter 1571. Blow it, I'll be there. Late night, at KFC. As the two female waitresses watched the heap of bones in front of Han Xiao increase, their ogling went from the restlessness of seeing a handsome guy late at night to the horrified gaze of seeing a ghost late at night. Such a mysterious and unique, handsome, long-haired guy was unexpectedly a glutton. Even though Ning Xi was already mentally prepared for Han Xiao's appetite, she still stared at him in amazement from behind her shades. Master, earlier, were you just coincidentally passing by? Ning Xi probed. Han Xiao finished off a drumstick in 2 bites before answering. Nope, I've come to look for you. Ning Xi was speechless. He had jumped onto her car hood in the middle of the street dead in the night to look for her. She was really humbled, At this moment, at a table diagonally opposite them, the muscles on Tingxiao's entire body were tensed up. He looked as if he was facing a mortal enemy as he stared at Ning Xi and Han Xiao's direction. This was a fear that came from the survival instinct of meeting a mighty opponent. Up until this moment, Tingxiao was still breaking down from recalling the scene earlier. Bloody hell, why were the people around the lady boss getting scarier than the other? He really felt like he was the one who needed protection the most. Lady boss, are you sure this person is safe? Do we need to go get back up right now? I wonder, what has the master come looking for me for? Ning Xi eagerly ordered a family bucket set again, then asked. Han Xiao swept the entire family bucket set clean, then finally found some time to take something out before casually tossing it towards her. Ning Xi quickly caught it. Han Xiao had thrown her something carved with an unknown pattern. It was a whistle-shaped pendant hung on a red string. Ning Xi kept fumbling with the whistle, yet she still could not figure out what it was. Master, what's this? Why are you giving this to me? For you to stay alive, said Han Xiao. Ning Xi was a little confused. She did not understand what he meant. Han Xiao explained, blow it, and I'll be there. Huh? Cough, cough. Ning Xi almost choked on her own saliva. Well, master, something doesn't seem very right. How loud can the whistle be? Unless you're just nearby, you won't be able to hear it and rush over, will you? I'll be there, Han Xiao repeated himself. In fact, he started to look quite upset by Ning Xi's doubts. Once Ning Xi saw his frown, she dared not say more, so she quickly nodded. Okay. I'll accept this then. Thank you, master. Thank you very much. Master, you're too good to me. Definitely one of the most loyal people out there. Now, Han Xiao started to look better. However, his eyes were gloomy as he said, Imperial has been chaotic recently. When Ning Xi heard him, she thought to herself, a certain someone's back in the country. Of course, Imperial is chaotic. She did not expect him to appear because she had casually helped him out and had even half-joked that he owed her a life. He had really remembered her deed. He was really honest. However, this brain of his did not seem too right. She felt like he still had a primitive thought process. Ning Xi did not know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the whistle in her hand, but she felt his concern and her heart was pretty grateful. Thank you for your reminder, master. I will pay more attention, Ning Xi said. I'm leaving. After Han Xiao was full, he left without any sign of reluctance. He was lightning quick, and before anyone could react, he was gone. On the other side, Shi Xiao, who was prepared to call for backup, was stupefied. Gone. He was actually gone just like that. Chapter 1572. Don't you think these are cuter? At Imperial Qinshan Cemetery, the evening drizzle made one feel a little cold when coming in contact with the rain. A black Hummer stopped quietly. The driver swiftly got out and opened the door of the passenger seat, using a wide, black umbrella at the same time to shelter the passenger from the rain. A man in a black suit stepped out of the car. The man's silver hair was swaying in the gentle breeze, and he held a bouquet of white roses as he looked at the cemetery. The other passenger door also opened, and a middle-aged man in a black Tongzhuang suit came out. Xiao, he ordered everyone to stay back. Neither did he bring anyone, nor did he use an umbrella as he went into the cemetery with Yunshun. Under the rain, they walked silently up to a gravestone. Xiao Yi's expression turned cold when he saw the gravestone. His hands balled into fists. Yunshun remained quiet as he laid the white roses in front of the gravestone. There was a picture of a young woman on the gravestone. She looked beautiful, but her expression seemed a little poignant. Xiao Yi stared at the picture with a furious gaze. After so many years, I'm finally back. Don't you worry. I'll get everything that belongs to you back. Yunshun turned around and lit up a cigarette, the smoke covering his indifferent attitude, and the ridicule in his smirk. At the same time, at Platinum Palace, the audition was in a few days' time. Ning Xi was going through the script like there was no tomorrow when she suddenly received a call to accept a delivery. Ning Xi went down to get the delivery. After some effort, she lugged the bulky, heavy box into the house with Lu Tingxiao's help. What's this? Ning Xi opened the large box suspiciously. Although she had bought something on the net recently, she did not remember buying something this big. Ning Xi removed the outer packaging and a black wooden box was revealed inside. Wait! As Ning Xi was about to open the box, Lu Tingxiao stopped her and dragged her behind him. Then he opened the box. The moment it was opened, Ning Xi covered her eyes with her palms and groaned. Ooh, what? My eyes. Gold. A whole box full of gold. Ning Xi was stunned for a while. Then she carefully bit on one of it. Damn. It's real. These are real. What's happening? Which madman sent me a box of gold? Lu Tingxiao studied the gold. He thought of something, and his eyes turned cold. He saw a gold card on the top of the glittering pile. Lu Tingxiao picked it up cautiously. Ning Xi saw Lu Tingxiao looking at the card, so she glanced over curiously. She then saw a familiar handwriting. My dear, what's so great about the Golden Film Awards? Don't you think these are cuter? Why yes. Ning, she almost broke down. Well, when she had thought that it was some lunatic, she should already have thought about that guy. He's at it again. Ning, she felt a throbbing headache coming on. She closed the box of shiny gold. I'll get someone to send it back later. Chapter 1573, Kiss of Punishment. What the heck? Just what's wrong with this guy? Just how do you think his brain works? What's wrong with the Golden Film Awards? Did the Golden Film Awards ever offend him? He sent over diamonds before, but now he stopped using diamonds and resorted to gold instead. Just what did I do wrong in my past life to meet him in my current life? As Ning Xi was complaining, the man beside her suddenly kissed her. It was a sudden kiss that bore a slight sense of punishment as he nibbled on the girl's lips lightly. Ning Xi grumbled as she was bitten, then she looked up at him innocently. The man hugged the girl even tighter and did not allow her to escape. He only let her go after a while before he looked at her in the eye. Don't talk about that person so intimately. Ugh. Ning Xi's mouth twitched as she was a little speechless. Darling, your thought process is quite odd too. When did she talk about that madman intimately? How did you get to that conclusion, darling? She somehow felt that Tingxiao was not in the right mindset today. Whatever, her darling was always right anyway. He was right even when he was wrong. Ning Xi quickly comforted him. Yes, darling, you're right. It's my fault. Don't be angry. Think about it. This way, me receiving a Golden Film Award is the equivalent of us getting half of our marriage certificate. Tingxiao's expression softened. He grazed the girl's lips with his fingers, then continued to kiss her gently. Ning Xi let the man kiss her as she sneakily kicked the box away from them. After the man calmed down, Ning Xi took the chance and changed the topic as she dragged Tingxiao onto the sofa. Tingxiao, tomorrow's your family meeting. I've already prepared your suit. Look, this is yours, and this is Little Bun's, okay? But Little Bun's one looks a little too mature for his age, so I've added something to his pocket. Look, isn't this bunny cute? Tingxiao hugged the girl as she went on and on. He peered at the suit Ning Xi had prepared for him. Aren't you going with me? Ning Xi scratched her head. Even with the Golden Film Awards, I'm only halfway there. It'd be great if I can be like Senior Song, the nation's goddess, with such an exceptional reputation and influence. She's even bought 5% of the Lu Corporation's shares on her own. I remember that after she bought the shares, in just 3 days, the share of the Lu Corporation reached the daily upper limit. Just a meager 1% of Lu Corporation's share was extremely costly. What more 5%? She was already regarded as one of the big stakeholders with just 5% shares in hand, so she had a substantial amount of influence in the company. Song Lin's ex-husband was the CEO of the Merck family from America, and her current boyfriend was the owner of the SC company in Hollywood. Besides that, her best friend was the Princess of United Kingdom. Basically, the people around her were all people standing at the top, making her existence even more legendary. Even the reserved super-rich families in Imperial, who were biased against people from the entertainment industry, had to be wary of her. Looking at the girl's deflated expression, Tingxiao instantly felt regret. He kissed the girl's forehead and gently comforted her. It's commendable that you have a goal, but don't rush yourself. Song Lin did enter the industry 10 years before you did, after all. You're doing really great with your current achievements. You'll become a one-of-a-kind legend. One-of-a-kind legend. Ning Xi's dejection vanished after she heard the devil's prophecy-like words. Although you can't attend it with me in public, you can accompany me another way, Tingxiao said mysteriously. What way? Ning Xi asked. Tingxiao thought about it before he asked. Have you got a lipstick? Chapter 1574, Too Flirtatious. Lipstick? Ning Xi was a little stunned. I do, but what do you need it for? I need to use it. Huh? Use it? What was Tingxiao going to do with it? He could not be using it on himself, could he? Ning Xi searched through her bag in confusion and took out a lipstick she usually used. Tingxiao removed the cap, then he lifted the girl's chin with his long fingers and carefully applied it on her. Ning Xi blinked her eyes. She still had no idea what Tingxiao was trying to do. Finally, Tingxiao was done applying the lipstick. Then he handed his white shirt to her. Ning Xi then realized what was Tingxiao trying to do. Her heart was throbbing fast, so fast that she felt lightheaded. Ning Xi coughed lightly. Darling, are you sure? Yeah. Ning Xi looked at the clean collar of the shirt. She hesitated for a while. In the end, she gently left a lipstick stain near the collar. Ning Xi blushed when she saw the red mark of hers that her kiss left on the shirt. She did not expect Tingxiao to have her accompany him this way. At the same time, he could use this to avoid the other women. Oh, her darling was too flirtatious. How could he do this? The devil's flirting skills had evolved to another realm. Is this all right? Ning Xi asked. Perfect. Tingxiao folded the shirt back. Ning Xi was really touched as she felt the unlimited love and indulgence from him. She leaned over slightly. Boss, do you want it somewhere else? The man's eyes darkened. He caressed the girl's head and showered the girl's lips with kisses. The next day, the Liu family meeting was held in one of their properties. The major successors of the whole of the Liu family, along with the large stakeholders, were all gathered together. The music fountain by the front door was switched on, and there was a small band playing in the banquet hall. The very definition of a rich man's life was displayed under the huge crystal chandelier. The guests were from the Liu family or people with deep ties to the Liu family. Everyone took this chance to connect with each other, making it rather lively. Laughter echoed everywhere, and everybody wore a smile on their faces. Under Liu Tingxiao's leadership for the past few years, the Liu Corporation had reached its peak. Of course, the people present had benefited as well. In the whole hall, there was only one unhappy person, the poor little guy who was also the most popular one in the hall at the moment. Everyone was trying to talk to him. Second master, this is the daughter of my brother-in-law's second aunt. She's called Ning Xi. At 24 years old, she graduated from Princeton University. She took the same course as you did, so you guys must have a lot to talk about. Jingli, this is my niece Yan Yan. She's 18 this year and is still in high school. She really admires you. Why don't you talk to her for a little? Second master, look at this girl on my phone. What do you think? She's 3 years older than you. As the saying goes, you'll be full of gold with a girl that's 3 years older. Second master, second master. Lu Jingli was trapped among the crowd of aunties around him. No one was able to save him, and he looked like he was trampled. Oh, brother, why are you not here yet? Save me. Chapter 1575, My Brother is Not Easy to Bully. Lu Jingli had only managed to narrowly escape from the crowd. Of course, he liked girls and beauties, but he could not have all of these beauties because all of them were forcing him to get married. Dating would be fine, but he did not want to enter the graveyard of love called marriage. For him to be willing to enter the graveyard, it had to be his goddess. Father, mother, you're too much. Am I your son? Earlier, I was already begging for help, yet you guys ignored me. Lu Jingli ran up to Yan Rui and Lu Chongshan in anger. Yan Rui fixed her son's slightly messy hair and shot him an annoyed look. What nonsense are you spewing? What about helping or not? How old are you now? You should start considering marriage. There are so many excellent girls here today. Don't you fancy even one of them? We've let you be for so many years, but that's enough. Use this wonderful opportunity to decide on someone to marry within the year. Lu Chongshan issued a stern military order. Lu Jingli instantly muttered unhappily. You guys only know how to bully me. If you're that good, then speak to my brother about this. Lu Chongshan shot his son a look. Your brother too. Yan Rui glimpsed at all the young girls present tonight, and there was a hopeful radiance on her face. All the girls here tonight are all pretty amazing. Maybe there'll be someone Tingxiao likes. Lu Jingli casually skimmed the candidates. Mother, don't say false things. None of them are as pretty as my sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? Don't simply address people like that. Lu Chongshan immediately warned. He knew that that woman would not be attending tonight, so he had decided to hide the fact that Lu Tingxiao already had a girlfriend. Even though Tingxiao had announced it previously, as long as that woman did not appear tonight and get in the way, anything was possible. Lu Jingli obviously knew what his father was thinking. He could not help but immediately dampen his enthusiasm and said, Father, you're too naive. You think that just cause my sister-in-law can't accompany brother to attend this event, brother would allow you to order him about? My brother isn't as obedient and easy to bully as I am. You brat, what are you saying? Can't just think for your brother's sake? Yan Rui shook her head helplessly. Then she looked the clock on the wall. It's already so late. Why isn't your brother here yet? Yan Rui was about to make a call to ask Lu Tingxiao where he was when suddenly there was the sound of excited shrieks at the scene. In fact, at the entrance, the crowd had started to part to create a path. Against the light, there were a large and a small silhouette standing. They were slowly making their way towards the front of the banquet hall. The little boy beside the man wore the same black tuxedo as the man, and he stood out, attracting hundreds of eyeballs. In his solid black tuxedo, the little boy's face had precisely the same cold and distant look as Lu Tingxiao. He was practically a carbon copy of his father with the look that could repel people miles away. Even though the little guy looked so distinguished and had perfectly inherited the Lu family's genes, He seemed a little too gloomy at such a young age. As some thought about this, the little guy came nearer. Upon closer inspection, they saw that on the little guy's tuxedo pocket was a cute little bunny ornament, instantly adding liveliness and childish cuteness to the child. All the adults around him melted from his charm. While Lu Tingxiao's presence was powerful and compelling as always, he was also as handsome as a god. All the young girls present had been anxious when they heard the rumors about Lu Tingxiao's frightful nature and indifference that made him hard to get along with. However, the moment when they saw Lu Tingxiao in person, they were already so excited that they almost wanted to immediately jump on him. Chapter 1576. Woman's Lip Stain. Oh my god. This is the chief of our family clan. The chief of our family clan is actually so handsome. Qi Yingying, that bastard. She actually lied to me that the chief was a sinister, scary, and ugly monster, which was why he seldom appeared in public and didn't allow the media to publish his pictures. She made me reject my aunt's help to introduce us. I want to pick a fight with her. Oh my god, you're unbelievably stupid. You actually believe that? She obviously wanted one less competitor. I really want to marry to the chief too. My uncle said that this time, the host family is also prepared to choose a suitably aged girl to go on a blind date with second master and the family chief at the same time. Enough dreaming. Do you think it's that easy to be the head lady of the family? Even if it's second master, you're not even qualified yet. Lu Chongshan looked at his incredible son and listened to all the praises around him, seeming very delighted. His eldest son was the hugest pride in his life. He had elevated the Lu family to an unprecedented peak. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the Lu family's most perfect and outstanding family head in history. As his mother, Yin Rui was obviously pleased too. She had been quietly taking note of all the girls who were there that night. Good thing that girls still has some self-awareness and didn't come tonight. This isn't logical. My brother actually obediently walked into the wolf's den. Lu Jingli was confused. After all, based on his understanding of his brother, this protective devil would definitely not let any other woman but Xiao Shi have the chance to lust after him. Do you think your brother will behave like you and act inappropriately? Lu Chongshan shot Lu Jingli a dirty look. Oh, no, I don't believe it. This is illogical. He waited until Lu Tingxiao had brought the little bond and walked up to the three of them. Lu Jingli immediately closed in like a tracking dog. He peered up and down to examine his brother and did not leave any corner unturned. Lu Tingxiao did not stop Lu Jingli from acting so crazy either. He just stood there, speaking to Lu Chongshan. Little Treasure is attending our family meeting for the first time. You should bring him around to get to know everyone. Lu Chongshan gazed lovingly at his darling grandson. Although that was what he said, he was actually trying to imply that Lu Tingxiao should take Little Treasure around and show him off. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Lu Tingxiao was still speaking to Lu Chongshan. Then Lu Jingli suddenly tugged Lu Tingxiao's collar like Columbus discovering the new world. Dang, bro, you should watch your image a little. On Lu Tingxiao's collar was obviously a lip stain. Half of it was exposed on the outside of the collar, while the other half was hidden in the tuxedo. Now that Lu Jingli pulled at it, it was completely presented to the crowd. Since Lu Tingxiao was the focus of everyone's attention, how could no one not notice this lip stain? Only, no one dared to confirm it or simply utter anything. That thing on the chief's clothes, is that actually really a woman's lip? Lip stain. I heard that the chief once announced to the public that he has a girlfriend. No way. There isn't any woman beside him. At that moment, there were suddenly gasps of astonishment in the banquet hall. If one listened closely, one would be able to hear the breaking of all the young ladies' hearts. Lu Tingxiao shot his brother a sideways look, then slowly waved his hand and rearranged his collar properly. Don't touch me. Lu Jingli indicated that he had been severely hurt and immediately held his chest in mock pain. Bloody hell. You're too much. Sister-in-law didn't even come, but you can still publicly display your affection alone. Chapter 1577. I want to wear the same thing as father. One lip stain. Just like that. His affection was publicly put on display. Just like that. He had announced to everyone present that he was taken. No matter what their parents said, Lu Jingli was confident that his brother definitely would have prepared something. But this move was so savage. It was such a simple act of cruelty that he had not even thought of. All the girls stared right at the lip stain on Lu Tingxiao's collar. If their penetrating gazes could release flames, Lu Tingxiao's clothes would have had a hole burnt right through it. Look at that lipstick color and formula. It should be the newly released color code NT260 by Company G. This color is especially tricky. If one can't pull it off well, they'll look very tacky. I've only seen specific women pull off this color. That woman actually dared to use this shade. The girls discussing this had a natural passion for things like lipsticks, so obviously, they would know a lot about it. Many of the girls exchanged information about this. Lipstick just based on its color. That should be the chief's woman. She must definitely be very beautiful. Obviously, she'd dare to wear this color. I'm so heartbroken. I haven't even tried, and it's already fruitless. I heard that the chief is extremely fastidious, but he actually allowed that woman's lip stain to remain on his shirt collar. Some girls were so jealous that they almost ground their teeth to bits. Lu Tingxiao's aura was cool and remote as he held his head up high with esteem and pride. His entire being commanded an air of being above the common populace. That lip stain which had so abruptly appeared on his collar drew a contrast that added an extremely appealing sexiness and attractiveness to him. To have the gall to leave a lip stain on such a man's collar. How was that like? Just thinking about it really made one burn up and overwhelmed with emotions. A girl in a classy black gown was sipping on champagne. Then her eyes narrowed and she said, "I think tonight you guys had better watch out." The chief is clearly hinting that he's not happy that this event labeled as a family meeting is becoming an event for blind dates. When they heard the girl's words, all the girls looked around at each other and felt miserable. Even though that was the case, who could resist such the temptation of being the head lady of the Lu family? Even if there was only a sliver of possibility, no one would be willing to give up, would they? The crowd all had thoughts of their own. Lu Chongshan's face was already darker than the bottom of a pot, while Yin Rui's expression showed signs of helplessness too. They could not deny that Jingli still knew his brother the best. "You? Sai, if you're really against it, could we force you? Why do you have to do something like this?" Yin Rui sighed to express her displeasure. Lu Tingxiao did not say anything, but his expression clearly demonstrated that he did not trust his mother. Yin Rui cleared her throat a little awkwardly. Obviously, she felt pretty guilty saying that. After all, she had recently been secretly preparing for this. All the girls that could enter tonight had also been carefully selected by her. Even though Lu Chongshan was angry, he could not cause a huge scene at such an occasion today. He could only suppress his agitation. "Quickly go change your outfit." Before Lu Tingxiao said anything, the little bun spoke up from the side. "Grandfather, I want to wear the same thing as father." The father and son duo wore the same design. The gem ornaments on their collars were the same too. When Lu Chongshan heard his darling grandchild speak up, he instantly nodded kindly. Okay, don't change then. As long as our little treasure likes it." Lu Tingxiao looked at his own son. When he heard him call him father, in between his sentences, his brows raised. In order to protect his mother, the little guy had made a pretty huge sacrifice. Chapter 1578, The Princes. The key. The lip stain incident was in the past for now, but the impact of it was pretty effective for Lu Tingxiao. The consequence was, "Bro, you're overdoing it." The firepower was all focused on Lu Jingli now. As for those who were aiming to become the head lady of the family, they understood that it was almost impossible for them to get closer to Lu Tingxiao. They would not dare to as well since he had made his stand obvious. They would not just sidle closer with the knowledge that they would get hurt. Some of the smarter ones were flexible enough to change their plan. Rumor has it that the woman is getting along really well with the prince. Lu Tingxiao has never been close to girls anyway. She must have gotten her chance because she's close to the prince. I also heard that that woman is from a non-presentable family background. Maybe because she's too close to the prince, even Mr. and Madam Lu have to be wary of her. It seems like the prince is the key. You only realized it now? Look at the Guans. People started looking somewhere nearby. Guan Rue brought his eldest son, Guan Zihao, and grandson, Guan Jichen, to go over and greet Lu Chongshan warmly. To avoid making a scene, the Guan family had not come with Guan Ziao. Things had gotten really heated up before and might even have resulted in them being looked down upon. Moreover, the Guan family was now different from before. Guan Zihao had won himself a government-funded project the moment he came back. The net profit from this project was able to double the size of their company. They would be able to secure a solid standing in the country after this project. Guan Zihao looked rather handsome, and he was polite as he admitted, "Uncle Lu, I heard from my father that Jichin caused a ruckus on your birthday the last time. It's my fault for not teaching him properly. If he said anything offensive, I'm apologizing on his behalf today." Lu Chongshan looked at this youngster whom he had not seen for many years and was impressed by his humbleness. He replied, "It's just a small matter. Don't mention it." He had actually felt bitter towards the Guan family that day, but he was satisfied with the end result. The negative rumors about Little Treasure all vanished. The Guans had been doing pretty well lately, and to be considerate, they had even left Guan Ziao out from the occasion, so of course, he would not force them. Even if their children did not get married, they did not need to become enemies. "I'm sorry, brother Little Treasure. I'm apologizing to you. It was my fault the other day. I shouldn't have misunderstood you just by listening to the rumors. I didn't expect you to be so amazing at such a young age. I'm really impressed." Guan Jichin sounded really genuine and even lavished high praises on Little Treasure. He was just a young brat, so getting on his good side was very simple. If it were not for his father and grandfather, he would never have said such disgusting words to a brat. Amazing? Impressive? Nonsense. As Guan Jichin was ridiculing Little Treasure on the inside, he took out a colorful Rubik's Cube to pass to Little Treasure. "This custom-made Rubik's Cube was a gift my father brought back from America. I really like it. I spent about an hour to solve it, but I'm now giving it to you, so you can kill some time with it." Chapter 1579. His little bun is secretly evil. Guan Jichin's attitude looked friendly, but arrogance was hidden in his tone. Anyone who knew about the Rubik's Cube would know that this model was especially difficult to solve. A normal person would take 3 to 5 weeks to solve it, but he did it within an hour. Even his father had praised him. The little bun looked at Guan Jichin, then looked at the Rubik's Cube he handed over. He blinked his thought about what to do. His mother told him that it was rude to ignore a person that was talking to him. So, the little bun took the Rubik's Cube and started playing with it. Guan Jichin looked at his father and grandfather proudly as Little Treasure accepted his gift and started playing with it. He then went up to the little bun as he tried to teach him. "Brother Little Treasure, you can't make all the sides the same color this way. Let me teach you the technique. You should work on this layer first and, not like this. You can't get anywhere like this. You have to follow what I said." As Guan Jichin adopted the big brother role and tried to teach Little Treasure patiently, the next moment, all his words were stuck in his throat when he looked at the cube in Little Treasure's hand. Little Treasure looked up expressionlessly as he handed the Rubik's Cube that he had solved within just 2 minutes back to the older boy. He looked at Guan Jichin and obeyed what his mother taught him. He said calmly, "Thank you. It's fun." Guan Jichin was speechless. What a good way to kill time. 2 minutes. Uft. Lu Jingli witnessed this scene when he just got out of the crowd. He almost laughed out loud, but stopped when Lu Chongshan glared at him. His little bun was secretly evil. Overpower. He killed it. Although Lu Chongshan glared at Lu Jingli, actually, he felt pretty good about it. Only Lu Tingxiao was calm and composed. He fully understood his son's level of power and what he was capable of, so he was never worried about him from the beginning. Guan Jichin's face reddened in embarrassment. He almost puked blood, especially when Little Treasure spoke with such a straight face. Damn it! Was this brat trying to humiliate him? Because of his grandfather and father's warning back at home, he could not get angry at all even when he was embarrassed. He forced a smile and praised the little bun. You're really amazing, brother Little Treasure. You solved it so quickly. The way you solved is really special. I've never seen it before." Guan Zihao noticed that his son could not continue the conversation any longer, so he jumped in. "Jichin, bring brother Little Treasure over there to play. Take care of him." He had not been around last time, but he had to admit that the young prince of the Lu family was really something. "Okay, father, I got it." Guan Jichin took a deep breath and continued to build the bond with this person whom he hated. After the two kids left, Guan Rui then spoke to Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui with a smile. "Jichin has been praising Little Treasure every day at home. He said that only Little Treasure could get him interested in a discussion. They're really similar to Xiao and Tingxiao back then." Guan Zihao was looking at Lu Tingxiao, and they spoke as if good friends who had not met for a long time. From the elders of the Lu family to Lu Tingxiao, and even the prince, Despite the absence of Guan Ziyao, everyone at the scene knew what the Guans were scheming, but their tricks were really well thought out. Chapter 1580, Cannot Let Her Down. Speaking of the Guans and the Lus, they had come a long way. They had been on amicable terms since the generation of Guan Rui's father. Some of the descendants of the Guan family had married the Lu family as well. Some of them had working relationships. They had always been very close to each other, even during the years that the Guan family were overseas. After the Guan family returned, even though there had been some hostility between them, their strong bonds still existed. However, numerous capable people who were aiming for the position of the head lady were present. They could not just do nothing when they saw the Guan family making advances. People started letting their children get close to the young prince as well. At the same time, they were trying to appeal to the two elders, creating chances for their own people. For those who knew their worth, they gave up on that and took the chance to build their connection with the others tonight. Anyone who appeared at this event today was all top-level connections, especially people from the Lu family and the stakeholders. Each one of them was rarely seen in public. No one would pass up the chance to get closer to this coarse circle of the society. Lu Tingxiao was surrounded by many people, but in front of this young head of the family, everyone did not want to overdo shining his shoes. Those in lower positions knew their place and left after a short toast. Those with a certain level of position carefully made small talk and reported some development of their business. Only close relatives like Lu Chongyuan talked to his nephew closely and even touched on some sensitive topics. Tingxiao, as the saying goes, build your family first before your career. You should really consider marriage now. Even if it's not for yourself, think about your child. Lu Chongyuan tried to convince him before he carefully mentioned, I think that Xiao girl isn't bad. You both have known each other since you were little, and you guys were really close too. A matching pair. Obviously, Lu Chongyuan was on the Guan family's side. The project Guan Xiao had received recently involved the company Lu Chongyuan was in charge of. In addition to that, the sister of Lu Chongyuan's wife was Guan Rui's wife, making them in-laws, so of course, he would help the Guans out. He Jingzhu tilted her head and looked at her daughter, Lu Xinyan. Xinyan, why is Sis Xiao not here today? Lu Xinyan looked around and said, Sis Xiao's not here? I don't know. He Jingzhu then questioned her. How would you not know although you're so close to Xiao? Didn't I ask you to bring her home for fun more often? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Mother, you're really annoying. I told you I don't know. I just don't know. Your daughter is someone doing big things now. I'm really busy. Lu Xinyan then ran away. After all, she had been saved by Ning Xi once, and her first successful business owed thanks to Ning Xi as well. No matter what, she could not just let Ning Xi down. However, she was really close to Sis Xiao. Her parents were leaning towards the Guan family as well. What she could do now was to stay away and not help anyone to avoid being in an awkward position in the future. As everyone was talking in the warm atmosphere, a person suddenly entered. Everyone avoided looking at the person directly when they saw who it was. The hall turned quiet for a moment, but it soon returned to usual. No. One looked at the entrance as if they were ignoring and avoiding the person who just walked in. Chapter 1581, Reduced to Such State. Lu Chongshan had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. All his sisters were married and moved somewhere pretty far away, but no matter the background of their husbands, they were doing well because of the Lu family. The second brother, Lu Chongyuan, was now living in Imperial together with his wife, He Jingzhu, and his daughter Lu Xinyan. He was handling several important properties belonging to the Lu family, and he was really close to the top powers. As for the other son, Lu Chongming, who was the 4th child, he was reduced to a state whereby he would only show his face during the annual family meeting. He was regarded as a taboo and was rarely mentioned by people. At this moment, the person at the door was Lu Tingxiao's 4th uncle, Lu Chongming. Back then, Lu Chongshan, Lu Chongyuan, and Lu Chongming were fighting among one another fiercely. All of them were aiming for that position. In the end, because of Lu Chongshan's outstanding ability, and since he was always his father's favorite child, he was the intended successor anyway. No matter how much Lu Chongyuan and Lu Chongming tried, he still inherited the family business. Lu Chongyuan was good at assessing the situation, so he understood that he could not win. He backed out and did very well even until now. As for Lu Chongming, he was very ambitious and tactful. He was Patient when his father had still been around, but after his father passed away, he launched his long-planned scheme. He caused enormous chaos within the family and almost destroyed the whole of the Lu Corporation. At that time, Lu Chongshan fell ill due to overexhaustion. His life was in danger, and the whole of the Lu family fell into panic. At the same time, Lu Tingxiao had returned from Wall Street in the United States. He took over the company along with the title of the family head from Lu Chongshan. He single-handedly suppressed the chaotic situation, eliminated Lu Chongming's base, and even sent Lu Chongming away to a faraway small company, making his comeback impossible. From an outsider's perspective, Lu Chongming had it pretty easy because the Lu family's teachings forbade siblings from hurting each other, which was why Lu Tingxiao let him off. Lu Chongming still had 5% of shares. If he lived his life earnestly, he would still be able to stay wealthy. However, for someone who was ambitious enough to aim for the top spot, Lu Chongming could not accept that someone younger than him had taken his spot and enjoyed all the spotlight, while he could only hide in a corner and everyone avoided him. After Lu Chongming came in, he sat by himself in the corner of the bar. After a while, a chubby, middle-aged man came over with a glass of wine in his hand. He smiled and went to Lu Chongming's side. Then he raised his glass slightly. "Fourth Master, it's been some time. How are you doing?" Lu Chongming felt disgusted when he saw who was talking to him. It was Wu Jiandao. He had just been a little henchman back then, but after he realized Lu Chongshan was on the rise, he changed sides to Lu Chongshan's and betrayed Lu Chongming. He was faring well now because of his achievements back then. Now, he dared to come over and talk. Had it been back then, Lu Chongming would have already kicked him away, but times were different now, so he could only endure whatever that came to him. Chapter 1582. I'll end you. Wu Jianda sat down with his jiggly tummy in front of him. "Fourth Master, let me tell you, a person has to be flexible. Look at Lu Chongyuan. He's doing really great now." Lu Chongming swirled the red liquid in his glass. "He's just a dog to Lu Chongshan." Although Lu Chongming was chiding Lu Chongyuan, it was obvious that he was also implying that Wu Jianda was included. Wu Jianda coughed slightly and told him earnestly, "Fourth Master, I know you despise me for what I've done, but if I hadn't done that, we'd all have died together. I have my parents and children to take care of. I can't sacrifice my whole family, can I? And actually, this new head of ours is certainly accomplished. I have to admit that even though Lu Tingxiao is young, he's really something." Wu Jianda then looked over at Lu Tingxiao's direction and commented with an envious tone, "I wonder where Lu Chongshan's luck came from. He is such a filial son, and even his second son, Lu Jingli. Albeit being a little plain, any smart person would know that he's doing it for the family. If Lu Jingli isn't like what he is now, the Lu family wouldn't be this peaceful. So many people are waiting for the brothers to fight with each other so that they'll get a chance." In the end, Wu Jianda finally revealed his true intentions. He tried to convince Lu Chongming, "Fourth Master, times are different now. Things have been set in stone. Why don't you work under CEO Lu and have him move you back here? You can't always stay at that odd place, can you?" Wu Jianda was not saying these for Lu Chongming's sake. Since he had been his henchman before, he could not make his way into the core leading group unless Lu Chongming gave in and went back to Lu Chongshan. Then, he would have a chance. Of course, Lu Chongming saw through Wu Jianda's plan, so he scolded him, "Get lost. If you keep on blabbering crap to me, I'll end you." Wu Jianda's expression froze and he mumbled, "What the heck? You think you're really still the fourth master of the Lu family? Calling others dogs. You're even lower than a dog. You." Lu Chongming was furious at being humiliated by someone like him. The man's raging eyes were burning into the man under the spotlight, and he clenched his fists tightly. Lu Tingxiao. If it had not been for him, he would not have become like this now. All of this was supposed to be his. Back then, he had been so close, but Lu Tingxiao's return foiled all his plans, and he never got a chance to make a comeback again. Somewhere nearby, Lu Jingli called Jiang Mai out of desperation. He wanted someone to share his burden. "Hey, Jiang Mai, come over right now. You think I'm stupid? I'm not going." There was the background music of Jiang Mai playing his game. "If you don't come, then I'll tell Xiao Shishi you like her." Suddenly, there was the telltale sound effect of game over from the other side of the phone. "What? Quick, I'm giving you 10 minutes. Be responsible for your words. Which eye of yours saw that I like her?" Are you blind? Jiang Mai denied. Why was everyone threatening him with this? Chapter 1583. Night has fallen. So you're not coming? Then, I'll call Xiao Shishi now. I'll call her. I'll. Come. Now, Jiang Mai clenched his teeth. As expected, Jiang Mai went over as soon as possible. Although Jiang Mai was not related by blood to the Lu family, he was much closer than the other branched families, so the Jiang family held a pretty high status within the family. Of course, that and the fact that Jiang Mai was a popular superstar. The moment Jiang Mai reached, the pressure on Lu Jingli was diminished by half. Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai were saved when the music in the hall stopped, and the host announced that Lu Tingxiao was about to give a speech. They both hid together in a corner. Jiang Mai was panting. Uncle didn't bring any partner tonight, so everyone should be aiming him instead. Why are they so aggressive towards us? This shouldn't be the case. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Look at your 10 o'clock at my brother's collar. Huh? What happened to his collar? Jiang Mai looked over as directed. The next moment, he spat out the wine in his mouth. What the? Jiang Mai coughed. Don't tell me. He had that lipstick mark on him the whole night. Lu Jingli nodded gravely. Yes. Don't you think it's cruel? Too cruel. He did not want to say anything more. After a short chat with Lu Jingli, Jiang Mai glanced and saw that Wu Jianda had gone over to look for Lu Chongming. He frowned. Second uncle, the two of them are acting suspiciously. Shouldn't you be wary of them? There's nothing to worry about. Wu Jiandao would never dare to pull something off at an event like this. What do you think he'd do? He's just trying to convince him to come back. Lu Jingli said casually. Jiang Mai looked irritated. You mean your fourth uncle hasn't given up yet? Lu Jingli scoffed coldly. Given up? He tried to contact me in secret. He said he'll help me to get to the top. Is he an idiot? He wants to work with me to betray my brother. I'm my brother's most loyal little sheep. Lu Jingli looked really proud. Jiang Mai was amused, but he had to admit that even if everyone in the world betrayed Lu Tingxiao, Lu Jingli would never go to that extent, yet Lu Chongming could not get it. No wonder he had fallen to this state today. Good evening. Lu Tingxiao's cello-like deep voice came from the stage. It was a short and simple opening, just like the master of the voice. The guests gave him a big round of applause. Everyone was looking admiringly at the young head of the family on stage. In the past year, together with the effort of everyone, the Lu Corporation has achieved results we were never able to reach in the past. We've surpassed expectations for every project. Watching his son on stage, Lu Chongshan was really proud and felt deeply moved. Since he could witness such tremendous growth of the Lu Corporation while he was still alive, he would be able to face his ancestors when he joined them later on. After Lu Tingxiao's speech, Lu Chongshan took over the microphone. He was really excited. Tingxiao said most of it just now, so I'll keep it short. I don't have a lot of achievements in my life. I just hope that I'm able to protect our family business and to keep the Lu family prosperous. The proudest thing I've done in my life is to have my two sons. Everyone knows that it's easier to get rich than to stay rich. For families like us, power and wealth aren't the most important factors. It's our outstanding heirs so that the future can be secure. This is also why I put a lot of emphasis on encouraging the nurturing of our heirs. I believe Tingxiao will be able to lead everyone, to lead the Lu family to greater heights. Bang! Before Lu Chongshan could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom. The whole hall was covered by a layer of dark haze. All of a sudden, it was like night had fallen. Chapter 1584. Came from hell. What's happened? What's this? With people screaming within the chaos, flower petals rained from above. They were black flower petals, signifying a bad omen. Lu Jingli snatched one of the petals with his finger. His expression turned cold, and he instantly remembered the bouquet of black mandalas during the night of his father's birthday. The flower language of black mandalas, revenge. What had to come, finally came. He looked at his brother, who looked exceptionally calm, as if he was expecting this to happen. As the black flower petals eddied down, a young man with silver hair came in. He had a long, unknown object in his hand and was walking into the hall regally. Security. Where's security? What's happening? The security system is having issues. How did this person come in? We don't know as well. Solve the issue now. It was chaos. On stage, as Lu Chongshan saw the young man who was walking slowly towards him, an unknown fear grew in his heart. Who are you? Lu Chongshan questioned through the microphone. The white-haired man had a creepy aura around him. He crushed the black petals with his steps, as if he walked through the path of death and had returned from hell alone. But it seemed as if countless ghosts were bound to him, so no one dared to go near him. Stand right there. Lu Chongshan yelled loudly, but in his aggressive yell, there was a tint of fear that he himself did not even realize. Heh! It was quiet in the hall, and the young man's laughter sent shivers down everyone's spines. The man's casual words echoed in everyone's ears. You gave birth to me, yet you ask who I am? What is this? My dear father, you. Lu Chongshan's expression looked pale as he stepped backward unconsciously. What nonsense are you talking about? The white-haired man walked closer. He grinned. Really? Nonsense. Back then, my name was christened by you, father. Tingxiao. Lu. Tingxiao. Lu Chongshan was clearly shaken when he heard that name. His hands were trembling. Who did you say you were? The white-haired man lifted his fringe, revealing a scar near his eyebrow. He laughed creepily. One of your outstanding heirs. Shut up. You shut up. I don't know you. I don't know who Lu Tingxiao is. I only have 2 sons. Where are you from, you swindler? How dare you to lie to us, Luz? Lu Chongshan roared at him and ordered the security guards to catch him. But his reaction only exposed that he was guilty and panicking. Finally, when the white-haired man was about 10 steps away from Lu Chongshan, he revealed what the object he was holding was. It was a memorial tablet covered in a white cloth. There were carvings on the tablet that said, My wife, Yin Lan. People who knew Lu Chongshan were shocked because the handwriting on the memorial tablet was Lu Chongshan's. My wife. Chapter 1585, Those Secrets. My wife. Lu Chongshan had only ever had one wife, who was Yin Rui. Who was this Yin Lan? The instant he saw that memorial tablet, the final tensed-up nerve in Lu Chongshan's mind ruptured, as if his entire being had been emptied. His face went blank. He stood there blankly as he stared at the memorial tablet. He opened his mouth like a goldfish, but he could not say a single word. Beneath his dull eyes, there only remained huge fear and panic that was about to swallow him whole, as if that memorial tablet was some kind of terrifying beast. Lu Chongshan turned a sickly color as he fell forward without a warning. Chongshan. Chongshan. Chongshan, what's wrong? When Yin Rui saw the 2 words on the tablet, she looked poorly as well. She only returned to her senses when she saw Lu Chongshan pass out. She turned pale with fright before quickly holding him up. Oh my God, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu. Director Lu, how are you? Quickly call an ambulance. The silence was broken by this unforeseen event, turning things turbulent once again. As Lu Chongshan was surrounded by the crowd, he was barely breathing, yet he had looked past the people to stare at the devilish young man and the memorial tablet in his hand. His lips trembled as he wanted to say something, yet because he was too emotional, he could not make a sound. Not too far away, Lu Jingli clenched his grip tightly and stood there, his eyes turning murderous red because of his father's reaction. His gaze was filled with disbelief, fright, and sorrow. It was true. All of this was actually true. That person was really father's son. Even if he did not want to admit it, Lu Chongshan's reaction had already revealed everything, disallowing him from continuing to believe his own lies. Even if his brother had been hiding it from him, he was responsible for the intelligence after all. How could he have not received any of the rumors? He had already long suspected it, just that this revelation had still caught him unprepared and he still was not willing to believe it. Up until then, only did Lu Tingxiao raise his hand slightly. A group of well-trained subordinates had rapidly controlled the crowd inside and outside the hall. From the start till the end, Lu Tingxiao's expression showed neither sadness nor happiness, as if he was just an observer, as if the other person was just an insignificant speck of dust, as if all of this was just a farce. When they saw that Lu Tingxiao had made a move, those who were especially unhappy with Lu Tingxiao cast a scornful look as if they were in a top position, watching powerless individuals. The man subconsciously stroked the scar on his brow bone and chuckled. Simply because you want to confirm that all this was the truth, you intentionally indulged me by putting on a good show. Well then, my dearest brother, are you satisfied with what you're seeing? I dare guarantee that there is still much more that you don't know. That would be even more exciting. Stop complicating things unnecessarily. Who are you? Wait, I don't care who you are. Please immediately leave my home. Lu Jingli rushed over in fury. The man revealed a faint smile that did not reach his cold, squinting eyes. He looked at the two people opposite him with a chiding expression. You should be more courteous when speaking to your older brother. Want to consider coming to my side? If you do it now, you can still make it. Go to hell, brother. Who do you think you are? You're just a bargaining chip of some woman who wants to make it to the top. I've seen a lot of people like you. Lu Jingli started to rebuke angrily, as if he had been triggered. Really? I hope that after you learn the truth, you can still be so innocent. The man showed mock pity all over his face. Then he indistinctly strolled away. He had walked out halfway when he suddenly turned around, inclined his head to look at Lu Tingxiao, and said, "Ah, right. Brother, help me pass the message to that girl. Since she's unwilling to return, she doesn't need to because very soon, the entire Lu family will be mine." Chapter 1586. Who is he actually? In a high-class VIP ward at Renai Hospital. At that moment, the disordered guests had settled down and all the relatives who had come to visit had left. Little Treasure had been sent home by the butler. Suddenly there was only Lu Chongshan on the sick bed, Yin Rui who sat by the bedside, as well as Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli who stood in the ward. There was a never-felt-before heaviness in the atmosphere. It had been a while before Lu Jingli could not help but break the silence. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "According to that person, he's older than I am and younger than my brother." What did this mean? It meant that Lu Chongshan had cheated during his marriage. Yin Rui shut her eyes and quietly commanded, "Jingli, that's enough." Lu Jingli's face was filled with grief and indignation. He did not care about his mother trying to stop him. He balled his fists and continued to say, "You clearly cheated during the marriage, yet you personally wrote my wife on that woman's memorial tablet. Father, where did you place our mother?" Even though Lu Chongshan's temperament was stubborn and a little too conservative, no matter whether it came to his family or the company, he regarded responsibility highly. With families like theirs, a lot of those in power had a mess of illegitimate sons and daughters. However, for all these years, apart from their mother, Lu Chongshan had never had any other woman. It had only been him and his brother, the two sons. Usually, even though Lu Jingli always ridiculed him, he had always adored him in his heart. Unfortunately, today it was as if his belief system all this while had suddenly collapsed. He could not accept it no matter what. Lu Jingli was overwhelmed with emotions. He was about to continue speaking when a broad palm landed gently on his shoulder. Then that palm rubbed his head to comfort him. Lu Jingli looked at his brother beside him. Regardless of what happened, there would always be his brother who protected him. He could remain calm even at such a moment. Lu Jingli suddenly felt his eyes water. On the sick bed, Lu Chongshan had a regretful expression. Because he was too weak, he spoke with a stammer. "This is my fault, but now is not the time to talk about these things. Jingli, Tingxiao, the two of you, quickly get prepared. In 2 hours, organize a high-level management meeting with everyone. I will host it myself. Chongshan, you're already in this condition. How can you chair any meeting? It won't be too late to wait for you to get better, or maybe you should just leave this Tingxiao and Jingli." Even if Yin Rui was miserable, she still could not just remain indifferent to seeing Lu Chongshan like this. No, for some reason, Lu Chongshan's emotions were suddenly been stirred up. "I want to go by myself. I want to go myself." That person. It was not sure what Lu Chongshan was thinking about, but there was an unease in his eyes as he instructed coldly, "Whatever it is, do as I say." Lu Jingli looked at Lu Chongshan's unusual reaction and frowned. "Father, why do you look like you're wary of that person? Who is he actually? No, wait. Maybe I should ask. Who is his mother? Actually, this is not what you should be asking. Get out." Lu Chongshan instantly turned aloof. "What do you mean it isn't something I should ask about? You should be giving us in." Lu Jingli was about to argue when Lu Tingxiao held him firmly by the shoulders. Lu Tingxiao looked at Lu Chongshan on the sick bed and spoke with a calm tone. "I'll host the meeting. Mother, you accompany father, so he can rest easy. Jingli, follow me outside." Chapter 1587. Not that simple. "Bro, why don't you let me ask him properly?" Even though Lu Jingli had been coaxed to go out, he still felt dejected. Lu Tingxiao lit a cigarette, the smoke covering his cool face. "Let father and mother chat alone for a while. Lu Jingli muttered. Mother is so soft-natured. Without us helping her, what could she ever find out? Also, bro, did you already know about this? Lu Tingxiao shook his head. He had just been presuming from the start to the end about this issue. He had accurately guessed about Yun Shun, yet he could not check out on a story about that woman's identity at all. Furthermore, from his father's reaction, it was impossible to find out anything from him. Lu Tingxiao crushed his cigarette and said, based on father's temper, if it's something he's not willing to talk about, it'll be useless even if you keep asking. Prepare for the meeting instead. Lu Jingli had no choice but to suppress his strong curiosity and resolve the issue at hand. That damn guy, he had actually dared to come out with an arrogant claptrap about wanting the entire Lu family. He would really like to see how. In the ward, it was as if Lu Chongshan had aged 10 years overnight. Rui, I'm sorry. Yin Rui turned with her back towards him before she wiped the tears in the corner of her eye. Chongshan, what's actually happening? Even though they had first met through a blind date and their marriage had been arranged by their families, their relationship after the marriage had always been very stable. Lu Chongshan treated her very well. He had none of those vile habits of men in high society and had always kept his hands clean. They were a couple in perfect harmony, and they shared a mutual respect. They had always been a solid pair in the social circle. Because their two sons had grown up in such an environment, the relationship between the two brothers had also always been very peaceful. Who would have thought that in just one night, all of these would have been turned upside down? Lu Chongshan closed his eyes and breathed a long sigh. Back then, it was my fault. I betrayed you. Betrayed the children. I was momentarily spellbound, and I didn't handle it well. That's why the fiasco today happened. There was probably no man who would be willing to talk about the mistakes they had made when they were young. Even though Lu Chongshan did not say much, Yin Rui could roughly guess what had happened from his vague apology. After they had gotten married, and she had given birth to Tingxiao not long after that, Lu Chongshan had actually cheated and even had a child with that woman while she had not realized it at all. When she thought about this, she felt a sharp pain as if a knife was twisted in her heart. Lu Chongshan paused. Then he looked unquestionably at his wife. But don't worry. I, Lu Chongshan, only have two sons, Tingxiao and Jingli, in this lifetime. I definitely won't let the Lus fall into someone else's hands. Yin Rui pursed her lips. She obviously believed him about this. If Lu Chongshan really had anything more to do with that woman, he might have gone to look for that child and would not have waited for so many years for that child to appear. However, that child seemed to bear a deep resentment for the Lu family, causing her to feel unease in her heart. She was most worried that Tingxiao and Jingli would be hurt. When she thought about this, Yin Rui sighed and made a compromise. That child is still your blood and flesh, after all. If you can, this incident should be best resolved peacefully. Lu Chongshan obviously understood what Yin Rui meant. He looked solemn as he shook his head. This isn't something that can be solved with money. What he wants is not that simple. Yin Rui suddenly felt fearful. You mean he wants to fight for the Lu family's right of inheritance? Lu Chongshan shut his eyes and did not speak anymore. He sighed in his heart again. It was not just that. The thing he was most afraid of was not about him wanting to fight for the Lu family's right of inheritance. It was that he might destroy the Lu family. Chapter 1588 is your ex-boyfriend. That person had chosen to appear at an occasion like the family meeting to expose the incident to everyone in the family, because he knew it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The reason the Lu family had been so stable this generation was because of Lu Chongshan and his two sons' harmonious relationship. Now that such a bastard had suddenly appeared, that child's mother and Lu Chongshan seemed very close too. If such a thing was not handled well, it would cause turmoil in the entire family. After all, this involved the most important question about his successor. If that bastard were just an ordinary person there to get some benefits, that would be fine. After all, Lu Tingxiao's current status was as steady as Mount Tai. Even if a few brothers of the same father and different mothers appeared, it would not pose a challenge to him. However, the tricky thing was that many people present had already recognized that the bastard was actually someone who had recently appeared in the country and started the most influential investment company in Imperial. He was none other than Elan Innovative Investment Group's boss, Yun Shun. He had robust finances, and his background had an unfathomable depth. Among society, He had even been considered to be the only person who could contend against Lu Tingxiao. Such a person had suddenly turned out to be Lu Chongshan's illegitimate child. It seemed like he ranked above Lu Jingli too. Like cold water splashed into a deep fryer, the effect was pretty explosive. Suddenly, the entire company was filled with anxiety. At a meeting room in the Lu Corporation, the screen displayed some slides that revealed Elon Investment Group's top secret information in detail. In just a glance, one would know that it was well prepared and had been planned for a rather long time. On the chief's seat, the man's presence was cold and powerful as always, as if nothing had happened that day. He spoke clearly as he analyzed Elon Investment Group's situation as though every sentence was an imperial edict. The man up front was akin to an enormous and majestic mountain, steadily standing tall. He practically calmed everyone down in an instant. Right? We still have Lu Tingxiao. Having gone through 5 years of peace and prosperity, had they actually forgot how terrifying that living king of hell had been back then? Yunshin looked like someone who was not easy to deal with. Back then, Lu Tingxiao had even managed to solve the crisis of the Lu family's dying mess both domestically and abroad. How could he be pushed around by some illegitimate child now? After the meeting, everyone had felt much calmer. At Peachwood, Ning Xi did not know why she had felt so restless the entire day. She was considering whether to call Lu Tingxiao to ask, or not when her doorbell rang endlessly. Ning Xi looked through the monitor of her robot, steamed bun, and saw that it was Jiang Mai, so she pressed the button to open the door. The moment the door was opened, Jiang Mai rushed up to her like a little rocket. He held her by the shoulders and shook her vigorously. Ning Xi, something huge has happened. What happened? What huge thing has happened? Did something happen to Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi immediately asked. Jiang Mai shook his head. No, not Lu Tingxiao. No, wait. Technically it is related to Lu Tingxiao. No. That's not right. I should say that it's more like it's related to you. Ning Xi felt the veins on her forehead popping. Yo, can you continue chatting happily forever? What are you trying to say? Jiang Mai was frantic. He took a few seconds before he finally recovered his normal speaking abilities as he explained. Today, at the family meeting, the old man suddenly popped up with an illegitimate child. My uncle suddenly has an illegitimate younger brother. What? Ning Xi was stupefied by the impact of this news. When he saw Ning Xi's incredibly shocked expression, Jiang Mai pitied her. Was she already dumbfounded just like that? Illegitimate child. Is this true? Wait, what does that bastard have to do with me? Ning Xi quickly asked. Jiang Mai massaged his forehead to calm his emotions first. Then he said, the Lu family bastard. My uncle's brother of the same father and different mother is your. Ning Xi almost got a heart attack from the anticipation. She gritted her teeth and said, my what? Mr. Jiang, if you tease me anymore, I'm going to beat you up until you throw milk up. Jiang Mai immediately blurted out, is your ex-boyfriend? Ning Xi was speechless. Chapter 1589, Frightened Silly. Ning Xi looked like she had just been fed with crap. The Lu family's illegitimate child was her ex-boyfriend? The more important thing was, Jiang Mu Yi, was this guy doing it on purpose? I had so many ex-boyfriends. How would I know which one you're referring to? Which one? Ning Xi asked through gritted teeth. Jiang Mai flinched and curled up to a corner of the sofa. Fear was obvious across his face. He shivered and faltered. I don't know. I don't know anything. Ask my uncle about the rest. Ning Xi almost could not hold herself back from strangling him to death. He had already said that the person was one of her ex-boyfriends. Why would she dare to go ask Lu Tingxiao? Do you know that speaking midway will get you beaten to death? Ning Xi squinted maliciously at him. Jiang Mai replied, then kill me. Ning Xi was speechless. Out of options, Ning Xi could only speculate by herself. Based on the people in Imperial now and the people Jiang Mai knew. Su Yan? It couldn't be. The master of the Su family was definitely proper. He would not have suddenly become the Lu family's illegitimate child. Mo Yuxiu? Ning Xi asked, horrified. Jiang Mai weakly shook his head. No. Ning Xi chewed on her fingernails. She thought about it for a long while before she stared straight at Jiang Mai. Is it you? Jiang Mai looked even more appalled at this. He immediately wailed out loud. How could it be me? Ning Xi was even more emotional than he was. Who is it then? Tell me. It's definitely not Su Yan. Jiang Mai looked at her questioningly. Ning Xiaoxi, didn't you notice that you seem to have missed someone out? I missed someone out? No. I've mentioned everyone. Who did I miss? Ning Xi was going on when she suddenly thought of something. She suddenly felt like her entire being had been struck by lightning, and she stiffened on the spot. Jiang Mai did not say anything either. He just watched that expected expression of hers, watched the way she was terrified and looked like a fool. In that instant, strong winds buffeted through Ning Xi's mind, hitting her hard and messing everything up. One name had terrifyingly surfaced in her mind. Some time passed before Ning Xi finally found her voice. She rigidly turned her head to Jiang Mai on the sofa. Yun Shun. Yun Shun was the illegitimate son of the Lu family? Was Lu Tingxiao's brother of the same father, but a different mother? How could this be? Even though it was not quite the best comparison, the explosiveness of this news was no less horrifying than Jiang Mai being her son. Jiang Mai nodded like a chick pecking on grains. Now you know why I didn't say it, don't you? I've been frightened silly too. Jiang Mai, are you messing with me? Ning Xi shouted angrily. Why would I mess with you? Do I get anything out of it? Jiang Mai was so mad that he took out his phone and played a video. Instantly, there was an incredibly familiar face on the screen. A white-haired man held an object covered with a cloth as he walked slowly towards the stage. You gave birth to me, yet you ask who I am? What is this? My dear father. Right. Brother, help me pass the message to that girl. Since she's unwilling to return, she doesn't need to because very soon, the entire Lu family will be mine. Ning Xi watched the video on the phone and saw the man's devilish face. When he uttered the last sentence, it was as if he noticed that Jiang Mai was secretly recording him. He suddenly looked towards the camera as if he was looking at her through the video. Ning Xi was so startled that her hand trembled and she tossed the phone away. Chapter 1590, You're the Best Second Child. Jiang Mai picked up his phone and quickly deleted the video before he felt assured again. Ning Xi, now that the Lu family has fallen into chaos, my uncle is at the company, having an emergency meeting. Wait till my uncle returns, and you can ask him. Then you'd know. Everyone at the scene was ordered to keep their mouths sealed and not tell outsiders, but I think my uncle's orders about outsiders definitely excludes you. I was afraid that you'd be worried if you couldn't contact him, so I decided to still come and let you know. Ning Xi buried her head in her hands before she lifted up a hand and indicated for Jiang Mai to stop talking. She needed some silence. Her head was about to explode. She had been guessing what Yun Shun's grudge with the Lu family was, but she would never have thought that things would turn out like this. Bloody hell. Yun Shun and Lu Tingxiao were brothers of the same father, but had different mothers. This was clearly messing with her. Where's Lu Tingxiao now? Still at the office? Ning Xi asked. Probably. Got it. Thanks for coming over to tell me. I have to make a trip to the company now. Ning Xi swiftly got up, put on a jacket, and grabbed her bag. She put on her shades and mask before walking out. She could not wait a moment longer to figure out what this was all about. Ning Xi had just reached the company building when she saw the two men standing there. One was Lu Jingli, and the other was an older, middle-aged man that she did not recognize. Oh, third master, where are you going? The middle-aged man greeted Lu Jingli mockingly. Lu Jingli's usual smiley expression had now turned as cold as ice. Fourth uncle, what did you say? Please say it again. I said, third nephew. At the sound of the man's voice, bam! Lu Jingli's fist made contact with the face of the man he called fourth uncle. The man staggered. From the hit, there was a flash of malice in his eyes as he instantly returned a fist. Then the two of them started to get tangled in a fight. Lu Jingli had the upper hand. He kept beating up the middle-aged man like crazy as if he had been suppressing himself and had finally found a loophole to vent. Ning Xi had never seen Lu Jingli this terrifying. At that moment, that middle-aged man, who had been pushed down to the ground, suddenly felt for the hidden compartment in his shoe and pulled out a knife. He held it up and looked murderous as he aimed at Lu Jingli's back to stab him. Ning Xi's eyes were sharp. She immediately lunged forward and kicked his wrist that held the knife. With a clatter, the knife fell to the ground. My God! Lu Jingli looked at the knife with gloominess and lingering fear on his face. Lu Chongming looked surprised at the woman in the windbreaker, shades, and mask. Then, he looked at Lu Jingli, who was about to jump over and beat him up again. He quickly got up and reeled as he ran away. When Lu Jingli saw Ning Xi, there were no more traces of the viciousness from earlier. His face was covered in sorrow like a bullied child who clung to his mother. Oh, Sister-in-law, I've been bullied. They're all bullying me. Ning Xi felt her mouth twitch. She thought to herself, clearly, you were one-sidedly beating up the other person, all right? What's the situation? Lu Jingli wailed. I'm not the third son. I'm not the third son. I'm the second child. The second. Lu Jingli's mournful cries about being the second child echoed in the sky above them. Ning Xi was so done with him. Can you be softer, bro? Lu Jingli was still earnestly announcing his ranking. I am. I'm the second child. Whoever says I'm not the second child, I'll beat the crap out of them. Ning Xi was speechless. Yes, 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 yes. You're the second child. You're the best second child. Is that good enough? Chapter 1591. A girl was lying there. Lu Jingli kept on yelling. Sister-in-law? You're only my sister-in-law. No one else's. Your roasted pork ribs and sweet and sour fish are mine and mine alone. You cannot be anyone else's sister-in-law. Never. Anyone else's sister-in-law? When Ning Xi imagined someone calling her sister-in-law, goosebumps rose all over her. Lu Jingli. That's enough. Get up and stop yelling. Where's your brother? Ning Xi could not stand it anymore and stopped him. Lu Jingli stood up aggrievedly. He's still in a meeting. The senior management meeting just finished. Now, he's holding a meeting with the stakeholders. It'll probably take some time. I'm about to go to the hospital to visit my father. Sister-in-law, did you find out what happened at the dinner? Zhang Mai told me about it. Ning Xi's expression darkened slightly. Then she asked, Is it okay if I wait for him upstairs? Lu Jingli then mumbled, It'll be okay even if you waited for him in the meeting room. Let me make a call. I'll get the secretary to lead you into his office. Okay. After she went into the building, a secretary welcomed her and brought her right into Lu Tingxiao's office. Madam, the CEO is still in a meeting. Please wait for a while. The secretary served Ning Xi with a smile and even directly addressed her as Madam. The second master had mentioned that it was his sister-in-law on the call, so she should be the rumored genuine girlfriend of the CEO. Of course, she would need to seize this chance after all those wasted efforts on the fake girlfriends. It's all right. It's no issue. Madam, what would you like to drink? Tea, coffee, or juice? I'll have some juice. Okay, I'll get it for you. Although the woman on the sofa was wearing sunglasses and a face mask, judging by her appearance and jawline, she must be a real beauty. While the secretary was really curious about her real identity, she did not want to make her unhappy. She quickly retreated after a short glance. Soon, the secretary returned with a glass of juice. Ning Xi thanked her and continued waiting. But because she was too tired from the continuous script reading, she could not help it and fell asleep on the sofa. On the other hand, Lu Tingxiao had finally finished another long meeting. Several stakeholders trailed behind him towards his office. They seemed to have several other matters to talk about. Lu Tingxiao opened the door into his office and the others went in as well. Then, everyone saw that lying on the sofa in the CEO's office was a girl. Everyone was stunned. Lu Tingxiao was slightly taken aback in surprise when he saw the girl on the sofa. Seconds later, his expression was like a melting frozen mountain, the aloof vibes of his vanishing. You guys can go back first. We'll talk later. Lu Tingxiao spoke to the stakeholders in a low voice. He then went up to the girl a little unhappily and frowned as he covered the girl with a blanket. The stakeholders nodded as they were leaving, but they glanced back after a few steps. Though, they could not see anything because Lu Tingxiao blocked their view. Was that the rumored lady boss everyone was talking about? What a stingy boss. He could have let them at least take a look. Chapter 1592. Don't mind it. As the stakeholders were chased away, the girl on the sofa seemed to have stirred. She half-consciously reached out and wrapped her wrists around the neck of her boss delicately. Darling. The girl called him intimately and very naturally gave him a peck on his cheek. From that angle, although they only saw a fraction of the girl's face, she was stunning enough to them. What was more shocking to them was the expression their boss had on his face for that split second. He looked so loving that they were about to melt. Everyone was speechless by what they saw. When he heard voices from the back, Lu Tingxiao realized that the people had not left yet, so he turned around and glared at them. The stationary stakeholders then quickly left the room and closed the door. Damn, what a shock. I didn't expect our boss to have this side of him. He was like the king of hell during the meeting just now. He has a soft spot after all. Guys, what kind of person do you think our lady boss is? A few stakeholders were presuming. That's a tough question. but just by looking at our boss' attitude, she really must be the one. Then, why are so many people still trying to introduce girls to him? One of the slightly older stakeholders spoke up. This would mean that the boss is satisfied with this woman, but his parents aren't. She probably isn't from a good background. That makes sense. The people around him agreed. They then mumbled quietly. So, this means the others still stand a chance to be the head lady. Especially since it's now such a crucial period of time. A marriage will help the Liu family secure their position. No matter what, CEO Liu will have to consider the grand scheme of things. It's just a guess after all. I suggest not doing anything rash. What if the lady boss is from an extraordinary background? No one knows. After they chatted for a little while, someone went up to the slender-looking female stakeholder who was walking at the very back. Well, Miss Song, it's a rare occasion that we get to see you. Want to go out for a meal later? Sorry, I still have something to do later. Song Lin apologized and turned them down. That's too bad. Next time then. Please come out with us the next time. Of course, CEO Feng. I'll take my leave first. As Song Lin was leaving, she turned her head around for another look at the CEO's office, her eyes hiding something. In the CEO office, Ning Xi woke up when Lu Tingxiao came closer to her. She unconsciously leaned over. Then she realized that this was Lu Tingxiao's office, and she vaguely recalled seeing a bunch of people behind Lu Tingxiao earlier. Oh no, how embarrassing. Ning Xi instantly got up. She scratched her head shyly. I'm really sorry. I'm a little blur having just woken up. I'll be careful next time. Lu Tingxiao leaned in and kissed the girl's lips, only letting go after a long while. I don't mind it. Oh, Lu Tingxiao did not move away. He sat on the sofa beside Ning Xi and put the girl along with the blanket onto his lap. He appeared sleepy and tired since he probably had not rested for the past day. He was even wearing the same shirt that still had that familiar lip stain on it. Chapter 1593, Find Someone Little Treasure Likes. You heard? Lu Tingxiao's finger slowly fixed the girl's tousled hair. Ning Xi nodded. Then she probed. So, it's all real? Have you known for a long time? I was just guessing previously. Ning Xi now had a lot of questions. She could not help but continue to ask. Then, what's the concrete situation? Is that guy really your? She just really could not say it. She was still very dumbfounded. Up till now, Lu Tingxiao did not cover anything up, and he explained. Father merely said that back then, he had been just momentarily spellbound and had made a mistake. Ning Xi frowned. Was he trying to imply that there was more to it? Even though she had been by Yun Shun's side for a long time, she did not know anything. She was also the last person to find out about his relationship with Lu Tingxiao. I don't know all of these either. He's never revealed anything related to this, said Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao lifted the girl's fingers to his lips and kissed them. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to feel bad either. I've said that this is between me and him. Ning Xi frowned slightly. No wonder Lu Tingxiao had said back then that it was a private grudge. This was quite a huge beef indeed. Ning Xi studied the man before her. She looked startled. This man, regardless of when, what he cared most about was that she would not be implicated and troubled. When he saw the girl looking at him, Lu Tingxiao asked, "What's wrong?" The girl lifted her head ever so slightly. The way she looked at him was as if her gaze was full of stars. Lu Tingxiao, no matter who the Lu family belongs to, whoever belongs to whoever, I am yours. The man's eyes suddenly dilated. An abyss wavered violently at the depth of his eyes. Moments later, it turned into a pond of soft ripples as he sighed softly. He held the girl's head and kissed her hard. After the family meeting, the Lu family's secret had caused violent waves beneath the tranquility. Even the entire Imperial was in turbulent times. Even if they had tried to lock down the information, it was such a huge scandal, and it was impossible for them to have continued keeping it a secret. Among the high society circle, those who were well informed would know that the Lu family was going to experience a change in regime. The fourth brother of the Lu Corporation's director, Lu Chongming, had initially been at an overseas branch of the company. However, recently, he had taken on a new lease of life and become part of the top management at Elan Innovative Investment Group. In fact, he had transferred all 5% of his shares to Elan. This was such a huge move. Even if everyone wanted to overlook it, it was impossible. Elan's team was clearly ready to fight the war of shares. Lu Chongming was just the first step. All these years, The Lu Corporation had been ruled with an iron fist under Lu Tingxiao's management. To overcome it would definitely be no easy feat apart from Lu Chongming. They could only buy some of the dispersed shares. However, Elan's financial capabilities were mind-blowing. If they let them continue like this, no one would know what would happen next. At the Lu family's old residence, it had only been a few short days, yet Lu Chongshan's hair had turned much whiter. Rui, have you arranged the thing I asked you to prepare? Yin Rui looked hesitant. Is it really okay for us to hide it from Tingxiao? Isn't it best to discuss with him first? No need. Don't you understand Tingxiao's temper by now? It would just be a waste of energy. Most importantly, we're out of time right now. We must make thorough preparations. He's in this position, and all these things are what he must bear. When Yin Rui heard this, she felt sorry for her son. Her frustration was clear, yet she could not retort back. Go. Get someone to bring Little Treasure over first. I'll talk to Little Treasure about this. We still have to consider Little Treasure's opinion. We have to at least find someone that Little Treasure can accept. When she heard this, Yin Rui's expression softened. I'll get someone to fetch him now. Chapter 1594. I will protect Motherwell. At Platinum Palace, the servant carefully knocked on the door of the study room. Master, someone came from the old master's side. They said that they're here to pick little master up to go over for a meal. Lu Tingxiao peered up from his documents. Ask little master to come here for a while. Okay, master. The servant answered and went out. A while later, Little Treasure entered the study room. Lu Tingxiao stood up from his chair before his desk. Then he sat on the sofa in the room. He said to his son, Come sit here. The little bun walked over and sat down as he hugged a furry bunny in his arms. This bunny was the one he had saved the last time they had gone for a picnic with Mommy. After the bunny's leg had healed, Ning Xi brought Little Treasure to try letting the bunny go, but unexpectedly, it only wanted to follow Little Treasure and not go anywhere else. Furthermore, Little Treasure hated to part with it too, so he had just brought it back and kept it as a pet. Now, the bunny had become as fat and round as a ball. In the little bun's arms, it looked just like a round, little white dumpling. Lu Tingxiao told his son, Grandfather and grandmother want to bring you back for dinner. Of course, apart from the meal, there'll be something else. The little bun stroked the bunny in his arms with single-hearted devotion without even looking up. Lu Tingxiao then said, It's related to your mother. The little bun instantly glanced up and stared at Lu Tingxiao. Even the bunny in his arms had perked up its ears. Lu Tingxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry as he sighed, and continued, Your grandfather and grandmother are preparing to put me up to a blind date. The little bun immediately understood his father's meaning. He then pursed his lips. Moments later, there was a determination in his eyes as he said, I will protect Mommy well. No one can replace Mommy. Lu Tingxiao nodded, satisfied. Try to drag as much time as possible. I'll deal with the rest. The little bun nodded. After the father and son finished their chat, Little Treasure then followed the people who had come to fetch him to the old residence. Grandfather, grandmother, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui had long been sitting in the living room and waiting. When they saw their dearest grandson had arrived, the two elders instantly beamed with happiness. The gloomy clouds in the past few days instantly vanished. Little Treasure is here. Grandmother missed you so much. Quickly come here and give grandmother a hug. The little bun obediently ambled over and hugged his grandmother. Yin Rui was so overjoyed that her heart melted and her face showed that all was well with her grandchild. Quickly come over for dinner. Don't starve Little Treasure, Lu Chongshan said as he urged for the kitchen to start serving. On the dining table was all of Little Treasure's favorite dishes. Little Treasure's bowl had turned into a tiny mountain as Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui kept spooning food. As the two elders looked at their obedient, sensible, and bright grandson, their eyes were filled with affection. Lu Chongshan cleared his throat. He had to disrupt the mood, so he looked at his wife to remind her of something. Yin Rui frowned before she probed. Little Treasure, what kind of woman would you like to be your mother? Little Treasure pretended to contemplate her question seriously. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan watched him nervously. A girl like my mommy, answered Little Treasure. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were speechless. Without a doubt, Little Treasure's mommy was definitely referring to Ning Xi. Yin Rui helplessly cleared her throat. She resumed, Baby, your Auntie Xiao, she is indeed a very excellent woman, but actually, There are even more excellent ladies. You're just too young, so you've never seen them. If there's a woman you like even more, would you be willing to let them be your mother? The little bun blinked. Then, I'll have to see them before I know. When Lu Chanshan and Yin Rui heard this, they were instantly thrilled. They did not expect things to go this smoothly. Lu Changshan immediately said, "Then, grandfather and grandmother will arrange for it. Later on, we'll let you choose yourself, okay?" The little bun nodded. Okay. Chapter 1595, Bunch of Idiots. When they heard their grandson's confident answer, Lu Changshan and Yin Rui were incredibly pleased. So, little treasure, grandfather and grandmother have come to an agreement with you, and you can't back out, okay? Little treasure will take a serious look at it. Lu Changshan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the weight on his heart finally lifted by half. Initially, he thought it would be very hard. After all, their grandson was completely taken by the woman, and they did not know what she had said to little treasure behind their backs either. He was worried that little treasure would cause a ruckus, so he did not expect things to have gone much smoother than he thought. As long as little treasure was willing to be in contact with others, he had confidence that they could definitely change little treasure's mind. After little treasure confirmed it, Lu Changshan and Yin Rui started to organize everything in full swing. The blind date banquet this time was definitely much grander than the one that had ended midway 5 years ago. He did not believe that with so many incredible girls, all of them heiresses from top wealthy families, there would be none that would catch little treasure's eye. Apart from that, the biggest difference between this time and the one from 5 years ago was probably the fact that the person they had prepared to meet the girls the last time was Lu Tingxiao, but now it was little treasure. Very soon, the news about the Lu family organizing a socialite tea party had spread all around the circle. On the surface, it was said to be a tea party to which all the heiresses of the top families would go over and be guests to admire flowers. However, in reality, those who were well-informed would know that this was actually a marriage arrangement dinner. The reason it was put like that was merely an elegant and tactful way to say it. After the family meeting ended, most of the socialites who had come for Lu Tingxiao had yet to leave Imperial. Therefore, when they heard the news about the tea party, all of them started to get excited. In a certain luxury resort under the Lu Corporation, in the spa room, a group of girls was anxiously bickering to get an aromatherapy facial massage. They were all gathered in